Su Yang's figure flickered like a ghost as he silently appeared at Wei Jing's side, his palm landing in a light pat upon the man's shoulder. Wei Jing was so startled that he nearly leaped to his feet. Patriarch. Wei Jing spun around abruptly. When he saw who it was, he hastily clasped his hands in salute, mind racing over what matter could have brought the patriarch to seek him out. Su Yang's tranquil gaze settled upon his face. The words he spoke a heartbeat later made Wei Jing's body suddenly stiffen, his entire face flushing scarlet in an instant. You like Xianling? At that question, Wei Jing felt a buzzing roar in his mind. His earlier cautious observation of Su Xuanling's reactions in the courtyard had likely already been seen through entirely by the patriarch. I wouldn't dare. He lowered his head in a fluster, his voice laced with the shame of being seen through and the instinctive fear of being questioned by the patriarch. Su Yang's palm rested lightly upon Wei Jing's shoulder, a knowing smile in his eyes. You boy are not as honest and stolid as Zi Yao, yet you are just as incapable of lying. In the Su family, what I wish to hear is the truth. At those words, Wei Jing's ears flushed red. His gaze dimmed slightly without his noticing, and he answered in a low voice, yes. That single reply was both his promise to heed Su Yang's request and his tacit admission of the feelings that had been laid bare. He did indeed harbor affection for the Su family's fifth young miss. Yet he was nothing more than a servant, and upon his back he bore a blood-deep vendetta. His enemy was the demon-subduing general, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Someday in the future, he might well set foot upon a path of no return, staking his own life in that struggle. How could someone like him be worthy of the favor of a noble daughter of the Su clan? Wei Jing's hidden feelings and inner struggle were entirely within Su Yang's sight. Su Yang's deep, profound eyes seemed able to penetrate all things as the corners of his lips curved slightly upward. I know your heart is laden with hatred, that you may already be resolved to die. Su Yang's voice was level yet powerful, but that does not mean that perishing together with your enemy is the only road open to you. If you cannot defeat a golden core, then cultivate until you reach the nascent soul stage before taking revenge. Why must you insist that the only outcome of vengeance is a dead end? This was a textbook case of inferiority born of a vast disparity in cultivation, believing that in this lifetime he could at best draw near to the other's level, and that only by offering up his life could he hope to drag the enemy down with him. In truth, that was far from the only path. When the enemy stands in the open and you remain in the shadows, the proper road to vengeance is to still your heart and cultivate in earnest, waiting until your realm climbs to a height that even your foe must look up to. Then crush him with overwhelming force. Not to charge forward in a hot-blooded rush when your strengths are merely comparable. Moreover, Wei Jing possessed a true spiritual root and a rare special constitution. His talent and potential were exceptional even among those of the same realm. Perhaps in the same cultivation stage he could already pierce straight through the demon-subduing general. If you cannot defeat a golden core, then break through to nascent soul before seeking revenge. Wei Jing's expression froze, his gaze turning blank. Could he truly live to see the day he stepped into the nascent soul stage? What if his enemy died midway through his cultivation? Would the obsession that had driven his whole life never find a place to land? As his thoughts tangled into knots, Su Yang's palm abruptly landed on the back of his head in a light smack. For those who cultivate the Tao, nothing is more taboo than aiming too high while drowning in idle fantasies. Su Yang's tone sank slightly, yet each word was distinct. The road must be walked step by step, matters handled one by one. The weight of the Tao heart lies in focusing on the present, and even more in believing unfailingly in your own victory. Believe that you can one day crush your enemy, and also ensure that your youth is left without regrets. His gaze drifted toward a slim figure in plain white, standing gracefully in the distance, and his tone softened. Take, for example, the pursuit of the one you favor. Regardless of success or failure, only when your thoughts flow unobstructed can your Tao heart attain wholeness. Su Yang's words were like thunder splitting the sky, exploding within Wei Jing's mind. Before he could fully recover his wits, Su Yang's figure had already drifted away, leaving behind only a final murmur. Xianling likes considerate men. Whether you can earn her favor will depend entirely on your own abilities. The Su clan had never minded marriages between master and servant, otherwise they would never have considered bringing in Xiao in as a son-in-law in the first place. But the Su family would not actively arrange and meddle in such matches. Matters of affection were left to unfold naturally when water flows and channels are formed. In truth, this was the first time Su Yang had ever been so genuinely troubled over his children's marriages. The unions of his eldest and second sons had gone quite smoothly, scarcely requiring any effort from him or his wife, leaving him once feeling that marrying off one's children was no difficult task. Only now, faced with Su Xuanjing's avoidance of marriage, the still uncertain affections between Su Xianxiao and the two young ladies, and Su Xuanling's naivety and misunderstandings in matters of the heart, Did he truly realize that for parents wishing their children to gain a happy union, guidance and tireless care were often required? The next morning at dawn, the members of the Su family gathered in the inner courtyard to see them off. Qin Jiangmei stood before Su Yang, carefully straightening his collar as she gently reminded him, "Be careful on the road. Come home as soon as your business is done. If Xianu grows tired of staying in Yunming ruins, bring that child home with you." At her words, the corners of Su Yang's mouth quirked up. That boy may well not want to come back yet. Previously, Su Xianming and Ruan Ning had visited Yunming ruins several times. Upon returning, they had both said that Su Xinyo had changed a great deal. His once flighty, irreverent nature had restrained itself, and he was far steadier there than he had ever been at home. If he had wished to return to the Su estate, he would already have let his parents bring him back. Enough, it's time to set out. As Su Yang spoke, he lifted his hand and summoned forth a flying sword, stepping lightly onto it. Beside him, Diqing let out a clear ringing screech, spreading its wings as it flew to Su Xinrui's side and crouched down meekly. Delighted, Su Xinrui climbed onto Diqing's broad back, his small hand gently stroking the feathers at its neck. For this journey to Yunming ruins, Su Yang chose to travel by sword, while Su Xinrui would ride upon Diqing, following close behind. With Su Yang escorting them the entire way, there was no need to fear rogue cultivators attacking Diqing en route. It was also the perfect chance for the creature to learn the route between the clan and Yunming ruins. In the future, once these eagles and hawks had cultivated to a higher level, they would be able to safely bear clan members between the two places, even without Su Yang's personal escort. Casting a concealment spell over himself and the raptors, Su Yang rose upon his sword, turning into a streak of light as he left Qing Yuan behind. This was not Su Xinrui's first time riding a raptor, but it was the first time he sat alone upon Diqing's broad back. At first, his small hands tightened around the feathers, and his heart could not help but clench with a trace of fear. When the scenery below began to race backward at high speed, and a vast scroll of heaven and earth unfurled before his eyes, that nervousness was blown away like morning mist before the wind. They skimmed over undulating ranges of mountains and boundless forests, deep green, as if painted with ink, looked down upon the ruined Guangling frontier, now nothing but shattered walls and broken ramparts, flew past scorched wastelands charred black by war, and watched packs of demon beasts galloping and leaping through valleys, their roars echoing in waves. At last, a bustling scene of human voices and curling cooking smoke came into view. The small town on the outskirts of Yunming ruins was crammed with refugees, its lively clamor a stark contrast to the desolation along the way. Every scene was incomparably novel in Su Xinrui's eyes. So the world beyond every so often held entirely different heavens and landscapes. "This is Yunming ruins that your eldest brother Xianu is always talking about," Su Yang said as they landed in the town, smiling, as he asked Su Xinrui, "How is it different from what you imagined?" Su Xinrui's gaze swept over the mortals and cultivators passing by in the street. His brows knitted unconsciously as he answered in a small voice, "There are many bad people." 2 demon hunting squads freshly returned from the 10,000 Great Mountains reeked so heavily of blood that the stench turned the surrounding pedestrians pale and sent them scurrying away, afraid to be tainted in the slightest. The faces of both sides were as cold as ice, murderous intent seething in their eyes, as though even the air between them had frozen solid. Only when they stepped into Yunming Market did that taut, suffocating pressure ease the slightest bit. Suddenly, the leading woman of the Shao family squad stepped forward. Her features were delicate and comely, yet her words were as sharp and venom-laced as a poisoned blade. "You people of the Su family, listen well. If you do not come to our door to atone, then even with the Yunshou alliance backing you, my Shao family will still butcher your entire clan. Not a single man will be left alive, and every woman will be thrown into the brothels." Her words were like cold water splashed into boiling oil. The members of the Su family erupted in furious rage in an instant. "Do you truly think that just because we are inside Yunming Market we dare not make a move?" Su Xinyo's roar cracked out like thunder, his eyes bloodshot. Years of life and death slaughter in the 10,000 Great Mountains had long since scoured away his boyishness. He now stood half a head taller than his peers, frame corded with solid muscle. The spear in his hand was still stained with fresh blood, its killing intent condensing into something almost tangible. Just as Su Xinyo's spear tip lifted, and he was about to explode into motion, Cheng Ningxiang suddenly raised her hand and barred his path. Her gaze turned razor cold as it swept over the Shao family members, and she spoke in a chill voice, "It was your Shao family that struck first to seize the treasure, costing several lives from my Su family. Your people died reaping what they themselves had sown. The ones who should be coming in person to apologize are you." She continued, "Others may fear your Shao family, my Su family does not take you to heart. If we truly speak of extermination of a clan, it is your Shao family that should be afraid." Hearing this, Su Xinyo's blood surged all the more violently. He shook his spear and shouted, "Why waste more words on this lot? We should simply kill them." Grandfather and eldest uncle have long instructed us that any who offend our clan are to be eradicated root and branch. For a mere foundation establishment family, what has my Sioux family to fear? A mere foundation establishment family indeed. The onlookers around them immediately burst into an uproar, trading startled glances as cold breaths were quietly drawn in. They had previously heard rumors that the Sioux family possessed a foundation establishment cultivator. Judging from this scene, that gossip was clearly not groundless. Otherwise, how would the Sioux family dare be so brazen? Cheng Ningxiang's willow brows knit ever so slightly. Vengeance must indeed be taken, but how and when to kill required careful deliberation. This moment was by no means the right time to strike. If the Lingxi sect joined forces with the Sioux family with their full strength, they truly could annihilate the Shao family. The problem was that the foundation establishment cultivators of both sides were not presently in Yunming Market. If they acted rashly now, they would immediately incur the thunderous wrath of the Shao family's foundation establishment patriarch. When that happened, even if the Yunshou alliance emptied its nest to intervene, it would absolutely be unable to restrain a foundation establishment clan that had gone completely berserk. Good. What fine words. Eradicate root and branch, and make my Shao family apologize. Xiaoying laughed as though she had heard the most absurd joke under heaven, yet her laughter was laced through with biting scorn. I only hope that the bones of you Sioux family people are as hard as your tongues, that you truly dare raise a hand against my Shao family. Her features twisted under the weight of hatred as her gaze swept over Cheng Ningxiang and Su Xinyo, as if she were already looking at a pair of corpses. I will return at once to report this to my clan's patriarch, so we can wipe out your Sioux family. I want to see whether the Yunshou alliance would truly tear all decorum apart with my Shao family for the sake of the likes of you. Let us see who in this Yunming market can possibly save you. With that, she swept her sleeves around, turned on her heel, and led the seething Shao family retinue away in a storm of fury. Young and hot-blooded Su Xinyo could not stomach such humiliation. He immediately leveled his spear and was about to charge after them. Xinyo, we will speak of this after we return. Cheng Ningxiang's low shout cut him off as she raised her hand to bar his way. Su Xinyo instantly felt a breath of fire clogging his chest, unbearably stifled. Yet before leaving home, his fourth uncle had warned him that when outside, he was to heed his fourth aunt's words. Thus he could only grit his teeth and force his fury back down. Only after calming himself did he belatedly realize that he had indeed been somewhat impulsive just now. Su Xinyo was after all still young and straightforward in temperament, and had not thought things through deeply. Many cultivators in the world of immortals easily let rage cloud their minds, yet most of those who had no one to restrain them were already dead and gone. Within Yunming Market, private fighting was strictly forbidden. This was a rule jointly upheld by all factions. If the Su family struck first at this moment, then unless they could obliterate the Shao family in a single overwhelming thunderstrike, they would inevitably be handing others a handle to seize upon. At that point, the Su family would not only face the Shao family's retaliation, but would also incur the joint censure and assault of other foundation establishment forces in Yunming Market under the pretext of violating the market's rules. The situation would spiral completely out of control. Suppressing their anger with great effort, the Su family retinue returned to the Su Clan Chamber of Commerce's residence. The earlier clash had already spread throughout Yunming Market, and by the time they arrived, Su Xuanxiao, who was overseeing matters here, had learned the full details of what had happened. Fourth uncle, what should we do about this? Su Xinyo asked, urgently, brows knitted tight. In the main hall, Su Xianxiao sat upright in the seat of honor, tall and straight, his features handsome, and his aura calm and steady. Zhao Wani and Cheng Ningxiang sat to either side of him, their gazes likewise fixed upon him, waiting for his decision. Vengeance will of course be taken, Su Xianxiao said, his voice steady and clear. But not now. The Shao family has 2 foundation establishment cultivators sitting in town. They cannot be easily shaken. However, for the moment, they also do not dare act openly within Yunming Market. He paused briefly, then went on, I will immediately send people to relay this news back to the clan and leave the decision for subsequent action to the patriarch and the clan leader. The clan now already had 2 foundation establishment cultivators, Elder Song and his sister-in-law Wei Yan. However, Su Xianxiao was not yet clear on the clan's specific deployments, whether one foundation establishment cultivator needed to remain in Qingyuan to sit in town, so he could only hand the right of decision back to his second brother and his father. I wonder if eldest brother has already succeeded in reaching foundation establishment, he thought. And there is father as well. Perhaps he has long since broken through. The questions rippled through Su Xuanxiao's heart. The Su family's current situation in Yunming Market was far from optimistic. Relying on her astonishing commercial talent, Ji Shulan had in just a few short years secured the Su Clan Chamber of Commerce a firm foothold. Yet precisely because of this meteoric rise, it had inevitably come into conflict of interest with the local powers. The Shao family was one such power. This demon hunt ambush in the 10,000 Great Mountains was the eruption of long-accumulated resentment between the two sides, all because the Su family had seized a great deal of the Shao family's business. In the world of cultivation, cutting off another source of wealth was akin to killing their parents. Beyond the Shao family, the Liang family, a foundation establishment clan on close terms with them, and Baibao Pavilion, another commercial rival, were likewise on poor terms with the Su family. The Su family in the end were outsiders. Had they kept a low profile after settling in, there would have been little trouble. Yet, Ji Shulan's formidable methods had allowed the Su Chamber of Commerce to rise swiftly in Yunming market, shaking the bedrock of many interests. In commercial competition, opposition and resentment were hard to avoid. Once violent conflict erupted outside, the contradictions would sharply escalate, just as they had with the Shao family this time. Just as Su Xianxiao was concentrating in deep thought, wondering whether there were any other measures they could take, a clamor suddenly rose outside the residence, rolling closer from afar. The eyes of everyone in the hall sharpened at once, their auras sinking as they assumed the Shao family had already come so quickly to cause trouble. Yet just as their spiritual senses were about to extend outward, two familiar figures walked in unhurriedly through the doorway. The moment the visitor stepped over the threshold, the air in the main hall seemed to freeze. The members of the Su family raised their eyes, all taken aback. In the next instant, overwhelming joy swept over every face like a tidal wave. Patriarch, father. Everyone quickly rose and bowed respectfully. The visitor was none other than Su Yang and Su Xinrui, who had just arrived from Qingyuan to Yunmengsu. The sorrow that had lingered in Su Zhuangxiu's eyes melted away the moment he recognized the visitor. He almost rushed forward, his face betraying unrestrained joy. Father, you arrived just in time. The heavy stone in his heart fell away. With his father present, what strategies did he still need to ponder? Seeing his son so utterly reliant and relieved, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. When he and Su Xinrui arrived at Yunmengsu, they had already heard the rumors swirling in the marketplace and guessed the situation nearly perfectly. Su Xianxiao hurriedly offered the main seat to his father and personally poured a cup of steaming tea infused with spiritual energy before finally allowing his gaze to settle on the small figure beside his father, a warm smile blooming in his eyes. Is this little one Xinrui? The last time we met, you were still nestled in the arms of your second brother and sister-in-law, and now look how much you've grown. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xinyo beside him widened his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at Su Xinrui with a face full of astonishment. You're my brother. Pointed out. Su Xinrui looked up with a confused expression, blinking his big round eyes as he gazed back at this unfamiliar brother. His parents had mentioned that he had an older brother in Yunmengsu, but his memories from when he was 1 or 2 years old were already hazy, and he completely could not recall what his brother looked like. His parents sent him to Yunmengsu to meet his biological brother and cultivate their brotherly bond. Under his brother's intense gaze, he timidly called out, "Brother Xinyo." This call instantly ignited all of Su Xinya's emotions. A radiant smile broke out on his face as he rushed forward and unceremoniously embraced his younger brother. It's really Xinrui. You've grown so much. Holding his brother, he felt the warm weight in his arms, a strange sense of emotion surging within him. The memory of that little infant who could only sleep soundly in a swaddle and occasionally open his eyes to look at the world seemed like it was just yesterday. Now he could run and jump, speaking clearly with a clever glint in his eyes, seemingly quite intelligent. The arrival of Su Xinrui subtly eased the originally tense atmosphere in the main hall. The expressions on the faces of everyone also relaxed accordingly. Seeing the mood lighten, Su Yang leisurely took a sip of spiritual tea and began, "I have already heard about the matters concerning the Shao family on my way here. The Su family has always acted on the principle of, if one does not offend me, I will not offend them, but if someone offends me, I shall eradicate them completely." He continued, "You need not worry about the 2 foundation establishment from the Shao family. I will handle them myself." He paused, briefly casting a calm gaze over everyone. The real key lies in the fact that the foundation establishment forces allied with the Shao family may intervene. Therefore, the Su family also needs to utilize its connections and ask the foundation establishment forces with which we have a decent relationship to step in and mutually balance each other out. He then turned his gaze to Su Xianxiao and Ji Shulan, asking, currently in Yunmengsu, which foundation establishment forces have a good relationship with our Su family business? Ji Shulan chirped, the Qian family and the Kaishan society. In the realm of cultivation, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The Qian family and the Su family had a history of unpleasant encounters, but their conflicts had not escalated to the point of no return. Once the Su family made a name for itself in Luoxian City and rose to become a top-tier 7th-grade Qi refining family, the Qian family once again approached with the characteristic smile of a businessman seeking to deepen cooperation with the Su family. As Su Xianxiao took on the role of deputy leader in the Yunshou alliance, the Qian family's attitude became increasingly warm and courteous. Their actions indeed reflected their surname, prioritizing profit above all. Although their stance was fickle and not necessarily reliable for the time being, they were indeed one of the few allies the Su family could rely on in Yunmengsu. The Kaishan Society, on the other hand, was a force that specialized in hunting demon beasts, led by core members who recruited loose cultivators to hunt in the 10,000 Great Mountains, solely dealing in demon beast business. While they claimed to be on good terms with the Su family, in reality, they leaned more towards a neutral stance. The Su family business had provided them with discounted spirit-enhanced artifacts which had fostered a decent friendship. It's all because of profit that they leaned towards the Su family. Su Yang chuckled lightly, finding this situation quite in line with his usual understanding of cultivation forces. However, prioritizing profit is not necessarily a bad thing. As long as the Su family can provide sufficient benefits, cooperation can be easily reached. If the other party values emotions, they may be harder to manipulate. Su Yang decisively commanded, immediately send someone to contact the Qian family and the Kaishan Society, exchanging sufficient benefits to gain their assistance in counterbalancing the other forces that may intervene on behalf of the Shao family. He then looked at Ji Shulan, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. What specific benefits should be offered to impress these two families will be up to you to consider and decide. At just 14 years old, Ji Shulan displayed astonishing business acumen, even surpassing her peer Su Xianming. With her commercial skills, she would surely be able to weigh what benefits would entice both families to take action. Just as everyone was discussing the leader of the Yunshou alliance, Situ Zhu suddenly arrived. Upon learning of the Su family's conflict with the Shao family, he had to come to deliberate on countermeasures. After all, the Su family was a member of the Yunshou alliance, and Su Xianxiao held the position of deputy leader. This matter concerned the prestige of the Yunshou alliance. If the alliance stood by and did nothing, it would surely invite criticism from all sides. However, the Yunshou alliance was ultimately just a coalition of qi refining forces. Faced with a behemoth like the Shao family, even with all their might, they could merely hold their own ground. Situ Zhu felt quite conflicted. After weighing the options, he decided to come in person, hoping to find a way with the Su family to avoid conflict. As he was invited into the main hall, before he could organize his words, his gaze fell upon the familiar figure in the main seat, causing him to momentarily freeze. Patriarch Su. Situ Zhu was completely unprepared to encounter Su Yang here. Since Su Yang had passed the family head position to Su Xianming years ago, the two had not seen each other again. Situ Zhu had thought that Su Yang had long since retreated from the forefront, living a life of peace and leisure, yet unexpectedly, they were reunited today in Yunmengsu. What surprised him even more was that this old acquaintance not only appeared spirited, but was wholly unlike the rumors circulating outside, which depicted him as disheartened due to the hopelessness of Foundation establishment preparing to enjoy his twilight years. Daoist friend Situ, it's been a long time. I hope you've been well. Su Yang sat at the main seat, a warm smile gracing his face. However, his next words caused the expression on Situ Zhu's face to suddenly freeze. Did you come here specifically to help my Su family in annihilating the Shao family? What a joke to help the Su family annihilate the Shao family. Situ Zhu felt an invisible sense of suffocation blocking his chest, unable to utter a word after a long pause. As a leader of a Qi refining force alliance, how could he possess such capabilities? He had come to find a way to mediate the relationship between the two parties, yet Su Yang directly asked about exterminating a Foundation establishment family. His tone was as casual as if discussing what dish to add for dinner. Su, the leader of the Su clan, the Shao family, should not be underestimated. Seeing that Su Yang did not take the Shao family seriously, Situ Zhu could not help but frown slightly and reminded in a deep voice, the current head of the Shao family, Shao Jin, and the reclusive ancestor, Shao Xuanjiang, are both well-known Foundation establishment cultivators in Yunmengsu. He paused briefly, adding with a serious tone, it is said that the two of them have once teamed up to slay a formidable enemy in the mid-Foundation establishment stage. The gap in strength between each stage of the Foundation establishment realm is like a chasm. Without special means, a cultivator in the early Foundation establishment stage would find it almost impossible to defeat a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator alone. Even if they risked their lives to use secret techniques, it would only have a chance of severely injuring the opponent. Thus, it is evident that Shao Jin and Shao Xuanjiang are by no means comparable to an ordinary early Foundation establishment cultivator. Situ Zhu looked at Su Yang, speaking earnestly. Su Yang's expression turned slightly cold upon hearing this, his tone unreadable. Are you suggesting that the leader of the Situ alliance is advising me, the Su family, to surrender? Situ Zhu's expression stiffened, quickly waving his hand to explain. Leader Su, do not misunderstand. I have absolutely no such intention. It is just. He carefully chose his words. It is just that both the Su family and the Shao family are powerful factions in Yunmengsu. If we can prioritize peace and minimize conflict, avoiding mutual destruction would be the best course of action. The Shao family has deep roots. Confronting them head-on is certainly not a wise move. He silently lamented. Today's circumstances are different from the past. Although the Su family is still nominally the deputy leader of the Yunshou alliance, the various factions within the alliance have long tacitly acknowledged the Su family which is Foundation establishment cultivators stationed as the actual strongest pillar of the alliance. Even he as the leader had to be particularly cautious and polite when facing Su Yang, fearing that a single misstep in words might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. He knew that the Su family had Foundation establishment cultivators stationed, yet ultimately, they were still outnumbered. The Shao family has been rooted in Yunmengsu for many years with deep connections and maintaining close ties with multiple Foundation establishment forces. These forces will surely come to the aid of the Shao family out of past friendship. Situju earnestly reminded, again, his gaze filled with sincerity, hoping Su Yang could weigh the pros and cons and not let temporary emotions ruin the entire family. A faint smile suddenly blossomed on Su Yang's face. The goodwill of the Situ Alliance leader has been acknowledged by the Su family. His voice was gentle, yet carried an unyielding resolve. In the Su family's principles, there has never been a path of enduring humiliation. The leader need not worry. This matter is a private dispute between the Su and Shao families and will not implicate the Yunshou Alliance. The Su family will bear all consequences. He lifted his teacup, making a gentle gesture to see off his guest. If the leader has no further matters, the Su family must discuss the business of dealing with the Shao family, so we can only invite the leader for tea next time. Situju, upon seeing this, let out a heavy sigh, his expression complex. In that case, everyone please be extra careful. He solemnly bowed to everyone in the hall, said no more, and turned to leave the Su family's residence with a somewhat heavy step. Now that he had said this, he had done his utmost to remind them. The Su family insisted on confronting the Shao family. He had neither the authority to stop them nor the ability to intervene. All he could do was step aside and quietly wait for the final outcome of this storm. Not long after Situju left, Su Zhuangxiu's communication talisman received a message from Situju. Friend Su, the Shao family just made a public statement demanding the Su family apologize tomorrow or they will flatten the Su family commerce. Yunmengsu, the Shao family residence. Xiaoying vividly recounted the conflicts in the 10,000 mountains in front of the family members, naturally embellishing the story, portraying the Su family as particularly overbearing. Upon hearing this, the members of the Shao family all showed anger. A Qi refining family dared to kill their Shao family disciples. It was simply the height of arrogance and ignorance. The family head Shao Jin sat silently at the top, not speaking. He understood Shao Ying's character and knew that the truth of the matter must differ from what she said. It is very likely that what the Su family said was the truth, that the Shao family's people had intended to seize a treasure and ended up being killed due to their inferior skills. However, one thing is beyond doubt: their Shao family members indeed died. Regardless of the cause, the Su family should not have resorted to such lethal measures. This is a provocation to the dignity of Foundation establishment families. If the Su family does not pay the price, the Shao family's face will be wiped clean in Yunmengsu. A mere Qi refining family dares to act against my Shao family. The family head need not hesitate. We shall immediately go and flatten the Su family commerce. A cold voice from one of the Shao family elders was filled with killing intent. Wait. Before Shao Jin could express his position, another more composed voice spoke up. It is rumored that the Su family also has Foundation establishment cultivators stationed. If they dare to act like this news is probably true. Once we take action, it will be a clash between Foundation establishment forces. The family head should think twice. It's just that a member of their family has fortuitously become a Foundation establishment cultivator. What talk of a clash between Foundation establishment forces? The earlier elder scoffed. My Shao family has 2 Foundation establishment cultivators stationed. The family head and the ancestor teamed up to slay a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. A mere newly promoted early Foundation establishment cultivator is nothing to worry about. Xiaoying, upon hearing this, became even more spirited, excitedly agreeing. What the elder said is absolutely right. Moreover, the Su family's Foundation establishment cultivator may not even be in Yunmengsu at this moment. We can directly destroy the Su family commerce. Even if they learn of it afterward, what can they do? As for reckoning after the fact, my Shao family is equally unafraid. In the hall, everyone spoke, one after another, nearly sentencing the Su family commerce to death. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, eager to move, just waiting for the family head's command. Shao Jin pondered for a moment, feeling that what his clansman said was not without reason. The Su family commerce itself is indeed not to be feared. He slowly spoke, his voice steady. But the Su family is not isolated and defenseless. First, let it be known externally, the Su family must apologize by noon tomorrow, or my Shao family will flatten the Su family commerce. Secondly, immediately contact the Liang family and Baibao building, asking them to come to assist tomorrow. They need not take direct action. They only need to hold back any forces that may support the Su family. Shao Jin's gaze deepened as he said, finally inform the ancestor and ask him to accompany us to the Su family commerce's residence tomorrow. With the Su family style of doing things, they would definitely not submit to an apology. The reason for laying out so many contingencies is not only out of caution, but also to serve as a formal notification to all parties. The intention is to give advance warning to the major Foundation establishment forces, hoping that all fellow cultivators can turn a blind eye at that time and refrain from intervening to avoid harming mutual harmony. Although Yunmengsu has strict laws against private battles, that is ultimately for the weaker parties who cannot contend. When real conflicts erupt between Foundation establishment forces, unless a Golden Core powerhouse intervenes personally to adjudicate, so-called justice often arrives late, until everything is settled. The next day, in Yunming Valley, a thin layer of shadow hung in the air, and the once bustling marketplace now bore an oppressive atmosphere. The announcement from the Shao family demanding the Su family to apologize before noon spread like wildfire throughout the marketplace, becoming common knowledge. Countless curious figures, each with their own thoughts, quietly gathered in the streets outside the Su Merchant Association, straining to watch, waiting to see how this clash between the Foundation establishment family and the emerging force would unfold. As noon approached, Xiaoying had already led a group of Shao family cultivators to stand in formation outside the gates of the Su Merchant Association, waiting patiently. A cold smile unmasked graced her face, and a fierce killing intent gleamed in her eyes. Indeed, the Su family won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Xiaoying sneered, her voice clearly reaching the ears of her clan members and onlookers. Do they really think they can hide behind their formation and block my Shao family with mirror rays? What a foolish dream. Since the Shao family dared to issue such a proclamation openly, they surely anticipated the Su family would rely on their formation for defense. The clan had already hired several skilled second-tier formation masters from within Yunming Valley, and should the Su family stubbornly resist, these formation masters would immediately take action to breach their defenses. With both the family head and the ancestral cultivators present to bolster their formation, this seemingly solid defensive position was merely a fragile facade easily pierced. Before true Foundation establishment power, all formations were merely futile struggles. Just as Xiaoying was about to issue the command for a strong assault, the tightly shut gate of the Su Merchant Association unexpectedly swung open before everyone's eyes. The noise outside fell suddenly silent, and countless gazes instantly converged. Su Xianxiao stepped forward confidently, emerging from within the premises. He was handsome and tall, with lightning-like energy flowing around him. Behind him, Cheng Ningxiang Zhaowani and a group of Su family cultivators followed in sequence, all appearing calm and composed, entirely unlike those heading to their doom or to apologize. What shocked the onlookers even more was that among the group was a little child, seemingly only 5 or 6 years old, with big, curious eyes surveying the scene. No one but cultivators was allowed in Yunming Valley. This child's presence clearly indicated that they had already begun to cultivate and embarked on the path to immortality. Such a young prodigy further highlighted the extraordinary foundation of the Su family. The crowd erupted into whispers and commotion. Was the Su family truly here to apologize to the Shao family? Yet given the atmosphere, it seemed more like they were preparing for battle. Xiaoying, taken aback by this unexpected display, soon wore an even deeper sneer. With a cold snort, she said clearly and sharply, "Noon has arrived, and you only just step out now just to maintain that trivial sense of pride." Hearing this, Su Xianxiao paused slightly, lifting his gaze to Xiaoying. A cold smirk suddenly appeared at the corners of his mouth, and the lightning around him flared intensely. "You are right, noon has indeed arrived," he said, his voice low, yet resonating with a metallic tremor piercing through the ears of everyone present. "It is time to send your Shao family on their way." Before his words fell, a violent aura of thunder erupted. The Su family members immediately unleashed their full energy, their spiritual power surging. They had never anticipated that their purpose in leaving the protective formation today was solely to annihilate the Shao family. Setting up the formation, that is for attacking, not for defense. Moreover, since the Shao family dared to come, they must have brought formation masters to respond. Rather than passively breaking their formation, it would be better to take the initiative and slay all the Shao family cultivators. What a good way to send my Shao family on their path. A loud voice suddenly rang out. Immediately following the figure of Shao Jin, the head of the Shao family, appeared, his foundation establishment pressure sweeping over the crowd like a cold tide, filled with a chilling, killing intent directly bearing down on the Su family. Just as this pressure was about to descend, a bright, long laugh broke through the stagnant air. An old man flew out on his sword, the overwhelming spiritual power contained within his laughter instantly dissipating that pressure. "Today is truly lively." The old man hovered in midair and said loudly, "Why must the head of the Shao family be so angry? It is common for cultivators to face life and death while training outside. Surely we cannot extinguish a force every time we lose personnel." Before he finished speaking, another figure stepped into the air, releasing a similarly powerful foundation establishment pressure that precisely bore down on the old man. The newcomer was a foundation establishment cultivator from the Liang family, appearing young with a mocking smile on his lips. "Tsk tisk, when did the esteemed ancestor of the Qian family become the guard dog of the Su Merchant Association?" Just as the two faced each other, their foundation establishment powers clashing, two more formidable foundation establishment pressures suddenly surged in from different distant directions. For pressures collided and stirred, creating a visible-invisible vortex in the air, causing the onlookers below to have their robes fluttering and sand and stones flying. However, the owners of these later two pressures did not reveal their true forms, remaining hidden in the shadows, only using their aura to intimidate. Clearly, their intention was to declare their stance rather than become embroiled in the conflict. Within a day, multiple foundation establishment cultivators had appeared in this area. The onlooking cultivators were all left dumbfounded, and after a brief silence, the crowd erupted into suppressed gasps and discussions. That is the ancestor of the Qian family and the head of the Liang family. They have both shown up. Although the other two auras have not revealed themselves, the distinctive fluctuations in their Dao methods seem to be the president of the Opening Mountain Association and the manager of the Baibao building. Even these two foundation establishment cultivators who rarely show themselves have come to stir the waters. TSK today is truly an eye-opener. So this is the power struggle between great foundation establishment families. Without even striking, the clash of pressures is already so shocking. The Su family can call upon the Qian family and the Opening Mountain Association to restrain them, proving the rumors about their foundation establishment background are not unfounded. But it seems their own foundation establishment cultivators are absent from Yunming Valley, and currently the Su family is still at a disadvantage in terms of the number of foundation establishment cultivators. Cultivators hiding in various places and observing whispered to each other, their gazes shifting between the various forces. Xiao Jin surveyed the scene, noticing no other foundation establishment cultivators appearing from the Su family's ranks, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the Su family could only rely on the Qian family and the Opening Mountain Association. Ultimately, they were outsiders with shallow roots and limited connections. Everything was within the expectations of the Xiao family. It seems this is all the trump cards your Su family can muster. Xiao Jin set his gaze sharp as ice, his words cold. Today, the destruction of the Su Merchant Association is a foregone conclusion. You need not worry about your hometown now. After this, I will personally go to Qingyuan and uproot the foundation of your Su family, exterminating all your clan members, old and young. On your road to the underworld, you will surely reunite with your kin. As his words fell, Xiao Jin's spiritual power surged violently. The foundation establishment pressure erupted like a mountain, pressing down directly towards the Su family. Just at this critical moment, a soft sigh seemed to cut through the overwhelming murderous intent, clearly ringing in everyone's ears. Friend, please wait. I still have some unfinished business with the Su family. I ask that you give me some face and let this matter rest. This sudden voice caused the bloodthirsty Xiao Jin to freeze in his actions. Though the other party did not deliberately reveal their cultivation level, the pure and thick spiritual power contained within that voice was far beyond that of an ordinary early foundation establishment cultivator, even giving him a sense of pressure that only mid-foundation establishment cultivators possessed. Xiao Jin's expression suddenly grew grave, his sharp gaze scanning the direction of the voice. However, unlike Xiao Jin's vigilance, the Su family members looked completely bewildered. They did not recall inviting any other foundation establishment cultivators. Even Su Yang, hidden among the crowd, was slightly taken aback at this moment. He followed the sound, his gaze cutting through the crowd, landing on the figure that was slowly making their way out. The moment he caught sight of the visitor's face, a glimmer of recognition crossed Su Yang's eyes. He knew this person. The memory of a cultivator is exceptionally sharp. After a moment's thought, Su Yang recalled the individual. It was him, the loose cultivator Chen Hao. Years ago, after collaborating with the Yunshou Alliance to eradicate the Fong and Zhong families, he had a fleeting encounter with that foundation establishment loose cultivator. This person's mannerisms are rather peculiar, leaving a deep impression on Su Yang to this day. Despite being a foundation establishment cultivator, he was willing to engage in calm conversation with Su Yang, who was only at the Qi refinement stage at the time, even insisting on a fair trade to purchase the spirit control technique that he obtained from the Fong family. The 3 eagle falcons of the Su family were obtained through a transaction with Chen Hao. They had only met once, and Su Yang never expected that the other party would come to their aid during the Su family's time of crisis. He pondered quickly within, questioning whether the other party was acting out of the bond formed over the spirit control technique, or if there was another motive. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Xiao Jin's face was as dark as water, and behind him a shadowy figure emerged silently, like a ghost, revealing the old ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Xuanjiang. His aura was as profound as an abyss, and his intent to appear was unmistakable. If Chen Hao insisted on blocking their way, the two would join forces against him. Mid-foundation establishment. The Xiao family had killed before. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's fellow Taoist Chen. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice was hoarse, his tone flat, but imbued with an undeniable firmness. Regardless of your ties with the Su family, this must be settled today. I asked fellow Daoist Chun to withdraw. Chunhao stepped out from the crowd, his brow slightly furrowed in impatience. I do not wish to become enemies with the Shao family, but I have debts to settle, so please leave and do not attack the Su family again. Oh, Shao Xuanzhang narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by debts? The Su family once provided me with a technique, Chunhao replied calmly. I believed it to be a fair trade, but upon further reflection, I realized I had underestimated its value. As cultivators, we do not wish to take advantage of others. Today, by preventing the Su family from perishing, I am merely repaying this debt. These words caused an uproar among those present. The onlooking cultivators were dumbfounded, as if they had heard an absurd tale, their faces filled with disbelief. What is this? Because he felt he had taken advantage of the Su family, he wanted to return this advantage. Is there truly such a cultivator in the world? Shouldn't one revel in taking advantage? He even wants to compensate. Shao Zhenjiang's lips twitched slightly, his heart full of doubt about whether the other party was mocking him. Chunhao was not an unknown figure. He was a renowned Foundation Establishment loose cultivator in Yunmengxi, lacking a powerful background, but raising a Foundation Establishment demonic beast, and himself was at mid-Foundation Establishment. If they truly came to blows, the situation would inevitably spiral out of control. Even if the Shao family could win, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy loss as a result that Shao Xuanzhang did not desire. Shao Jin cast a questioning glance at the ancestor. Shao Zhenjiang's expression fluctuated. It seemed that apart from fighting, there was no other option. Just as both sides were on the brink of confrontation, Su Yang calmly stepped forward. A glint flickered in his eyes as he clasped his hands towards Chun Hao, saying, Senior, Chun, it's been a long time. Thank you for your righteous intervention, but this debt may perhaps be repaid in another way. The Shao family can be handled by my Su family. Upon learning the reason for Chun Hao's involvement, Su Yang's heart instantly made a decision. A cultivator like Chun Hao, who is unwilling to take even a slight advantage and adheres to his principles, is rare not only in the scheming world of cultivators, but even among mortals. This is a true heart of innocence. Given the bond they share, how could it merely be used to exchange for protection? That would be too wasteful. This person should be utilized by my Su family. Su Yang's words caused everyone present to be taken aback, with countless bewildered and inquisitive gazes suddenly focused on him. Chun Hao was momentarily stunned. He certainly recognized Su Yang, but he could not comprehend how the Su family intended to block the Shao family. You speak boastfully. Who are you? Su Yang's nonchalant attitude utterly enraged Shao Xuanzhang, and a tidal wave of spiritual pressure imbued with cold, murderous intent surged towards Su Yang with a deafening crash. In his eyes, this person before him was utterly foolish. The Shao family feared Chun Hao, not the Su family. Now that the Su family was actively letting Chun Hao remain uninvolved, it was exactly what he wanted. No more concerns. Facing the spiritual pressure of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, Su Yang's expression remained unchanged, a hint of calmness playing at the corners of his lips. I am Su Yang, the clan leader of the Qingyuan Su family. I see. Shao Zhenjiang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his voice suddenly sharp, then die. Boom. Before his words faded, Shao Zhenjiang's figure transformed into a blurry afterimage, a withered hand tearing through the air, engulfed in overwhelming spiritual power, aimed directly at Su Yang's head. The speed was as if thunder had suddenly struck. Meanwhile, Chun Hao, truly obeying Su Yang's request to refrain from intervening, stood firmly in place, only furrowing his brow as he observed the scene. Seeing this, a cruel smile crept across Shao Zhenjiang's lips. Just as his palm was about to smash Su Yang's head, a strand of mysterious light suddenly surged from within Su Yang, instantly transforming into a solid light shield that firmly protected him. Mystical light heart shield. Shao Zhenjiang's palm, imbued with Dao laws, struck solidly against the mystical light shield, creating visible waves of terrifying spiritual power. Yet the shield did not budge, and as the halo flowed, it completely dissipated the violent force of the palm. Shao Zhenjiang's pupils suddenly constricted, a storm of shock rising in his heart. This is definitely not the defense of a Qi refinement cultivator. You are a Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Su family, he exclaimed in horror. Su Yang's expression remained calm as he raised a hand and pointed into the air at Shao Xuanzhang. In an instant, a surge of golden light erupted, forming a massive seal imbued with overwhelming pressure that rapidly coalesced in the air. Its form resembled a mountain carrying a majestic might that suppressed everything, crashing down towards Shao Xuanzhang. Mountain suppression seal. Watch out, ancestor. A sharp shout came from Shao Jin, who, seeing this, felt a surge of panic, his internal spiritual power surging wildly as his fists transformed into countless shadows. Countless fierce fist strikes rushed like a torrential rain towards the descending golden mountain, attempting to shield the ancestor from this lethal blow. However, Su Yang's offensive was far from over. Almost simultaneously, a faint light flickered from the storage ring on his fingertip. A second-tier flying sword shot forth like a coiled dragon, emerging from the abyss, transforming into a stunning rainbow that swiftly targeted Xiao Jin's throat. If Su Yang didn't act, he would do so with immense force, facing two opponents alone. Amidst the rumbling, the mountain suppression seal crashed down like a heavenly mountain. Xiao Xuanjiang let out a low growl, his previously gaunt body suddenly swelling, his skin filling out inch by inch, his life force surging. At that moment, his aged face seemed to regain its youth as he exerted all his strength to lift his hands towards the sky, physically bearing the boundless pressure of that magnificent seal. The flying sword transformed into a rainbow, its sharp whistle piercing the air. Where the crimson long rainbow passed, Xiao Jin's myriad of fist shadows shattered like bubbles. As the sword light rushed towards his brow, the chilling aura of death pierced his bones. Xiao Jin's heart trembled violently, and he hastily summoned an ancient bronze shield-shaped artifact to block in front of him. Clang! The deafening sound of metal striking metal reverberated. The violent shockwave erupted in a circular blast, sending Xiao Jin and his shield flying backward. Su Yang's figure appeared like a phantom precisely at the end of the sword's trajectory, effortlessly catching the returning sword hilt with fluid motion, without any hesitation. With a twist of his wrist, he unleashed a chilling sword technique. A crimson sword energy stretching several zhang cleaved through the air. Before the sword energy arrived, the searing heat had already swept over the area, turning the surroundings into a fiery red, as if a blaze had suddenly descended upon the daylight. The onlookers felt the scorching wave hitting their faces, their hair singed, awakening them from a series of shocking events, their faces revealing expressions of horror. Su Yang was actually the Su family's reclusive foundation establishment cultivator. Xiao Jin quickly formed hand seals, and a towering golden phantom appeared behind him, 3 heads and 6 arms glaring fiercely. The 6 arms of the phantom moved in unison, unleashing countless fist shadows towards the incoming crimson sword energy, each punch infused with violent spiritual power capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Boom! The sword energy and fist shadows collided fiercely, and the wave of spiritual power exploded from the center of the clash, sweeping outward like a tsunami, cracking the ground and sending debris flying. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the other side. Xiao Xuanjiang had blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his arms bulging with muscle as he forcibly pushed open a gap against the descending town mountain seal. Taking advantage of this moment, he shot forward like a cannonball, charging at Su Yang, unleashing a thunderous roar. What does it matter if the Su family has foundation establishment cultivators here? Even if we work together, despite you being at mid-foundation establishment, you will still suffer defeat. Not to mention you're merely at early foundation establishment like us. The fact that a foundation establishment cultivator from the Su family appeared in Yunming ruins indeed caught the Xiao family off guard. But what could a mere early foundation establishment practitioner change? It would only require a bit more effort. Xiao Zunjiang's spiritual power and vitality surged wildly, his white hair instantly turning black, swirling chaotically, his robust body tearing apart the upper half of his robes, revealing muscles as solid as rock, his momentum soaring. Behind him, an even more solid, 3-headed, 6-armed golden phantom materialized with 6 colossal palms flying about, creating a vast shadow of palms that blocked the sky, responding to Xiao Jin's fist shadows. In an instant, Su Yang found himself caught between attacks from both sides. One in front, one behind, 2 golden phantom figures resembling gods and demons descended, unleashing a torrent of fist and palm shadows, their relentless assault sealing off all avenues for evasion, the terrifying pressure causing the heavens and earth to change color. The surrounding spectators retreated in shock, caught off guard by the sudden eruption of the foundation establishment clash. This Su family foundation establishment cultivator has made a grave miscalculation. If only he had teamed up with Elder Chen, the Xiao family would undoubtedly have been defeated. An old Taoist shook his head and sighed while retreating, saying, but now he faces 2 opponents alone, and the 2 from the Xiao family have previously teamed up to kill mid-foundation establishment cultivators. At this moment, the ancestors of the Qian family and the head of the Liang family had quietly distanced themselves. Their appearance was meant for mutual checks and balances, or merely to put on a show. They were both cunning old foxes who had lived for 100 years, unwilling to genuinely involve themselves in the conflict, now tacitly watching from the sidelines. Today's turn of events was truly beyond their expectations. First, Chun Hao suddenly intervened, followed by the Su family unexpectedly rejecting this aid, and most astonishingly that Su Yang, who had been hiding all along, personally took action, revealing his foundation establishment cultivation. To outsiders, it seems Su Yang was facing 2 opponents and appeared to be at a disadvantage. However, the Qian and Liang family foundation establishment cultivators could clearly sense the turbulence and balance of spiritual power in the arena. The Xiao family's offensive appeared fierce, yet in reality both sides were evenly matched. This situation left the 2 foundation establishment family heads in shock. In a unknown, even the Xiao family ancestor might not be able to match Su Yang. This Su Yang has hidden himself too deeply. The Qian family ancestor quietly transmitted his voice, his tone grave. Such a profound foundation of spiritual power is surely not something a mere early foundation establishment practitioner could possess. Upon hearing this, the head of the Liang family felt a chill run down his spine, and a more astonishing hypothesis suddenly emerged in his mind. Do you think it's possible that the Su family actually has more than one foundation establishment cultivator? Given Su Yang's tendency to hide his strength and act with caution unless the family's foundation was sufficiently deep, why would he easily expose his own foundation establishment cultivation? The only explanation is that the Su family has more than one foundation establishment cultivator, allowing Su Yang to dare to reveal himself. Once these words were spoken, the Qian family ancestor's expression changed slightly. A wave of fear surged in his heart. Fortunately, Qi Che had not offended the Su family to death back then, and the demands he made this time were not overly greedy. Otherwise, once the Su family sought revenge later, the Qian family would definitely suffer greatly. Just as the two were engulfed in their thoughts, the battle below underwent a dramatic change. The Su family cultivators charged towards the Shao family without hesitation. Su Xianxiao led the way, transforming into a bolt of lightning, moving so fast that he left only a fleeting shadow, and in an instant he had reached Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying's pupils constricted sharply. Before she could recover from her shock, the lightning spear, wrapped in savage electric light, pierced through her chest with a sharp sound. Boiling hot blood erupted from her mouth. She looked down in disbelief at the spear that had penetrated her delicate chest, her eyes filled with horror and resentment. With the outcome between the foundation establishment cultivators still undecided, the Su family unexpectedly launched an assault on the Shao family, leaving no room for retreat. You all, Xiao Ying's face twisted in agony and hatred, blood frothing from her teeth as she used her last strength to curse. You Su family will never have a good end. The family head and the ancestor will surely avenge us. Su Zhuangxiu's expression was cold, ignoring her curse. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out the lightning spear, causing a shower of vivid blood to rain down, casually tossing Xiao Ying's lifeless body aside. He raised his gaze to the remaining panicked Shao family cultivators, his voice icy. Kill them all. Boom. Almost simultaneously. Faced with the front and back assault of the two three-headed, six-armed golden phantoms, the countless fist shadows and palm prints flew like a storm, yet Su Yang appeared to maneuver effortlessly. The sword energy intertwined and countered, blocking all incoming attacks. Suddenly his sword intent shifted sharply. A bone-chilling cold swept through the air, instantly engulfing the surroundings. Xiao Jin and Xiao Xuanjiang felt as if the scene before them was an illusion, as if a cold, dead moon hung high in the sky. Under the moonlight, all things froze. Two suns returned to the abyss, moonlight, cold sky. Su Yang slashed with his sword, and countless extreme cold ice crystals formed alongside it, transforming into a fierce cold current that howled past. The two imposing golden phantoms, along with their overwhelming fist and palm shadows, were instantly frozen, suspended in midair. The two suns returning to the void is divided into the sun chapter and the moon chapter. Male cultivators practice the sun chapter, while female cultivators practice the moon chapter. Su Yang, with the effects of his fate of hard work rewarded by the heavenly Tao, simultaneously comprehended and mastered both the sun and moon chapters. He alone could wield both the sun and moon, achieving the two suns returning to the void. If he comprehended the sword intent phenomenon, he could cleave out a representation of the yin-yang grinding disc. At the moment when the two golden body phantoms were completely frozen by the coldness of the moon, unable to move, Su Yang's sword momentum did not cease, and he swung his sword again without any hesitation. In an instant, a blazing red flame erupted from the sword's edge, resembling a brilliant sun plummeting from the sky. The terrifying high temperature that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas burned the entire space, casting a crimson hue across the world. Two suns returning to the void, sun's flame of heaven. The two frozen golden body phantoms violently steamed under the extreme heat, emitting thick white vapor. The extreme alternation of hot and cold occurred in an instant. The violent forces of ice and fire attacked from both inside and outside, causing the two massive golden body phantoms to explode with a thunderous sound, shattering into a sky full of radiant golden ripples. Puff! The spell was forcibly broken, and both Xiao Jin and Xiao Xuanjiang suffered severe injuries, blood gushing from their mouths as they let out heart-wrenching cries. The two of them had deep, bone-visible sword wounds slashed across their chests, where the powers of ice and fire intertwined and wreaked havoc, half crystallizing into frost, while the other half charred and smoked, appearing eerie and terrifying. This scene caused all the onlookers present to gasp in shock, speechless. The elder of the Qian family stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is the Shao family's golden body technique really broken like this?" The head of the Liang family had an extremely serious expression as he analyzed. The two golden bodies can rival those in the mid-foundation establishment stage. The The two from the Xiao family once used this technique to slay those in the mid-foundation establishment stage, which shows that Su Yang's strength is comparable to that of the mid-foundation establishment stage. He paused, filled with astonishment. What sword technique did Su Yang just use? How can one person simultaneously control the two completely opposite elements of water and fire? Could it be that he has established the foundation of the water and fire Daowei? Just as Su Yang shattered the golden body phantom, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment, Su Xianxiao charged in like a tiger among sheep, seizing the opportunity to annihilate all the Xiao family cultivators, including Xiaoying. He did not leave a way out for the Su family, but instead had absolute trust in his father. This trust was forged by Su Yang's repeated actions and his protection of the family. In Su Zhuangxiu's heart, his father was always the most unshakable pillar of the family. Since his father personally took on the task of handling the Xiao family's foundation establishment, no matter how strong the Xiao family's foundation establishment cultivators were, his father would certainly slay them. What they needed to do was to complete their part of the task and eliminate all the Xiao family cultivators present. Su Yang's sword was so swift that it reached Xiao Jin's neck in an instant. In his shock, Xiao Jin tried to use the same trick again, summoning a shield-shaped artifact to block, but this time it was instantly shattered by a sharp sword energy. The sword energy transformed into a rainbow, cleaving everything in front of him in two. Along with Xiao Jin's body, a red line of blood suddenly appeared from head to toe. He did not even have time to react before he was torn in half with a sickening sound. Jin! Xiao Xuanjiang let out a heart-rending roar. Xiao Jin was not only his grandson, but also the hope of the Xiao family, a talented individual expected to reach the late foundation establishment stage and lead the Xiao family toward becoming a golden core family. Now he had been slain by Su Yang before his very eyes. Xiao Zhenjiang's eyes widened with rage, his mind buzzing, filled with emptiness. Without hesitation, he swallowed a crimson pill, instantly enveloped in a swirling aura of blood. His already robust body swelled with muscles, and the aura of cultivation rapidly soared, reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage. Burning spirit powder. The elder of the Qian family exclaimed in surprise. This is a secret medicine refined by the Taishang Palace that can temporarily elevate one's cultivation. How could the Xiao family possess such a thing? The head of the Liang family narrowed his eyes as if recalling something. I once heard an old story about how Xiao Xuanjiang had a daughter in his early years who was forcibly taken as a concubine by a disciple of the Taishang Palace. However, Xiao Xuanjiang never showed any emotion about this, and no one in the clan knew he had a daughter. I always thought it was just a rumor. Now it seems that this burning spirit powder, he spoke with uncertainty, is likely something from the Taishang Palace. Could it be that Xiao Xuanjiang truly has a daughter who became a concubine for a disciple of the Taishang Palace? Hearing this, the elder of the Qian family suddenly recalled, there is indeed such a matter. It is said that his daughter is immortal, and thus she was abandoned in a small town, left to fend for herself. For descendants without spiritual roots, cultivators generally do not care leaving them to survive on their own. As a result, this past was nearly forgotten until now, when they saw Xiao Xuanjiang consuming the burning spirit powder that sealed memory was rekindled. Just when everyone thought that Xiao Xuanjiang had temporarily broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage with the aid of the medicine, and that Su Yang would face a tough battle, Su Yang suddenly formed seals, with both hands simultaneously releasing the 5 elemental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5-colored spiritual light intertwined and rotated, condensing into a profound formation diagram of the 5 elements in front of him. 5 elements circulation returning to the origin lock. He shouted softly, and the formation diagram in his palm was like a seal crashing onto Xiao Zhenjiang's chest. Xiao Xuanjiang roared in anger, wanting to recondense the golden body phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms, but at the moment the formation diagram descended, the phantom that had just emerged dissipated like a bubble. What shocked him even more was that the overwhelming pressure of the mid-foundation establishment stage within him began to recede at a visible speed, like a tide withdrawing. The crowd was initially stunned, then suddenly reacted. The Su family actually possesses the inheritance of the small 5 elements technique. The operation of the 5 elements circulation in the small 5 elements technique can derive countless spells. One of them is the 5 elements sealing technique, which can forcibly balance and eliminate the spiritual energy temporarily increased within a cultivator due to external forces. The spiritual energy increased by Xiao Zhenjiang's consumption of burning spirit powder was precisely the sort that would be excluded. Those who understood the intricacies felt a tinge of absurd sympathy when they looked at Xiao Xuanjiang, whose face had suddenly stiffened and whose aura was rapidly declining. Clearly holding a trump card that could turn the tide, he coincidentally bumped into the Su family, who mastered this small 5 elements technique. If it were not for Su Yang's use of this technique, many would have almost forgotten that the Su family once ruled the roost in Luoxian City and possessed the small 5 elements technique. No. The despair and unwillingness in Xiao Zhenjiang's heart grew as the sword wound entwined with ice and fire continued to erode his meridians and Dao foundation. The formation diagram imprinted on his chest locked away the remaining spiritual energy in his body, rendering him incapable of moving. As Su Yang's sword light approached, he threatened with resentment. "Kill me, and you can wait for the disciples of the Taishang Palace to annihilate your Su family." Puff! Before he could finish speaking, the cold sword edge had decisively pierced through his throat. Blood gushed forth just as his life was about to be extinguished. Su Yang's palm suddenly reached out, fingers pressing against Xiao Zhenjiang's head. Soul-searching technique. Su Yang's gaze was icy. He did not know the connection between the Taishang Palace and the Xiao family, but he did not want to give Xiao Xuanzhang a chance for a counterattack. Since that was the case, he would directly search the soul and investigate. There are risks of backlash when cultivators of the same realm use the soul-searching technique, but as Xiao Zhenjiang's life force dwindled, his soul was at its most vulnerable, making it worth a try. In the presence of many onlookers, Xiao Zhenjiang's body suddenly trembled, letting out a piercing scream. His soul seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, flickering in and out of visibility, as if it were about to leave his body at any moment. This is the soul-searching technique. The faces of the Qian family elders changed drastically as they recognized this method of sorcery. They never expected that Su Yang not only mastered this sinister technique associated with demonic cultivators, but also dared to openly demonstrate it in broad daylight. Of course, no one doubted that Su Yang was a demonic cultivator. In the earlier battle, no trace of demonic energy could be found within his Taoist aura, enough to prove that he had not practiced demonic arts, but merely grasped the techniques of the demonic path. However, many who witnessed this scene still found it hard to suppress their apprehension. Though Su Yang was able to remain steadfast and not fall into the demonic path today, who could guarantee that he would never waver on the long road of immortality? In the realm of cultivation, how many cultivators initially held noble intentions, dismissing demonic arts and sinister techniques? Yet as the years passed, faced with the difficulties of the Tao and the bleakness of longevity, they ultimately fell step by step into the despair and temptation, becoming what they once despised: the very demonic cultivators. Su Yang was indifferent to the complex gazes and thoughts surrounding him. At this moment, waves of memories belonging to Xiao Xuanzhang were flooding into his consciousness like a tide. He finally understood the relationship between the Xiao family and the Taishang Palace was not as complicated as he had imagined. Xiao Xuanzhang had a daughter in his early years named Xiao Qingwu. Due to being born without a spiritual root, she was discarded according to the family's customs, cast out of the cultivation marketplace, like a useless object left to fend for herself. However, Xiao Qingwu was beautiful, and by chance she was taken as a concubine by a disciple of the Taishang Palace who did not disdain her mortal status. The bride price given to the Xiao family was merely a pitiful amount of burning spirit powder. Yet Xiao Xuanzhang felt no loss. In his eyes, a worthless mortal offspring could exchange for a secret elixir from the Taishang Palace, which was simply a great bargain. Xiao Qingwu feels no affection or sense of belonging to the Xiao family, and may even harbor resentment. Su Yang pondered in his heart, but he also understood this was merely his reasoning. He could not judge whether Xiao Qingwu truly thought this way. As for the relationship between the Taishang Palace and the Xiao family, it was simply a transaction. A pill in exchange for a mortal woman who, once the deal was done, their fates were severed. Xiao Zhenjiang's desperate threats before his death were nothing but bluster born out of despair, a mere display of false bravado. The fall of the Xiao family would not even warrant a glance from that disciple of the Taishang Palace. The only variable lay with Xiao Qingwu. For the Taishang Palace disciple to take vengeance for the Xiao family, 2 conditions must be met. First, Xiao Qingwu must have deep feelings for the Xiao family that abandoned her. Second, that disciple must be infatuated with her, obedient, and willing to go to great lengths for her. Su Yang believed it was extremely difficult to satisfy these 2 conditions, as fragments of Xiao Zhenjiang's memories indicated that the Taishang Palace disciple merely regarded Xiao Qingwu as a plaything. Bang! Xiao Zhenjiang's corpse fell to the ground, and Su Yang raised his hand to take his storage ring, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. Are you all here today to support the Xiao family and join forces to destroy the Su family? His voice was not loud, but it carried a bone-chilling coldness, causing the onlookers to hurriedly wave their hands, awkward smiles plastered on their faces, repeatedly denying. Su Yang's gaze finally landed on the Foundation establishment cultivator from the Liang family. The latter's expression changed slightly, and he quickly responded in a somber tone, clearly explaining, "Patriarch, Su has misunderstood. My Liang family only received some benefits from the Xiao family tasked with restraining interfering forces, and we are not involved in any actions against the Su family. Regardless of who wins or loses today, my mission was completed the moment I stalled the ancestor of the Qian family. We the Liang family have no intention of being enemies with the Su family. I hope Patriarch Su can see this clearly and not let this harm our friendly relations. If there are any commercial dealings in the future, we the Liang family will certainly treat you with enthusiasm and do our utmost to facilitate them. The Liang family head's words were meant to declare their stance. However, he could not appear too weak, fearing loss of family face, yet he dared not show any signs of strength lest he provoke the killing god before him, who had just slain 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Upon hearing this, Su Yang merely smiled indifferently, giving no response. He no longer paid attention to others, his gaze like lightning directed toward the direction of the Shao family's base. With a wave of his sleeve, his voice was sharp as a knife resonating through the sky. Cultivators of the Su family, heed my command. Follow me and flatten the Shao family. Yes. The members of the Su family, including Su Xuanxiao, responded in unison, their killing intent palpable, their voices shaking the surroundings. Su Xianxiao shouted lowly, summoning a fierce black tiger, mounting it, and leading the clan like a torrent toward the Shao family's base. At the same time, Su Yang transformed into a beam of sword light, instantly arriving above the Shao family's base. Dozens of formation flags shot out from his sleeves, accurately falling in all directions like meteors, their patterns intertwining, coalescing in the air into a vast and intricate formation diagram. The formation diagram descended with the might to suppress all, crashing heavily onto the protective barrier raised by the Shao family. Boom! The barrier shook violently, rippling in layers. Enemy attack. Quickly, everyone take your positions and stabilize the formation. Chaos erupted within the Shao family. Cries of alarm and shouts of command rang out as cultivators rushed to various formation nodes, attempting to stabilize the crumbling defensive formation. Su Yang's gaze turned cold, his figure suddenly plummeting, stepping onto the core formation flag. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed, and the protective barrier of the Shao family's great formation spread dense spiderweb-like cracks from the point where Su Yang landed. Immediately after, he snorted coldly, and the vast and unmatched Foundation establishment's spiritual power surged like a flood through the formation flag. Boom! In the deafening roar, the Shao family's protective formation could no longer hold, and the barrier completely shattered, dissipating into countless light points. The dozens of Shao family cultivators maintaining the formation were struck hard, spitting out blood, simultaneously collapsing to the ground. Just then, Su Xuanxiao, riding the black tiger, charged in like a flash of black lightning with a furious roar. Kill! The Su family cultivators, fierce as wolves and tigers, followed closely, violently charging into the Shao family's base, now bereft of defenses. In an instant, blood rained down. The clang of blades clashing, the explosions of Dao techniques, the chilling screams of the dying, and the thunderous crashes of collapsing buildings intertwined into a cacophony. Flames surged among the ruins, lightning erupted within the crowd, and sword Qi traversed chaotically, claiming life after life. Su Yang soared above on his sword, his expression as cold as ice. With his fingers poised like a sword, he manipulated another flying sword which darted through the battlefield, precisely targeting every Shao family cultivator attempting to resist or escape, ensuring none would slip through the net. With no Foundation establishment cultivator present, the Shao family was utterly powerless. Several Qi refining cultivators who were somewhat capable attempted to resist, but were all pierced through by Su Yang's darting sword. The slaughter lasted only a short while before it concluded entirely. Su Yang collected all the Dao techniques of the Shao family, while the territory and assets were left to his clansmen to seize. While counting the Shao family's assets, one particular Dao technique piqued his interest. Su Yang was the first to return to the Su clan's trading post, holding a jade token in his hand, which contained a spell, specifically the 3-headed 6-armed golden body illusion technique, used by 2 Foundation establishment members of the Shao family. The Demon Suppression Golden Body Technique. It consists of 3 levels, each requiring the practitioner to reach the early, middle, and late stages of Foundation establishment to be executed. First level, Spiritual Aspect Emergence. The 6-armed illusion can only simply follow the main Bodis movements, and the 3-headed illusion can merely enhance the field of vision. Second level, Golden Radiance, forming the 6 arms, can simultaneously control multiple weapons or cast spells. The central head can discern evil spirits and counteract sinister spells, while the heads on the left and right assist in guarding the surroundings. Third level, Majestic Dharma Aspect. The 6-armed illusion possesses simple, autonomous awareness capable of attacking and defending on its own, mastering the Dao techniques of the main body. With 3 heads observing together, the range of spiritual sense expands, allowing one to see through formations and concealment spells. Is this actually a Zen Buddhist technique? After reading the contents of the jade token, Su Yang felt a sudden astonishment. According to ancient texts in the cultivation world, during ancient times various schools of thought flourished, and besides the mainstream Taoist spells, Confucian and Buddhist teachings also thrived. However, as time passed, the once flourishing Confucian spells gradually evolved into one of the many arts of cultivation today. For instance, the art of calligraphy and painting can trace its origins back to ancient Confucian spells. Buddhist spells, on the other hand, have become even more fragmented, scattered into numerous remnants, and nowadays very few cultivators specifically study them. In the past, Zen Buddhism was renowned, standing in equal status with Taoist sects. However, over time, the atmosphere within the cultivation world changed, with most cultivators tending towards selfishness and indifference, which starkly contrasted with the fundamental Buddhist teaching of compassion. Many cold-hearted and selfish cultivators attempted to practice Buddhism, resulting in the creation of one false Buddha after another. After slaughtering sentient beings, they claimed to have laid down their knives and become Buddhas. After indulging in wine and meat, they argue that the substance passes through them, but Buddha remains in their hearts. After pillaging and committing acts of violence, they euphemistically claim to spread joy and save all beings. These false Buddhas are merely a group of empty vessels, often weak and vulnerable when competing with others of the same realm. Over time, cultivators gradually abandoned Buddhist practices in favor of Taoist ones. At least most Taoist techniques do not lose power after indulgence, whereas Buddhist practice requires strict precepts and abstinence to achieve greater combat strength at the same level. Thus, the transmission of Buddhist teachings has gradually diminished to the point that they fade into obscurity without the need for intervention from other sects. Today, the remnants of Buddhist spells scattered in the cultivation world have mostly lost their foundational techniques. The demon suppression golden body technique in Su Yang's hand is a Buddhist spell which, if combined with the corresponding Buddhist foundational techniques, could greatly enhance its power. The Tao foundation constructed by the Shao family is clearly not a Buddhist foundation. The demon suppression golden body they practiced is merely a flawed, incomplete product. I wonder if my chaotic Tao foundation can unleash the full potential of the demon suppression golden body. Su Yang toyed with the jade token, a look of keen interest appearing in his eyes. The chaotic Tao foundation encompasses everything and theoretically should be able to replace the Buddhist foundation, possibly even surpassing the spell's original power. Su Yang put away the jade token and stepped into the main hall of the trading post. At this moment, most of the Su clan cultivators had gone to eliminate the Shao family, leaving only a few to guard the post. In the main hall, Su Xinrui was curiously asking Chun Hao a variety of questions. What sort of connection does the senior have with our family? If one takes advantage of another, must they return it? If not, will there be negative consequences for the senior? After all these years, the senior still remembers our family. Why not join the Su family? Su Xinrui's questions were utterly innocent, stemming purely from a child's curiosity and casual conversation. Chun Hao frowned slightly. Although he showed signs of impatience, he still answered each question earnestly. The Su family once gifted me the spirit control technique. That is the connection. I have unresolved ties with the Su family, which is why I acted today. Taking advantage does not necessarily require repayment, but as cultivators we value our state of mind. I do not wish to owe a debt of karma. If this matter is not resolved, it may become an inner demon in the future. As for joining the Su family, I have no such intention. It was indeed surprising for a foundation establishment cultivator to patiently explain these matters to a 4-year-old child. Under normal circumstances, not to mention a foundation establishment cultivator, even an ordinary adult would be reluctant to discuss such profound topics with a child they had no ties to. After all, how could a little kid understand these things? Su Xinrui indeed did not fully comprehend, but he could feel that Chun Hao was not a bad person, which allowed him to speak freely. At that moment, Su Yang entered the main hall with a hearty laugh. Thank you, Senior Chun, for looking after my grandson. The favor of your assistance today will be etched in our hearts. He looked sincerely at Chun Hao and said what Xinrui just proposed is exactly what our Su family has in mind. I wonder, Senior Chun, after wandering for so many years, would you consider joining the Su family? If the senior is willing, you could take on the role of an elder in the Su family. There would be no restrictions in daily life. You could still reside in Yunmeng ruins as long as you could help when the Su family encounters situations like today. Chun Hao had initially stayed to resolve the karmic ties of the past meticulously. However, Su Yang's words disrupted the carefully considered phrasing in his mind. He slightly parted his lips, taken aback for a while, leaving him at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Noticing that the other person was not good with words, Su Yang smiled and continued, there is no need to rush your response, Senior. Feel free to stay for a few more days, observe how the Su family members interact, and then decide. Individuals like Chun Hao, who possessed a childlike heart, had never joined any faction due to their fundamental incompatibility with the practices of the majority. Most factions in the cultivation world treat human lives as expendable, with high-level cultivators commanding low-level ones, fostering a climate of selfishness, indifference, and intrigue. Given Chun Hao's temperament, it was natural for him to feel out of place. Rather than engage in insincere interactions and intrigues, it was far better to be a carefree wanderer. If the Su family could demonstrate a harmonious and joyful coexistence among their cultivators, Chun Hao would surely be touched. just like Ruaning from back then, who was now the mother of 2 children in the Su family. Coincidentally, Su Xinrui, who was conversing with Chunhao, happened to be Ruaning's child. Su clan leader Yu. Chunhao, who had originally wanted to quickly resolve the karma and leave, was now at a complete loss. Not only could he not leave quickly, but he also had to stay a few more days, which he found quite difficult to handle. Unfortunately, he was never good with words, and while he pondered how to express his thoughts, he unknowingly followed Su Yang into the courtyard of the Su clan's trading post. During this time, Su Yang spoke to him about many things, but he absorbed none of it. Then Su Yang arranged a guest room for him and left Su Xinrui behind to accompany him and chat. What am I doing? Chunhao felt utterly bewildered. He looked down and met the innocent clear eyes of Su Xinrui, filled with kindness and curiosity, causing him to pause. After a moment of contemplation, he helplessly frowned and sighed softly. Since I'm here, I might as well stay and observe for a while. After all, returning to his cave dwelling would be dull and monotonous, so he figured this could serve as a change of mindset, possibly leading to a more harmonious Dao heart. Moreover, his unresolved karmic ties with the Su family meant he could not simply leave. After the fall of the Shao family, the Su Merchant Association swiftly took over all of their industries and properties. Those that could be incorporated into the overall planning of the Su Merchant Association were entirely absorbed into the Su family. The fragmented land that could not be connected was sold to other forces in exchange for contiguous land or cultivation resources. When a whale falls, all things thrive. As one of the top families in Yunmeng ruins, the wealth of the Shao family far exceeded expectations. Their downfall was like a giant stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples throughout the entire market. The resources sold by the Su family flowed into the streets and alleys of the market like a gentle stream, falling into the hands of countless cultivators. In recent days, the Su Merchant Association's base was bustling with activity, filled with excitement. Numerous forces and rogue cultivators came to visit, and the business of the association became increasingly prosperous, with the drunken Immortal Pavilion being fully booked every day. The strength and foundation displayed by the Su family attracted countless people to curry favor and seek connections. Faced with the rapidly expanding family business, Ji Shulan managed it all with great efficiency. Due to the numerous affairs, her public appearances increased, and her identity and abilities gradually became known to many. Previously, no one had paid attention, and the outside world believed that the Su Merchant Association was managed by Su Xianxiao. Now that the truth was revealed, people were astonished to discover that the one controlling this massive commercial plan was actually a girl only in her teens. In their astonishment, various forces couldn't help but admire the Su family's ability to discover talent and the courage to entrust such a heavy burden to a young girl. During this period, everyone in the Su family was busy handling the industries and receiving various visitors. Only Su Yang was the most relaxed, leisurely enjoying tea and contemplating the Dao. His main purpose for coming to Yunmeng Ruins was to let Su Xinyo and Su Xinrui, the 2 brothers, reunite and strengthen their brotherly bond. Therefore, he planned to stay in Yunmeng Ruins for a while longer and was not in a hurry to return to the family. It was truly unexpected that Su Xinrui could condense his spiritual roots so quickly. Su Yang underestimated the astonishing efficacy of foundation establishment spiritual items in refining true spiritual roots. Although Su Xinrui had previously practiced the Hunyuan condensation technique 7 times using high-grade 5-element materials, it was this time's use of foundation establishment spiritual items that truly transformed his spiritual roots. Su Yang even suspected that the accumulation from the previous 7 attempts might have been wasted. Perhaps simply using foundation establishment spiritual items for cultivation could succeed in condensing the spiritual roots in just 1 attempt. Whether this conjecture is true still requires more instances in the future for verification. It was precisely because Su Xinrui unexpectedly condensed his spiritual roots in a short time and subsequently managed to absorb qi into his body that Su Yang decided to personally bring his grandson to Yunmeng Ruins. With his cultivation, Su Xinrui could directly enter the market and did not have to stay in the outer town like ordinary people. Otherwise, having Su Yang accompany Su Xinrui for an extended period in the town would indeed be too inconvenient. He preferred that Su Xianming and his wife come to arrange for the brothers' reunion themselves. While Su Yang was leisurely enjoying tea, the courtyard was also quite lively. De Qing and He, who were playing in the yard chasing a giant python, which was one of Chun Hao's spirit pets. The brothers Su Xinyo and Su Xinrui surrounded Chun Hao, watching the chase between the spirit pets with great interest while continuously throwing various questions at Chun Hao. Chun Hao wore a somewhat impatient expression as he walked over slowly. Seeing this, Su Yang smiled and greeted him. Senior Chun, you have been here for a few days. I wonder if you have changed your mind. Chun Hao frowned slightly, although he did not answer immediately. The expression in his eyes revealed the stirrings of his heart. In the past few days at the Su family, he had seen everyone busy with their own affairs, and the interactions among the Su family members were naturally sincere, with neither exaggerated flattery nor hypocritical pretense, all revealing genuine feelings. During his stay, he felt comfortable in body and mind. However, having lived as a rogue cultivator for many years, he had long been accustomed to being alone, and although he felt comfortable, now there remained a hint of an indescribable discomfort and estrangement in his heart. Su Yang saw through his thoughts at a glance, and said gently, "Senior, Chun might as well stay at the Su family to give it a try. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, you can leave at any time. My Su family will never obstruct you." These words instantly alleviated Chun Hao's last concerns. He subconsciously nodded slightly. Seeing his agreement, Su Xinyo and Su Xinrui immediately cheered. "Great. Welcome, Senior Chun, to join the Su family. No, now you should be called Elder Chun," Su Xinyo exclaimed loudly. Su Yang also smiled and said solemnly, "In that case, from today onward, Senior Chun shall be the family elder of my Qing Source Su family. You have the right to mobilize all resources within the Su Merchant Association, and you can receive a salary from the association every month. There are no trivial matters on ordinary days. You only need to lend a hand when the Su family encounters difficulties." His tone was sincere as he continued, "Trust me, you will never regret today's decision." Chun Hao's brows, which had been tightly knitted, finally relaxed at this moment. He spoke in a calm tone, yet there was a hint of barely perceptible ease. "I am joining merely to repay that debt of karma. If the Su family disappoints me in the future, I will still leave." Su Yang laughed heartily upon hearing this, inviting him to sit together to enjoy tea and discuss the mysteries of the Tao. As their conversation grew animated, Su Yang's gaze fell upon the majestic eagle in the courtyard, and he smiled warmly, saying, "By the way, Elder Chin, you must recognize this eagle. It is one of the 3 spirit beast eggs you gifted me back then. I wonder if you have any other unhatched spirit beast eggs." His tone was friendly as he continued, "My Su family is willing to purchase them. The family's spirit control technique has reached a considerable level, and we are planning to rear a batch of spirit beasts. If Elder Chun finds himself with free time, perhaps you could help take care of 1 or 2 as well." Chun Hao's lips twitched slightly, and his previously relaxed brows furrowed again. "There are indeed some, but didn't you say there are no trivial matters on ordinary days?" Su Yang chuckled. "Indeed, there are no trivial matters, but that doesn't prevent Elder Chin from taking a glance or two when bored." Chun Hao felt a wave of dread, as if he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. This Su family patriarch on the surface treated him with great respect, calling him senior and elder, but in reality his words carried little reverence. However, thinking it over, it was reasonable. After all, the other's strength was indeed formidable, and his cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. He recalled that when they first met, Su Yang was still in the Qi refinement stage, while he was already close to perfection in the foundation establishment stage. Now he had barely broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, while Su Yang had also become a foundation establishment cultivator. Chun Hao couldn't help but sigh. The advantages provided by family resources were indeed enviable. The life of a rogue cultivator is truly tough and exhausting. Deep down, Chun Hao had always yearned for a family worthy of trust to serve as his refuge. Now choosing to stay with the Su family, he naturally hoped that this place could become that harbor. Walking back to his cave dwelling, Chun Hao observed the orderly and bustling scene of the Su family, the determination and vigor on the faces of the clan members regarding the future, and gradually the doubts and estrangement in his heart were replaced by a sense of anticipation. The future of the Su family may be far more glorious than he could see at this moment. The Supreme Palace. Mist swirled around the palatial edifices, rose and fell amid the mountains, resembling an ethereal realm. A young man slowly walked into the main peaks hall, his handsome face marred by a pallid shadow, his hollow eyes reflecting a numbness. He cupped his hands in salute to the tall, effeminate man within the hall. "Father, I have successfully broken through to foundation establishment and wish to travel outside for a while and also visit my mother's family." The man slowly turned his icy gaze fixating on the youth and coldly said, "The outside world is already in chaos. You have just established your foundation and wouldn't even know how you would die out there." Peng Weix's tone was filled with disdain and indifference. "Moreover, it's merely a family of the deceased. What is there to see?" Peng Xiao's already gloomy expression darkened further upon hearing this. He lowered his head and stood in silence. Seeing this, Peng Huaishu waved his sleeve and sternly scolded, "Return and continue your cultivation. Once you reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment, I will allow you to venture out. As for your mother's family, we cultivators do not need such useless attachments." Peng Xiao pressed his lips together, still responding respectfully, then silently exited the hall. He did not return to his cave abode, but instead went alone to a desolate hill outside the sect. The mountain wind howled, and a solitary grave stood alone. Peng Xiao slowly knelt before the grave, filling a cup with wine, lighting 3 incense sticks, and solemnly bowing 3 times toward the tombstone. "Mother, I have broken through to foundation establishment. He spoke softly to the tombstone, his voice drifting in the mountain wind. However, Father does not permit me to return now. He only allows me to venture out after I reach the midstage of Foundation establishment. Rest assured, once I break through to the midstage of Foundation establishment, I will definitely visit your family. I will meet my grandfather and grandmother and see the place where you were born. I will let them all know that your child is a cultivator with spiritual roots, and I will proudly relocate your grave back to the family. Having said that, he once again bowed deeply. He filled another cup with wine for himself and drank it in one go. The 3 incense sticks burned quietly, wisps of blue smoke rising, brushing over the cold stone tablet, inscribed with the words, "The grave of Peng Mother, Shao Clan's Qingwu." Peng Shao stood respectfully. Yiming ruins the Su clan's trading post. Su Yang sat quietly within the room, deeply contemplating 2 paths of Tao. One was the demonic cultivation secret art, heavenly demon body, while the other was the Buddhist technique, demon subduing golden body method. The demon subduing golden body method is remarkably effective against demonic powers, which is precisely what Su Yang needed. He was comprehending the essence of Buddhist teachings, intending to integrate it into his demonic powers, thereby breaking the precondition that the heavenly demon body must be activated by demonic powers. The jade slips and jade plates of the 3 techniques floated before Su Yang, with Tao rhythms circulating endlessly around him, sometimes exuding a strand of Buddhist light and tranquility, sometimes dispersing a hint of chilling demonic energy. This method truly works. After an unknown period, the floating techniques were all collected into his storage ring. Su Yang opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy, secretly thinking, if the drawbacks can be removed, this heavenly demon body will be an excellent secret technique for Foundation establishment, even suitable for the Golden Core stage. In high spirits, Su Yang rose, pushed open the door, and strolled into the courtyard. Su Xianxiao and others were already in the courtyard. After 2 months of busyness, everyone finally had the chance to relax and enjoy a moment of leisure. Su Yang's gaze swept over only to see Su Xianxiao beside him, with Cheng Ningxiang and Zhao Wani accompanying him, one on each side. The 3 were seated around a stone table, savoring spiritual tea and quietly discussing Tao, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Su Yang walked over with a smile. The 3 stood up simultaneously to pay their respects. Su Yang looked at his son with a grin and teased, "When are you planning to get married and bring these 2 daughters-in-law home?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Ningxiang and Zhao Wani's faces instantly turned crimson, shyly lowering their eyes. Su Zuansho's expression flickered for a moment, then he straightened his back and replied earnestly, "Father, I wish to marry them after I establish my foundation." Su Yang shot him an annoyed glance. "What does establishing your foundation have to do with getting married? Why must you wait until then?" With the Su family's abundant resources and Su Zuansho's diligent cultivation, he was now at the 8th layer of qi refinement, but he still had a considerable way to go before establishing his foundation. Su Xianxiao explained, "I want to hold the wedding together with the foundation establishment banquet a double joy." Su Yang was left speechless, torn between laughter and frustration. "I haven't even held a foundation establishment banquet, and you're already thinking about it." Su Xianxiao chuckled and leaned closer. "How about I organize one for you? After all, the outside world doesn't know exactly when you established your foundation. Not to mention the outside world, even his own son couldn't figure out when his father had quietly stepped into foundation establishment. Holding a foundation establishment banquet now would not only allow them to receive congratulations from all sides, but also expand their network. Truly a win-win situation." Su Yang waved his hand and sighed, "Forget it, I can't be bothered with such empty formalities." His expression then turned serious as he focused on Su Xianxiao. "Since you say you will marry them after establishing your foundation, you must follow through. If you change your mind after establishing your foundation, I won't let you off. Do you hear me?" Immediately, he looked at the 2 blushing girls beside him, his tone softening. "If this boy dares to bully you in the future, just come and tell me, and his mother, the Su family, will definitely stand up for you." "Father, what are you saying?" Su Xianxiao immediately retorted, while winking at Cheng Ningxiang and Zhao Wani, signaling them to back him up. Seeing this, Zhao Wani quickly covered her mouth and chuckled, intentionally stretching her tone. "Clan leader Xianxiao indeed bullied me. Please punish him severely." "Oh." Su Zuansho's face turned pale with shock, while Cheng Ningxiang looked completely bewildered, evidently not following this sudden reporting. Just as Su Xianxiao was about to explain, he saw Su Yang smilingly raising his hand as if to strike. He yelped, jumping back, which caused Zhao Wani and Cheng Ningxiang to burst into peals of laughter, their melodic giggles echoing throughout the courtyard, finding Su Zuansho's panicked and awkward demeanor extremely amusing. Not far away, Chun Hao witnessed this warm and playful scene, and his lips unconsciously curved into a smile. Su Xinya's eyes reflected a sense of nostalgia, reminding him of his parents far away in Qingyuan. "Speaking of which, it's been quite a while since I've seen my parents, I miss them a bit," he said softly. Su Cini nearby was watching the lively scene with great interest and immediately turned her head upon hearing her brother's words. Brother Shinyo, I plan to go back to find our parents. Do you want to return with me? Su Shinyo felt a momentary stir in his heart upon hearing this. However, countless images and thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. He was no longer the child who only desired the comforts of home, reveling in carefree play. The experiences in Yunmeng ruins made him deeply aware that the tranquil life of the family was upheld by the shoulders of the elders, and he too would one day become an elder who could support the family. In Yunmeng ruins at the drunken Immortal Tower, Su Yang was preparing to return to Qingyuan. Before leaving, he asked the innkeeper of the drunken Immortal Tower to help purchase some local specialties. He sat alone at the observation deck on the highest floor of the drunken Immortal Tower, overlooking the bustling scene of the marketplace below. The place was teeming with life, with towering pavilions and a crowd flowing like a river, yet beneath such prosperity lay countless undercurrents waiting to surge. The sounds of laughter and shouts from surrounding cultivators created a constant clamor. At a neighboring table, a solitary middle-aged man was sipping the unique spirit wine of the drunken Immortal Tower. This wine was exceptionally rich, and even cultivators could easily become intoxicated if they drank too much. His face flushed slightly, showing signs of inebriation as he overheard several cultivators boasting about the rare demon beasts they had recently hunted from the 10,000 great mountains, their words dripping with pride. As he listened, anger gradually surfaced on the man's face. He slammed his cup down on the table and shouted at them, all you do is hunt demon beasts every day? You're bound to attract a beast tide that will drown all of you fools. He continued, do you really think the 10,000 great mountains is your family's slaughterhouse? The great demons in the mountains simply ignore you insignificant ants. One day when you anger them, the entire marketplace will pay for your recklessness. With that, he grinned, letting out a laugh that carried an eerie undertone. The intoxication surged within him, reddening his cheeks, but his eyes gleamed with a terrifying brightness. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. The crowd glanced at him, seeing just a drunken fool, and then turned back to their previous discussions, completely disregarding his words. Feeling ignored, the man huffed in displeasure and continued to mutter to himself, with your arrogant attitude, you probably won't even last until the great demons strike. It's not like this cultivation marketplace is some paradise. Once the iron hooves of the great Qi trample the great way, all marketplaces will become playgrounds for the demons. At that time, you will all be their fodder. He laughed loudly, his expression wild and unrestrained. The surrounding people merely chuckled derisively, further convinced that he was just a drunken madman spouting nonsense. At that moment, well said. A clear and bold female voice suddenly rang out. A stunningly beautiful woman at a neighboring table slammed her hand on the table, causing the wine in the cups to splash. She stood up and walked directly to the drunken man's table, sitting down unceremoniously. What you said is quite right. Those fools will surely bring about their own demise. You see things clearly, my friend. She gazed intently at him. May I ask your name? The man looked momentarily surprised, then revealed his signature eerie smile. I am Mo Li, and it seems you are quite insightful. Indeed. If there were more people like you in this world, it would be much better. He poured a cup of spirit wine for the woman and suddenly shifted his gaze to Su Yang, who had remained calm throughout, intrigued. I noticed this friend has been composed from the beginning. May I inquire if you share my views? Su Yang hadn't expected the topic to turn to him so suddenly. He calmly surveyed the man and woman before him, maintaining an outwardly indifferent demeanor while feeling a surge of caution within. He had mastered a high-level concealing technique that allowed him to see through the cultivation levels of most cultivators of his realm, yet he could not discern the depths of these two individuals. These two were certainly not as simple as they appeared. I am merely here to drink tea and take a break, not interested in discussing gossip. Su Yang replied in a flat tone. The woman curled her lips, dismissively pretentious. Talking to you is exceedingly dull, let us not mind him. Mo Li smiled and indeed drew his gaze back, turning with renewed interest to the woman across from him. And what might your name be? Chi Fong. The woman answered crisply. Before her words had even finished, she swiftly lifted the cup of spirit wine that Mo Li had just filled for her and downed it boldly. Interesting. Mo Li smiled, his tone light and relaxed, as if discussing what to have for dinner, yet his words were shocking. So Chi Fong, do you think this marketplace will first be trampled by the demon race, or first be slaughtered by the demon cultivators? In my opinion, the demon cultivators will arrive first. Chi Fong set down her cup, her tone assured. There are countless demon beasts in the 10,000 great mountains, and those that have died so far are merely a drop in the bucket, far from enough to provoke the wrath of the great demons within. Their conversation became increasingly shocking, and the surrounding cultivators felt as if they were listening to two madmen rambling, shaking their heads and losing interest. Yet Su Yang listened intently. The absurd words that others dismissed held a vague significance in his ears, suggesting that these two might have ulterior motives. Could it be that these two are demon cultivators? But why would they make such statements in public? Are they trying to incite panic or planning to collaborate to eliminate Yunming ruins? Su Yang's gaze sharpened, his thoughts swirling. Just then the innkeeper of the drunken Immortal Tower returned quickly, respectfully, handing him a storage bag. Patriarch, the various specialties from Yunming ruins have been purchased as you instructed. Please have a look and see if anything is missing. The innkeeper's voice interrupted Su Yang's thoughts. He scanned the storage bag with his divine sense, confirming everything was in order, and nodded slightly. Everything looks good, thank you for your efforts. You're too kind, Patriarch. The innkeeper smiled and respectfully responded before turning to leave. Patriarch. Immortal, upon hearing the innkeeper's address to Su Yang, turned his gaze back with a smile and asked, so it turns out you are the owner of this drunken Immortal Tower. His tone paused slightly and his smile deepened. I heard that the drunken Immortal Tower has a unique spirit wine specially supplied by the Su family. I wonder if you could part with some for me to taste. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's heart sank. The cultivation levels of these two individuals were unfathomable, and his high-level concealing technique could not penetrate their depths at all, which could only mean one thing: their cultivation realm was likely far beyond his possibly golden core realms. Faced with such individuals, he dared not show any signs of disrespect. Since my seniors have spoken, how could I refuse? Su Yang immediately called to the innkeeper, who was about to leave, instructing, quickly bring 2 jars of the best Su family special celestial brew. Seeing this, Immortal clapped his hands in delight, his expression quite satisfied. You lad have some discernment, unlike those fools who only see me as a madman spouting nonsense. Chi Fong raised an eyebrow at this, her penetrating gaze landing on Su Yang, as she teasingly asked, young friend, you are not exactly young anymore. How did you conclude that Mo Daoist is your senior? Su Yang respectfully cupped his hands towards the two and revealed an appropriately humble smile. I primarily rely on my intuition. Both of you possess an extraordinary demeanor far beyond ordinary cultivators. Moreover, his tone paused slightly, carrying a hint of nonchalance. In the cultivation world at my age of 60, I am still considered young. As soon as he said this, Immortal and Chi Fong exchanged glances and then burst into laughter simultaneously. Their laughter held no malice. Rather, it contained a sense of joy at encountering someone interesting. Before long, the innkeeper returned promptly holding 2 well-sealed jars of wine. Su Yang personally took them and placed them steadily on the table before the two. This wine is the unique Su family special from the drunken Immortal Tower. Please enjoy it, and I wish you both a pleasant drinking experience. He stepped back half a pace, cupping his hands again with a sincere and slightly apologetic tone. I have urgent matters to attend to at home, so I cannot stay to drink with you two seniors. I apologize for the rudeness, I hope you can forgive me. With the wine delivered and words exchanged, Su Yang no longer lingered and turned to leave. It was best to slip away from 2 unidentified golden core cultivators who had their sights set on him. Su Yang originally wanted to continue listening to what the two would say, but after being targeted by them, he felt it was no longer suitable to stay. Being too conspicuous would only invite unnecessary trouble. He returned to the Merchant Association's base and reminded Su Xianxiao and the others that if any disturbances occurred in the market, they should evacuate at the first opportunity. After giving his instructions, Su Yang took Su Xinrui and soared away on his sword, leaving Yunming Market. Su Xinrui was still quite young and not suited to stay in Yunming Market. Su Yang's plan for him was to cultivate him into a future master of alchemy. Teaching him personally by his side would be more appropriate. Returning to the Su family in Qingyuan, everything was as usual. However, a report from Luo Qian soon left Su Yang quite astonished. Jiang Linyuan had raided the Li family and had fled alone. This guy really can't give up his old ways. Still remembering his original profession, Su Yang thought momentarily at a loss for words. He had believed that with the situation in the Great Way being so chaotic, Jiang Linyuan would be content to remain in Qingyuan Market managing the legacy of the Li family. Unexpectedly, this person had returned to his old ways of robbery, and this time, he had done so more boldly, openly plundering the family's resources and fleeing alone. Not leaving any escape route behind, does he intend never to return to Qingyuan? Su Yang murmured to himself, then promptly cast the matter aside. He had always been wary of Jiang Linyuan, not giving him any opportunity to infiltrate the Su family, but as the family grew stronger, this person was no longer a substantial threat to the Su family, and Su Yang gradually forgot about him. Upon hearing this news today, he only mourned for the unfortunate Li family for a brief moment in his heart. After that, Su Yang's life returned to tranquility. He immersed himself in studying the heavenly demon body while daily using the Star River glazed water to refine star energy, cultivating the Star Realm secret technique. In his spare time, he taught Su Xinrui about pharmacology and the ways of alchemy. Time flowed silently. The life in the inner courtyard of the Su family with daily cultivation was plain yet vibrant. Unknowingly, many days and nights passed. One day, in the depths of the originally tranquil Su family residence, a powerful and fierce aura of spiritual energy suddenly surged forth like a slumbering dragon that had abruptly awakened, soaring into the sky. its might unassailable, stirring the winds and clouds in the inner courtyard, only to be reined in and gradually subdued, returning to calm. Su Xuanheng had successfully established his foundation. The entire family had yet to fully come to grips with this joy, when just a few days later the inner courtyard of the Su family stirred once more. A gentle yet resilient wave of spiritual energy quietly rippled out, like the spring tide surging or a long river flowing into the sea. The entire process was smooth and natural, showing no signs of force or obstruction. At this moment, Qin Jiangmei also quietly entered the foundation establishment stage. Apart from the joyous news of the mother and son both establishing their foundations, the Su family also welcomed another surprisingly unexpected marriage. Su Xianling had married Wei Jing. In the hearts of the Su family, the next child to marry should have been Su Xianxiao, though no one expected that the first to find a good match would be the calm and steady Su Xianling. Even Su Yang, who had once advised Wei Jing, was quite surprised. He had originally thought that his words about Dao heart and regrets were merely guidance for the youth's mindset, not realizing that Wei Jing would truly put them into practice and so quickly open the heart of his daughter. Wei Jing's pursuit was straightforward to the point of being somewhat clumsy. Knowing that Su Xianling appreciated considerate and attentive individuals, he would check in on her daily, quietly accompanying her occasionally, presenting small gifts that were not expensive but were thoughtfully prepared. As a servant of the Su family, he had ample opportunities for daily contact with Su Xianling. Through this quiet companionship, day after day, their relationship gradually warmed without either of them realizing it. However, what truly won Su Zunling's heart was not these superficial gestures of kindness, but rather his genuine and unpretentious sincerity. Every concern he expressed came from the heart, and every act of protection was instinctual. Su Yang had alerted Su Xuanling, teaching her to discern whether a person was merely performing kindness or was truly naturally gentle. She observed and tested Wei Jing for a full 2 years. The turning point occurred during a trip to Yunming Market to transport supplies. On their return journey, they were suddenly ambushed by robbers. In a critical moment, Wei Jing almost instinctively shielded Su Xianling behind him, risking his own life to protect her. If not for Su Xuanheng arriving in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even after being rescued back to the family, Wei Jing remained in a coma for over 10 days, teetering on the brink of death. During those 10 days and nights, Su Xianling never left his side. Watching her father Su Yang exerting his remarkable medical skills to save him, gazing at the pale, yet determined face of the youth, and observing his brows furrow even in unconsciousness, Su Zunling's last shred of doubt transformed into a warm flow of decision and heartache. After this tribulation, Wei Jing's protective actions, fulfilled with his life, made Su Xianling fully understand her own feelings. When Wei Jing finally struggled back from the brink of death, weakly opening his eyes to see Su Zunling's tearful yet radiant smile, he smiled back. This incident brought unexpected fortune to Wei Jing. Not only did he win Su Zunling's heart, but his physique was also completely activated at the brink of death. Su Yang noticed something unusual while administering treatment. Wei Jing's physique could block external spiritual energy, causing several of his treatments to be abruptly interrupted. Could this be the legendary body that is immune to all methods, To clarify his doubts, Su Yang specifically sought a batch of ancient texts on cultivation physiques from the people of Zhoujun and discovered a rare physique known as domineering body. This physique specializes in the cultivation of the physical body, and once perfected can break through all methods. No matter how profound your supernatural powers or vast your spells, they can all be shattered with sheer strength. Today is Linger's wedding day. What is her husband thinking? Qin Jiangmei gently nudged her lost-in-thought husband with her elbow. Su Yang finally came back to his senses, gazing at his daughter and son-in-law nearby, both radiating happiness, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. I'm still worrying about Xuanjing's marriage. My younger sister is about to get married, yet she, as the elder sister, has no suitor in sight. Qin Jiangmei sighed as well. That girl is currently devoted to her cultivation. Recently, she has become obsessed with endowing her physical body with spirit. I have introduced several suitable young men to her, but she has rejected them all without hesitation. The couple had 5 children, but now only their third daughter, Su Xianjing, had yet to settle on a partner, not even having a crush. Forget it, one cannot force what does not come. Su Yang sighed lightly, ultimately feeling relieved. There are many who live alone as cultivators. Let her go. From now on, we need not worry about her marriage anymore. He completely let go of the thought of hastening her marriage. 4 of their 5 children were already married, and it was enough for the family lineage to continue. For the Su family, what truly mattered was that each generation had descendants to inherit the bloodline, continuing the family path. As long as it was passed down through generations, the family could endure and thrive, and the bloodline genealogy would unfold new chapters. Time passed silently, quietly, turning over several springs and autumns. Since the 2nd year of Su Zunling's marriage, Su Xianxiao successfully achieved foundation establishment and held a lively wedding. Soon after, Su Xinyo and Ji Shulan also happily tied the knot. The population of the Su family had quietly increased over these years, flourishing like a thriving tree. At this moment, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei sat side by side in the courtyard, their expressions far more composed than others. After experiencing the births of multiple grandchildren, they had long since grown accustomed to it. In sharp contrast was Su Xinyo, a new father anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the house, occasionally peeking inside. Even the usually calm Su Xianming and Wan Ning couldn't hide their nervousness, as it was the birth of their grandson and they were about to become grandparents. Qin Jiangmei sat beside Su Yang, her gentle gaze drifting over the groups of children and grandchildren before her, lost in thought. "Our great-grandson is about to be born. I can't believe so many years have passed in the blink of an eye," she said softly. The couple still looked youthful and handsome, as if they were merely in their 20s. However, in reality, Su Yang was already in his 70s and Qin Jiangmei was 58. In 2 more years, she would reach her 60th birthday. A few years ago, Qin Jiangmei's parents passed away one after another, yet she did not feel lonely or sad, for the lively and cheerful children before her were the continuation of her bloodline, the most solid support of her life. Su Yang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Time indeed flies in the blink of an eye. We are about to become great-grandparents. In other words, he could already be considered the ancestral elder of the family. Just as they were sighing to each other, a clear and vibrant baby's cry suddenly rang out from within the house. Almost in the same moment, the bloodline family tree in Su Yang's sea of consciousness quietly turned to a new page. Su family second generation, named Su Sini root, true root, fate none, physique dominant physique. This is the son of Su Xianling and Wei Jing, born with a true root qualification, inheriting his father's dominant physique. The information panel of Su Sini completely confirmed that Wei Jing's physique was indeed the legendary dominant physique, capable of breaking through myriad laws with sheer strength. What delighted Su Yang the most was that his grandson had inherited this physique. Name Su Xinjia root, true root, fate, instinctive perception of weakness, physique, non-instinctive perception of weakness, a mysterious combat intuition that can instinctively sense the most dangerous and vulnerable point in an opponent's attack trajectory when they initiate their move. This girl is the eldest daughter of Su Xianxiao and Zhao Wani, the second child after Su Xianjing, to possess a destined fate. However, her root is not innate, but rather a true root refined through the cultivation of the Hunyuan condensing true method. Name Su Xianxian root, true root, fate none, physique, thunder physique. This boy is the son of Su Xianxiao and Sheng Ningxiang, possessing a thunder physique and mixed roots by birth, and his true root qualification was also cultivated later. Su Yang's gaze shifted, and the family tree turned to the next page. Su family third generation, named Su Zhengjun root none, fate none, physique none. What a standard blank slate for a firstborn. Su Yang couldn't help but murmur, drawing a puzzled glance from Qin Jiangmei beside him. Inside the house, Su Xinyo was holding the newborn baby in his arms, joyfully deciding on a name for his son. Su Zhengjun. The third generation of the Su family is the Zheng generation, hence the name Jun, which symbolizes the heavy responsibility he must bear upholding the path of integrity and hoping his will is as unyielding as gold and stone. Su Yang had seen the panels of the firstborns in the family for 3 consecutive generations, and without exception, they were all blank slates. No roots, no fate, no physique. Although Su Yang was somewhat surprised by this, he did not pay much attention. For the Su family, this was no longer an issue. Without roots, they could cultivate the Hunyuan condensing true method. Without fate, he would bestow it upon them. Su Yang's thoughts stirred, eagerly flipping to the fate page. Bestowed fate: Black Emperor, Water Sovereign, White Emperor, Gold Sovereign, Green Emperor, Wood Sovereign, Red Emperor, Fire Sovereign, Yellow Emperor, Earth Sovereign, Withering Tree, Revives Zhodian, Star, Evolution, Divine Machine, Refined, Indestructible, Sound travels to the clouds, all laws return to origin, Purple Cloud, Thunder Sovereign, Sword Heart, illuminates, one sword breaks myriad laws, immunity to all poisons, 15 fates, dazzling and radiant. Nearly dazzled Su Yang's eyes. Previously, when the first and second generations were opened, each had only 5 fates, leading him to believe this was a fixed number. Now in this third generation, the number had suddenly tripled. Edge. His gaze lingered on one of the lines. Sword Heart illuminates. He was quite familiar with this fate, having bestowed it upon his firstborn Su Xuanheng, and now it appeared again on the list. So the family tree can display repeated fates. A new question arose in Su Yang's mind. Is this fate refreshment random, or is it related to the number of family members, their qualifications, or even other deeper factors? He vaguely sensed that the intricacies of this bloodline family tree were far more than what he could currently perceive. To fully comprehend its operational laws, it would likely require traversing a long span of time, accumulating tens of thousands of years of experience, and observing countless generations of descendants to uncover the answer. Su Yang continued to turn to the next page of the family tree. Family Heritage Hunyuan Condensing True Method Dao, Yin Hunyuan Sutra, Zhong Yuan Refining Divine Canon. As expected with the birth of a new generation of descendants, a brand new avenue of inheritance was added to the family tree. Moreover, the Dao Yin Hunyuan Sutra had also undergone changes. Previously, it only had the Foundation Establishment chapter, but after the birth of the Su family's third generation, its content unexpectedly expanded to include a Golden Core chapter. This chapter not only contained the complete cultivation methods for the Golden Core stage, but also recorded unique secrets for Golden Core cultivators to refine their life-bound magical treasures. Life-bound magical treasures are as crucial as a cultivator's Dao foundation, determining the depth and combat strength of Golden Core cultivators. The major difference from the Dao foundation is that if a life-bound magical treasure is destroyed, it can be remade at a cost. However, once a life-bound magical treasure is damaged, it not only causes severe harm to the cultivator, but also requires a significant amount of time, energy, and rare materials to remake, and the entire process must start from scratch, just like the first creation. Very few cultivators can endure such tremendous losses. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Golden Core cultivators would never easily abandon or remold their life-bound magical treasures. The choices made regarding them and their refinement concern the foundation and strength of a cultivator's lifetime and must be approached with caution. Following this pattern, the Yuanying chapter of the Dao, Yin Hunyuan Sutra, will likely have to wait until the fourth generation of the Su family is born to be opened. Su Yang thought to himself that it did not seem far off. The higher the realms of cultivation, the more time is needed for each level's advancement. Perhaps by the time he reaches the Golden Core stage, the family will already have the traces of the fourth or even fifth generation of descendants. While the family members in the courtyard celebrated Su Zhengjin's birth, Su Yang had already sunk into a sea of consciousness, quietly perusing the newly acquired Zhong Yuan Refining Divine Canon. It was not that he disliked his eldest grandson, it was just that this bloodline family tree concerned the future of the entire Su family, and he needed to understand the function of the new avenue of inheritance and contemplate what fates to bestow upon the descendants. After reading the complete Zhong Yuan Lian Shindian, Su Yang took a deep breath. The inherited Taoist techniques in the family tree were indeed anything but simple. This Taoist technique is designed to refine a cultivator's spiritual sense. The strength of the spiritual sense is one of the key factors determining whether a Golden Core cultivator can break through to the nascent soul stage. Most cultivators in the Foundation Establishment stage do not specifically train their spiritual sense. This is partly due to the lack of corresponding methods, and partly because the requirements for spiritual sense strength during the breakthrough from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core are far less stringent than those for breaking through to nascent soul. However, refining the spiritual sense is a necessary path for every Golden Core cultivator aspiring to the Tao. If the spiritual sense is weak, not only does the risk of failure during the nascent soul breakthrough increase sharply, but one is also likely to be at a disadvantage in battles against peers. The true strength of the Zhong Yuan Lian Shindian lies not only in allowing the Su family members to refine their spiritual senses ahead of time, but in its ability to create a spiritual sense space out of thin air. Anyone connected by Su blood, regardless of their location, can enter this spiritual sense space through this method, allowing them to communicate and discuss together while collectively comprehending and refining their spiritual sense. As the number of family members increases, the effectiveness of refining in this spiritual sense space will become even more pronounced. At first glance, this method merely provides a place for the spiritual senses to gather, but in practical use, it allows relatives separated by thousands of miles to meet at any time. When family members encounter danger outside, they can urgently seek help through this space. This undoubtedly greatly enhances the survival chances of family members during their experiences outside. Su Yang quickly pondered this method. The difficulty of entering the spiritual sense space is not high. The real challenge lies in withstanding wave after wave of spiritual sense impacts akin to real tidal forces. As the spell was activated, Su Yang's consciousness seemed to be drawn upward by an invisible force, suddenly soaring to the heights of the nine heavens. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. Before him lay a stunning night scene of a beach illuminated by a sky full of stars, resplendent and beautiful. The sound of waves was crisp and pleasant, and the cool sea breeze brushed against his face, carrying a refreshing fragrance akin to spiritual plants devoid of any salty odor. The sea was not the usual black or blue, but rather reflected the starry river above, with countless brilliant starlights flickering beneath the surface, gently swaying with the azure waves, creating a mesmerizing sight. Beside the beach, a campfire quietly burned, the dancing flames radiating genuine warmth. Su Yang stood by the campfire, facing the vast ocean of stars with the deep and dark silhouettes of mountains behind him. Everything appeared incredibly real, as if stepping into an independent little world. Yet Su Yang's consciousness could clearly sense the surrounding environment in reality. With a mere thought, he could exit this space at any moment. Out of curiosity, Su Yang reached out his hand to try touching the shimmering sea water. Just as his fingertips brushed the surface of the water, a sharp piercing pain struck his soul like a needle, almost making him cry out in agony. Can this really be used to refine the spiritual sense? Su Yang gasped, quickly retracting his hand, his face paling slightly. This was only touching a bit of seawater. If he were to immerse himself in it, would he not perish on the spot? Thinking of this, Su Yang hurriedly stepped back from the seawater and returned to the campfire. After calming himself, he attempted to activate the summoning method in the Zongyuan Lian Shindian. In an instant, he clearly sensed the presence of over a dozen bloodline connections. Those were his descendants. As long as they also practiced the Zongyuan Lian Shindian, they would be able to sense his call. I can sense Xuanheng and the others, but Jiang Mei is still not within reach. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh softly, a hint of regret rising in his heart. In his heart, his wife was also his family, but her name was not on the bloodline list, and even the bloodline connection of this method could not sense her. He wondered whether the future bloodline list could include Jiang Mei and the others. Wait! Su Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing he was trapped in a fixed mindset. The spiritual sense space of the Zongyuan Lian Shindian indeed requires a bloodline connection. Although he and Jiang Mei do not share a direct bloodline, their children carry the blood of both him and Jiang Mei. With this thought, Su Yang quickly exited the spiritual sense space and turned his gaze to Su Xuanxiao, who was chatting with family not far away, raising his hand to signal him to come over. Father, did you call for me? Su Xianxiao walked over quickly. Now the Su family had several foundation establishment cultivators, and there were even more in the late Qi refinement stage. The affairs of Yunmeng Su no longer required his direct involvement, as most were handed over to capable subordinates. Since his marriage, Su Xianxiao had often returned to live with his two wives in the family. He only occasionally went to Yunmeng Su to transport supplies, and even the position of vice leader of the Yunshou alliance was entrusted to a family servant in the late Qi refinement stage. I have a special Taoist technique here that allows family members' spiritual senses to gather in one space. You have the best understanding. I will now teach you this technique. After entering the spiritual sense space, see if you can sense your mother's presence. Su Yang spoke concisely. The reason he called Su Xianxiao was that he was the one with the strongest comprehension of Taoist techniques among the Su family, capable of quickly mastering the Zongyuan Lian Shindian. Before Su Xianxiao could react in surprise, Su Yang pointed at his forehead, transmitting the contents of the Zongyuan Lian Shindian. Su Xianxiao quickly digested the content of the technique, his confusion gradually turning into astonishment. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Father, our family actually has such a treasure." Su Yang laughed and scolded, "You brat, don't dawdle, hurry up and comprehend it." After saying this, he looked at the curious Jiang Mei beside him, then smiled, and wrapped his arm around her slim waist, gently resting his forehead against hers, completing the transmission of the technique during their gaze. Su Zhuangxiu's talent was indeed remarkable. He quickly grasped the key points of the technique, and then entered the spiritual sense space. However, before long, he suddenly let out a miserable scream, collapsing to the ground, rolling in pain. This sudden scene instantly shattered the celebratory atmosphere brought by Su Zhengjin's birth, causing the faces of everyone around to change dramatically. Shower! Jiang Mei turned pale with fright, and hurriedly crouched down to support her son. Husband, father, Zhao Wanyi and Cheng Mingxiang rushed over anxiously. Even his two children, Su Xian Che and Su Xian Shun, were startled, their faces paling as the whole family gathered around. Su Yang slapped his forehead, cursing himself for being forgetful and failing to remind Su Xianxiao not to touch the seawater. This kid was usually cautious. He never expected he would also have a moment of carelessness. He immediately entered the spiritual sense space, where he saw Su Zhuangxiu's spiritual sense avatar collapsed by the beach, clutching his head and rolling in pain. "Are you all right?" Su Yang asked with a tense expression. Thankfully, although Su Zhuangxiu's face was pale, his consciousness was still intact. His physical body and spiritual sense avatar both gasped for breath, replying, "I'm fine, just feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'll be all right after a while." Hearing this, everyone in reality finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet within the spiritual sense space, Su Xianxiao suddenly grinned, saying, "Father, my spiritual sense has become stronger. This seawater is quite intense. You brat, how can you still laugh?" Su Yang couldn't help but laugh and scold. "You scared the whole family to death. Next time you encounter something unknown, you must not be so reckless. This is not your usual style. I was thinking it's a family inheritance technique, so it should be safe. Right, father?" He suddenly brightened. "I can sense mother's presence. I can pull her into the spiritual sense space." The Zongyuan Refining Spirit Classic was rapidly imparted to every family member. Soon the spiritual incarnations of the family members appeared one after another on this peculiar beach. Faced with the dazzling starry scene and the swaying waves, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in awe. As the number of people gathered here increased, the quietly burning bonfire seemed to be nourished, its flames growing warmer and more radiant, illuminating a wider area of the beach. Amidst this lively atmosphere, with a thought from Su Xuanxiao, Qin Jiangmai's spiritual incarnation quietly emerged, fully confirming Su Yang's speculation. "My dear," Su Yang inquired gently to Qin Jiangmai with a hint of curiosity, "can you sense the presence of the Qin family members aside from the Su family?" Based on his understanding of this method, Qin Jiangmai bore the bloodline of the Qin family. Perhaps she could also create a spiritual space connected to that bloodline. Unexpectedly, Qin Jiangmai shook her head gently. "I cannot create a spiritual space. Oh, I can only sense the existence of Shower and the others and respond to their summons." This answer caused Su Yang to raise an eyebrow. He then turned to Cheng Ningxiang beside him. "What about you? After you practice this method, can you create a spiritual space of your own?" Cheng Ningxiang's presence here relied on the bloodline connection with her son, Su Xingxian. Considering that Qin Jiangmai's parents had already passed away, Su Yang speculated that perhaps the generational gap affected perception, while Cheng Ningxiang, being a direct descendant of her grandfather Cheng Yue, was an ideal test subject. In the end, Cheng Ningxiang provided the same answer. "No, like my mother, I cannot create a spiritual space, but I can vaguely sense my grandfather's presence." Hearing this, Su Yang formed a clear outline of this method. Direct bloodlines could sense and summon each other, but the ability to create a space was uniquely absent. Could the reason lie in the bloodline genealogy? A thought flashed through Su Yang's mind. He immediately had Su Xuanxiao, Su Xuanheng, and all the offspring attempted, and without exception, everyone was unable to create a spiritual space. Seeing this result, Su Yang couldn't help but silently marvel. The genealogy is impressive. Indeed, the key to creating a spiritual space lies in having the bloodline genealogy. This means that only he can create a spiritual space with this method. Others, even if they mastered the Zongyuan Refining Spirit Classic, would only have the right to enter, not the right to create. With this understanding, Su Yang felt more at ease. Even if the Zongyuan Refining Spirit Classic was learned by outsiders, it posed no threat to the Su family. Outsiders could at most respond to the summons of the Su family members, while the ultimate control would always remain with the Su family. Moreover, Su Yang could never allow the Zongyuan Refining Spirit Classic to leak out. Non-Su members were forbidden from practicing this method, and even Cheng Ningxiang's grandfather, Cheng Yu, had no right to enter the spiritual space. Additionally, there were restrictions based on bloodline for loyal servants like in Xiao. Even if Su Yang wanted him to enter, he could not invite him due to the lack of bloodline connection. Truly, this space is created by the bloodline genealogy. Su Yang looked around at the increasingly bright beach. Due to the family reunion, his heart clear. Only the Su bloodline can converge here. Gazing at the unusual starry beach, the Su family members were filled with curiosity and began to explore the mysteries of this spiritual space. Some boldly dipped their fingers into the starry waters with caution. At the moment their fingertips touched the water's surface, cries of pain erupted without exception, or they turned pale as they quickly withdrew their hands, clearly indicating the spiritual impact of the water was extremely fierce. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin chose a different direction. They walked side by side toward the deep mountain forest behind, where an invisible gust of wind rushed toward them, and their spiritual senses felt as though they were being pricked by countless fine needles, causing waves of pain. Suppressing his discomfort, Su Xuanheng turned to suggest to his family, "The tides in the sea and the winds in the mountains can both refine our spiritual senses. The pain from the latter seems slightly less intense. Perhaps we should start by enduring the winds before attempting to contact the sea water once our spiritual senses improve." As everyone pondered, Qin Jiangmai's figure suddenly became blurry and silently merged into the surrounding darkness. In this environment, shrouded in night traveler found an excellent opportunity to manifest as she explored deeper into the mountain forest, resisting the onslaught of the winds while continuing to advance. A moment later, her figure reappeared by the bonfire, though her expression bore a hint of seriousness. In the mountains, there are not only the winds, but also some invisible creatures that can be detected with spiritual senses. They are highly aggressive but seem to fear the light of the fire, Qin Jiangmai said solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Su Xianming suddenly realized and clapped his hands, exclaiming, "So that's why. I was wondering why there was a bonfire. It's not just for illumination and warmth, but also to guard against these invisible beings." No wonder, as the number of family members increased, the range of the bonfire's light would also expand. This is to increase our safety range to accommodate more family members. He raised his head, his gaze shifting to the vast and mysterious sea of stars, his expression growing serious. "It seems that within the depths of this starry sea, there are likely similar unknown existences." He then looked at his father. "Father, this spiritual space was created by you. How much do you understand about it?" Su Yang shrugged and smiled, saying, I know nothing about this. This spiritual space requires us to explore gradually. If I'm not mistaken, defeating those invisible creatures should also enhance our spiritual senses. In any case, the purpose of this space is to refine our spiritual senses, so the so-called invisible creatures are likely a special way to achieve that. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, finding the inference reasonable. Seeing this, Su Yang's expression turned serious, and he reminded, although this method can refine spiritual senses and souls, everyone must act within their capabilities and not be reckless like Xianxiao. As he said this, he glanced at Su Xuanxiao, who instinctively twitched his mouth. Su Xianxiao wanted to argue that he was usually quite cautious, and this was just a moment of carelessness. But when the words reached his lips, he thought better of it and swallowed them back. This time he indeed had been negligent. Su Yang continued, exploring the space carries risks, so the task of exploration will be entrusted to you first-generation offspring. The second-generation offspring have shallow cultivation and should stay near the bonfire to refine themselves and do not venture deeper recklessly. The Su family members responded in unison, and their spiritual incarnations gradually dissipated into the sea of stars. In the spiritual space, only Su Xianxiao remained, continuing to refine his spirit amidst the tides and the winds. Su Yang exited the space, first glancing at the newly born great-grandson, before returning to the quiet room to prepare for an in-depth study of the newly acquired method and the endowments of the genealogy. The Zhong Yuan Refining Spirit Classic was rapidly imparted to every family member. Soon the spiritual incarnations of the family members appeared one after another on this peculiar beach. Faced with the dazzling starry scene and the swaying waves, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in awe. As the number of people gathered here increased, the quietly burning bonfire seemed to be nourished, its flames growing warmer and more radiant, illuminating a wider area of the beach. Amidst this lively atmosphere, with a thought from Su Xuanxiao, Qin Jiangmai's spiritual incarnation quietly emerged, fully confirming Su Yang's speculation. My dear, Su Yang inquired gently to Qin Jiangmai with a hint of curiosity, can you sense the presence of the Qin family members aside from the Su family? Based on his understanding of this method, Qin Jiangmai bore the bloodline of the Qin family. Perhaps she could also create a spiritual space connected to that bloodline. Unexpectedly, Qin Jiangmai shook her head gently. I cannot create a spiritual space. Oh, I can only sense the existence of Shower and the others and respond to their summons. This answer caused Su Yang to raise an eyebrow. He then turned to Cheng Ningxiang beside him. What about you? After you practice this method, can you create a spiritual space of your own? Cheng Ningxiang's presence here relied on the bloodline connection with her son, Su Xingxian. Considering that Qin Jiangmai's parents had already passed away, Su Yang speculated that perhaps the generational gap affected perception, while Cheng Ningxiang, being a direct descendant of her grandfather Cheng Yue, was an ideal test subject. In the end, Cheng Ningxiang provided the same answer. No, like my mother, I cannot create a spiritual space, but I can vaguely sense my grandfather's presence. Hearing this, Su Yang formed a clear outline of this method. Direct bloodlines could sense and summon each other, but the ability to create a space was uniquely absent. Could the reason lie in the bloodline genealogy? A thought flashed through Su Yang's mind. He immediately had Su Xuanxiao, Su Xuanheng, and all the offspring attempt it, and without exception, everyone was unable to create a spiritual space. Seeing this result, Su Yang couldn't help but silently marvel. The genealogy is impressive. Indeed, the key to creating a spiritual space lies in having the bloodline genealogy. This means that only he can create a spiritual space with this method. Others, even if they mastered the Zhong Yuan Refining Spirit Classic, would only have the right to enter, not the right to create. With this understanding, Su Yang felt more at ease. Even if the Zhong Yuan Refining Spirit Classic was learned by outsiders, it posed no threat to the Su family. Outsiders could at most respond to the summons of the Su family members, while the ultimate control would always remain with the Su family. Moreover, Su Yang could never allow the Zhong Yuan Refining Spirit Classic to leak out. Non-Su members were forbidden from practicing this method, and even Cheng Ningxiang's grandfather, Cheng Yu, had no right to enter the spiritual space. Additionally, there were restrictions based on bloodline for loyal servants like Xiao. Even if Su Yang wanted him to enter, he could not invite him due to the lack of bloodline connection. Truly, this space is created by the bloodline genealogy. Su Yang looked around at the increasingly bright beach. Due to the family reunion, his heart clear. Only the Su bloodline can converge here. Gazing at the unusual starry beach, the Su family members were filled with curiosity and began to explore the mysteries of this spiritual space. Some boldly dipped their fingers into the starry waters with caution. At the moment their fingertips touched the water's surface, cries of pain erupted without exception, or they turned pale as they quickly withdrew their hands, clearly indicating the spiritual impact of the water was extremely fierce. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin chose a different direction. They walked side by side toward the deep mountain forest behind, where an invisible gust of wind rushed toward them, and their spiritual senses felt as though they were being pricked by countless fine needles, causing waves of pain. Suppressing his discomfort, Su Xuanheng turned to suggest to his family, "The tides in the sea and the winds in the mountains can both refine our spiritual senses. The pain from the latter seems slightly less intense. Perhaps we should start by enduring the winds before attempting to contact the sea water once our spiritual senses improve." As everyone pondered, Qin Jiangmai's figure suddenly became blurry and silently merged into the surrounding darkness. In this environment, shrouded in night traveler found an excellent opportunity to manifest as she explored deeper into the mountain forest, resisting the onslaught of the winds while continuing to advance. A moment later, her figure reappeared by the bonfire, though her expression bore a hint of seriousness. In the mountains, there are not only the winds, but also some invisible creatures that can be detected with spiritual senses. They are highly aggressive but seem to fear the light of the fire, Qin Jiangmai said solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Su Xianming suddenly realized and clapped his hands, exclaiming, "So that's why. I was wondering why there was a bonfire. It's not just for illumination and warmth, but also to guard against these invisible beings." No wonder, as the number of family members increased, the range of the bonfire's light would also expand. "This is to increase our safety range to accommodate more family members." He raised his head, his gaze shifting to the vast and mysterious sea of stars, his expression growing serious. "It seems that within the depths of this starry sea, there are likely similar unknown existences." He then looked at his father. "Father, this spiritual space was created by you. How much do you understand about it?" Su Yang shrugged and smiled, saying, "I know nothing about this. This spiritual space requires us to explore gradually. If I'm not mistaken, defeating those invisible creatures should also enhance our spiritual senses. In any case, the purpose of this space is to refine our spiritual senses, so the so-called invisible creatures are likely a special way to achieve that." After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, finding the inference reasonable. Seeing this, Su Yang's expression turned serious, and he reminded, "Although this method can refine spiritual senses and souls, everyone must act within their capabilities and not be reckless like Xianxiao." As he said this, he glanced at Su Xuanxiao, who instinctively twitched his mouth. Su Xianxiao wanted to argue that he was usually quite cautious, and this was just a moment of carelessness. But when the words reached his lips, he thought better of it and swallowed them back. This time he indeed had been negligent. Su Yang continued, "Exploring the space carries risks, so the task of exploration will be entrusted to you first-generation offspring. The second-generation offspring have shallow cultivation and should stay near the bonfire to refine themselves and do not venture deeper recklessly." The Su family members responded in unison, and their spiritual incarnations gradually dissipated into the sea of stars. In the spiritual space, only Su Xianxiao remained, continuing to refine his spirit amidst the tides and the winds. Su Yang exited the space, first glancing at the newly born great-grandson, before returning to the quiet room to prepare for an in-depth study of the newly acquired method and the endowments of the genealogy. In the quiet room, Su Yang bestowed the sword Heart Clarity upon Su Xinyao, and the one sword breaks all laws upon Su Xinyue. Though Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin previously believed that Su Xinyu's sword intent lacked the sharpness to sever everything, their words still revealed their expectations for her. They believed that their daughter only needed a true tempering to have the potential to walk the path of the ultimate sword. With Su Yang's understanding of the couple, he had already acknowledged that their daughter could pursue the ultimate sword path, which is why he ultimately entrusted One Sword Breaks All Laws to Su Xinyue. From the moment the fate of One Sword Breaks All Laws was conferred, the invisible barriers to Su Xinyu's path to the ultimate sword had already dissipated, though she herself was still unaware. Next, Su Yang would guide Su Xinyue to focus on the ultimate sword path, pursuing the technique of One Sword Breaks All Laws. In the Su family's teachings, the sword transforming into a long rainbow perfectly matched this characteristic. The third stage of the long rainbow line was meant to strike forth a long rainbow with a single sword dividing heaven and earth, including the laws and divine powers. The remaining fates include withered trees reviving in spring, Zhou Tian star transformation, divine mechanism refined 100 times, invulnerable to poisons, and all laws return to origin. Withered trees reviving in spring resembles a spell fate capable of nurturing plants and also stimulating the life force within cultivators possessing healing properties. Zhou Tian star transformation specializes in the deduction of heavenly mechanisms, significantly enhancing one's comprehension of celestial arts. Divine mechanism refined 100 times is a fate related to artifact refining, also suitable for An Xiao, yet still it is a pity that he is not a descendant of the Su family. Invulnerable to poisons is the most straightforward and brutal. When facing poison cultivators, this fate is equivalent to being invincible. All laws return to origin can unify the myriad laws mastered into one. Upon seeing the effect of all laws return to origin, Su Yang instinctively wanted to bestow it upon himself. After all, he possessed the Heaven's Way rewards diligence, fate being the one in the family who mastered the most laws, and his Tao foundation was of the chaos attribute, making it a perfect fit. However, after pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to bestow Withered Trees Reviving in Spring and Zhou Tian Star Transformation upon himself. All laws return to origin indeed suited him, but at his current stage he had not yet reached the realm where he needed to fuse laws. There were too many laws he had yet to cultivate and comprehend, so aiming for fusion at this point was somewhat ambitious. Rather than letting it gather dust on himself, it would be better to temporarily seal it within the family genealogy to be bestowed upon himself when the need arises in the future. The other fates would also remain in the genealogy for now, waiting for the emergence of more suitable talents in the family. The Su family would surely thrive for generations, and he could not exhaust all the fates. Only by leaving a foundation for each generation could the family have a pillar of support. The reason for adding Withered Trees Reviving in Spring and Zhou Tian Star Transformation to himself was due to the consideration that these two fates would likely be of little use to future generations. Withered Trees Reviving in Spring, aside from its healing properties, was fully a fate of a spiritual herbalist, and now that the family was prosperous, Su Yang would not compel future generations to specialize in the work of a herbalist. Thus, the greatest value of this fate lies in its ability to heal and invigorate life. With him, the long-standing ancestor of the family, at the helm, he could potentially save descendants from the brink of death in critical moments, maximizing the effect of the fate. Zhou Tian Star Transformation enhances the comprehension of celestial arts. Currently, he was the only one in the family studying the path of deduction, while others had no interest and found it hard to enter. Rather than leaving it to unknown future descendants, it was better for him, the helm of the family, to take charge of the celestial mechanisms guiding the Su family to avoid calamity and show them the way forward. In the moment when the two fates were conferred upon him, Su Yang felt a long-lost mystical change in his body and divine sense. He suddenly attained clarity on many obscure aspects of the stargazing technique, as if the blocked river had been suddenly unblocked and all the connections flowed freely. At the same time, a faint green luminescence filled with vibrant life quietly emerged from his fingertips, the very magic bestowed by Withered Trees Reviving in Spring that could stimulate plants and activate human life force. He turned to the page in the genealogy that contained information about himself. Name: Su Yang. Root: True Spirit Root. Fate: Abundant Vitality, Harmonious Spirit Root. Heaven's Way rewards Diligence, Withered Trees Reviving in Spring, Zhou Tian Star Transformation. Physique: None. Su Yang satisfactorily returned the genealogy to his body and then entered the divine sense space, refining his divine sense together with Su Xianxiao while simultaneously delving into the stargazing technique. When night fell and the stars filled the sky, he finally left the divine sense space, casually stepping out of the quiet room to gaze at the celestial phenomena. The original star map was of 2 stars in obscurity with only a faint glow quietly emanating beside them. But now one of the dim stars had nearly vanished, while that faint glow had become increasingly brilliant, competing with the remaining dark star. Su Yang's expression suddenly tightened. The Great Way is likely to perish. During these 10 years, the fierce battle between the Great Qi and the Great Way had reached a boiling point, with flames of war raging day and night. The casualties in the Great Way were severe, and the county towns near Qingyuan had all fallen, leaving only Luoxian City still struggling to hold on. The influx of demon cultivators from within the Great Qi had been increasing daily, and even in remote places like Qingyuan, they were frequently raided, unable to find peace. Those isolated cultivation markets had also not been spared, suffering organized assaults from demonic sects, and chaos had spread like a wildfire, unstoppable. Each and every incident confirmed the celestial signs. The dim star that was about to vanish was a reflection of the declining fortunes of the Great Way. Although the Su family was thriving in this chaotic world, they were ultimately just a flickering candle in the storm, appearing bright, yet could extinguish at any moment. Once the Great Way collapsed, this temporary prosperity could vanish in an instant. Fortunately, Su Yang had already established a connection with the Zhou army, which might serve as a glimmer of hope for the Su family in this chaotic era. If the Great Way fell, the Su family would have only 2 paths before them: either ally with the Great Qi or support the Zhou army's uprising. But no matter which path they chose, it was a gamble with fate. No one could guarantee that supporting the Zhou army was the correct choice, nor could anyone ensure that the Zhou army would not turn against the Su family after seizing the territories of both nations. Unless the Su family could produce a golden core cultivator, they would never be able to truly gain a seat at the table. Thus, allying with the Zhou army was merely a compromise forced by the current situation, temporarily borrowing their strength to preserve the family. For the Su family to gain a seat at the table, they ultimately still had to rely on themselves. The next morning, the cold wind howled. A flying vessel quietly hovered above the Su family estate where the members of the Su family gathered to see off Su Xianming and the others who were about to embark on their journey. Ji Shulan, who had originally been stationed at Yunming Market to oversee business affairs, returned to Qingyuan to rest due to her pregnancy. Consequently, the heavy burden of the family's business layout was temporarily transferred to Su Xianming. Although most daily affairs were now handled by capable servants, the control of the overall situation and crisis decision-making still required the core members of the Su family to personally oversee. This trip to Yunming Market was accompanied by Song Baiqing, who would accompany Su Xianming, and Ruan Ning and In Xiao also went along. Together with Chunhao, who was stationed at Yunming Market, the two Foundation establishment cultivators would be enough to handle ordinary demon and robber cultivators' disturbances. Seeing Su Xuanming, who appeared quite relaxed, Su Yang still reminded him, "Have you brought the token given by the Zhou army with you?" Upon hearing this, the relaxed expression on Su Xuanming's face suddenly turned serious. He solemnly replied, "I have been carrying it with me at all times. Did you perhaps foresee something while stargazing last night?" Su Yang stepped forward, gently brushing the snow off Su Xuanming's shoulder, his expression calm as he spoke. "The Great Way is about to descend into chaos. I do not refer to the current turmoil, but rather to the impending fall of the nation." He cast his gaze towards the distant lead gray sky, his voice deep and clear. "From now on, the Immortal Cultivation Market will no longer be a secluded paradise, and the Yunming ruins will no longer be safe. But the Su family's business has been established there for many years with roots too deep to easily withdraw. If a crisis arises that we cannot withstand, you must use the Zhou military order to call upon the Zhou army to resolve everything." The Zhou army had once gifted the Su family a token which could summon the nearby Zhou forces for assistance, yet the Su family had never utilized it until now. However, it remained uncertain how many troops were stationed near the Yunming ruins and what their strength was. If the Zhou army is unable to provide aid, the Su family may ultimately have to abandon the business they have painstakingly built over several decades. Nevertheless, they must do their utmost to preserve it. After all, the Yunming ruins are rich in resources for cultivation and are a strategic commercial location that the Su family must occupy in the future. Is the Great Way really about to perish? Su Xianming trembled at these words. Although he was already aware of the Great Wei's repeated defeats at the hands of the Great Qi over the years, hearing his father's declaration about the imminent demise of the Great Wei still stirred a storm within his heart. It is merely a result of astrological predictions, but it cannot determine the exact timing. Su Yang's tone softened, carrying a reassuring intent. "I had you take the token as a precaution. Remember, if there is any unusual movement in the Yunming ruins, inform the family through the divine sense space at any time." Upon hearing this, Su Xuanming's tensed mind relaxed slightly, and he nodded solemnly. "I understand, father. If anything changes, I will report to the family at the first opportunity." The divine sense space of the Zongyuan Lian Shendian is indeed very useful, no matter how far apart the clan members can communicate in an instant. Thus, even if he stays in the Yunming ruins, he can always know the movements of Qingyuan. Su Xianming and Ruan Ning then boarded the massive flying ship. The ship was enormous, with several ominous magical cannons neatly arranged on the deck. These cannons, along with the ship itself, were personally enchanted by Su Jing and In Xiao, subtly radiating an unusual spiritual light. Flying ships can be broadly classified into two types. One type, like the one before them, is a battle vessel designed for conquest, pursuing the ultimate destructive power and flight speed. The other type is a trade and passenger ship, which, while also equipped with defensive magical cannons, travels at a slower speed and often features pavilions and towers, making it more luxurious and comfortable. In this chaotic era, the flying ships, painstakingly constructed by the Su family, are naturally armed to the teeth as battle vessels. As for those more peaceful trade ships, they can wait until the world is at peace to be built for commerce and passenger transport. Buzz. A deep rumble sounded as the formation around the flying ship activated, slowly lifting it into the air under the control of Song Baiqing. The Su family stood amidst the wind and snow, waving goodbye as they watched the massive silhouette of the ship break through the swirling snow, transforming into a streak of light in the sky before finally vanishing into the depths of the lead gray clouds, after which the crowd gradually dispersed. Just as Su Yang intended to turn back towards the residence, his divine sense stirred slightly. He sensed a familiar presence quietly appearing on a nearby hill. It was Chu Yutong. The other party slightly nodded towards him. Understanding the signal, Su Yang stepped forward, his figure gliding over the snow like a wisp of smoke, and in an instant he appeared on that hill. "Brother Chu," Su Yang initiated the conversation. Chu Yutong's expression was unusually grave, lacking any pleasantries, as he directly cut to the chase. "Clan leader Su Luo Xian's city has been breached by the Great Qi. When did this happen?" Su Yang's gaze sharpened. "We in Qingyuan have not received a whisper of news. Just a few hours ago." Chu Yutong's voice was as heavy as cold iron. Luoxian City has completely changed hands along with many other counties that had previously fallen within the territory. This land no longer bears the surname Wei. He paused for a moment, stating each word clearly. From this moment on, the territory where Qingyuan is located now belongs to the Great Qi. The implication needed no further explanation. Both of them understood. The change of territory signifies a shift in ruling order, bringing with it a reshuffling of power, a reallocation of resources, and the unavoidable chaos and turmoil that follow. Numerous cultivators and forces belonging to the Great Qi will surely flood into this new land like a tide. This region is about to descend into chaos. The wind and snow swept silently between the two, the chill in the air seemingly deepening. Su Yang remained silent for a moment, then looked at Chu Yutong. If the cultivators from the Great Qi come to disrupt the Qingyuan market, will your Zhou army intervene to suppress them? Chu Yutong's grave expression faded, replaced by a faint smile. What Zhou army does Qingyuan market have? Without the Zhou army, how could there be any talk of suppression? So are you planning to stand by and do nothing? Su Yang's expression darkened. Are you waiting until the people here are left destitute, reduced to hell, before descending as saviors to garner the people's gratitude? Chu Yutong shook his head, gently, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Yet his words carried an almost cold understanding. Clan leader Su, throughout history, which dynasty change has not treaded upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Those who have not personally experienced suffering will only see salvation as a matter of course. Only by allowing them to endure in despair and then reaching out to pull them from the abyss will the gratitude be etched deeply into their hearts, and the people's loyalty can truly be won. He looked steadily at Su Yang, his tone still gentle, yet each word was clear. As a cultivator, you should understand this principle better. If you wish for the Zhou army to protect the people of Qingyuan, you can simply use that token. Our Zhou army will honor the agreement. Chu Yutong spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, as if this were the normal state of affairs, while Su Yang's anger at this moment seemed somewhat out of place. His tone was evidently calm, yet to Su Yang it felt even more chilling than the swirling snow. In recent years, the Su family had grown stronger. Whether in Qingyuan or Yunming ruins, all factions treated the Su family with courtesy and respect, as if those cultivators who did not oppose the Su family were all as sincere and kind-hearted as they were. However, Su Yang knew in his heart that this was merely a superficial facade. Behind that seemingly warm smile lay the indifference to life and the aloof pride that cultivators inherently possessed. Even Chu Yutong, who aspired to the path of the national teacher, never truly valued the lives of ordinary cultivators and mortals. Though this man appeared to the world as a low-level cultivator treating others with a demeanor that seemed peaceful and friendly, once he revealed his true foundation establishment form, Su Yang could assert that he was no different from those cold and selfish ordinary cultivators, sure to reveal contempt for low-level cultivators and mortals. Su Yang's heart was clear, and he could not help but sneer, standing amidst the wind and snow, his voice clear and firm. No need for that. Qingyuan belongs to my Su family. If there are truly external enemies, my Su family will take action to suppress everything. Upon returning to the clan's territory, Su Yang immediately entered the Divine Sense space to gather all the clan members. When the news of Luoxian City being breached by the Qi spread, the space fell into a profound silence. Su Xianming's expression turned grave. He never expected that just moments after leaving the family, the territory of the Great Wei would turn into that of the Qi. Father, we must plan for this early. He spoke in a deep voice, urgency rarely heard in his tone. Qingyuan market is the foundation of the Su family. It must not be destroyed like Qingyuan County was back in the day. At present, Qingyuan market had grown significantly, with nearly 1/3 of its industries belonging to the Su family. If the market were to be occupied or destroyed by the Qi cultivators, the heaviest losses would surely fall on the Su family. Su Yang appeared contemplative and soon made a decision. I will handle matters on the Qingyuan side. You will take care of Yunming ruins. Remember to act within your means. After leaving the Divine Sense space, the inner courtyard of the Su family remained quiet, as if shrouded in an invisible weight, the air thick with solemnity. Without any delay, Su Yang, in the name of the Su family, invited all powers of the market to gather at the Zuaxian building. Faced with the invitation from the ruler of Qingyuan, no one dared to refuse. Just like when Chenglan first hosted a banquet, everyone arrived, and this time Su Yang had invited all powers of the market. The foundation establishment cultivators of Qingyuan, Cheng families, Chenglan Bihai associations, Su Heian, and Fan families Fanxioshan were all present. However, times had changed. Ao Chenglan, who once invited everyone as the host, was now merely a guest at the table. Su Yang sat at the main seat, his expression calm. Every cultivator entering the private room, regardless of their thoughts, wore smiles and respectfully bowed to the main seat. Since the Su family became the ruler of Qingyuan, no headstrong foundation establishment forces dared to come here to share the spoils, thus the foundation establishment forces in the market remained the familiar faces of the Cheng Bihai and Fan families. Yet the overall strength of the Qingyuan cultivators was far from what it once was, as the Su family had multiple foundation establishment cultivators stationed here. Aside from Song Baiqing and Wei Yin, who had shown themselves in Wangchuan Valley, Su Yang's formidable record of defeating 2 foundation establishment cultivators alone at Yunming Ruins had already spread throughout Qingyuan, leaving many powers secretly alarmed. Then when Su Xianxiao got married, he even held a foundation establishment banquet, further pushing this shock to its peak. With even the youngest son having achieved foundation establishment, how could Su Xuanheng, the eldest son of the Su family and a sword cultivator, fall behind? If all goes as expected, Su Xuanheng must have also reached foundation establishment. The Su family now boasts 5 foundation establishment members. Once this news was confirmed, all forces in Qingyuan had no other thoughts, completely bowing to the Su family's lead. This not only instilled awe regarding the Su family's deep heritage, but also kindled hopes of one day obtaining a foundation establishment pill from their hands. Why has clan leader Su taken such an interest today, personally inviting us to gather? Su Heian, with the thickest skin, spoke with a beaming smile, testing the waters. Facing Su Heian's signature smile, Su Yang remained expressionless, solemnly, throwing down a thunderous statement. Everyone, I have just learned that Luoxian City has been breached by the Deqi. The territory of Qingyuan has now become part of the Deqi. What? A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves as the smiles on the faces of the seated cultivators instantly froze, transforming into shock and confusion. They had initially thought that Su Yang's invitation was due to the discovery of a cave or a secret opportunity, yet what awaited them was this dire news. Without waiting for everyone to recover from their shock, Su Yang continued, although Qingyuan's resources are scarce, the change in territorial ownership will undoubtedly attract a swarm of cultivators, including chaotic robbers. Therefore, I plan to establish a 3rd-tier great formation that will envelop the entire Qingyuan market. This invitation to you all is to gather the resources needed for the formation. He calmly scanned each face present, his tone indifferent, yet unyielding. I know there will be those who agree and those who oppose, hence we will vote today with the minority yielding to the majority. If the result shows that most agree, we will share the costs. If there are those unwilling to contribute, the Su family is not unreasonable. We can give you 3 days to leave Qingyuan. If the result shows that most oppose, then let today pass without incident. The Su family will still fund the establishment of the 3rd-tier formation, but it will only cover our own clan grounds and industries. Should any robbers come to attack, please do not harbor any illusions attempting to morally bind the Su family to provide protection. Su Yang's words were straightforward and devoid of riddles, clear and truthful, each sentence rooted in fundamental interests. He laid the choice plainly before everyone. The Su family's leading role in establishing the 3rd-tier formation benefits everyone, provided that they contribute together. For those unwilling to contribute, the outcome is simple: they must leave Qingyuan. As his words fell, the private room plunged into a brief silence. Many faces turned grave as they took out their communication talismans, urgently discussing with their clan cultivators. The matter was significant, and no one dared to express their stance lightly. Su Yang, however, appeared calm and unhurried. He sat at the main seat, leisurely sipping tea, even having someone bring a table of food and wine, eating while waiting, relaxed, as if it were just a casual gathering. As time passed, whispers gradually arose in the private room. Initially cautious probing became bolder as Su Yang showed no reaction to their discussions, prompting everyone to start asking each other and debating. Since the Su family has the ability to establish a 3rd-tier great formation, this is undoubtedly our only hope for survival in this chaotic era. I believe this is feasible. An elder spoke first. But to cover Qingyuan market with a 3rd-tier formation, the resources required are unimaginable. Another middle-aged cultivator with a troubled expression lowered his voice to question, how much should each family contribute? There is no fixed number, and is it truly necessary to pay such a price? As Su Yang had anticipated, 2 opposing voices emerged in the private room. The arguments rose and fell. Some argued passionately, while others weighed their options. After a heated discussion, the debates gradually calmed. Everyone ceased their conversations, their gazes coincidentally turning to the main seat. Since a conclusion has been reached, let us vote. Su Yang set down his chopsticks, drained the remnants of tea from his cup, and calmly spoke. Those in favor of contributing to the joint construction of the formation, please raise your hands. As soon as the words fell, the 3 foundation establishment cultivators present, Chenglan, Su Heian, and Fan Xiuxian, raised their hands almost simultaneously without a hint of hesitation. They had retreated to this corner precisely because they found it difficult to stand out in the competition outside now. Although Qingyuan was dominated by the Su family had indeed left them a warm meal. This stability far surpassed the turbulent days outside, and they naturally wished to maintain this peace hoping Qingyuan market would endure and thrive. Moreover, the foundation establishment families had deep roots and could indeed provide these resources. Conversely, those Qi refining forces and martial clans found themselves in deep turmoil. They were not as deeply rooted as the foundation establishment forces, and if they had to leave, they seemed capable of taking their industries and departing to other lands. But the issue remained: if they left Qingyuan, where could they go? In a sea of silence, more and more people slowly raised their arms. Su Yang's divine sense swept across the entire room, and a faint smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the end, nearly 80% of the cultivators chose to raise their hands in agreement. The resources required for the third-tier formation were gathered within a few days. Although nearly 20% of the forces remained skeptical, they had to comply with the majority's decision and submit their respective shares. During this period, no force chose to leave Qingyuan. The reason was simple: the Great Way was on the brink of collapse, with bandits and demonic forces rampant across the territory. For the vast majority of Kai-refining families and martial clans, stepping out of Qingyuan would mean becoming prey to the bandits. Rather than facing certain death outside, it was better to stay here where there was still a glimmer of hope. The Su family had carefully considered the resource distribution, taking into account the depth of each family's heritage and assigning different shares accordingly. Families with a profound foundation in foundation establishment naturally bore the brunt, followed by Kai-refining families, and martial clans acted according to their capabilities. This arrangement not only appeared fair, but also did not drive any party to the brink of despair. The construction of the formation then officially commenced. This project was spearheaded by Su Yongqin Jiangmei, Su Xuanxiao, and Su Xuanling, with all the formation masters in the market obeying orders to assist in the layout. The third-tier formation was far beyond the comparison of lower-tier formations. When it came to the 100 arts of cultivation, reaching the third tier was a watershed moment, bringing about a qualitative leap. This formation could not be merely sketched out. It required the intricate layering of multiple precise second-tier formations and dozens of first-tier formations nested as subformations, ultimately combining into a vast and unified whole. The complexity of its structure was akin to weaving a magnificent tapestry with countless threads. Any misalignment in the junctions of the formation patterns could lead to the entire grand formation failing to operate. As the coverage of the formation expanded to encompass the entire Qingyuan market, its complexity multiplied. This was the root of hesitation among some factions. Although the Su family was strong, they had never publicly demonstrated their ability to arrange a third-tier formation. Betting their entire fortunes on an untested endeavor was undoubtedly a gamble. However, should they win this gamble, the rewards would be equally astonishing. If they could establish this third-tier grand formation covering the entire market, Qingyuan would gain a sturdy shield to withstand the chaos of the world, allowing for breathing space and development. At this moment, Su Yang and the others had taken their positions guarding the 4 core formation nodes at the east, southwest, and north of Qingyuan market. The assisting formation masters began to lay the foundation and sketch the basic formation patterns according to the formation diagrams issued by the Su family. The first tier gathering spirit formation, disappearing formation, and exploration formation, as well as the second tier confinement formation, guardian formation, and killing formation were assigned to the formation masters from other families. This arrangement not only improved efficiency, but also maintained the confidentiality of the core formation to some extent. The connections of all pivotal nodes, the construction of the critical second-tier composite formations, and the 3-tier core formation patterns that ran through the entire grand formation were all entirely controlled by the 4 members of the Su family. Su Yang occupied the eastern main position, his divine sense like a net enveloping the entire scene, coordinating the overall situation. Qin Jiangmei sat cross-legged in the south, lightly touching the formation, played her voice calm, as she responded with a rhythm like music flowing subtly around her. Su Xianxiao and Su Xuanling, leveraging their profound understanding of formations, precisely engraved the most complex formation patterns. One by one, the glowing lights of the formations began to illuminate from all corners of Qingyuan market. As if in response, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth slowly began to converge towards this place, drawing countless cultivators in the market to pause and look up, their eyes filled with tension and hope. First, the first-tier formations spread across the ground, illuminated their brilliance like stars weaving together a basic web of light. Then more dazzling second-tier formation patterns shone in the sky, their spiritual light rising and echoing with the ground formations, intertwining to construct a 3-dimensional framework. Eastern position, no anomalies in the formation. Su Yang stood at the eastern main position, his expression solemn, gently pinching a communication talisman, his voice steady. Southern position, no anomalies in the formation. Qin Jiangmei replied softly, sitting cross-legged in the south, her fingers lightly brushing the formation plate, the melody-like rhythm subtly flowing around her. Northern position, normal. Western position, normal. The voices of Su Xianxiao and Su Xianling came in succession clear and decisive. The corners were stable and countless patterns returned to their places. Su Yang took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly sharpening, and commanded in a deep voice, "Formation rise." A low rumble resonated through the heavens and earth, not coming from a single point, but from the resonance of countless formation nodes simultaneously. Brilliant light flowed like rivers, swiftly traversing, connecting, and merging among the densely packed formation patterns. The already dark clouds in the sky were stirred by this force, slowly rotating to form a gigantic vortex that covered the heavens. The wind and snow rolled back, and the spiritual energy surged like a tide. Everyone in the market held their breath, gazing up at this scene that resembled a heavenly transformation. The next moment, at a certain moment, the brilliance of all the formation patterns reached its zenith, and then they pulled inward. A faintly glowing, nearly transparent massive barrier slowly descended from the sky, like an inverted glazed bowl, gently enveloping the entire Qingyuan market. The third-tier formation was completed. After a brief moment of silence, a thunderous cheer and uproar erupted into the sky. The tension on the faces of the cultivators transformed into wild joy, with many trembling with excitement. It worked. It really worked. A third-tier grand formation. What is the name of this formation? Is it merely for protection? Can it block a blow from a golden core? Among the crowd, an old cultivator with graying hair, clearly well-versed in formations, clapped and laughed excitedly, explaining to those around him. Not at all. This is the Zhou Tian Gui E formation. How could a third-tier formation have a single purpose? He pointed to the transparent barrier glowing with faint light in the sky, his eyes filled with admiration. Look closely, this formation is made up of dozens of first-tier and second-tier formations nested together. One formation equates to countless formations, and it can transform as desired. When gathering spirits, it becomes a third-tier gathering spirit formation, and when defending against enemies, it turns into a third-tier guardian formation, confinement formation, or even killing formation. The tier of the formation can be freely adjusted between first-tier and third-tier. Such a formation technique is truly a secret not passed down by sects. The depth of the Su family's heritage is indeed unfathomable. He grew increasingly excited, his voice trembling. It is no exaggeration to say that this formation is comparable to the protective grand formation of a golden core sect. Qingyuan is saved. We truly made the right bet. At this moment, the respect of the people of Qingyuan for the Su family reached its peak. Su Yang let out a long breath, a smile appearing on his face. The construction of this grand formation had consumed a great deal of his energy. A third-tier formation was no longer something that could simply be copied from a diagram and engraved with patterns. Every successful Zhou Tian Gui formation had to be deduced and arranged by the formation masters according to their understanding of formations, combined with the local geography and the flow of spiritual energy. Fortunately, the initial attempt had succeeded. The significance of this formation extended far beyond mere protection. During its construction, Su Yang had left many hidden permissions for the family, allowing the Su family to summon all first-tier and second-tier subformations at any time. From the moment this formation took shape, Qingyuan market thoroughly became the territory of the Su family. Anyone daring to cause trouble within the Su family's domain would find themselves directly ensnared by the formations. This formation, known as the Zhou Tian Gui array, is essentially the protective formation of the Su family. Su Yang stood in the bustling streets of the market, feeling the invisible connection between the formation and his spiritual sense, filled with a profound sense of security, as if he were in his own backyard. Countless cultivators crowded around, their voices filled with congratulations and admiration. Su Yang smiled and nodded in response, finally managing to extricate himself from the enthusiastic crowd when he suddenly noticed an unremarkable figure in the throng quietly watching him. It was still the figure of Chu Yutong. This person had such an ordinary appearance that had it not been for Su Yang's ability to see through his concealment technique, he would have been easily overlooked. Su Yang did not linger and casually walked towards the outskirts of the market. Snowflakes danced in the air, but as they were about to land on his shoulders, they silently melted away. He paused beneath a towering ancient tree, and behind him the figure of Chu Yutong appeared in the snow. I didn't expect the Su family to be so generous, directly establishing a third-tier formation for the Qingyuan market. I admire it. Chu Yutong said with a smile, and cupped his hands, his tone seemingly calm, yet a hint of surprise and astonishment lurked deep in his eyes. He was well aware of the value of a third-tier formation. While first-tier formations could be purchased, second-tier ones were already rare, and as for third-tier formations, they were often only in the hands of sects, schools, or dynasties, making them scarce even at auctions in the Immortal City. The Su family possessed such depth, their opportunities not inferior to those of ordinary sects. The weight of the Su family in his heart increased significantly. Su Yang smiled indifferently and did not engage with him further. Instead, he changed the subject. Brother Chu, you arrived just in time. I noticed that Zhou Jun was inconvenient to appear, so I did not inform you about the formation. But since Zhou Jun is one of the hidden forces in Qingyuan, he should also have a share of the resources needed for the formation. Chu Yutong was taken aback by these words, his lips twitching almost imperceptibly. The formation had already been established, and he even turned to ask them for resources. He cleared his throat a couple of times, quickly adjusting his expression, and proposed now that the formation is complete, the Su family surely does not lack this bit of wealth. How about this? Although the Qingyuan market is protected by a grand formation, there are still many demonic cultivators lurking in the shadows. My Zhou Jun can secretly take action to eliminate these hidden dangers for the market, and in return we can offset that share of resources. What does the Su patriarch think? Su Yang initially intended to flatly refuse regardless of how the other party dodged the issue, but upon hearing this proposal his thoughts stirred. Clearing out the hidden toxins in the market with Zhou Jun's help was indeed a profitable deal. Thus he maintained his smile, and nodded slightly. These minor characters will eventually fade away given time. However, since Zhou Jun has this intention, let us proceed, as Brother Chu suggested. At this point Su Yang paused slightly in his tone, and casually asked, by the way, with the current unrest in the Great Way, I wonder if Zhou Jun has made any movements lately. Chu Yutong, being an astute person, immediately picked up on the underlying meaning. Su Yang was implying that the cost of eliminating the demonic cultivators was not enough, he needed some intelligence as an additional incentive. He smiled knowingly and replied, Zhou Jun has already taken action, but the main force is not in the Luoxian city domain, but rather in other domains of the Great Way. Due to the vast distance and the chaotic territories, the news has not reached here in a timely manner. Su Yang nodded, and then asked, then when does Zhou Jun plan to bring this Luoxian city domain under his control? Chu Yutong's gaze sharpened, his words carrying deeper significance. Once my Zhou Jun solidifies the foundation of a certain domain, the next target will undoubtedly be this place. He paused, looking at Su Yang with a more serious tone. After all, the Su family is an ally of my Zhou Jun, and controlling this territory would facilitate the future transportation of spirit-enhanced artifacts. In Qingyuan market, under a roof, several cultivators dressed in Taoist robes appearing ethereal sat around a table where a few jugs of ordinary wine and simple meals were laid out. An elderly man in white robes, his face weathered, spoke in a hoarse voice, we can no longer stay in this Qingyuan market. I never expected the Su family to possess such means capable of establishing such a grand third-tier array. As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly plump woman beside him said in a deep voice, the demonic cultivators from the Great Qi are coming soon. Even without this formation we would eventually have to leave. Wherever the demonic cultivators went, it was like a swarm of locusts. Once they plundered Qingyuan, this place would inevitably turn to ruins, making it only a matter of time before they left. However, with the protection of a third-tier formation in place, the situation was different. Even if the demonic cultivators wanted to breach it, they would have to weigh the odds first. Perhaps Qingyuan could truly survive in these chaotic times. I plan to stay, a young man suddenly spoke, his eyes gleaming with calculating light. When the demonic cultivators attack the market, I can also take a share of the spoils. The woman turned pale. Have you lost your mind? Knowing there is a third-tier formation, you still dare to stay and seek death? The young man scoffed. Though a third-tier formation is powerful, the methods of demonic cultivators are numerous, their trump cards countless. If they can truly break the formation, I will join in the chaos. If they can't, I will just quietly leave. He paused, his tone becoming even more smug. Do you think the demonic cultivators from the Great Qi are fools? Knowing they can't break the formation, would they still dare to force their way in? After a few days, if the market remains peaceful, it means the demonic cultivators have given up on this place, then it won't be too late for me to leave. If the market suddenly descends into chaos, it means the demonic cultivators have the ability to break the formation, and I can take advantage of the confusion. Oh, wouldn't that be a risk-free profit? The old man raised an eyebrow at these words, stroking his beard and chuckling, finding the plan quite clever. He was just about to agree, saying he also planned to stay and observe. Whoosh! A subtle sound of slicing through the air, almost imperceptible, suddenly broke the silence. The old man's pupils constricted, but he had no time to react. A silver needle shot from an unknown source, precisely piercing into his neck. A chilling sensation swept through him, his eyes quickly turning inky black, his skin visibly darkening at an alarming rate. Not good. An enemy attack. The young man sprang to his feet in panic, but before he could finish his words, a shadow had already approached him like a ghost. One hand firmly covered his mouth, while the other plunged a dagger into his heart. The young man stiffened, his eyes wide open, and collapsed limply. The woman frantically summoned talismans, but a cold ray of light was faster than her. With a chomp, her fingers were severed at the base, blood spraying. Soon after, the silver needle pierced her brow. Her pupils also turned inky, and her skin rapidly darkened, mirroring the old man. The remaining few people in the room were attacked almost simultaneously, some hit by hidden weapons, some had their throats cut, others were backstabbed. In just a breath's time, all had perished. The bodies were swiftly dragged away, the bloodstains quietly wiped clean, as if this group of people had never gathered here. The same scene played out quietly across various locations in Qingyuan Market. Within houses, alleyways, and under eaves, in just a short span, hundreds of demonic cultivators had vanished from Qingyuan Market, yet there was no commotion whatsoever. A silent purge swept through the entire city like a hidden tide. In just a brief moment, hundreds of demonic cultivators had disappeared from the market. There were no screams, no battles, not even the slightest ripple. These demonic cultivators, who generally only interacted with their own kind, vanished completely, while the market remained bustling as usual. Within the Su family estate, a shimmering magical mirror floated before Su Yang, rippling like water. The mirror vividly reflected the assassination actions carried out by Zhou Jun throughout the market, from the flying silver needles to the fleeting shadows and finally to the handling of the bodies. Every scene was crystal clear. Zhou Jun does possess some skill, Su Yang murmured to himself, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This seemingly inconspicuous purge was in his eyes, utterly transparent. This was the inside array inherited from the illusion sound sect. Even Chu Yutong was unaware that when Su Yang set up the third-tier great array, he had incorporated an inside array. Everything in the market could not escape the capture of the insightful eye. With a casual wave of his hand, the magical mirror before him dissipated like ripples on water. He strolled to the center of the pavilion lake, where the air in the pavilion subtly vibrated and a semi-transparent outline of a phantom quietly emerged. Without pausing, Su Yang stepped forward, his figure merging into the lake like a droplet of water. In an instant, the scenery before him spun wildly. The pavilion lake, the snowflakes, and the courtyard all vanished, replaced by a flat space of about 70 square meters. The vast starry river cascaded from the heavens with starlight like a waterfall, illuminating the entire space in a dreamlike manner. The edges of the surroundings were shrouded in a layer of misty light resembling the walls of this space. In the center of the space lay a small, tranquil, ghostly pond. The water was deep and seemingly sealed, a miniature starry river within, with countless tiny glimmers quietly flowing, emanating a cold starlight glow. Here Su Yang had created a unique space using the secret technique of the starry void. The pond contained starry, glimmering water, and aside from that, the space was utterly empty. Su Yang scanned this nascent world, already formulating plans in his heart. 70 square meters was far too cramped for planting spiritual plants or raising spiritual beasts, so he decided to set up nothing but the ghostly pond to store the starry, glimmering water, facilitating the cultivation of the secret technique. Once the space gradually expanded in the future, he would send people in to build pavilions and towers, transplant spiritual trees, introduce flowing water, and raise spiritual beasts, turning this place into a family secret realm. Su Yang sat cross-legged, refining the starry, glimmering water and integrating it into his Tao practices, causing the ground beneath him to subtly expand outward. The cultivation of this secret technique required a long accumulation of time. To speed up the process, one would need to expend a large amount of rare materials. If it were not for the starry, glimmering water, a treasure containing overwhelming star energy, relying solely on Su Yang to operate the secret technique and slowly extract and refine from the heavens and earth, it was uncertain how long it would take to achieve today's preliminary scale. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, a graceful silhouette quietly entered the secret realm. Qin Jiangmei walked lightly, bringing with her a familiar scent, and elegantly sat down beside Su Yang. "What brings you here, my dear?" Su Yang paused his secret technique, slightly surprised. Qin Jiangmei smiled gently and said, "A few days ago, didn't we mention finding marriage partners for Xian Yao and Xian Yu? Now we finally have some leads and candidates for you to see." With that, she gracefully lifted her hand, and several character portraits floated out. The portraits depicted handsome young men and elegant young women, each with distinct temperaments, some gentle, others heroic. Originally, the marriage matters of Su Xian Yao and Su Xian Yu should have been handled by their parents Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, but both were engrossed in the sword path and were not skilled in such familial affairs, so they entrusted Qin Jiangmei for assistance. Su Xian Yao and Su Xian Yu had already reached the marriageable age. What reassured the Su family was that the siblings had no objections to this, both willing to follow the family arrangements. As the distinguished heirs of the Su family, the marriage partners could not be chosen hastily, therefore the matter had been unresolved and dragged on until now. "Many families wish to ally with our Su family, and I have selected a few children with good character from among them," Qin Jiangmei said softly, waving her hand to bring 3 portraits of young women gracefully before Su Yang. "These 3 young ladies are from the Qian family of Yunmeng Ruins, the Liang family, and our local Cheng family." "Cheng family." Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "Does Cheng Lan agree?" Qin Jiangmei nodded with a gentle smile. Not only does she agree, but she was the one who proposed it. This girl is Cheng Lan's niece, with a pseudo-spiritual root aptitude and a cultivation level of the first layer of qi refining. Her personality is gentle and kind. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of understanding from the information gathered. It seems Cheng Lan has some intent to use her as a marriage tool. To marry a top talent from her clan into the Su family would certainly be a loss for her, but if it's just a niece with a pseudo-spiritual root, it is a deal that outweighs the disadvantages. This calculation is astute, essentially pushing out a piece of chicken rib, neither tasty nor worthless. Saying it's good feels lacking, but saying it's bad seems to miss the mark. For those domineering families, most would not accept such an arrangement, but the Su family has a unique way of handling matters, thus Qinglan thought it worth a try. Whether it succeeds or not, it wouldn't harm the relationship. I've privately met this girl once, Qin Jiangmei said softly. Her nature is obedient, and she is intelligent. She shows no objections to Cheng family's arrangements, but her sense of belonging to the Cheng family seems rather shallow. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's evaluation of the girl rose a few notches. A weak sense of belonging to her maternal family was in fact a good thing. What he feared most was a woman with ties to her old clan. The Su family has forbidden spells, so they are not worried about family secrets leaking out, but they are concerned that if the other party were to leak anything, it might disturb the peaceful lives of their children. What about the other two girls? Su Yang inquired. Qin Jiangmei replied softly. The girl from the Qian family is also a pseudo-spiritual root with a cultivation level of the first layer of qi refining. She has a cheerful personality, understands business, and is skilled in dealing with people, currently helping her family manage a shop. The girl from the Liang family has a mixed spiritual root with a cultivation level of the second layer of qi refining. She is somewhat introverted and prefers solitude, being the seventh daughter of the Liang family head. She usually stays in seclusion to focus on her cultivation, but occasionally ventures into the 10,000 Great Mountains for training. However, she slightly shifted the subject. The two girls from these families likely have a stronger sense of belonging to their respective families compared to the girl from the Cheng family. In a cultivation family, children with spiritual roots are treated differently. The attention and resources provided are substantial, naturally leading to deeper bonds. This is the norm in the cultivation world, strange yet realistic. Children without spiritual roots are like weeds, easily discardable, while those with spiritual roots become treasured gems nurtured with great care. After hearing this, Su Yang's heart had already leaned towards the girl from the Cheng family, but he did not make a unilateral decision. Let's give all three portraits to Xian Yao. Ultimately, who he chooses will be up to him. Qin Jiangmei smiled sweetly and took out two portraits of young men, suspending them before Su Yang. What about these two young men, my husband? Should Xian Yu choose from them as well? The one on the left hails from the Cloud Dream Ruins Loose Cultivators Alliance, possessing mixed spiritual roots and a cultivation level of the third layer of qi refinement. He is humble and courteous, never taking the initiative to cause trouble, yet he does not hesitate to act decisively when necessary. Qin Jiangmei's voice was gentle as she pointed to another portrait. The young man on the right has a somewhat special situation. He comes from a martial artist family in a neighboring county. Although he belongs to a branch lineage, he is already a martial artist of the innate realm, and his experiences have been quite convoluted. She emphasized the story of the second young man. The fact that an ordinary person could be considered by Qin Jiangmei caught Su Yang by surprise, yet he listened intently. The more he listened, the more he felt it resonated with him. The young man's name was Chu Yebai, born into a branch of a martial artist family. His parents perished while hunting demons when he was young, leaving him to care for his younger sister. To support his sister, he began working odd jobs and doing manual labor at a tender age, enduring numerous hardships. By chance, he saved an injured and down-and-out martial artist who, grateful for his kindness, taught him martial arts and set him on the path of cultivation. Chu Yabai had exceptional talent and made rapid progress in his training. However, fate did not treat him kindly. He faced provocations from local thugs, exclusion and oppression from direct descendants of his family, and numerous humiliations and plots from other families. Yet none of this could crush him. Instead, it fueled his determination. With sheer grit and resilience, he became the youngest innate martial artist in his family. A few years ago, he severed ties with his family entirely, taking his sister and joining a merchant caravan, eventually arriving at Qingyuan Market. The reason Qin Jiangmei knew him was that this young man had approached her in search of a stable home for his sister, hoping that the Su family would accept and protect her. Sounds like the story of a protagonist from a novel, Su Yang muttered under his breath. Not very serious. Qin Jiangmei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but roll her eyes playfully at him before her voice softened. I have accepted his sister. The little girl is well-behaved and sensible, reminiscent of a younger version of Mei from years ago. But what about Chu Yabai himself? Su Yang pressed on. I made him a teacher at the Su Martial Arts School. Qin Jiangmei replied with a knowing smile, asking back, it seems you are particularly interested in this boy. Su Yang nodded slightly. This young man was undoubtedly someone with great fortune. Just the fact that he could come to the Su family proved that he was extraordinary. Su Yang decided to observe this young man personally. At Qingyuan Market at the Su Martial Arts School, Chu Yabai, just finished instructing the school's apprentices, was drenched in sweat. He had a tall stature, and the muscle lines were clearly visible beneath his sweat-soaked clothing, exuding a solid sense of strength honed by rigorous training. creating an unspoken pressure just by standing there. After watching the last apprentice leave, Chu Yabai did not rush home. He stayed alone in the empty martial arts hall, grounding himself and suddenly throwing a punch. His punch struck like a spear, and his legs swept like a battle axe. The force of his punches and kicks was so swift that they tore through the air, causing his pant legs to rustle in the gusts of wind. His speed increased, and every muscle in his body tightened like iron, nearing the limits of what his body could endure. In that moment, just before the taut string was about to snap, a refreshing sensation emerged quietly from his tightly pressed chest. That feeling spread through his limbs like a swift stream, gently easing the soreness and fatigue of every muscle, invigorating his spirit. Chu Yabai's movements showed no sign of slowing. Instead, they grew even more ferocious. He gritted his teeth, continuing to push his body to its last potential. Boom. It felt as if a barrier within him had suddenly broken through and a powerful, overwhelming aura erupted from him. Chu Yabai finally ceased his movements, slowly exhaling a long breath of turbid air. He felt the surge of new power within him, and a sincere smile appeared on his resolute face. I've reached the martial master realm. The joy lasted only a fleeting moment before his uplifted lips quickly flattened. The martial master realm is the pinnacle of martial arts, capable of contending with those in the mid-stage of chi refinement, but it also marks the end of his journey. Moreover, he had no spiritual roots, and at the age of 20 it seemed he could see the end point of his life in an instant, with infinite possibilities for the future sealed behind an invisible wall. A hint of confusion flickered in Chu Yabai's eyes. He subconsciously reached into his chest and took out the purple jade stone that had been pressed against his heart, staring blankly at it in his palm. The earlier sensation that alleviated his fatigue originated from this mysterious stone. It was thanks to this item that he could break through to the martial master realm in just a few short years. However, having reached the pinnacle of martial arts, this peculiar stone seemed to have only the purpose of healing for him now. I heard that the patriarch of the Su family had once consumed a treasure that could grant spiritual roots to offspring. Chu Yabai's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope akin to a drowning person grasping onto driftwood. If such divine items exist in the world, perhaps there are treasures that can grant spiritual roots to ordinary people as well. In all of Qingyuan Market, if anyone were likely to know about such secrets, it would be none other than the patriarch of the Su family. If I offer this treasure to the Su family, could I exchange it for such a treasure, or perhaps learn about its whereabouts? Once this thought emerged, it churned repeatedly in his mind, accompanied by feelings of entanglement and chill. He had seen too much darkness in the world and understood the cruelty of the cultivation realm. Perhaps in one moment, he offered the treasure, and in the next the Su family, in order to eliminate future threats, would dispose of him as easily as squashing an ant. The life of a martial master was as insignificant as that of an ant in the eyes of cultivators. Chu Yabai took a deep breath, tucking the purple jade stone back into his chest, as if hiding a decision that would determine his fate. He checked the doors and windows of the martial arts hall as per routine before stepping into the night, heading homeward. Along the way, he unconsciously paused several times, gazing towards the imposing Su residence in the distance. Each time he stopped, his gaze wavered, yet ultimately the fear of the unknown outcome overpowered his inner desire, preventing him from taking that step. What are you thinking about? A calm voice suddenly rang in his ear. Chu Yabai's hair stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated with a swift movement, instantly creating several yards of distance between them and the martial master aura he had just broken through, instinctively activated. As he focused his eyes, he saw a handsome young man in a simple blue shirt standing where he had been, observing him with great interest, a hint of playful amusement at the corners of his mouth. Who are you? Chu Yabai's back was already drenched in cold sweat. How had the other person approached without him noticing? Had he been tailing him since he left the martial arts hall? The secret of the purple jade stone. Realizing this, his expression darkened suddenly and his mind raced. The only way to survive might be to rush to the Su residence, immediately offer the treasure, and explain that he was being coveted. Perhaps he could use the Su family's power to seek a glimmer of hope. You seem to have a lot on your mind, the young man remarked, as if seeing through his thoughts, his smile deepening. Are you thinking of seeking help from the Su residence? Is it because of that purple jade stone in your possession? Boom. The young man's words struck Chu Yabai's mind like thunder, turning his face pale in an instant. Before he could react, the young man continued leisurely with a tone tinged with mockery. You wouldn't seriously consider foolishly offering such a treasure to the Su family, would you? The extreme sense of crisis instead sparked his quick wit. Suppressing his racing heart, Chu Yabai's voice surprisingly steadied. This item was something I stumbled upon near the Su family and intended to return it to its rightful owner. If you wish to take it by force, the Su family will investigate, and it might be difficult for you to escape. Huh. The young man chuckled lightly upon hearing this, shaking his head. Don't lie, I know that is your possession. His gaze was clear, as if he could see through people's hearts. I'm just curious why you would have the thought of offering it to the Su family. Earlier outside the martial arts hall, I saw you hesitating. Was that when you were contemplating this matter? Su Yang initially intended to secretly observe Chu Yabai's daily life to gauge his character, but unexpectedly made a surprising discovery. This kid indeed possesses immense fortune. No wonder he could achieve mastery in martial arts at such a young age without the support of family resources. Chu Yabai does not recognize Su Yang. Only the old servant, who followed the Su family in earlier years, knows his appearance, while the newcomers at most recognize the family head Su Xianming. The invisible pressure emanating from Su Yang caused cold sweat to bead at Chu Yabai's temples, and the words from the other party made him feel a flash of astonishment. Compared to the purple jade stone, the other party seemed more interested in his inner thoughts. This item originally belongs to the Su family. I was just momentarily tempted, hesitating whether it should be returned to its rightful owner. Chu Yabai steadied his mind and began to explain. Su Yang's expression suddenly turned cold. The overwhelming pressure of spiritual power descended like a mountain. Chu Yabai grunted in pain, bending sharply at the waist, the stone ground beneath him cracking inch by inch. At the same time, the purple jade stone that was pressed against his chest unexpectedly flew out and floated gently into Su Yang's hand. As soon as he touched it, a refreshing and icy essence swept over him, and Su Yang felt his mind clear, his thoughts unprecedentedly lucid. This item can actually cleanse all negative states, allowing the body and spirit to maintain their best condition. Su Yang's thoughts raced, and a gleam flickered in his eyes. Seeing the purple jade stone taken, Chu Yabai's expression changed instantly. With this item, he still had a slim hope of obtaining a spiritual root opportunity. If he lost it, that faint hope would be utterly extinguished. This is indeed a fine treasure, Su Yang said, playing with the purple jade stone, a playful smile on his face. However, it holds little value for me. I turned my gaze to Chu Yabai, speaking indifferently. Kid, if I am not mistaken, you wish to present a treasure to the Su family for a request, right? I can return this item to you, and you need not offer it to the Su family. What do you desire? Perhaps I can grant it to you. All I need is for you to remain in the Su family as an undercover, revealing their secrets. Senior, you might as well kill me. Chu Yabai's response showed no hesitation, his decisiveness taking Su Yang slightly by surprise. Just moments before, he appeared anxious when the treasure was taken, but when it came to betraying the Su family, he could be so resolute. Does this kid have such loyalty to the Su family? What great benevolence has the Su family granted him? It seemed there was none. Su Yang narrowed his eyes, a hint of anger surfacing on his face. Boom. The terrifying pressure of spiritual energy surged again, crashing down like a heavy hammer. Chu Yabai could no longer withstand it, his body firmly pinned to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as if his organs had shifted. If you refuse to agree, not only will you die. Su Yang's voice was as cold as iron, each word cutting to the heart, but your sister, who relies on you for survival, will also be unable to live. At these words, a terrifying, killing intent and deep pain erupted in Chu Yabai's eyes. His sister was his reverse scale, the very meaning of his struggle for survival. Yet he had no strength to resist. He hated himself for lacking a spiritual root, hated himself for not being strong enough, hated himself for being too careless, allowing others to spy on him without noticing. However, even with his face contorted under the pressure, he still forced out an answer through gritted teeth. Even so, I will not betray the Su family. Su Yang frowned, his voice deep. I do not understand what the Su family has given you that has made you so steadfast. Chu Yabai did not respond. Instead, he silently closed his eyes as if he had accepted his fate and was waiting for death to arrive. Yet the anticipated death did not come, and the suffocating pressure suddenly dissipated. Chu Yabai opened his eyes abruptly. He saw the young man who had just exuded a fierce aura, now smiling warmly at him, his face no longer showing any trace of anger. Chu Yabai felt a slight easing in his heart, but his vigilance soared to the highest point. He knew the other party must have ulterior motives. Su Yang grinned as he helped him up, and in the midst of Chu Yabai's bewildered gaze, gently patted the purple jade stone back onto his chest. A refreshing coolness surged into his chest, rapidly circulating through his limbs, and the internal injuries he had just suffered began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Chu Yabai's body stiffened slightly as he raised his eyes to meet Su Yang's gaze, his voice cold and firm. Senior, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to control me with celestial means? Su Yang chuckled at his words. You are quite sharp, yet you are confused in the most crucial aspect. After saying this, he did not linger and directly walked towards the Su residence not far away. The guards at the entrance greeted him respectfully as he approached. Chu Yabai stood frozen in place, watching that figure calmly enter the gates. It turned out that the person was actually a cultivator from the Su family. His brain buzzed, countless details connecting in this moment. The other party could approach him silently and release such terrifying spiritual pressure. Even he who had just advanced to martial arts master was suppressed with no ability to resist. A later-stage chi refinement cultivator could never possess such might. From this, it could be inferred that the other party must be a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, how could a strange Foundation establishment cultivator invade the Su family's territory and directly attack him without any response from the Su family's Foundation establishment cultivators? Unless this person is indeed a cultivator of the Su family. Chu Yabai's heart suddenly cleared, the gloom and fear that had shrouded him dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sudden realization. So the earlier intimidation and killing intent were merely a test from beginning to end. But what was the significance of doing so? Chu Yabai could not figure it out, hurriedly bowing deeply in the direction of the Su residence. Junior, Chu Yabai, I apologize for my earlier offense. I hope the senior can forgive me. The direction of the Su residence remained silent with no response. Chu Yabai, undeterred, turned and returned home, harboring curiosity and speculation. In the following days, everything was normal. The market was calm and the martial arts hall continued as usual. Until one morning, just as Chu Yabai stepped into the Su family's martial arts hall, he saw a familiar figure waiting in the courtyard. It was the deputy manager of the Su family's affairs, Jia. Jia approached with a warm smile. Instructor, Chu, the clan leader requests your presence. The clan leader. Chu Yabai's heart jumped sharply. The speculation that had been swirling for days finally settled. Indeed, that night's testing was not without reason. However, he did not expect that the one summoning him would be the rarely seen clan leader of the Su family himself. He suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, took a deep breath, and followed Jia through the majestic gates of the Su residence, walking through the winding and tranquil corridors. The deeper they went, the more elegant and unearthly the scenery became. Finally, the two arrived at the inner courtyard. Before them lay a misty pavilion lake with a small pavilion structure at the center, standing gracefully like a painting in the water. At this moment, several figures were seated in the pavilion, both male and female, all exuding an extraordinary demeanor, chatting and laughing, as if gathered in a celestial realm. Chu Yabai's gaze instinctively swept over them, then quickly fixed on one person, causing his body to tremble. There sat Su Yang, clad in a simple blue robe, handsome in appearance with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In recent days, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue have successively reviewed the scrolls and information of their potential marriage partners. Among the candidates, the two residing in Qingyuan naturally received more of their attention. The young lady from the Chung family, Chung Jianzhu, and Chu Yabai from the Su martial arts school. The siblings observed both of them through the inside arrays set up by their family, noting their daily behaviors and private dealings. As expected by Su Yang, Su Xinyao chose Chung Jianzhu, while Su Xinyue selected Chu Yabai. This was partly due to Su Yang and Qin Jiangmai's inclination towards these two, and partly because both were in Qingyuan, making it easier to assess their character. The other candidates were far away in Yunmengsu, making it difficult for the siblings to judge their true character, but they knew that the customs of cultivators in Yunmengsu differed greatly from those of the Su family. Most cultivators are complex in thought, and their character is hard to predict. Often they present one facade in public and another in private. Since there were reliable options available, why seek distant strangers whose character was a gamble? Thus the marriage partners were tentatively decided. Today they invited them to their home for a gathering by the pavilion lake to allow the younger generation to get to know each other better. 7 figures gathered around the pavilion. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei occupied the main seats, with Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, who rarely paused their cultivation, sitting beside them. Next were the main characters of this gathering, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue. Also present was a graceful and composed young lady, Chung Jianzhu from the Chung family. Guided by Ji, Chu Yabai approached the pavilion, and his gaze fell upon Qin Jiangmei in the main seat. It was Madame Su. Chu Yabai immediately recognized her as the benefactor who had taken him and his sister in when they first arrived in Qingyuan. His heart stirred slightly, and he turned his gaze to the other side of the main seat. The young man in the blue robe, who was accompanied by Madame Su, had an identity that was self-evident. Chu Yabai straightened up, respectfully bowing deeply. Junior Chu Yabai, greetings to clan leaders Su and Madame Su. Come sit down, no need to be formal. Su Yang smiled and waved, indicating for Chu Yabai to take his seat. Chu Yabai was flattered and glanced at Qin Jiangmei. Seeing her nod with a smile, he cautiously took a seat in the empty spot. At this moment, he was the only one in the pavilion unaware of the true purpose of the gathering. Today I invited you young people here to help you get to know each other, to understand your different lives and experiences, and also to see what our Su family is usually like. Su Yang spoke in a warm tone, as if carrying a natural power that calmed the mind. As the conversation gradually unfolded, even the usually reticent Su Xuanheng managed to contribute a few words. Chu Yabai, initially the only martial artist at the gathering, thought it would be hard to fit in. However, to his surprise, the discussions ranged from daily interests to cultivation experiences, and then from insights on cultivation to discussions on physical training, ultimately delving into the future of martial arts. When the topic turned to martial arts, Chu Yabai couldn't remain silent any longer. He joined the conversation, and to his astonishment the cultivators present showed no hint of disdain towards him. Rather, they expressed great interest in his words and continued to engage deeply with his viewpoints. This gave Chu Yabai a brand new understanding of the Su family. The discussion became increasingly lively, and the atmosphere grew harmonious. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei had quietly left, yet the others remained oblivious. It wasn't until Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin stood up saying they needed to cultivate that the young people suddenly realized they had been talking for quite a while, and the clan leader and his wife were no longer in the pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the lake shimmered and colorful fish moved like flowing rainbows beneath the water. At this moment, only the four of them remained in the pavilion. The focus of the conversation gradually shifted to Su Xinyao and Cheng Jianzhu, while Su Xinyue remained quietly seated, her expression cold, and Chu Yabai, having let down his guard, appeared a bit clumsy and awkward. However, after a lively discussion, the atmosphere among the four was pleasant, and their first meeting turned out to be harmonious. As the gathering came to a close, Cheng Jianzhu politely bid farewell to everyone and gracefully returned to the Cheng family. Chu Yabai, however, stood there somewhat at a loss, unsure whether to leave directly or to seek out the clan leader. At that moment, Su Xinyue, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke softly, her voice as cool as a spring, yet her tone was calm. "Brother Chu, grandfather said after the gathering to take you to see him. Please follow me." Though Su Xinyue appeared cold, Chu Yabai could vaguely sense that she was a girl who was warm inside despite her exterior. He nodded somewhat awkwardly and silently followed her. Su Xinyue did not lead him deep into the inner courtyard, but instead directly took him out of the Su family gate along a quiet path all the way to a hill on the edge of the market. On the hill, the view was expansive, offering a panoramic view of the entire Qingyuan market. Amidst the wind and snow, the market remained bustling with activity, lights twinkling, a rich atmosphere of the marketplace intertwined with the unique liveliness of the cultivation market, exuding vitality in the cold wind. Su Yang stood at the edge of the hill, hands clasped behind his back, quietly gazing at the Qingyuan market as the falling snow melted around him as if separated by an invisible barrier. After bringing Chu Yabai here, Su Xinyue nodded slightly at him, then turned and quietly left, leaving this tranquil space for the two of them. Chu Yabai understood that the clan leader had something to discuss with him. He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and stepped a few paces closer. "Clan leader Su," he began, but his voice was gently interrupted by Su Yang. "I know you have many questions in your heart. Today's gathering is actually a matchmaking event." Su Yang turned to him, a warm smile on his face, his gaze clear as he looked at him, and stated straightforwardly, "My granddaughter has chosen you from many candidates. May I ask what your impression of her is after our earlier conversation?" This sudden and frank remark caused Chu Yabai to freeze in place, and he even doubted whether he had heard correctly. Today was for matchmaking. The granddaughter of the clan leader referred to Miss Su Xinyue, who had just guided him here. Chu Yabai's heart skipped a beat, and he struggled to suppress his shock and confusion, his mind a whirlwind. He instinctively clasped his hands and, greeting, his voice slightly hoarse with nervousness, "Clan leader, your words truly leave me at a loss. As for Miss Su..." At this point, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Reflecting on the day's interactions, he did not dislike Su Xinyue. Although she spoke little, she did not possess an arrogant demeanor, and her conversation revealed good upbringing and remarkable knowledge, making him feel she was quite a wonderful girl. But she is the young lady of the Su family. How could a mere mortal martial artist without spiritual roots, who had only reached the level of a martial arts master, dare to aspire to marry such a woman? Could it be a joke at his expense? But how could a person of the clan leader's stature play such a trivial prank on him? Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, a broad and warm hand gently landed on his shoulder. Chu Yabai suddenly came back to his senses and found Su Yang standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile. "Don't get it wrong. You are to marry into the Su family, not for Xinyue to marry you. Of course, the Su family treats sons-in-law and daughters-in-law equally and will not wrong you, but you must not wrong Xinyue either." He paused, the smile on his face unchanged, yet his gaze held a deeper meaning and his words carried a hint of admonition. "If you have no objections, then spend more time with her and get to know her. If you do not like her, you must answer honestly and clearly so as not to waste my granddaughter's time. I allow you to refuse, but I will never tolerate anyone treating the jewel of the Su family with indifference or ulterior motives." The wind and snow rustled, and Chu Yabai's eyes were clear as he solemnly cupped his hands in salute before turning and disappearing into the vast night. A graceful figure quietly appeared beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder. Qin Jiangmai's voice was soft, laced with a hint of inquiry. "How does it feel? Is this boy Yabai to your liking?" Su Yang smiled slightly at her words and couldn't help but sigh. "Madam, your insight is remarkable. This boy is even better than I expected." He paused, his voice carrying a touch of emotion. "I truly did not expect that the reason he chose to endure death rather than yield was simply because you took in him and his sister. A reason so simple that it could move him to willingly sacrifice his life without betraying the Su family. Though it may seem foolish, this character is indeed impeccable. What is his sister Yinshu doing now? Xiang asked, tilting his head. Qin Jiangmai's gaze softened as she replied, I have let that child Yinshu stay with Xiaomei. I plan for her to take over Xiaomei's responsibilities in the future, helping to care for the children of the Su family. Mentioning Xiaomei, a trace of barely perceptible melancholy swept through Qin Jiangmai's eyes. Time flies, the little girl who used to chatter beside her has now stepped into her twilight years. She once advised Xiaomei to seek a home, but Xiaomei merely shook her head, quietly staying by her side. Although Xiaomei had a beauty-preserving pill to maintain her youthful appearance, the aura of years accumulated could not be concealed. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years this long-time companion would ultimately fade into the river of time. Qin Jiangmei arranged for Chu Yunshu to follow Xiaomei, hoping she would become Xiaomei's successor. If in the future Chu Yunshu could embark on the path of immortality, perhaps she would not have to repeat Xiaomei's fate. Following Xiaomei is indeed a good arrangement. Suyang murmured softly, his thoughts drifting far away. He did not reveal the Hunyuan Ningxin method to Chu Yebai, but hinted that the Su family possessed heavenly materials and treasures that could help people generate spiritual roots, but the prerequisite was to make contributions to the Su family. Chu Yebai not only desired to embark on the path of immortality for himself, but also hoped his sister, Chu Yunshu, could do the same. If not for the Su family's possession of the method to allow mortals to generate spiritual roots, Chu Yebai's idea would be akin to dreaming. If Yebai and Xin Yue can indeed succeed, will my husband make an exception and pass him the Hunyuan Ningxin method? Qin Jiangmei asked softly. Chu Yebai had already turned 20, the later one started on the path of immortality. The more uncertain the hope of foundation establishment became. Delaying for a few more years, even 10 years before stepping onto the path of immortality, would likely mean no hope for foundation establishment. He must embark on the path of immortality this year for a greater chance of foundation establishment, but this meant needing to use foundation establishment spirit objects to help refine his spiritual root, a privilege usually reserved for the Su family's prodigies. Suyang had long considered this. He had originally thought about making an exception once, but after careful thought he decided to adhere to the clan rules. Whether to use regular 5-element materials or to utilize precious foundation establishment spirit objects for him to refine his spiritual root would be determined by Su Xuanming, the head of the family. As for the possibility of lowering Chu Yebai's chances of success in foundation establishment, Suyang was unconcerned. If Chu Yebai truly possessed great fortune as he suspected, then foundation establishment would not be an insurmountable hurdle for him. Several foundation establishment cultivators, bloodied and panicked, rushed out of the valley, their expressions filled with terror, as if a great horror was pursuing them. Just as they were about to escape the valley, a dark shadow shot through the air with lightning speed, instantly piercing one of their chests. The blinding crimson spread across the pure white snow. The scream was quickly swallowed by the wind and snow, leaving the remaining cultivators frightened and fleeing like startled birds. Yet behind them waves of magical light broke through the snowstorm, piercing through the air. Uft, uft, uft. The panicked figures fell from the sky one after another, their thrown heads crashing into the snow, their faces frozen with unwillingness and despair. Ahead, the marketplace covered by the barrier was already clearly visible. The path to survival was just a step away. They just needed to rush into the formation to escape the massacre of the cultivators. But ultimately they perished just within reach. The wind and snow howled, and a slender figure gracefully landed on the blood-stained snowdrift. The purple robe fluttered in the fierce wind, outlining her graceful silhouette, a stunningly exquisite face reflecting in the snow's light, yet her eyes held an icy indifference. Feng Yu lowered her gaze, her slender white fingers gently beckoning towards the corpses below. Several shallow purple threads like living beings slithered into the corpses, as if hungry spirit snakes, instantly draining the blood and residual spiritual energy from the bodies, leaving only desiccated husks. Then she raised her delicate hand, and the purple threads swiftly retracted, skillfully wrapping around her snowy white wrist, transforming into faint, almost imperceptible light purple patterns that quietly disappeared. At the same time, several figures silently descended behind her, kneeling on one knee in unison, holding up the recently collected storage rings and bags. Young master, ahead is the Qingyuan market with very few foundation establishment forces. The strongest among them is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, one of the subordinates reported respectfully. However, the Su family's foundation in the Qingyuan market is extraordinary, having set up a third-grade formation around the market. Feng Yu smiled, her breathtakingly beautiful face slowly spreading a bewitching smile, her voice soft and charming, carrying an indescribable allure. I didn't expect to see a third-grade formation in such a remote place. The Su family is indeed quite interesting. She elegantly turned her waist, her delicate hand waved in the air, and all the storage rings and bags held by her subordinates flew into her sleeves. Then her beautiful eyes flickered, landing on a man in black robe not far away, her voice still soft, but now carrying an undeniable sharpness. "Can you break this formation?" The black-robed man fell silent for a moment before responding in a deep voice, replying to the young master, "This formation is complex and self-contained, making it extremely difficult to attack from the outside. To break it, we must find a way to approach from the inside, but..." "That's enough." She interrupted him coldly before he could finish his sentence. The seductive smile on her face vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy chill, and her voice turned crisp and sharp, like shattered jade striking ice. "How I act is not for you to teach me. Just answer, can you, or can you not?" Her gaze was like a knife sweeping over the black-robed man's bowed head, her voice cold. "If you dare to say another word, I will make you this waste the nourishment beneath my bloodline." The black-robed man's figure slightly paused, then he bowed his head even more respectfully. "Yes, I will obey your orders," he replied softly, and was about to step back. However, Feng Yu's voice rang out softly again, carrying a hint of lazy delicacy, as if the previous coldness was merely an illusion. "Remember to be quick." She raised her slender white hand, gently exhaling a breath of white mist, adjusting her purple robe on her shoulders, her eyes filled with a tender and delicate weakness. "This wind and snow are so cold it hurts the bones. If we stay too long, the skin will become rough." The bustling Qingyuan square was as lively as ever. Since the deployment of the third-tier array, there had been no reports of demonic cultivators harming anyone, sparking much discussion among the townsfolk. Some speculated that the third-tier array had intimidated the petty criminals, causing the demonic cultivators to flee in fear. Others believed that the Su family had utilized the array to secretly eradicate these malignant influences. Regardless of the truth, this peace ultimately benefited the people of Qingyuan. The square displayed an increasingly vibrant vitality, with long streets brightly lit and filled with the sounds of bustling crowds, dispelling the chill of winter. The most reassuring sight was the children chasing and playing in the streets. Their clear laughter and cheers soared freely above the snow. If this were in the past, which child would dare to run outside so carefree? They would be huddled at home, anxiously awaiting their parents' return. The playful children ran past a group of black-robed cultivators, their laughter ringing clear. Observing this near-luxurious prosperity and tranquility in the chaos of the world, the leader of the black-robed cultivators paused slightly, a complex glimmer flashing in his gaze. This place was situated in a remote corner and further protected by the third-tier array, had become a tough nut to crack. Anyone with a bit of sense would choose to avoid it. Yet their young master commanded. "Senior brother, do we really have to follow the young master's orders and waste time and energy breaking this third-tier array?" A black-robed individual behind him could not help but transmit a message, his tone tinged with suppressed irritation. "This is completely insane. It's utterly unreasonable. Breaking a third-tier array is extremely difficult. One must avoid the Su family's watchful eyes, while simultaneously destroying all array nodes. If even one node remains intact, all efforts will be in vain, bringing nothing but trouble." The leader of the black-robed cultivators fell silent for a moment, then transmitted back in a low voice, "You dare defy the young master's orders?" The questioner twitched his lips, but the original plan didn't even include Qingyuan Square. "If we delay here too long and miss the main event, how will we explain ourselves to the elders? I have already advised against this." The black-robed cultivator barely sighed, a hint of resigned inevitability in his voice. "If trouble arises because of this, the responsibility lies with the young master, not with us." "Fine." Hearing this, the others knew that further discussion was futile. They could only suppress their frustration and quietly disperse, moving stealthily towards the designated array nodes around the square. They understood well that the greatest difficulty in breaking the array lay in needing to destroy all core nodes simultaneously. The cultivators of Qingyuan were by no means foolish. Once they sensed any disturbance in the array, they would surely do everything to obstruct it. Thus their actions must be swift. They needed to shatter the array before the cultivators of the square could react. Once this third-tier array is broken, with the depth of the strength possessed by the many from the underworld palace, it would take but a moment to annihilate this square. The black-robed cultivators silently blended into the crowd of the square. In the palm of the black-robed cultivator, the array disc began to emit a nearly imperceptible glow, with the needle slightly turning in response to the calculations guiding them towards a dark alley away from the main street. The alley was silent, with only the cold wind howling past the corners. Just a few steps ahead, an inconspicuous corner was where the array node indicated. The two exchanged glances, just about to step forward, when they suddenly stopped simultaneously. Two figures wielding swords emerged from the shadows. The man leaning against the wall stood tall, his expression cold as ice, his eyes radiating an unmistakable killing intent. He resembled a sharp sword ready to unsheath, causing the very air to freeze momentarily. Beside him, a woman casually sat atop a pile of crates, her posture striking and confident. She leaned on her long sword with one hand, a slightly mocking smile playing at the corner of her lips, her gaze descending upon them, as if waiting for quite some time. Tisk! Wei Yan lightly leaped, landing gracefully on the ground, her long sword tilting towards the ground, producing a faint ringing sound. Have the mice hiding in the gutters finally found their way? Her voice was crisp, yet her tone was as flat as discussing the weather. I had thought that this third-tier array would at least awaken a few of you petty criminals to know when to retreat. It seems I have overestimated your intellect and underestimated your greed. As her words fell, a palpable chill of sword intent, as if it had substance, quietly locked onto the two black-robed cultivators at the alley's entrance, sending a shiver down their spines. They were waiting for us. How is this possible? The black-robed cultivators' hearts raced as cold sweat broke out on their backs. Their operation was entirely a spuro-themant decision from the young master. How could the other party have foreseen this, lying in wait right here? You too must be mistaken. He forced down the turmoil in his heart, feigning calm as he squeezed out a stiff smile. We were merely passing through this place by chance and have never taken any actions that would harm the interests of the square. I think you two might have mistaken us for someone else. Still trying to deny it. Wei Yan's lips curled into a cold arc, but her eyes held no trace of amusement. The moment these demonic cultivators entered the square, every move they made was under the watch of the Su family. Regardless of how they concealed their cultivation and aura, it was all in vain under the third-tier inside array. Yenner, there's no need to waste words with them. Su Xuanheng's gaze was solemn, his voice calm, yet filled with an undeniable determination. Since it was confirmed they were enemies, it would be best to eliminate them directly. Why waste breath? There's no need for a reason to strike at enemies. If they enjoy pretending to be fools, let them carry on into the next life. Before his words could finish, the air in the alley suddenly grew tense. Su Xuanheng's long sword was abruptly drawn, its clear ringing echoing through the narrow passage. Almost simultaneously, Wei Yan's sword tip transformed into a streak of light. The sword energies came from either side like the convergence of the sun and moon, bringing with them a sharp brilliance as they ruthlessly advanced. At the same moment, the sword energies erupted, intricate array patterns illuminated the ground and walls of the alley. An invisible barrier suddenly rose, sealing off the entire space. This is bad. The faces of the two black-robed cultivators changed dramatically, the last shred of hope completely shattered. Their identities had been exposed, and their escape routes were sealed by the array. They had no choice but to fight to the death. The black robes of the two began to flutter without wind, their foundation establishment power no longer concealed, bursting forth with a roar as spells collided violently with the sword energies. Boom! The thunderous explosion resounded within the array barrier. Chaotic waves of spiritual energy surged, the eaves and brick walls on either side of the alley crumbled like paper, shattering into dust under the onslaught of spiritual power. Fortunately, the array rose within the alley. Otherwise, the residual might of the foundation establishment cultivators' techniques alone would have been enough to raise half of the streets to the ground in an instant. At the same time, arrays of light began to illuminate various corners of the square. Those demonic cultivators quietly infiltrating the square found themselves intercepted in different alleys, courtyards, or street corners by the cultivators. A shadow of a demon cultivator from the Nether Palace slipped silently over the courtyard wall, landing softly without a sound. But at the moment his feet touched the ground, the ground walls and eaves of the entire courtyard simultaneously erupted with spiritual light, intricate formation patterns intertwining in an instant to envelop and isolate the area. Almost simultaneously, the door swung open. A pair of young men and women stepped out side by side, standing on the stone steps. The boy wore a radiant smile, while the girl had a frosty expression. Both exuded calmness, their gazes towards the intruder in the courtyard carrying a hint of premeditated understanding. The demon cultivator from the Nether Palace narrowed his eyes, instantly realizing that the opponents had laid a trap here beforehand. Though I don't know how I was exposed. But sending just two chi refining kids to stop me is rather underestimating. His voice was hoarse and dry, the black robe around him moving without wind as a foundation establishment pressure spread out. And what if they are in the chi refining stage? Su Xinyo's smile remained unchanged as his right hand rested on the sword hilt, the sharp sword slowly emerging from its sheath, with a clear ringing echoing in the courtyard. Do not forget where you are. His voice was clear, each word like a nail within a third-tier grand formation. You are being too arrogant. Beside him, Su Xinyue remained silent, an intense coldness emanating from her. Her sword remained unmoved, yet her aura had solidified with the sword energy around her, emitting a faint metallic ringing. As soon as he finished speaking, countless clear sword sounds suddenly echoed through the void, layered upon each other like a mountain roaring and a sea surging. Behind Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue, sword shadows appeared out of thin air, connecting end to end, forming layers of rotating resplendent sword rings. This The demon cultivator from the Nether Palace's expression changed slightly, the trapping sword formation. In an instant, the brother and sister drew their swords simultaneously. One sword's edge was crimson red, its scorching sword energy erupting like a volcano. The other sword glimmered an icy blue, its chilling sword energy cascading like a glacier. Where the sword light fell, the courtyard was instantly divided. The left half transformed into a fiery hell with bricks melting and air boiling. The right half became an ancient, unmelting ice abyss with ice spikes growing wildly, freezing everything. The myriad sword shadows in the sky rained down with a thunderous crash in the demon cultivator's rapidly narrowing pupils. Boom! Thunder roared like a collapsing pillar exploding on a remote mountain peak several miles away. Countless bolts of blazing white lightning poured down like a heavenly tribulation, turning the entire mountain peak into a blinding sea of thunderstorm. The terrifying power of the thunder raged wildly, the formation vibrating with ripples, the light curtain flickering as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. At the center of the thunderstorm, Su Xianxiao stood atop the mountain peak, surrounded by flickering lightning snakes, the intermittent light casting a murderous expression on his face. Next to him, a robust black tiger crouched low, a low growl rolling in its throat, its beastly eyes revealing fierce light. Before them, 3 corpses of Nether Palace demon cultivators lay charred like coal, their deaths brutal. Most chilling were the 2 towering statues behind Su Xuanxiao, resembling white jade carvings. One statue held a demon subduing copper pestle, its appearance majestic, while the other grasped a stone sword and jade seal, exuding awe. The 2 statues, like gods and Buddhas, stood majestically, their feet upon the charred corpses, the bloodstained stone sword glinting coldly in the lightning. The Nether Palace is nothing but this. Su Xianxiao smirked, stepping over the corpses beneath him, his gaze directed into the distance. In the depths of the market, in a narrow alley, Chenglan, Su Heian, and Fan Xiushan formed a triangle, effectively blocking 5 Nether Palace demon cultivators attempting to escape in the alley. Su Heian stroked his beard, a playful surprise appearing on his chubby face. I didn't expect there would really be some fearless demon cultivators sneaking in here, trying to disrupt our formation. Fan Kishan's face was solemn, his white beard fluttering in the night wind. The bigger the tree, the more wind it attracts. Since the day our grand formation was established, we anticipated outside enemies would covet it, but we didn't expect the claws of Da Qi to stretch out this quickly. Chenglan said nothing, her phoenix eyes gleaming coldly, with a faint waterway rhythm beginning to circulate around her, dense ice crystals forming in the air. Her voice was as clear as spring water striking stone as she questioned directly, "Are you from Da Qi?" The 5 demon cultivators exchanged dark glances. In the next moment, their figures flickered rapidly, their positions suddenly shifting, forming a strange formation. The 5 simultaneously formed seals, immense demonic and bloody energy surged from their bodies, rapidly gathering in midair. In the blink of an eye, a towering green-faced demon with protruding fangs and 2 horns on its head materialized. The demon's shadow roared to the heavens, emitting a soul-shaking roar as a vast wave of bloody energy transformed into visible crimson ripples sweeping towards Chenglan and the others. Within the Su family's territory, the moonlight was like water, and the melodious sound of the qin flowed gracefully, adding elegance to the tranquil night. Joing. Suddenly, the sounds of various spiritual lights surged into the sky, formation patterns intertwining as if coming to life, instantly transforming this area into a heavenly net. At the same time, countless talismans fluttered autonomously in the air, crackling in the wind. Crimson gold runes suddenly peeled off the paper, transforming into dozens of chains of spiritual energy, as thick as a bowl, shooting towards a few black shadows attempting to escape in the courtyard. The chains were incredibly accurate, instantly binding the shadows' ankles, waists, and necks. The runes then shone brightly, pinning the shadows in place, unable to move. Bang! A dull sound erupted, accompanied by the cracking sound of bones. Wei Jing, as sturdy as an iron tower, charged in with a howling wind, landing a punch on one of the demon cultivators' faces. With the support of layers of formations and sound-based techniques, his blood surged, and his punch was ferocious beyond compare, like an ancient fierce beast fully awakened. Puff! The demon cultivator spat blood forcibly, breaking a few golden chains with demonic power, and retaliated with several fierce spells aimed at Wei Jing's chest. However, the spells merely caused a layer of golden light to flicker on Wei Jing's surface, dissipating as if a mud cow had entered the sea. Wei Jing's gaze was icy. Without any pause, facing the surging spells, he did not dodge or evade, his fists like giant drums ruthlessly smashing out. The spells were shattered in midair by his powerful punches, spiritual light scattering everywhere. He then surged forward, breaking into the midst of the demon cultivators, delivering heavy punches. With each punch that landed, there was a sickening cracking sound of bones breaking the demon cultivators' limbs, their bodies flying out like tattered sacks. One demon cultivator seized the opportunity to break free, vanishing swiftly. However, after retreating a few steps, he suddenly froze. Under the moonlight, a graceful figure had mysteriously appeared in his path. Su Xinling sat elegantly on the broad and stable back of a large black bull, her delicate fingers gently caressing the strings of the ancient chain on her lap. Then Su Xuanjing's graceful figure emerged like a wisp of pale, purple smoke from another shadow. A teasing smile curled at the corners of her mouth as her gaze swept over the several demon cultivators who had been beaten to a pulp. There really are some blind fools who dare to run wild on my Su family's territory. The alluring Feng Yu stood atop a solitary peak outside Qingyuan Fengshe, her purple robe billowing in the wind as she gazed down at the market below. Suddenly the market was illuminated by a surge of array light enveloping the entire area in a massive barrier. Witnessing this scene, the usual enchanting allure vanished from Feng Yu's stunning face, replaced by a layer of frost. What a bunch of useless fools. Her voice no longer soft and sweet, each word dripped with a chilling, murderous intent. The disciples cultivated with great care by the ghostly hall had infiltrated the market for less than a short, while only to be detected by the enemy, without even touching the core of the array, instead trapping themselves within it. Is this the elite cultivated by the ghostly hall? They are no different from a bunch of headless flies. If this matter were to spread and be known by the other covetous sects, the ghostly hall's infamy and reputation accumulated over hundreds of years would truly have no place to be put. Young master, one of the subordinates beside her clasped his hands solemnly and whispered, "Shall we retreat now or attempt to rescue our trapped senior brothers and sisters?" Rescue? Feng Yu abruptly turned around, her voice rising sharply, laden with undisguised hostility. What's there to save in a bunch of useless fools? Seeing her in a rage, the subordinate bravely advised, "Please, young master, think again. The mission assigned by the Hall Master is to rob the major sects in Luoxian City, and several senior brothers and sisters skilled in formations are trapped in the market. If we lose them, the subsequent missions will surely be difficult to complete." Upon hearing the words Hall Master, the surging anger in Feng Yu's chest paused slightly, and the agitation in her eyes receded a bit. However, this calmness only lasted for a brief moment. Thinking of how useless her subordinates were, incapable of even taking a remote market, an even stronger anger surged within her. Truly a bunch of incompetent fools who can achieve nothing and cause failures. Her voice was sharp, her gaze slicing through the crowd behind her. You can't even break a small market like Qingyuan Fengshe, and yet you think you are worthy of robbing the major sects. With a flick of her delicate hand, she issued an unarguable command. Everyone cast spells to summon demons. If we can't break this array today, you'll all stay in this snow forever. Upon hearing her words, the faces of the crowd revealed bitterness. Clearly, it was the young master's sudden decision to deviate from the original plan that led to this predicament, yet they were now being made to take the blame. Unwilling yet afraid to voice their dissent, they could only silently obey the orders, beginning to construct a makeshift altar on the peak, preparing to perform the summoning secret technique. The summoning secret technique, passed down in the ghostly hall, can forcibly call back powerful souls sleeping in the underworld using the bones of past hall masters or elders, temporarily attaching them to living bodies to borrow part of their former power. This method is exceedingly dangerous. The higher the cultivation of the soul in life, the stronger their consciousness becomes. If the caster's divine sense is not strong enough, they risk being snatched away, their soul scattered. Unless absolutely necessary, disciples of the ghostly hall would never resort to this technique. However, with all their peers skilled in formations trapped, their only way to break the array was to summon the souls of golden core beings to possess them, unleashing a powerful strike to forcefully break through this third-tier great array. Just as the altar was taking shape and a sinister demonic energy began to permeate the air, a clear and gentle voice from a young man unexpectedly came from below. What a lively scene. What celebration are you hosting? Feng Yu and her subordinates were startled, swiftly turning to look. They saw a handsome young man in a blue shirt walking through the snow below, his steps light, leaving no trace on the ground. He wore a warm smile as if he were simply a passerby. However, his sudden appearance went unnoticed by Feng Yu and the others, given their cultivation and divine sense. In the blink of an eye, the young man had glided over the steep mountain path, gracefully landing atop the peak, perfectly positioned between the altar and Feng Yu. The members of the ghostly hall were on high alert as they could not discern the young man's depth of cultivation. Feng Yu, however, had a flicker in her eyes. She suddenly curled her lips, revealing a charming smile, and said in a soft voice, "Young man, are you lost in this icy wilderness? Do you need me to take you home?" She too could not see through his cultivation, but was certain that he must be a foundation establishment cultivator from Qingyuan Fengshe, at most in the early stages of foundation establishment. He was merely relying on a high-level concealment technique to mask his aura. If a golden core real person were to arrive, everyone present would have turned to ash in an instant. What golden core cultivator would waste time talking to ants? Seeing through everything, Feng Yu appeared particularly calm, her beautiful eyes even sparkling with a hint of playful mockery. No need to go home yet. Su Yang's expression remained tranquil as he replied with a smile. However, I can escort you all. Why does the young man speak so maturely like those old-fashioned codgers? It truly makes me feel bored, you know. Feng Yu's tone remained soft and delicate, yet the smile in her eyes suddenly turned into a fierce glare. However, I'm quite interested in your concealment technique. How about teaching it to me? Before her words fell, an unexpected change occurred. A blood-red thread shot up from the snow without warning, like a venomous snake emerging from its den, aiming straight for Su Yang's brow. Just as the blood thread was about to touch his skin, a dark blue solid light shield emerged around Su Yang, firmly stopping the blood thread. At the moment of their collision, a vast surge of spiritual power rippled outward, forcibly clearing the surrounding snowstorm, creating a brief vacuum. Hee hee. Feng Yu's charming laughter betrayed a cruel mockery. She suddenly increased her spiritual power, unleashing her full strength as a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator. With a crack, the surface of the dark blue shield instantly spread with web-like cracks. The young man looks quite handsome, but unfortunately his mind isn't very bright. You dare come alone before understanding your opponent's details. Don't you think you're a bit foolishly adorable? As her words fell, her spiritual power surged again, as if she intended to break through the shield and him together. Yet Su Yang remained calm, the corner of his mouth still holding a trace of a faint smile. What you say is quite interesting. He gently shook his head, his tone still gentle. Who told you I came alone? Just as Su Yang finished speaking, a terrifying wave of spiritual power suddenly pierced through the stormy snow, pressing down towards the solitary peak. Where it passed, even space began to twist and tremble. The members of the ghostly hall felt a violent shock in their hearts, as if an invisible giant hand had gripped their throats, leaving them unable to breathe. Especially Feng Yu, her charm and mockery vanished the instant she sensed that wave. Not good. Her pupils contracted sharply, and the blood thread aimed at Su Yang instantly recoiled, like lightning wrapping around her in layers at an astonishing speed, enveloping her in a tightly sealed blood-colored cocoon. Just as she completed her defense, a dazzlingly bright blue light flow, like a star falling from the sky, tore through the heavens. Boom. In the deafening explosion, the blue light collided violently with the blood-colored cocoon, and the destructive energy surged outward like a raging tide. Those members of the ghostly hall who failed to react did not even have time to scream, their figures instantly vaporizing, evaporating completely. The blood cocoon, scorched into half a charred mass by the magical cannon, flew through the air, with its lingering force crashing through the peaks of 3 mountains before thundering down amidst the clouds of shattered stone and dust. Faced with such a terrifying blow, Feng Yu was still alive. Su Yang's pupils constricted, his heart chilled. The vitality of a late foundation establishment cultivator was indeed shockingly resilient. The surface of the charred blood cocoon was crawling with countless crimson threads, as if they were alive, peeling away and then slowly retracting back into Feng Yu's body. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, leaving a striking red mark on her pale cheek. She lifted her head, her gaze heavy as she looked toward the sky. There a flying ship hovered in midair, its cold metallic hull reflecting the light of the snow, and on either side a dozen ominous magical cannons were mounted, their barrels still resonating with the remnants of the earlier magical assault. Is this a warship-ish? Feng Yu's face instantly stiffened, disbelief etched across her features. How could a Foundation establishment force possess a warship of the Imperial Army? What was the origin of the opponent? Was the Qingyuan market perhaps a military stronghold hidden by the Great Way? Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of a third-tier great formation guarding this place while deploying such war engines? Such a configuration far surpassed that of many county cities did appeared anything but an ordinary market. Is she still alive? Su Xinyo leaned over the ship's railing, spotting the figure rising from the ruins, unable to restrain a shocked exclamation. If a Foundation establishment cultivator can withstand a magical cannon, how formidable must a golden core expert be? Just then Feng Yu's gaze pierced through the snow and wind, coldly sweeping across the bow of the ship. In that instant, as her murderous gaze met his, Su Xinyo felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp tingling, and he immediately shouted, "Quick! Continue firing. We must not let her catch her breath." Yes. On the deck, several servants of the Su family responded, pouring their spiritual energy into the magical cannons. The cannon barrels of over a dozen magical cannons lit up simultaneously, emitting a deep humming sound. In the next moment, a more concentrated azure energy torrent, carrying the aura of burning mountains and boiling seas, thundered down toward the figure below. Facing this overwhelming barrage capable of turning a Foundation establishment cultivator into dust, Feng Yu's blood-stained lips curled into a mischievous, yet crazed arc. Her eyes shimmered with icy brilliance, her killing intent solidifying into something tangible. Blood Luo, heavenly net. With a sharp, clear shout, countless piercing crimson threads shot out from her pores and wounds. The blood threads were tougher than refined gold, swift as lightning, as if they possessed life, piercing through the void and weaving together in the heavens, forming a massive crimson net spanning 100 feet. In the face of the torrent from the magical cannons, Feng Yu's figure suddenly became ethereal. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Her true form seemed to merge into the blood-red net, transforming into an elusive scarlet afterimage that flickered between the countless nodes of blood threads. The first magical cannon's energy stream brushed against the afterimage, evaporating a section of mountain rock into red molten lava. The second energy stream exploded along the edge of the blood net, the violent shockwave uprooting nearby ancient trees and shredding them into fragments. The third, fourth, and fifth energy streams followed in quick succession. Feng Yu, stepping on the blood threads, dodged all of them like a ghost while the mountains behind her erupted into clouds of dust. Under the cover of fire and smoke, Feng Yu approached the hovering flying ship at a speed that was startlingly fast, moving against the chaotic flow of energy. Qin Jiangmai's expression was solemn as she manipulated the warship to distance itself while her delicate fingers danced across the zither on her lap. The clear and ethereal zither notes transformed into invisible sound waves, rippling outward in layers, attempting to disrupt the incoming scarlet afterimage. As the sound waves passed, Feng Yu's ghostly flickering figure indeed showed a momentary pause. However, her figure merely trembled slightly, and the blood threads around her suddenly vibrated violently, dispersing the incoming sound waves. Sound law? Interesting. It's rare to see someone cultivating such an obscure law in this era. Feng Yu's voice was soft and charming as her speed surged once more. The blood net covering the heavens and earth began to close in on the warship like a giant hand blocking out the sun as she approached. At the critical moment, a blazing star, seemingly forcibly summoned from the galaxy, fell like a meteor. Star-snatching technique. Su Yang stepped on his flying sword, shattering the air as he arrived. He flicked his finger lightly, and the falling star, carrying the might of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, crashed toward the converging blood-red net. Third-tier formation warship magical cannons, Great Way royal spells. Feng Yu's gaze narrowed slightly, further confirming her suspicions. The Qingyuan market was indeed, as she suspected, a trump card buried by the Great Way to counter the Great Qi. Her fingers curled like hooks, and the blood net eagerly welcomed the descending star. The collision of the blood threads and the falling star erupted into a sharp, piercing shriek, scattering countless fragments of rock. Blood light erupted from Feng Yu's pores, and countless fine blood threads intertwined like a cocoon, directly transforming into a blood-red rainbow that collided into the heart of the falling star. Boom! A blinding light and rumble erupted from within the star, as if a miniature sun was being forcibly expanded. Almost simultaneously, Su Xinya's sharp voice rang out from the flying ship, "Fire!" Dozens of magical cannons roared in unison, unleashing azure torrents that indiscriminately covered the exploding star. "Young master, we are here to assist you." Below, the surviving demon cultivators of the Yuming Hall howled frantically, pouring the remaining demonic energy into a green-faced fanged demon's phantom that rose from the ground, swinging its massive arms to clash with the torrent of magical cannons. Suddenly, the zither notes pierced through the air. Qin Jiangmai's slender fingers flew as she plucked the zither strings, the sound waves transforming into invisible ripples that spread outwards. The zither music entered the soul, striking at the heart. The massive demon phantom, originally charging towards the torrent of magical cannons, suddenly halted, as if being forcibly pulled by invisible threads, its charge direction taking on a bizarre deflection. The gigantic demon phantom grazed the edge of the energy stream, slamming hard against the nearby mountains. As the mountains collapsed, the falling star shattered with a loud bang. Feng Yu broke through the star, her momentum soaring as the blood threads danced wildly like a demon. Her eyes were crimson, filled with boundless killing intent, presenting a mad visage as if she were a deity slaying gods and a Buddha slaying Buddhas. Yet, just as her figure appeared, she was met with a second wave of magical cannon torrents that had been charging up for a long time. Boom! Feng Yu was sent flying like a kite, with its string cut, her figure slicing through the air as she fell toward the distant mountains. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, her back slammed into an invisible barrier. Buzz! A visible circle of pale silver spatial ripples spread out from the point of her impact, radiating like a stone dropped into a calm lake, expanding layer by layer. In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth changed. The winds and clouds stirred up without warning, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged within a radius of several dozen miles. The snowy plains beneath everyone's feet and the distant mountain ranges became twisted and blurred, as if a massive ink painting had been soaked in clear watercolors, blending and boundaries dissolving. At the point of Feng Yu's impact, a towering light gate 100 feet high and shimmering with a seven-colored glow slowly emerged from the void. Within the light gate, majestic mountains and rivers could be faintly seen, raging seas, swirling sandstorms, and ethereal mists. Various grandiose scenes intertwined and shifted within the gate, exuding a wild and ancient aura. A surge of spiritual energy, several times denser than that of the outside world, erupted from within the light gate, like a flood from a breached dam. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present, including the cultivators within the market. What is that? Su Yang hovered in the air on his sword, his face filled with astonishment. A secret realm? He had lived in Qingyuan for decades and had never discovered that this place concealed a secret realm. At the moment the light gate fully solidified, an irresistible suction erupted. Feng Yu didn't even have time to react before being pulled into the secret realm by a tremendous force. Su Yang quickly regained his composure from his astonishment without a hint of hesitation. He swayed slightly and landed steadily on the deck of the flying ship, his voice clearly resonating throughout the vessel. We must enter immediately. Xianyu instruct Xianheng and the others to clear all remaining demonic cultivators inside and outside the market, then hold the formation firmly to ensure the safety of Qingyuan market. After we investigate the situation inside the secret realm, we will inform them whether to enter or not. Su Xianyu's expression turned serious as he nodded solemnly and entered the divine sense space to relay the message to his clan. Qin Jiangmei piloted the flying ship, transforming it into a streak of flowing light directly entering the secret realm. At the same time, the demonic statue's phantom in the Nether Palace finally broke free from the illusion of the musical law. The demonic cultivator from the Nether Palace looked towards the entrance of the secret realm, first stunned, then quickly reacting. His massive body trembled violently as he prepared to chase after the entrance. At that moment, several Foundation Establishment cultivators' auras surged in. Su Xianheng stepped onto his flying sword, his figure like a streak of lightning as he rushed forward, his eyes glinting coldly like ice. He swung his sword, and the sword energy transformed into a rainbow, slicing directly at the demon statue's head. Following closely was Su Xianshao, his feet crackling with thunder as dark clouds gathered above the blazing white lightning like a spear of divine punishment crashing towards the demon statue's chest. The intertwining sword energy and thunder struck fiercely, causing the demon statue's phantom to emit a mournful cry as if struck by a giant hammer, shattering into countless light points in an instant. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, the deep blue sea reflecting tiny golden rays in the sunlight. The humid sea breeze carrying a slightly salty scent greeted them as the flying ship landed steadily on the surface of the sea, gently rising and falling with the waves splashing a sound of water. In the blink of an eye, they had transitioned from the snowy winds of Qingyuan to this sunlit ocean. Such a dramatic change in environment left them feeling dazed. Not just Su Xianyu, even Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei couldn't help but feel a sense of disorientation, as if the recent battle was merely a distant memory. Aside from the three of them and the Su family servants, Cheng Ning Xiang and Zhao Wanyi were also present. The two women walked to the edge of the ship, reaching out to catch the splashing cool water. The real sensation and the salty smell served as reminders that this was no illusion. Grandfather, Su Xianyu gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of blue before him, his tone uncertain. Are we truly inside a secret realm and not a teleportation array? He understood that a secret realm is an independent space, yet the vast ocean before him exceeded his comprehension and understanding of secret realms. Could it be that they were teleported overseas? Su Yang did not answer. He slightly closed his eyes, his immense divine sense spreading out like an invisible net sweeping in all directions. There were no islands, no reefs, and not even a single swimming fish or a trace of a seabird. Only boundless sea water and the same vast blue sky above that sent chills down their spines. The flying ship under Qin Jiangmei's control had been sailing in one direction for quite some time. All they could see were the undulating waves, monotonous, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Strange, there are no fluctuations of the Tao laws like those in the starry space. Could it be that this secret realm consists only of this sea? Su Yang furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. But the scene presented by the entrance light gate was more than just this. The entrance to the secret realm cannot arbitrarily display multiple scenes. There must be places within the secret realm that exist. Moreover, Feng Yu, who entered first, has also vanished without a trace, likely falling into another space. With this thought, Su Yang had come to a conclusion in his heart and spoke in a low voice. This secret realm should contain multiple independent spaces. This ocean is just one of them. We must quickly find the entrance to the other spaces, otherwise. He paused, glancing at everyone. We may very well be trapped here until our lifespans run out. Not all secret realms will automatically expel cultivators when closed. Some secret realms become dead zones once closed, and unless one possesses the ability to break through space, they may never leave in this lifetime. It was precisely for this reason that Su Yang had strictly ordered Su Xianheng and the others to hold the Qingyuan, and without notification, they were not to recklessly enter. Grandfather, we received news from Uncle that many cultivators in Qingyuan market couldn't resist and followed into the secret realm. But we haven't seen a single figure here, Su Xianyu said. Su Yang nodded slightly at his words. This further confirmed his speculation that those who entered the secret realm were dispersed into different spatial areas. They were on the same flying ship, treated as individual transmissions, allowing them to gather together. Su Yang's gaze fell on Su Xianyu, suddenly recalling this boy's special fate. In such an uncertain environment, it might have unexpected benefits. Su Yang smiled slightly, patted Su Xianyu on the shoulder, and tossed the dilemma back to him. What do you think we should do now, eh? Off. Su Xianyu was taken aback, not expecting his grandfather to give him the decision-making power. He hesitated, running his fingers through his hair, his gaze shifting between the expansive sea surface and the deep waters. Finally mustering his courage, he pointed to the dark blue sea below. How about we check the seabed? Perhaps treasures and exits are hidden underneath. Su Yang nodded, immediately signaling to his wife beside him. That makes sense. Jiangmei, let's go down. All right. Qin Jiangmei responded, and the flying ship trembled slightly before slowly sinking into the sea. Just as the hull touched the sea surface, the spirit runes inscribed on the hull lit up one by one, and a transparent barrier of spiritual light instantly unfolded, enveloping the entire flying ship and isolating the sea water from entering. At the same time, the speed of the ship entering the water did not diminish at all, though instead it became as nimble and swift as a swimming fish, as if empowered by the force of wind spirits. This was precisely the effect of the careful infusion of spirit by Su Xianjing and in Zi Yao into the flying ship, integrating the wondrous applications of various elemental talismans. When encountering water, a water-repelling barrier is created. During stealth, speed is enhanced by the wind. Many effects that are usually not used can exhibit astonishing convenience at critical moments. The flying ship rapidly descended into the unfathomable depths of the sea, the surrounding light dimming gradually, with only the shimmering runes on the hull illuminating a small area of the unknown darkness ahead. Suddenly, a black cliff covered in jagged patterns loomed unexpectedly ahead, obstructing everyone's view. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei's bodies trembled simultaneously, their pupils constricting. Su Xianyu was about to speak, but was silenced by Su Yang raising a hand to cover his mouth. Everyone, don't make a sound. Su Yang's voice echoed in each person's mind like thunder, the tone unusually tense and serious. Qin Jiangmei's expression turned grave as she controlled the flying ship to continue descending at an almost imperceptible slow speed, as if afraid of disturbing the silence of the deep sea. As they descended, the cliff ahead did not extend to the seabed, instead it abruptly ended. Su Xianyu and the others instinctively looked up at the cliff above. The faint glow of the runes illuminated the outline of a colossal body so immense that it was overwhelming. What lay before them was not a cliff, but a gigantic ocean beast far more towering than any mountain, sleeping in the depths of the sea. This scene left everyone who had never seen the ocean trembling in their hearts. Fortunately, the creature was in a deep slumber. Had it awakened and opened its abyssal maw, no matter how powerful their flying ship's spirit techniques were, they would be unable to escape being devoured. The flying ship continued its descent, eventually landing slowly at the deepest part of the ocean floor. Just as the ship's hull touched the bottom, a violent wave of dizziness struck them, as though the entire world had been grasped by an invisible giant hand and forcefully turned 180 degrees. With a soft sound like the cracking of space, the surrounding scenery abruptly changed. The boundless seawater vanished without a trace in an instant. In its place were the howling winds filling their ears and the dry, scorching sands swirling around them. The flying ship stood alone on a piece of golden sand, and when they looked around, all they could see were endless sand dunes. In the blink of an eye, they had been thrown from the silent ocean into this searing desert. The sky was obscured by brownish-yellow dust, casting a dim hue all around. The howling wind whipped up the sand and gravel, striking against the flying ship's spiritual barrier like millions of tiny blades, producing a dense rustling sound. What should we do now? Zhao Weiner stared blankly at the overwhelming wind and sand before her, murmuring softly. The secret realm here was even stranger than the last time at Luotian City. The transitions between spaces were utterly unpredictable. She had no idea how to cope. If it weren't for traveling with the Su family, she feared she would be left floating on that ocean for a lifetime. Beside her, Su Xinyo gazed at the golden sea of sand, equally perplexed. The good news was that they had successfully escaped the ocean, yet in the blink of an eye they found themselves trapped in a desert. What should they do now? Should they dig beneath the sand to look for an exit? Just then, Su Yang's calm voice broke the silence. There is a small town beyond the sand dunes. I will go investigate the situation. Husband, I will go with you. Qin Jiangmei immediately stepped forward, concern in her eyes. However, Su Yang gently shook his head, his tone leaving no room for argument. The situation here is unclear. Only the two of us have foundation establishment cultivation. We must leave someone behind in case we encounter other cultivators. You should stay to protect them. That would be more prudent. Grandfather, why don't we all act together so we can look out for each other? Su Xinyo suggested. That small town gives me a strange feeling. It would be better if you stay on the outskirts to support me. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit uneasy, but also recognized the logic in it. After a brief discussion, they ultimately decided to follow Su Yang's plan. He would head to the small town to investigate, while the others waited on the outskirts ready to provide support. Su Yang took control of the flying ship, and seeing the dust blocking the sun above with visibility extremely poor, he maneuvered the ship to fly low, almost skimming the contours of the sand dunes. Once they crested the rising sand dune, the view opened up. A quaint little town with ancient gray-yellow buildings lay nestled in the sand valley below, almost blending into the surrounding desert. In this sun-scorched desert, the town exuded a faint coolness, giving it an eerie atmosphere. Su Yang flew out of the flying ship on his sword and gently landed on the town's edge. As his toes touched the ground, a chill pierced through the soles of his shoes, shooting straight up his spine. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The town was utterly silent. The remnants of walls and ruins showed no signs of life, and even the sound of the wind felt particularly heavy here. As his divine sense swept over the area, he found nothing. This chilling sensation seemed to arise from nowhere. He slowly walked into one of the abandoned courtyards. In the center of the courtyard stood a silent, dry well made of blue stone. The edges of the well were covered in dust, cracked, and showing no signs of moisture. Su Yang approached and leaned over to look inside. Suddenly, the clear sound of flowing water echoed out of nowhere. The dry well's walls began to seep with clear water, which quickly rose to reflect Su Yang's handsome face. No! Su Yang's heart raced with alarm, and he swiftly retreated. In that very instant, the surrounding scene abruptly transformed. At the well's edge, a plainly dressed maid appeared, drawing water with a bucket. Around them, the sounds of a bustling crowd, laughter, and the clinking of cups filled the air. What had just been a desolate courtyard had now turned into a delicate estate courtyard filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Everywhere he looked, there were lanterns and festive decorations. The courtyard was filled with banquet tables draped in embroidered tablecloths, dozens of round tables occupied with guests dressed splendidly, chatting and laughing, while the air was thick with the aromas of food and perfume. Su Yang's hair stood on end. As his divine sense swept over the scene, he discovered that every breath, every object, and even the lively expressions on the guests' faces returned an incredibly realistic feedback. He suddenly looked up. What happened to the dim yellow dust that had obscured the sky? Now there was only an expanse of clear blue sky, without a cloud, the sunlight warm and gentle, contrasting starkly with the desolate desert they had just left. Little brother, are you lost? Do you need your sister to take you home? At that moment, a familiar sweet voice came from the bustling crowd. Su Yang turned sharply and saw a figure in a purple robe gracefully approaching. Feng Yu's posture remained enchanting. As her slender waist swayed, she exuded an irresistible charm, and on her exquisite face a playful smile blossomed. Although the newcomer was an enemy, the familiar face eased Su Yang's taut nerves a little. He did not respond, his spiritual energy circulating quietly within him, ready to cast a spell to test the situation, when suddenly he froze. A feeling of being locked onto by countless pairs of eyes appeared without warning. Though the guests around him continued to laugh and chat without a glance in his direction, he could sense gazes converging from all directions, carrying a prickling sense of danger. Su Yang's heart jolted, his instinct was screaming at him. Don't make a move. As he scanned the area, Feng Yu's playful smile stood out like a sore thumb, affirming his assessment. The other party was a solid foundation establishment late-stage cultivator who had been battered by a magical cannon outside the secret realm. Now facing an enemy, there was not a shred of killing intent. Instead, she greeted him with a blooming smile. While this seemed to align with her bewitching nature, upon deeper thought it made no sense. After enduring so many magical cannon strikes, who would still smile at you? Su Yang forcefully suppressed the turbulent spiritual energy, retracting all fluctuations of his spells. In the instant he halted, the suffocating gazes began to recede like a tide. Feng Yu's smile momentarily faltered, quickly replaced by an unmistakable disappointment. She lightly clicked her tongue, her voice still soft, but now laced with a hint of playfulness. I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Are you the head of the Su family? What is going on here? Su Yang asked coldly, ignoring her question and scanning the banquet scene. Although Feng Yu did not explicitly state it, it was not hard to guess that fighting was prohibited here. If he were to act recklessly, the consequences would be unpredictable. Really now? Feng Yu elongated her tone, casting a feigned sorrowful glance at Su Yang, while her delicate fingers played with a strand of her cascading hair. You don't answer my questions, yet you turn around and ask me for information. How can you bully me like this? What is this woman up to again? Su Yang had no intention of entangling himself with Feng Yu. He needed to quickly understand the rules of this place, find a way to leave, and explore the potential opportunities within the secret realm. As for Feng Yu's life, if the chance arose, he would not hesitate to let Qin Jiangmei unleash her spell cannon to obliterate her. He ignored Feng Yu and directly approached the guests who were feasting. Feng Yu's current ease indicated that there was no immediate danger here. These guests were lively and perhaps could converse like ordinary people. "Dear villagers, may I ask where this place is? What joyous occasion brings such a lively atmosphere today?" Su Yang clasped his hands and asked the surrounding men, women, and elderly in a calm tone. "This is Qingshui Town." A nearby elderly man with white hair glowing from drink replied, cheerfully, not sensing any awkwardness in his question. "Today is the 90th birthday banquet of the town head. All guests are welcome, no need for gifts, just take a seat." Saying this, the old man enthusiastically took Su Yang's hand and led him to an empty spot. Come, there's a seat here. Young friend, sit quickly, or it will be gone." Qingshui Town. Su Yang complied and sat down, his mind racing through the names of different places in the Great Way, but he had no recollection of this place. As soon as he sat down, a familiar fragrance wafted over. Feng Yu unexpectedly sat down next to him, her body almost pressing against his arm. Su Yang frowned and immediately shifted away while his divine sense swept across his body to ensure he had not been marked by any spells. Seeing this, Feng Yu's face instantly showed a pitiful expression, her gaze filled with resentment, as if looking at a heartless man. The two sat in silence, completely at odds with the lively and joyous atmosphere around them. As the wine flowed, an elderly man with a kind face and white hair approached, surrounded by a group of young people. The guests at the banquet saw this, and all stood up respectfully, exclaiming in unison, "Elder Tang." Su Yang and Feng Yu also stood with the crowd, imitating the gesture of clasping their hands in greeting, not daring to act differently. Elder Tang smiled broadly and returned the gesture, saying, "Thank you all for coming. I have a few jars of fine wine that have been sealed for 100 years, and today I will share them with you all as a token of my gratitude." As soon as he finished speaking, several strong men carried out several jars of wine and began to pour for each guest. Initially, Su Yang and Feng Yu did not pay much attention, but when the jar was brought before them, the rich and irresistible aroma of the wine filled their nostrils, and it was as if every pore in their bodies opened up at that moment. "This wine." Feng Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. "This is actually spirit wine. Such pure and rich spiritual energy." Su Yang, without hesitation, tilted his head back and drank the wine in one gulp. As the owner of the drunken Immortal Tower, he had an appreciation for spirit wine that far surpassed that of ordinary people. The spiritual energy contained in this cup was enough to equal 5 years of his arduous cultivation. As the wine flowed down his throat, a soothing warmth instantly spread throughout his body, and the pure and immense spiritual energy surged like a flood, filling his limbs and bones, rapidly converging into his foundation and transforming into pure spiritual power. Crack! It was as if an invisible shackle shattered with a sound. Su Yang's aura suddenly surged, and his cultivation level directly broke through from the early foundation establishment stage to the mid-foundation establishment stage. What originally required years of painstaking effort to break through was effortlessly shattered by this cup of spirit wine. Su Yang was astonished, and his gaze towards the wine jar immediately became eager, wishing he could call his entire family over at once. But he quickly suppressed his impulse. The rules were clear: each person was allowed only one cup. The guests around him looked unsatisfied, yet no one dared to ask for a second cup. He had to remain rational. The relatives outside the secret realm did not need to be let in for the time being, as the spatial dimension for entry was unpredictable and the risks were unknown. However, those like Qin Jiangmei at the edge of the town could call for them to come in and give it a try. Su Yang immediately closed his eyes, entered his divine sense space, and sent a message to Qin Jiangmei guiding them to enter the town and look into the well in the courtyard. Though he was uncertain of the exact method to enter this place, it should be correct to replicate the process he experienced. Moments later, Elder Tang's spirit wine continued to be distributed. Suddenly, the figures of Qin Jiangmei and others appeared at the banquet. Su Yang and Feng Yu noticed immediately, yet the surrounding guests seemed oblivious, continuing to laugh and chat. The burly man pouring wine remained composed as he walked up to the newly appeared Qin Jiangmei and others, pouring each of them a full cup of spirit wine. After drinking, Su Xinya's cultivation aura surged, leaping from the 5th layer of Qi refinement to the 7th layer. Zhao Wani and Cheng Ningxiang, originally at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, found their aura harmonizing and reaching the peak of Qi refinement in an instant after drinking the spirit wine. As for Qin Jiangmei, who was at the early foundation establishment stage, although she did not directly break through, her spiritual power clearly advanced significantly, bringing her one step closer to the mid-foundation establishment stage. At this rate, she might enter the mid-foundation establishment stage even earlier than Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan. The banquet remained boisterous, and the lingering aroma of the spirit wine hung in the air. Elder Tung, I would like another cup. A clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out, instantly shattering the noise of the banquet. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the speaker. Everyone tacitly adhered to the rule of 1 cup per person, only daring to express their lingering desire on their faces, yet someone was so audacious as to ask for a second cup, and even directly addressed Elder Tung. Truly unaware of the consequences, Elder Tang's always warm smile gradually faded, and he calmly gazed in the direction of the voice. The Su family members were instantly horrified, for the speaker was none other than Su Xinyo. Xinyo, do not speak recklessly. Qin Jiangmai's face turned pale, and she scolded sharply, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She hurriedly bowed to Elder Tung and clasped her hands, her voice tense. Senior, please do not be angry. My grandson is young and ignorant, unable to handle alcohol. He was just talking nonsense after drinking. Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against him. Oh dear. Feng Yu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with unabashed glee, her voice sweet, yet piercing. Little brother, it seems your precious grandson has made a fool of himself. What do you think these beings will do to him? Crush him into minced meat or burn him to ashes? Su Yang's face darkened. He never expected such an incident to suddenly arise. Su Xinyo had always been a bit mischievous, but after the trials in the Yunmeng ruins his temperament had stabilized significantly. How could he regress and commit such a reckless act over a cup of spirit wine? Could it truly be that the alcohol had overcome him, causing him to speak out of turn? But he had bestowed upon Su Xinyo the fate of fortune comes to the heart, which should have brought him fortune and a keen intuition, making it unlikely for him to act against his own interests. Countless thoughts flashed through Su Yang's mind. He forcibly suppressed his anger and worry, forcing himself to remain calm, and decided to observe the situation. The suffocating silence lasted but a brief moment, just when everyone thought that Elder Tung would deal with this audacious young man. Ha ha, good. Good lad. Elder Tung suddenly clapped his hands and burst into laughter, his booming voice instantly dispersing the heavy atmosphere. A smile blossomed on his face, even more joyous than before. You are the first today to dare to ask this old man for a second cup of wine. His gaze swept over the guests at the table, who were as silent as cicadas in winter, and with a kind smile, he said, just earlier, I was gambling with my grandson, betting that there would be someone bold enough among the guests to speak up. As expected, today marks my 90th birthday, and indeed, betting brings good fortune, a splendid omen. With that, he waved his hand grandly, his voice booming, come here. Fill this young friend's cup again. The clamor surged once more like a tide. The guests erupted in astonishment, all eyes focusing on Su Xinyo, their expressions a mix of disbelief and unutterable envy. Clearly such an opportunity comes but once. Only the first person bold enough to ask would receive this extra blessing. Those who dared to follow suit would face dire consequences. Seeing Su Xinya's cup filled again, the Su family finally let out the breath they had been holding, collectively sighing in relief. Su Yang's lips curled slightly. Indeed, a person blessed with fortune, such seemingly outrageous actions often herald a fortuitous moment. He unconsciously glanced at Feng Yu beside him, only to see her expression of schadenfreude freeze, her eyes flashing with an imperceptible embarrassment, as if she had received an invisible slap to the face. At this moment, Su Xinyo respectfully thanked Elder Tung, and then made a move that surprised everyone. Holding the cup of spiritual wine, he turned and walked up to Qin Jiangmei. Grandmother, I wish to offer you this cup of spiritual wine. His clear voice rang out, and the banquet hall fell silent. Everyone was taken aback. Such a rare opportunity, how many sought it in vain, yet he chose to give it away. In the distance, Elder Tang's amiable smile held an extra hint of satisfaction, his gaze becoming softer as he stroked his beard and chuckled, what a filial child indeed. Qin Jiangmei was momentarily stunned, but then she smiled gently and said, Grandmother will accept your kind gesture, but this spiritual wine is your fortune, you should drink it quickly. No. Su Xinyo shook his head firmly. This cup of wine is my offering to you. If you drink it, your cultivation will break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, which is far more beneficial to the family than enhancing my own chi refinement stage. His expression was serious as he continued, with the risks of the secret realm ahead. If grandmother can break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, it would be most advantageous for the family. Su Xinyo spoke clearly and with conviction. Everything he had stemmed from his family, and now was the time to repay them. Hearing this, Qin Jiangmei ceased her refusals. Warmth flowed in her eyes as she gently ruffled her grandson's hair, then took the cup, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one go. Boom. The overwhelming spiritual energy from the wine surged within her, merging with the power of the previous cup, rushing forth like a torrent, breaking through barriers. Her aura soared, spiritual light swirling around her hair, lifting as if blown by the wind, glistening and radiant, her robes rustling. A more powerful spiritual pressure subtly radiated out. Mid-foundation establishment achieved. Su Yang watched from the side, his heart filled with myriad emotions. To say he was not envious would be a lie, but more than that, he felt genuinely happy for his wife. Though she had started late, she had now reached the same level as him. He couldn't help but sigh. Truly the predecessors plant the trees, and the later generations enjoy the shade. However, this sentiment was soon replaced by another emotion. Having a partner to walk alongside on the path of longevity hand in hand was a rare and precious fortune in the world of cultivation. The banquet atmosphere was at its peak, with the aroma of wine and laughter intertwining. All the guests had risen, raising their cups towards Elder Ting. At the main seat, the chorus of birthday wishes swelling like a tide. At that moment of clinking cups and joyous voices, a piercing scream shattered the festive din. Boom! A bloodied corpse, unknown where it came from, crashed down like a tattered sack, smashing the banquet table laden with exquisite dishes to pieces. The sound of shattered cups and plates mixed with the dull thud of broken bones, creating a jarring cacophony. The surrounding scene twisted abruptly. The beautiful wines and delicacies which had sparkled moments ago vanished in an instant, as if washed away. The warm and gentle sunlight was replaced by a gloomy dark red sky, and the rich aroma of food was overwhelmed by a nauseating stench of blood. Su Yang and the others' expressions changed drastically. The action of raising their cups froze midway, and the wine cups in their hands scattered like specks of starlight. The sights of blades and swords filled their vision, and the sounds of spells exploding replaced the melodious instruments. Wails and battle cries surged in from outside the courtyard, rapidly spreading to every corner. Blood mixed with severed limbs formed a glaring stream on the bluestone ground, trickling and soaking everyone's footwear. The once idyllic Qing Shui town of paradise for the birthday banquet had instantaneously transformed into a bloody battlefield. What is happening? Su Xinya's expression changed dramatically. He exclaimed, almost instinctively summoning his flying sword, its light swirling rapidly around him. Since stepping into this eerie secret realm, the surrounding scenes had been continuously shifting, each transition unpredictable, each change sending shivers down one's spine. You can never know what will happen in the next moment. The unknown is the most suffocating fear. Just when the Su family was in doubt, Feng Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. She lightly raised her wrist, and a thin crimson bloodline, like a venomous snake, shot out from her sleeve, accurately piercing into the still warm corpse on the ground. The corpse quickly shriveled and withered, its blood and residual spiritual power greedily sucked away by the bloodline, transforming in the blink of an eye into a desiccated skeleton. It can really absorb. A strange flush appeared on Feng Yu's stunning face, her eyes glimmering with an almost mad light. This rich blood energy and spiritual power were exactly the nourishment she needed at this moment. What a wonderful place. Not only is there spiritual wine to drink, but also so many nutrients. Her sickly joyous expression had yet to fade, but her killing intent was already boiling. Swish, 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 swish. Countless crimson bloodlines erupted from her pores like a surge of blood-colored thorns. They forked at an astonishing speed, transforming into greedy blood mouths, simultaneously targeting the corpse on the ground, the injured ones wailing around those fiercely battling enemies, and the Su family members who were nearby. The bloodlines tore through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming straight for the vital points of the Su family. Su Yang had been prepared for this. At the very instant Feng Yu's bloodline shot out, he twisted his wrist. A continuous stream of sword energy burst forth like a red ribbon, accurately meeting the oncoming crimson bloodlines. The sword energy and bloodline clashed continuously, erupting in a dense shower of metallic sounds. Sparks splattered like rain as the waves of spiritual force rolled out, stirring the pervasive stench of blood. The stone formations, walls, and houses in the courtyard collapsed in succession, with shattered stones and debris flying everywhere. Su Yang and Feng Yu battled fiercely from the courtyard to the street. As divine sense swept across the surroundings, it revealed that the town of Qingshui was engulfed in flames and smoke. Once seemingly ordinary townsfolk had transformed into practitioners of refining qi and foundation establishment. They roared in fury, engaging in a chaotic battle with the demonic cultivators ravaging Qingshui. The clash of blades and the roar of spells made the heavens darken and the earth tremble. The flow of Tao laws crisscrossed like a meteor shower in the heavens, and earth crashing down with a deafening sound. Elder Ting stood upon the void, radiating a terrifying golden core pressure, wielding a long sword that shimmered with cold light, engaging in a fierce battle with a demonic golden core master. The two moved so swiftly that only blurred remnants of their figures could be captured. Each collision shook the heavens and the earth. Elder Tung's sword energy spanned across, as if to split the sky in two. The demonic master's blade radiated a continuous glow, engaged in an intense duel. The overwhelming golden core pressure pressed down like a mountain upon every living being. Su Yang and Feng Yu dared not ascend, easily fearing that even the slightest exposure would lead to being crushed into powder by the aftermath of the golden core cultivators' battle. Amidst the fierce clash in Qingshui, they darted and maneuvered, needing to counter each other while constantly avoiding the falling spells from above. Qin Jiangmai's figure swept like a gentle breeze, quickly darting outside the courtyard. She gazed at the gradually retreating figures of Su Yang and Feng Yu, her delicate brows furrowing. Without hesitation, she instructed her clansmen behind her, "Protect yourselves. Help the townsfolk if you can, but if danger arises, retreat into the flying boat." Having said that, she performed the Nightwalker technique, melding into the darkness, chasing after the direction Su Yang had departed. Initially, Feng Yu bore a hint of disdain towards Su Yang, who had just broken through to mid-foundation establishment. After all, he had merely just entered mid-foundation establishment. How much stronger could he possibly be than before? However, as the battle unfolded, the various distinct Dao techniques were effortlessly employed by Su Yang, seamlessly interconnected without a hitch. The look of contempt in Feng Yu's eyes was gradually replaced by an increasingly heavy sense of disbelief. This person's mastery of Dao techniques was far more profound than she had anticipated. Exquisite swordsmanship, terrifying thunder techniques, unpredictable elemental arts, and the star-catching technique of the Dawei imperial family, the conglomeration of such diverse Dao arts within one person was astonishing. More shockingly, Su Yang had not merely dabbled in them, but practiced each to a profound level. "You must be the clan leader of the Qingshui Su family," Feng Yu said, her bloodline suddenly surging, using the residual force from a sword strike to retreat several yards. Her previously soft voice turned clear and cold. To be able to cultivate so many Dao arts to such a level is truly rare in the world. This person before her must be the strongest of the Su family, and their status could not be compared to a mere foundation establishment guest elder. "Between us there is actually no hatred that cannot be resolved." Feng Yu's gaze shifted, her tone softening with a hint of persuasion. "Why not just cease hostilities here?" She paused briefly, scanning the chaos of Qingshui, the town, her voice lowered. "I'm sure you've guessed it, everything here is merely a reproduction of past scenes from the temporal secret realm. But the marvel lies in the fact that every blade of grass and every drop of water here is as real as the actual creation. Instead of exhausting our spiritual energy in futile combat, we might as well take this opportunity to plunder." A glint of greed flashed in her eyes. "Just think of that cup of spiritual wine from earlier. There must be many similar treasures here." She was not afraid of Su Yang. She merely found him quite troublesome. If she continued to entangle with him, she would waste the abundant resources scattered around, and with each moment of delay, she felt her heart ache. Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He had never been one to shake hands with his enemies, let alone believe a word from the mouth of a demonic cultivator. At that moment, Qin Jiangmei quietly emerged from the shadows, gracefully landing beside Su Yang, with an ancient zither made of tianyin wood hovering before her, its pale golden Dao rhythm swirling around like threads. The couple had an unspoken understanding, requiring no words. Qin Jiangmei's delicate fingers plucked the strings, causing them to resonate. A piercing sound wave accompanied by the zither melody surged directly towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu reacted extremely quickly, almost shielding her hearing. The instant the zither sound erupted, her form retreating like a wraith. She had witnessed the power of Qin Jiangmei's musical Dao techniques before, as she had once used this method to collectively control disciples of the Yuming Palace. Thus, upon seeing Qin Jiangmei appear, she raised her guard to the highest level. However, where the sound wave passed, it did not directly strike her consciousness, but instead formed intricate patterns in the void centering around Feng Yu, creating a second-tier mid-grade confinement array. Combining music with formations, instantaneously forming a second-tier mid-grade formation. Shock appeared on Feng Yu's face. Even more alarming to her was that as the clear flowing notes continued to resonate, the spiritual light enveloping her formation grew increasingly brilliant, with the original second-tier mid-grade formation actually advancing towards a second-tier upper grade. "The secrets of your Su family are truly numerous. What is your relationship with the Dawei imperial family?" Countless bloodlines erupted from her pores, transforming into a torrent of crimson that crashed against the array wall, forcibly breaking through with her cultivation advantage, causing the array patterns to shatter. In the instant she broke free from the array, Feng Yu suddenly felt a shadow loom above her. A brilliant golden light shaped like a mountain descended with a mighty force that suppressed all things. Her 10 fingers flicked, rapidly intertwining the bloodlines into a massive net to shield against the descending pressure of the Jinyu seal. Seizing this fleeting moment, her form transformed into a blood shadow, slipping away from the edge of the Jinyu seal. Rather than retreating, she advanced, darting straight towards Qin Jiangmei, who was playing the zither. She was well aware that Qin Jiangmei's unexpected musical Dao formation was the greatest threat. If left unchecked, even with her cultivation advantage, it was very likely she could suffer a defeat under the couple's tacit cooperation. Unexpectedly, one troublesome Su Yang was already hard to deal with, and now there was an even more troublesome Qin Jiangmei. Since both sides could not reach an agreement, she could only strike down the support first before confronting the main threat. As she lunged toward Qin Jiangmei, bloodlines shot out like ethereal serpents, precisely piercing the corpses that had fallen along the way, frantically absorbing their qi and spiritual energy to replenish her own consumption. Su Yang's figure moved like lightning, silently blocking in front of Feng Yu. In an instant, he slashed twice with his sword, one strike blazing like a volcanic eruption, the other chilling like a glacier's collapse. Two suns returning to the void. The intertwined sword energies of heat and cold surged forth like a collision of lava and glacier sweeping towards Feng Yu. Facing the two radiant strikes of Su Yang, Feng Yu's expression subtly changed. A surge of crimson energy erupted around her, coalescing into a towering green-faced fanged demonic phantom, forcefully repelling the incoming torrent of sword energy. Boom. The two forces collided, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that swept through the air, causing Su Yang's robes to flutter violently. Upon seeing Feng Yu summon the demonic phantom, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Yang's eyes as he unhesitatingly activated his spell. Demon Suppression Golden Body Technique. In an instant, a similarly towering three-headed six-armed golden body phantom erupted behind him with a thunderous roar. The golden body phantom exuded a majestic aura with 6 arms, each wielding formidable power. One arm gripped a sword radiating chilling light, another held a mountain-like seal, one arm gestured to summon falling thunder, yet another seemed poised to grasp the stars and moon, while another arm formed a seal to raise a protective barrier, securing Su Yang within. The two enormous spell phantoms stood facing each other on the street. Though they were not true nascent soul manifestations, they radiated a heart-pounding pressure resembling shrunken versions of such forms. Just how many Dao techniques do you command? Feng Yu exclaimed, stunned by the imposing golden body phantom before her, which was far grander than her own demonic figure, her voice sharp with disbelief. Isn't this simply bullying? A cultivator who was just recently at the Foundation establishment early stage now possessed not only a greater number of Dao techniques than her latest stage Foundation establishment self, but had also mastered them to a terrifying depth. Before her stood this imposing golden body phantom, especially with its 6 arms. One arm casting spells, another activating secret techniques, seamlessly integrating offense and defense. It was akin to a dimensional suppression. What baffled her further was that despite the opponent's reckless expenditure of spiritual energy to unleash high-level Dao techniques, there was not the slightest sign of exhaustion. Feng Yu had no time to ponder further. The three-headed, six-armed golden body phantom had mercilessly swung its arms. Boom, boom, boom. Sword energy surged, mountain seals suppressed, thunder roared, and falling stars descended. Various terrifying Dao techniques intertwined, forming a torrent of power that slammed down upon her demonic phantom. What drove Feng Yu to despair was that from the corner of her eye she suddenly caught sight of Qin Jiangmei, who was playing the guqin behind her, surrounded by a dazzling golden light. Another three-headed, six-armed golden body phantom emerged behind Qin Jiangmei. The golden bodice arms played the guqin's sound waves, transforming into patterns that filled the air. The arms wielded swords with sword light slicing through like a rainbow, while the other arms formed seals illuminating with Dao light, perfectly complementing Su Yang's assault. With harmonious melodies, lethal sword light, and explosive spells, they formed a seamless triad. Feng Yu, a latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, found herself being relentlessly pushed back by this couple, who had just advanced to the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly. This was the first time he experienced the advantages brought by his perfect Dao Foundation in actual combat. Previously encountered opponents of the same realm had never forced him to reveal his full strength nor allowed him to feel the benefits of the perfect Dao Foundation. Now facing the formidable Feng Yu, its advantages were truly manifested. With a spiritual energy reserve as vast as the sea and an astonishing efficiency in absorbing qi, it continuously replenished his consumption. Moreover, Qin Jiangmei had also cultivated the Dao, Yin Hunyuan Sutra, establishing her own perfect Dao Foundation. Two mid-Foundation establishment cultivators with perfect Dao Foundations ganging up on a late Foundation establishment practitioner. This was indeed bullying. In the sky, the clash of Golden Core cultivators had already reached a boiling point. Old Tang's sword intent was neither as fiery and violent as Su Zuanheng's, nor as cold and piercing as Wei Yan's, nor did it exhibit any splendid or extravagant techniques. Only a haze of fine rain remained, like an unexpected gentle spring rain, silently cleansing the filth of this world. Each droplet contained pure sword intent. Falling upon the townsfolk, it brought a refreshing chill, while upon the demon cultivators it transformed into a sharp, deadly strike. Uft, uft, uft. Countless fine droplets darted through the air, accurately piercing through a series of tragic blood blossoms. Countless demon cultivators perished in this spring rain. In the midst of battle, Old Tung achieved a sudden enlightenment, his sword intent became clear, and he grasped the essence of the clear water sword intent. He raised his sword and let out a long cry, slicing open the darkened sky as a refreshing spring rain and gentle breeze suddenly surged forth. The opposing golden core demon cultivator was completely enveloped by this sword intent formed fine rain. Accompanied by a series of dense and eerie rustling sounds, the demon cultivator's protective spells melted like ice and snow, their body and soul punctured in an instant, leading to their complete annihilation. A strong enemy had fallen. Yet Old Tongue felt no joy in victory. He gazed down at the clear water town engulfed in flames, now reduced to a charred wasteland, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames and thick smoke. He sighed bleakly. In that moment, his murky eyes became extraordinarily clear, as if penetrating through the dust of time, seeing the future's causality and understanding the path of his own fate. His gaze slowly swept across the battlefield, landing on those like Su Xinyo who were desperately rescuing the injured, finally settling on Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, who were locked in fierce combat, with Feng Yu in the distance. A knowing look emerged in Old Ting's eyes, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. "So it is," he whispered, his voice drifting in the wind, filled with the desolation of seeing through fate. He randomly found a broken stone to sit upon amidst the ruins, and his aura suddenly became incomparably weak. The straight back he once had irreversibly hunched over in that moment. It was as if all his spirit and vitality had been instantaneously drained away, leaving only a weary, aged shell. Simultaneously, the surrounding scene once again underwent a drastic transformation. The clear water town, filled with fire and smoke, seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button on time. Except for Old Tongue and those who had intruded into this secret realm, everything around began to accelerate in a dizzying manner. The raging flames and billowing black smoke quickly vanished, as if erased by an eraser. The bodies lying haphazardly on the ground were swiftly removed by indistinct figures. The broken town was astonishingly rebuilt at a visible speed. New houses sprang up from the ground, and the streets were restored to their former smoothness. However, this scene of reconstruction lasted but a brief moment before rapidly eroding, decaying, and collapsing one by one in the torrent of time. Then a swirling sandstorm engulfed the area like a brown tidal wave, drowning the remaining green mountains and waters while driving away the last of the townsfolk. A series of dry wells were buried by quicksand, leaving only a few dilapidated eaves that almost merged with the desert, their gray-yellow hues pointing lonely towards the sky, recounting tales of the past. "So it is." This exclamation of sudden realization came from Su Xinyo. At this moment, he finally understood why the once silent town in the desert had suddenly become bustling and noisy, and why it had abruptly transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse amidst revelry. It turned out that all they had seen were the remnants of the secret realm replaying past scenes. But the things that were replayed could be seized by the cultivators at that moment. For instance, the spiritual wine they had consumed. However, Su Xinyo soon realized that, like them, Old Tongue, who sat amidst the ruins, had also not disappeared with the replay. That lonely and weakened figure sat quietly in the center of the accelerating flow of time, enveloped in an indescribable sense of bitterness and helplessness. At this moment, he no longer bore the soaring spirit and imposing demeanor he had when slaying the golden core demon cultivator, but was left with endless fatigue and a sorrow that seemed to have settled through the ages. Bang! Under the combined assault of Su Yang and Qin Jiangmai's techniques, the shadow of the demon lord's statue shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, exploding into a shower of crimson light that dissipated in the raging winds of the desert. Feng Yu's enchanting body was covered in wounds and blood, with a gaping hole in her chest where the sword light had pierced, leaving a horrifying bloody cavity. Her exposed skin was charred black by the lightning magic, flesh and blood in a state of ruin almost unrecognizable as human. Yet despite her grievous injuries, she still lived. She coughed up a mouthful of foul blood, her trembling hand tightly clutching a pale white skull. Her lips moved as she murmured an obscure ancient language. As her blood soaked into the skull, the dry bones suddenly erupted with a cold, piercing green light, like ghostly flames emerging from the depths of the underworld. At the same time, the two golden body shadows of Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei appeared beside her like deities descending to the world. 6 arms raised high, mercilessly bringing down their techniques. "You force my hand." Feng Yu's slightly disheveled face held no despair. Instead, her lips curled into a strange smile. In the dark abyss, the souls of the departed remain remnants as guides summon the spirits to return and attach to my form, accept my techniques. Summoning magic. The moment the incantation fell, the ghostly green flames, imbued with an extreme cold that seemed to penetrate the marrow, erupted from her body with a roar, as if forcibly summoned from the 9 nether hell. A surge of sinister, overwhelming power far beyond the foundation establishment stage erupted suddenly. Feng Yu's aura skyrocketed like a rocket from the late foundation establishment stage, instantly breaking through limits and reaching the golden core stage. The ghostly green flames spread out like a tsunami of spiritual power, forcefully repelling the two golden body shadows by several meters, causing the void to distort slightly from this power. Ah! A shrill inhuman scream erupted from Feng Yu's throat. A translucent, ghostly figure emerged from the skull, exuding a suffocating chill, forcefully attaching itself to her body. The ghostly figure and Feng Yu's physical form seemed incongruous, occasionally appearing on the surface of her body and at times sinking within, making her appear half-human, half-ghost, strangely uncanny. How many years has it been? A hoarse, elderly male voice mixed with Feng Yu's original female voice emerged from her mouth simultaneously. The summoned ghost, having gained partial control, displayed a sickly excitement from long-lost worldly sensations. How many years has it been since I felt the sunlight? The feeling of being alive is truly wonderful. Feng Yu's own consciousness remained urgently pleading, "Ancestor, please help me kill them and help me escape this peril." Hearing this, the ghost contemptuously glanced at the two golden body shadows beside her, revealing undisguised disdain on its face. Two mere Foundation establishment mid-stagers can't even handle this. The successors of the Underworld Palace truly get weaker with each generation. Feng Yu's face flushed with shame. "You are right, Ancestor." Then her expression was once again replaced by the ghost's aloofness and indifference as the ghostly green flames burned even more fiercely, her cultivation aura continuing to rise. She did not rush to attack, but instead slightly moved her hands and feet, seemingly adapting to this long-lost living body. Upon witnessing this, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei exchanged thoughts and simultaneously activated their spells. The eyes of the head between the two golden body shadows suddenly radiated a pure, righteous, golden Buddhist light. Two beams of condensed golden light, as if swords piercing through the void, directly shone upon Feng Yu. Ugh! The moment the golden light enveloped her, Feng Yu, who had just been comfortably adapting to her body, suddenly felt her pupils constrict violently, letting out a scream that was 10 times more piercing than before. The ghostly green flames burning on her body reacted as if ice met boiling oil, making hissing sounds as they retreated into her body. The surface of Feng Yu's physical form emitted waves of burning black smoke. "Quick! Run!" The elderly male voice completely lost its composure, turning into a terrified scream that dominated the sound, filled with fear, leaving no trace of the invincible aura of a golden core cultivator. Feng Yu's eyes reflected confusion. What was happening? The golden core ancestor was terrified into submission by the gaze of the two golden body shadows. Feng Yu was perplexed. Could it be that Su Yang had mastered techniques specifically designed to counter the Underworld Palace's secret arts? If that were true, her last trump card would be rendered completely useless. Without hesitation, she turned to flee, countless bloodlines bursting forth from her body, forming a blurred, blood-colored afterimage that flickered rapidly along the intertwining bloodlines, escaping outward. Unfortunately, it was too late. After such a long battle, Qin Jiangmai's musical formation had already been quietly set up. A second-tier superior killing sword formation abruptly rose, its spiritual light flowing and completely enveloping Feng Yu. The ghost within her was unwilling to be trapped, attempting to help her unleash a strike of a golden core cultivator to forcibly break through the formation. Two beams of pure, righteous, golden Buddhist light shot out from the eyes of the golden body shadows, accurately suppressing the ghost and forcibly scattering its newly gathered power. No, it shouldn't be like this. Feng Yu screamed in despair as the bloodlines around her converged into a surging torrent, violently crashing against the formation wall, only stirring ripples in the formation's patterns. Meanwhile, Su Yang raised his sword high. Countless cold sword shadows materialized from the formation, a chilling, killing intent spreading forth. "Wait! I am the young master of the Underworld Palace. My father is the lord of the Underworld Palace. If you kill me, you will be marked by my father's spells and hunted down for eternity." Seeing the myriad of sword shadows about to descend, Feng Yu hurriedly shouted her identity in a desperate attempt to resist. Su Yang remained indifferent to this, his eyes only reflecting cold resolution devoid of any sympathy. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed down. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless sword shadows fell like a torrential downpour, instantly piercing through Feng Yu's exquisite body. Amidst the sound of flesh exploding, a ghostly green soul hurriedly flew out from Feng Yu's body, attempting to escape. Qin Jiangmei was already prepared. With a tremor of her strings, a clear sound wave resonated, while the golden gaze of the golden body shadow simultaneously struck, accurately hitting the ghost. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the ghost was instantly shattered, dissipating into wisps of green smoke. The golden body technique is a Buddhist spell. When cultivated to the second level, the head within the golden body possesses the ability to specifically restrain evil. Though the ghost had golden core cultivation, it had just been summoned, and its power had not yet fully recovered. Faced with this supreme, unrestraining technique of the Buddhist Dharma, It was like a remnant soul touching its natural enemy, seeking its own demise. Feng Yu's body, riddled with wounds, also exploded under the shock of countless sword shadows, blood and flesh flying everywhere. A fireball followed, closely falling and incinerating the scattered remains, leaving no trace behind. Su Yang carefully scanned his surroundings with his divine sense, finding no trace of any marking. However, out of habitual caution, he still took out a puppet. With a thought, the soul instantly transferred into the puppet. The flying sword flashed with cold light, piercing directly through the puppet's heart. Puppet death technique. Transferring the soul into the puppet perfectly disguises it as the original body. By committing suicide with the puppet's body, when the soul returns to its original form, all traces of energy and spell marks will be cleansed. Su Yang let out a muffled groan, his face slightly pale. Although the puppet death technique involved the suicide of the puppet's body, the sensation of nearing death felt overwhelmingly real, and the backlash on his soul was quite unpleasant. Qin Jiangmei dispersed the Taoist law surrounding her, quickly moving forward to support him, her delicate hand gently stroking his back. A wave of gentle spiritual power surged in, warming his limbs and alleviating much of Su Yang's discomfort. The two looked around. The once war-torn Qing Shui town, filled with the sounds of battle, had now returned to its initial silence. The flourishing scene of green mountains and clear waters vanished, leaving only the dry, scorching desert and the drifting yellow sand. The drastic change in scenery made this fierce battle seem somewhat absurd and strange. They returned to Qing Shui town and surveyed their surroundings. The broken walls and ruins appeared desolate, exactly as they had when they first entered this place. Su Yang's gaze sharpened as he spotted a feeble figure hunched over and sitting alone on a piece of rubble. Elder Tongue. Su Yang stepped forward a few paces and respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. Elder Ting seemed to awaken from a long reverie, slowly raising his eyes and calmly smiling at Su Yang and the people from the Su family who had gathered behind him. "Thank you, young friends, for your assistance just now." His tone paused, slightly tinged with a sense of resignation. It's a pity that even if the past is saved, the predetermined outcome ultimately cannot be changed. At this moment, he had come to understand everything. Qing Shui town had long been completely destroyed by the hands of demonic cultivators, with no townsfolk spared. Everything that had just transpired was merely a remnant of the past, and he himself was part of it. Back when the town was slaughtered and his kin had perished, he attained enlightenment of the Qing Shui sword intent amidst endless pain and fury, slaying the invading demonic cultivators. The great vengeance had been repaid, yet the deceased were lost forever. This belated breakthrough seemed like a mere step too late, but in reality, it had cost him a lifetime. "However, I see your kind intentions." Elder Ting's tone shifted, his eyes carrying a hint of relief and warmth. "It is precisely because of your appearance that I have been able to see the people and events of the past once more, fulfilling a long-held obsession." He slowly raised a frail finger. A drop of clear, transparent water with ripples subtly flowing inside quietly appeared at his fingertip. Though small, the water droplet exuded a gentle sword intent, as if containing the entirety of a stream's spirit. "This is formed from the essence of Qing Shui sword intent, containing the quintessence of the sword techniques and insights I have cultivated throughout my life." Elder Tang's gaze swept over Su Yang and the others, his tone solemn and earnest. "Today, I bestow it upon you. I hope you will carry on my sword techniques." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, his voice still weak, yet more open than before. "In the past, I only knew how to drown in sorrow, leading to the severance of the inheritance. I never expected the heavens to grant me a second chance. Thank you for your generous gift, Elder Tongue." Su Yang's expression became serious as he immediately took out a jade treasure vial and carefully sealed the water droplet inside. This item could be regarded as a complete inheritance of a golden core sword cultivator. For any Qi refinement family, it was an invaluable treasure that could establish the foundation of a golden core for hundreds of years. Its preciousness is beyond words. With his wish fulfilled, Elder Ting's figure began to grow faint and transparent. Although he remained due to his obsession, he was ultimately just a shadow brought forth by the secret realm. The reappearance of Qing Shui town was a manifestation of the secret realm's mystery, as well as the guardianship and lingering attachment of Elder Tongue. In a sense, the secret realm responded to his obsession, recreating his homeland in the past. "Elder Tongue, how shall we leave this place?" Seeing Elder Tongue about to vanish, Su Yang hurriedly inquired. Elder Tongue shook his head slowly in response. "I am but a remnant shadow and know nothing of this. You must explore it on your own." As his words fell, his already indistinct figure, like sand scattered by the hot winds of the desert, quickly became thin, eventually dissolving into specks of light. Qing Shui town returned to silence. Only the eternal wind and sand wailed as they swept past the broken eaves, as if nothing had ever happened, yet also as if everything had settled in the dust of time. The crowd stood in place, gazing at the spot where Elder Tongue had vanished, falling into a long silence with only the sound of the wind and sand weeping in their ears. Grandfather, why have I never seen Qing Shui Town in any records? Su Xinyo finally could not help but speak up, voicing the common doubt in everyone's hearts. Why did the secret realm choose to recreate such a place? The gaze of the clan members turned to him in unison. Su Yang pondered for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the devastated desert and ruins, slowly articulating a bold hypothesis. Perhaps Qing Shui is Qing Yuan. Qing Shui is Qing Yuan. Su Xinyo and the others expressed surprise, looking around them. With yellow sand swirling in the air and the terrain vastly different, this deadened desert bore no resemblance to the Qing Yuan market they remembered, located at the edge of the mountains where the air was relatively humid. No matter how one looked at it, it felt like two different places. It's just a guess of mine, it may not be true. Su Yang smiled lightly and explained, aside from the similarity in names, the main reason is that this secret realm appears within the Qing Yuan territory. A secret realm manifesting in the world of Qing Yuan. The scenery it recreates is likely intricately connected to Qing Yuan itself. Of course, there is also the possibility of it recreating scenes from other places, but I lean more towards the former. Qing Shui Town could very well be the Qing Yuan of ancient times, spanning countless eras. From the interactions among the common folk of Qing Shui Town, it was evident that this atmosphere was not something contemporary cultivators could possess. Their daily lives were no different from ordinary people, filled with warmth and mutual assistance among neighbors, completely devoid of the aloofness and coldness characteristic of modern cultivators. Such an atmosphere has nearly vanished in today's cultivation world. Even in Qing Yuan market, such pure warmth existed only within the Su family. Ultimately, one still had to wear a social mask when dealing with outsiders, appearing harmonious while constantly on guard behind the scenes. Su Yang timely shifted the topic, not delving further into the origins of Qing Shui Town. His gaze turned to Cheng Ningxiang and Zhao Wani beside him. Seeing that both had reached completion in qi refinement, he took out 2 high-grade foundation establishment pills from his storage ring and handed them to them. This place is temporarily peaceful, and the spiritual energy in the secret realm is much richer than outside, making it an excellent place for foundation establishment. You may break through here, and we will protect you both. Both women flashed expressions of surprise. They were both from sects and understood the rarity and value of a high-grade foundation establishment pill, and the fact that the Su family so casually bestowed it upon them again shook their hearts. After they expressed their gratitude seriously and accepted the pills, they found a relatively intact courtyard and set up a barrier formation. They sat cross-legged, concentrating their minds to ensure their state of mind was perfect before the breakthrough. In the hall of the underworld, the palatial buildings rise and fall in succession, adorned with intricate carvings and luxurious decorations. Deep within the hall, a young man sits cross-legged on a meditation cushion. He possesses a striking appearance with an enduring coldness in his brows. A black and gold robe drapes casually over him, the collar slightly open, revealing a well-defined pale chest that adds an air of sinister allure. His eyes are tightly shut, and an aura of tranquility surrounds him like an ancient well. Suddenly, he opens his eyes. A piercing cold light suddenly erupts from his deep-set eyes, an intense chill radiating from him, causing the temperature of the entire mountain to plummet instantly, even forming fine frost at the eaves of the hall. Fengyu, he murmurs, his lips barely moving as he utters the name, of fierce, killing intent flashing in his eyes. There is no sorrow typical of a father mourning his daughter, only the cold anger of being offended. He raises his hand, swiftly changing gestures to sense the traces left on his daughter's aura. However, his brows furrow tightly. The trace has vanished. My aura lingered on someone for a moment, then completely disappeared. The young man whispers to himself, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. And the last known position of the aura before it vanished. He calculates with his fingers, but the heavenly secrets remain shrouded in chaos. There are only 2 possibilities: either the opponent's cultivation surpasses his own, forcibly erasing the mark, or they are in a secret realm that prevents any probing or calculations. Recently, he had assigned Fengyu the task of raiding several sects within the territory of Luoxian City. Though he held little affection for this daughter, he would not send her to her death. The strongest on the target list were merely at the foundation establishment stage, and with Fengyu's late foundation establishment cultivation and her subordinate's success should have been guaranteed. He even handed Fengyu a skull of a past master of the Hall of the Underworld, a trump card for survival, allowing her a slim chance of escape even when facing golden core cultivators. For a daughter, he felt no attachment to. He had offered such substantial assistance, which could be considered quite caring. Yet even so, Fengyu still died. The likelihood of Fengyu encountering a golden core cultivator is low. The young man taps his knee lightly, with his fingers, the glimmer in his eyes intensifying. The greater possibility is that she has entered an unknown secret realm. Come here, he commands coldly, his voice not loud, yet clearly resonating throughout the hall. A dark figure appears in response, respectfully kneeling on the ground. The young master is dead. The young man speaks with an even tone, yet it carries an undeniable authority. Investigate her whereabouts, find out exactly where she died and who was responsible. I want to know who dares to harm someone from the Hall of the Underworld. Understood. The elder of the Hall of the Underworld responds in a low voice, not daring to show any hesitation, and with a flicker, he disappears like a ghost within the imposing hall. Within Qingshui Town, two auras at the Foundation establishment stage rise in succession. Zhao Wanyi and Cheng Ning Xiang, one hailing from the Wanjian sect, the other from the Lingxi sect, are both quite remarkable. After marrying into the Su family, they have been nurtured and supplied with vast resources, allowing them to seamlessly rectify their past deficiencies. Now, in the abundant spiritual energy of the secret realm, supplemented by high-grade Foundation establishment pills, breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage is a natural progression for them. The Su family gains 2 more Foundation establishment cultivators. According to the standards set by the Great Wei Dynasty for evaluating cultivation families, the current Su family is undoubtedly a legitimate 5th-grade Foundation establishment family. After the 2 women successfully establish their foundations, everyone boards the flying boat outside Qingshui Town. Their main purpose for entering the secret realm is to kill Fengyu. With that goal achieved, they should now focus on seeking opportunities within the secret realm and finding a way to leave. Inside the cabin, Xinjiang Mei is teaching Zhao Wanyi and Cheng Ning Xiang the Tao Yin Hunyuan Sutra. Su Yang pilots the flying boat, flying low and close to the surface of the desert. Days pass in the blink of an eye. The flying boat drifts aimlessly through the vast sandy sea, achieving nothing throughout the journey. They attempted to elevate the flying boat, soaring towards the sky, only to be met by heavy wall-like yellow sand that blocked their way. Among the dust storm lurked fierce flying beasts, highly aggressive, forcing the flying boat to retreat to a lower altitude. They also tried to burrow underground, but deep beneath the sand many beasts lay in ambush, obscuring their vision and repeatedly attacking the flying boat. The group can only return to the surface, the atmosphere growing increasingly stagnant. There are no paths in the sky, no doors in the earth. Opportunities remain elusive and escape routes are even more uncertain. Just as Su Yang and the others are at their wits' end, Su Yang's divine sense suddenly catches sight of a team slowly advancing in the scorching desert far ahead. The leader of the team holds a compass artifact glowing with spiritual light guiding their direction. This person is none other than Su Yang's acquaintance, Chu Yutang. It's Zhou Jun. Su Yang's eyes light up. If anyone is likely to survive and leave the secret realm, it must be Chu Yutang. This person is well versed in the mysteries of heaven and can easily deduce a way out. Without further hesitation, he immediately urges the flying boat, transforming it into a streak of light as it speeds toward Zhou Jun's team. Chu Yutang and the others also notice the swiftly approaching flying boat and immediately enter a state of alert. But when they see the familiar design and outline of the flying boat, they collectively freeze. Isn't this the flying boat of their Zhou Jun? Soon after, they spot Su Yang and his companions on the flying boat. The boat slowly comes to a stop and Su Yang and the others step onto the scorching sand. I didn't expect Brother Chu to be here as well. To meet here is truly fate. Su Yang laughs heartily, his voice echoing brightly in the vast desert. Chu Yutang is indeed astonished. What Su Yang says is true. Encountering each other in this chaotic secret realm is certainly a rare twist of fate. He immediately smiles and his vigilance relaxes a bit. After all, Zhou Jun and the Su family are in a cooperative relationship. Unless Su Yang has lost his mind, it is impossible for him to attack them in such a perilous, unknown place. If I am not mistaken, it seems that the Su clan leader is troubled by the method of leaving this place. Chu Yutang smiles lightly, accurately identifying Su Yang and the others' current predicament. Su Yang does not pretend, admitting frankly, Brother Chu, your insight is commendable. We have indeed been trapped here for many days, neither finding opportunities nor discovering a way out. Do you happen to know the way to leave, Brother Chu? Have you made any progress during this time? Chu Yutang's smile slightly stiffens, pondering for a moment. Considering their cooperative relationship, he nods. I have tentatively deduced a way to leave, and it seems there are opportunities along the path of departure. He pauses intentionally, his gaze becoming profound as he quietly looks at Su Yang, waiting for his response. Taking you along the way is certainly possible, but how will the opportunities along the route be divided? Su Yang's smile remains unchanged, even appearing somewhat naive, as if he hadn't grasped the underlying implication. That's wonderful. If so, let's leave this place quickly. Brother Chu, you lead the way, and I will pilot the boat to carry you all, ensuring a swift journey. Seeing Su Yang play dumb, Chu Yutang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Agreeing to travel together, yet fearing that without prior agreement on how to allocate opportunities, there would be subsequent conflicts of interest. To outright refuse would be unwise, as the Su family and the Zhou army were ultimately allies. Abandoning them at this moment was unreasonable both emotionally and logically. Su Yang's act of feigning ignorance was perfectly timed, hitting this delicate point. After all, whether there were any so-called opportunities ahead depended solely on Chu Yutong's word. It was too early to discuss allocation now, and it would be meaningless. Chu brother, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Hearing Su Yang urge him again on the flying boat, Chu Yutong weighed the situation for a moment and had no choice but to temporarily set aside this matter, waving his hand to lead the Zhou army onto the Su family's flying boat. Chu Yutong stood at the bow holding a compass artifact, closing his eyes in concentration, fully deducing the direction. Su Yang meanwhile piloted the flying boat racing through the sand sea according to his guidance. Stop! This is the spot. Suddenly Chu Yutong opened his eyes and commanded in a deep voice. Su Yang immediately controlled the flying boat to hover steadily. Hearing the command, everyone leaned forward to observe, only to see the flying boat still surrounded by an endless golden desert, with heat waves rising seemingly no different from the scenery they had seen on their journey. What's going on? Did Senior Chu pick the wrong place? Su Xinyo instinctively asked. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he vaguely sensed that this place seemed somewhat different. Chu Yutong appeared calm, jumping off the flying boat and stepping onto the scorching sand. There's no mistake. This is indeed the location, but the entrance is not on the surface of the sand, but beneath this desert. With that, he ceased further words, raising his hand as several array flags shot out, like shooting stars, accurately landing in specific positions on the sand. As he formed hand signs, channeling his spiritual energy, the scorching desert scene before everyone began to blur and distort, resembling the shimmering heat waves seen from a distance on a hot summer day. Boom! A low rumbling sound accompanied by a slight tremor underfoot resonated in the astonished gazes of everyone. The once empty sandy ground began to roll back on both sides, revealing a stone staircase extending downward, which suddenly emerged from the sand before everyone. No wonder Senior Chu is so impressive. The way of heavenly secrets has become so exquisite. Su Xinyo spoke sincerely with unabashed admiration. Not only could he deduce the exact location of the secret realm's exit, but he also understood the method to open the passage. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the Su family immediately chimed in, voices of amazement and praise rising in chorus. Incredible! Senior Chu truly possesses the qualities of a national master. If only I could master the way of heavenly secrets as well. The way of heavenly secrets cannot be mastered by ordinary people. Not everyone can be like Senior Chu. The people Chu Yutong usually interacted with were all serious and respectful. How could he ever encounter such enthusiastic flattery, filled with the warmth of the common folk? Moreover, no one would be as generous as they were now, openly providing such straightforward emotional value. This unprecedented experience almost made him unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips, but years of cultivation allowed him to maintain his calm demeanor. He was just about to seize this opportunity to discuss the allocation of opportunities with Su Yang. However, as soon as the praise from the Su family fell, Su Yang waved his hand, leading his family to be the first to step onto the staircase. Since Senior Chu has opened the way to the secret realm for us, how can we just sit back and enjoy it? Let the Su family pave the way ahead. Su Yang's tone was resolute, exuding a sense of duty, as if he were ready to clear the path for his allies. Please, all friends from the Zhou army, stay close. The members of the Su family echoed in unison, chests puffed out and heads held high, all looking spirited and ready to face unknown risks. Beside them, Qin Jiangmei couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Having been a couple for many years, how could she not see that her husband's seemingly reckless behavior was actually quite shrewd? He was clearly deliberately denying Chu Yutong the chance to set conditions. What amused her even more was that Su Xinyo and the others were unexpectedly in sync, cooperating flawlessly. Watching the Su family's performance, Chu Yutong was suddenly left with a black line on his forehead. He opened his mouth to speak, but the sincere and fervent admiration and praise still echoed in his ears. At this moment, forcing an interruption to haggle would make him seem petty and lose face. For a moment, Chu Yutong found himself in a bit of a bind due to this face-saving situation. Helpless, he could only swallow the words that were on his lips and waved his hand, stating in a deep voice, "Follow me." He then led the various Zhou army cultivators, whose expressions varied closely, following the Su family into the passage. The interior of the passage was unexpectedly wide, with the yellowish stone walls neatly built, radiating a soft yellow warm light that illuminated the path ahead, the light and shadow flowing slowly through the gaps in the stone walls. The anticipated dangers did not appear. The group descended along the stone steps until they reached the end. In the spacious stone chamber stood 10 light gates identical to the entrance of the secret realm, with nothing else in sight. Although the appearance of the light gates was identical to the entrance of the secret realm, the aura emanating from each gate was distinctly different. Though the shapes of the light gates were the same, the energies emanating from within were vastly different. Some were vibrant and full of life, seemingly connecting to ancient forests, while others exuded a deathly stillness, radiating an oppressive sense of foreboding. The 10 gates seemed to correspond to 10 completely different worlds. This must be the reason why the exit of the secret realm is accompanied by opportunities. Su Yang's expression became serious, his tone grave. The midly off-the-road choice is to leave the secret realm safely. The best outcome is to leave while also gaining an opportunity, while the worst scenario could lead us to a dead end. It's not as simple as it appears. Chu Yutong's expression turned serious as he stepped forward, interrupting him with a deep voice. These 10 gates are merely entrances. They may lead to the same destination or they might never intersect. This is an underground maze. With that, he ceased speaking, his aura flowing around him as the compass needle spun rapidly, his hands continually forming intricate seals, fully deducing an escape route. Time passed second by second. Watching Chu Yutong work diligently for a long time, even beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet still without a clear result, Su Yang's gaze shifted slightly as he suddenly turned to Su Xinyo behind him. "Grandson, which way do you think we should go?" "Su clan leader, this matter concerns everyone's lives and safety. How can you treat it so lightly?" Hearing Su Yang's question, Chu Yutong immediately halted his deductions, unable to help but remind him in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Su Yang merely smiled and did not explain much, casually stating, "After all, every path could lead to safety or a dead end. Why not choose one and take a chance?" Upon hearing this, Su Xinyo's face turned awkward as he did not expect his grandfather to once again pass the life and death decision on to him. Under the slightly bewildered gazes of everyone, he could only harden his resolve, once more following his intuition to point towards one of the light gates. "How about we go this way?" "No way, you actually dare to choose. Are these two crazy?" Chu Yutong was in shock, instinctively looking at Qin Jiangmei, who in his opinion was always more composed and rational than the family head. However, Qin Jiangmei merely smiled gently, a hint of understanding in her expression, showing no intention to stop this farce. "If that's the case, then I'll choose this door." Su Yang pondered for a moment and actually nodded in agreement with Su Xinyo's choice. "Su clan leader." Chu Yutong's brow furrowed tightly, his voice filled with urgency and confusion. "I can deduce a way to leave. Why rush this? Are you treating the lives of the family as a joke?" Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head, his tone calm, yet firm. "Brother Chu, I understand your concerns. In fact, I have some knowledge of celestial mechanics as well. If you all trust me, you can follow me. If not..." He smiled slightly and cupped his hands towards Chu Yutong and the others. "Then we'll meet outside the secret realm." This was not an empty boast. He indeed grasped celestial mechanics, and through his divine sense he had observed auspicious signs in the stars. Thus he believed in Su Xinyo's intuitive fate, certain that it would be correct. Su Yang paused, a profound smile on his face as he said, "Moreover, Brother Chu, have you not been worried about how opportunities are distributed? Now as we part ways here, seeking opportunities and relying on our own abilities, does that not align with your wishes?" Chu Yutong's expression stiffened, his frown deepening. "Now is not the time to compete for opportunities. While I do have concerns about distribution, I have no intention of harming you." Hearing these frank words, the smile on Su Yang's face became much more sincere. "Brother Chu, you worry too much. What I said earlier was all true, absolutely no falsehood. You need not worry about us." After saying this, he once again bowed solemnly to Zhou Jun and the others. "Everyone take care, and we will meet again outside the secret realm." With that, he turned without hesitation and stepped into the light door indicated by Su Xinyo. Surprisingly, no one from the Su family hesitated and followed closely behind. In their hearts, the clan leader's words were the truth. This almost instinctive trust was a reputation forged by Su Yang through countless correct choices. Watching the Su family members disappear one by one into the light door, Zhou Jun and his group exchanged glances, momentarily silent. "Elder Chu, should we go in with the Su family?" A cultivator from Zhou Jun asked in a low voice. Chu Yutong took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "Every person has their own fate. We need not rush. Let me deduce the results before making a decision." He activated the compass in his hand again, the needle spinning rapidly, the Tao rhythms circulating around him as he sank back into celestial deduction. Time quietly passed, and over an hour went by. Finally, Chu Yutong opened his eyes, having come to a conclusion. He looked at the light door indicated by the compass, glancing at the one the Su family had entered, his eyes revealing a complex emotion as he sighed softly. "Good luck to you all." The path of survival, he deduced, was not the same as the one chosen by the Su family. This meant that from this moment on, the Su family would only be able to rely on themselves, navigating through the unknown maze without guidance. Without further hesitation, Chu Yutong put away the compass and decisively waved his hand. "Go." He led Zhou Jun and his group into the light door indicated by his deduction. As soon as they stepped into this realm, a bone-chilling cold pierced through their clothing like countless needles scraping against their skin. Surrounding them were snow-capped peaks towering into the clouds, with a valley path covered in hard ice, slippery and difficult to traverse. At the bottom of this icy valley, Su Yang instinctively prepared to channel his spiritual energy and retrieve the flying boat from his storage ring. However, he discovered that the spiritual energy within him was firmly restrained by an invisible force unable to be released. This space is suppressing the release of spiritual energy. Su Yang's gaze hardened, his heart sinking slightly. Fortunately, his divine sense was not affected and could be used for normal exploration. He scanned the surrounding clan members and saw that everyone was tightly gripping their own magical artifacts and weapons, which eased his mind a little. Fortunately, they had all taken their magical artifacts out for protection before entering the light door. Otherwise, if they were all stored in the storage ring, they would truly have become unarmed lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Su Xinyo looked at the situation before them, her face troubled as she said, "It seems my luck isn't always reliable after all." Qin Jiangmei smiled gently and comforted her softly. "It's fine, but it's just that the spiritual energy cannot be released. The spiritual energy within us hasn't disappeared, and moreover, we all have magical artifacts on hand sufficient to deal with ordinary dangers." Her voice carried a reassuring power that slightly dispelled the surrounding coldness and unease. With no retreat, they could only move forward. On both sides were towering cliffs, almost vertical, smooth as a mirror reflecting the cold light of the sky. Su Yang and his group could only follow the winding, treacherous path of the icy valley, stepping carefully. Just then a sudden light sound came from above from one side of the cliff. A large chunk of accumulated snow mixed with ice shards suddenly collapsed. Su Xinyo reacted extremely quickly, her eyes shining like lightning, and her long spear almost stabbed out the moment the sound emerged. Sizzle! The spear tip accurately pierced through the snow pile, striking a small snake that was entirely white in body. The white snake's body trembled violently, letting out a sharp and mournful scream, as if a stone had been thrown into a deep, silent pool, the sound amplifying endlessly in the valley, creating a spine-chilling resonance. Not good. Su Yang instantly became alert, shouting loudly, "The cliffs on both sides are full of pythons. Quick, we need to rush out." Before he finished speaking, the unexpected change had already occurred. The snow layer on the cliff surfaces began to heave and swell in large areas. That was not an avalanche, but countless giant pythons, the same color as the ice and snow. They were startled awake from their slumber by the cries of their kind. The entire snow mountain seemed to come alive, emitting a deep tremor as more snow and ice began to collapse and fall. Hiss! A giant python several zhang long and as thick as a water barrel was the first to shoot out from the ice cave in the cliff, opening its massive mouth and lunging at Su Yang. Although Su Yang couldn't use spiritual energy, he was adept at exquisite sword techniques. His eyes turned cold, and he drew his long sword, slashing through with a sharp sword light that flickered and vanished. The giant python's monstrous head fell with a thud, and its crimson blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering a striking scarlet on the pure white snow. Swish! 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 More and more giant pythons emerged from the cave's crevices and snow piles on both sides of the cliffs, diving down from above. "They'll cover the rear," Zhao Wani shouted, taking the initiative to protect the back of the group. Her sword technique was light and swift. Though there were no sword chi sweeping through, her moves had already reached a realm of perfection. The sword light was like butterflies flitting among flowers, or like a continuous autumn rain, precisely hitting, stabbing, slicing, and sweeping swiftly, killing the giant pythons attacking from above. "Go! Don't stop!" Su Yang took the lead, swinging his sword to clear the path. Qin Jiangmei and Cheng Ningxiang guarded the flanks, while Su Xinyo used her spear like a dragon, flicking away the attacking snake shadows. The entire Su family team transformed into a sharp blade, fiercely weaving through the falling swarm of snakes. The pristine white snow and ice were stained bright red, with shocking snake blood appearing particularly tragic against the backdrop of the glacier. Uncertain how long the battle had lasted, the narrow valley ahead finally opened up. When the last giant python that chased out of the valley mouth was pinned to the ice by Su Yang's sword, everyone finally burst out of the valley. Before them stood 10 identical light doors, silently towering. In addition, there were 2 walls of profound ice inscribed with a spear technique and a fist technique. These are 2 martial arts battle techniques. Su Xinyo wiped the cold snake blood off her face with her sleeve, her attention completely captivated by the 2 icy walls before her, her gaze firmly locked onto the spear technique. Just a glance was enough for him to feel the spear intent contained within far more exquisite than what he was currently practicing, and his mind instantly immersed in it, nearly forgetting everything around him. "This is quite a good opportunity, I can take it home and study it slowly," Su Yang said as he stepped forward, and as he approached the light gate, the force that had restrained their spiritual power suddenly dissipated. With a thought, he immediately performed the cleansing technique, washing away the mottled bloodstains on himself and Qin Jiangmei. He then waved his sleeve, and several formation flags fell in response. The array patterns intertwined, forming a sealing prohibition, collecting the 2 icy walls into his storage ring. It was only at this moment that Su Xinyo came back to her senses from her comprehension, her face still carrying a hint of lingering daze. Where shall we go next? Su Yang's hand gently rested on Su Xinya's shoulder, once again handing the choice back to her. You're letting me choose again. A trace of evident guilt flashed across Su Xinya's face. After what had just transpired, she truly realized how heavy the consequences of her seemingly arbitrary choices could be. Everyone's lives were in her hands. If she chose incorrectly, it could lead to an irreversible abyss. But her grandfather's gaze was so certain, as if he trusted this fleeting intuition more than she did. Why was he so confident that her intuition could lead everyone out of the secret realm? Be confident. Su Yang's voice was steady and powerful, his palm lightly patting her shoulder, filled with unquestionable trust. Actually, I can see through everyone's talents. Your talent is this intuition. You must believe in your judgment and also trust your grandfather's insight. The brief comfort acted like a calming pill, dispelling Su Xinya's hesitation and burdens. She took a deep breath. She might have no confidence in her intuition, but she believed in her grandfather's words. After all, her grandfather started from scratch and established the large Qingyuan Su family. In the decades, every significant decision he made had never gone wrong. Her mind gradually calmed down as Su Xinyo closed her eyes, no longer deliberately thinking about dangers and consequences, simply feeling the guidance of her intuition. After a moment, she opened her eyes and pointed to the light gate that felt the most comfortable to her. Let's go this way. Su Yang nodded without hesitation. The group adjusted their states and followed closely behind Su Yang and Su Xinyo, stepping into the light gate once more. 2 hours later, a bloody Zhou Jun and his team appeared in this glacial valley. They panted heavily, their faces a mix of the shock of surviving a calamity and the instinctive vigilance faced with an unfamiliar environment. Elder Shu's calculations were indeed correct. We really made it through alive. A Zhou Jun cultivator's voice trembled, unable to hide his excitement. Shu Yutong's expression was grave, and even the edges of his compass were stained with a few streaks of dried blood. He warned in a deep voice, do not let your guard down. Although this place is not as perilous as the previous path, it is by no means safe, and there are certainly hidden risks. Before his words fell, his nostrils twitched suddenly, catching the rich smell of blood in the air, and his expression turned even more serious. At that moment, a rustling sound enough to make one's scalp tingle came from the depths of the icy cliffs on both sides of the valley. The crowd looked up in horror. They saw countless pure white pythons like an enraged swarm of bees surging out from ice caves, snow piles, and cracks, exuding a chilling, murderous intent, rushing towards Shu Yutong and his group. As the light and shadows shifted, the scene before them suddenly changed. One moment Su Yang and the others were in the bone-chilling snowy valley, and the next second they found themselves in a deep, silent underground mine. The stone walls were dotted with shimmering lights, and the air was filled with the rich and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, mingled with a hint of unique earthy and mineral scents. This is a first-grade spiritual vein. The sight before him made Su Yang's eyes suddenly brighten, delight evident on his face. What a treasure! Without any hesitation, he immediately threw out several formation flags. As the spiritual light flickered, the array patterns unfolded like chains, enveloping the core of the vein and sealing the entire first-grade spiritual vein into his storage ring. Although the Su family has a second-grade spiritual vein and can advance to a third grade in the future, the foundation of such a blessed land has always been more is better. Even if it's just a first grade, integrating it into the ancestral land can nourish the soil and water, making it equally precious. As the spiritual vein vanished, the spiritual light converged, and 10 doors radiating different auras quietly appeared. This direct harvest completely dispelled the trace of uncertainty in Su Xinya's eyes, boosting her confidence tremendously. No longer hesitating, she glanced over the light doors and decisively chose one. The subsequent gains became unstoppable. Behind the second door was an unremarkable valley with only a naturally formed trapped formation posing a slight obstacle. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei cooperated, showcasing their array mastery, effortlessly uncovering the formations, dispelling the maze, and safely passing to the next location. Within the third door, they were greeted with a rich Yunling iron mine, the ores shimmering with a unique metallic luster. Su Yang skillfully set up the sealing formation, packing the entire vein away. Behind the fifth door, the environment abruptly changed to scorching, churning volcanic magma, within which lurked fire-type beasts that resembled pangolins, exuding a ferocious aura. After a somewhat perilous battle, the Su family harvested a large number of fire attribute foundation establishment spiritual materials, truly seeking wealth amidst danger. The most shocking scene was behind the eighth door. The group found themselves in a mirror-like space where a large, ancient, and immovable cauldron stood majestically in the center. This cauldron possessed the miraculous ability to replicate heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Su Yang immediately took out the starry river crystal water from his starry space and poured it into the cauldron. As the brilliance swirled within the cauldron, the cold liquid resembling the starry river actually multiplied out of thin air. He quickly retrieved the replicated starry river crystal water, refilling the previously emptied pool in his starry space. It's a pity that the earth vein crystal essence and the innate chi dew were left in the family treasury. Su Yang felt a slight regret in his heart. He wanted to move the cauldron, but after trying all methods he ultimately failed. Though the remaining doors yielded no further gains, they passed through them safely, without any danger. At this point, the Su family servants looked at Su Xinyo with almost worshipful eyes. Everyone present was perceptive, clearly aware that this secret realm could not possibly be all smooth sailing. Their success was entirely due to Su Xinyo leading the way. This frighteningly precise intuition was even more powerful than the heavenly mechanism technique. As everyone entered the 10th light gate laden with rewards, a chill washed over them once again. The wind and snow howled, yet the surrounding scene became incredibly familiar. They had emerged from the secret realm. Before them was the entrance to Qingyuan Fengshe, surrounded by various cultivators, and the place where the Su family stood was actually at the forefront of the crowd. Su Yang spotted familiar figures among the crowd at a glance. Despite having spent only a few short days in the secret realm, the Su family felt as if they had been away for ages. In these few days they had traversed boundless oceans, crossed scorching deserts, fought bloodily in the glacial Snake Valley, and passed through molten lava seas. The grandeur of the experiences they underwent in just a few days surpassed all they had encountered in their lifetimes combined. Figures loomed near the entrance of the secret realm. Apart from the cultivators from Qingyuan Fengshe, various forces from Yunmingsu and surrounding areas gathered here. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Su Yang steadily walked into the crowd of the Su family, immediately telepathically inquiring, "Su Xiandao, has everything been arranged?" Su Xiandao nodded slightly, a reassuring smile appearing on his face. Long before the secret realm, Su Yang had used his divine sense to have Su Xuanji widely spread the news of the Qingyuan secret realm to attract cultivators from all over. The purpose was clear: to muddy the waters completely. While the news of the secret realm was being fervently proclaimed, Su Xiandao swiftly erased all traces of the invasion by the demonic cultivators from the Underworld Palace in Qingyuan Fengshe. The death of Feng Yu, the young master of the Underworld Palace, would surely attract their investigation. Apart from the Su family, only a few Foundation establishment cultivators from Qingyuan Fengshe knew about the killing of the demonic cultivators. They were all clever individuals and would keep their mouths shut for self-preservation. As long as the news of the Underworld Palace's invasion of Qingyuan does not leak, the pursuers would only learn that Feng Yu and others had passed through this place, making Qingyuan's secret realm the focus of the Underworld Palace's investigation. However, within the Qingyuan secret realm, with its multiple overlapping spaces, how could the Underworld Palace easily uncover the truth? It is not an exaggeration to say that Su Yang has cultivated for decades and faced the most perilous secret realms, and this Qingyuan secret realm is the most treacherous of all. The Su family members who managed to come out alive were largely due to luck. Without the flying boat, ordinary cultivators who fell into that endless ocean would only drift to their deaths. Foundation establishment cultivators might have the ability to dive to the seabed, but they would never get past the giant sea beast. The Su family's worship was inscribed with spiritual runes, allowing them to quietly enter without alarming the underwater overlord. Cultivators directly traveling through the sea would likely still be discovered. Besides the hidden passages in the desert, without the guidance of the heavenly mechanism technique, even Su Yang himself would not know how to proceed. Even if some cultivators were lucky enough to find the entrance, how many could navigate the labyrinth? Moreover, not to mention the spaces Su Yang had not yet explored, the dangers there would undoubtedly be no simpler than those he had faced. For this reason, until Su Yang and the others successfully left the secret realm, they did not allow Su Xuanheng and the others to venture into the secret realm. The dangers were too great. If not for Su Xinya's intuition and the heavenly mechanism's calculations from the Shutang, the number of cultivators who could survive and leave this secret realm would likely be extremely few. Apart from us, have there been any other cultivators coming out of the secret realm these days, eh? Su Yang asked. Su Xiandao smiled slightly, scanning the surrounding eager cultivators, and replied, "Many have entered, but so far only our Su family has emerged. Look at those people, they seem unable to restrain themselves and are coming to inquire about the information inside the secret realm." Su Yang followed his gaze. As expected, several anxious cultivators were approaching, but they were stopped by the outer Su family servants. "Su clan leader, our clan's disciples have entered the secret realm for many days and still have no news. May I ask what the situation is inside the secret realm?" Although these individuals were more powerful than the Su family servants, none dared to force their way in and could only ask loudly from the crowd. Seeing this, Su Yang had no intention of hiding anything and immediately responded loudly, his voice echoing throughout the area. "Everyone, this secret realm is extremely dangerous. Inside there exist various spatial planes with differing environments, the sea, magma, glaciers, toxic miasma, and an unknown number of desert spaces. Each plane is vast and boundless, with ever-changing spatial rules filled with deadly threats. His tone was solemn, carrying a warning. It is a stroke of luck that my Su family can emerge alive. I advise all of you Chi refinement cultivators must not enter. Even Foundation establishment cultivators need to weigh their own strength carefully. If you do not have absolute confidence and life-saving measures, do not venture in lightly. He needed to publicize the dangers of the secret realm to divert the investigation of the underworld palace, suggesting that Feng Yu and others died within the secret realm rather than being slaughtered while invading the market. This way they could both divert the attention of the underworld palace's demonic cultivators and do a favor to various forces, while also preventing these forces from mistakenly thinking that the Su family had maliciously harmed their disciples due to heavy losses in the secret realm. After all, most of those who entered had gone and not returned. If no one explained the inherent dangers, this blood feud would easily fall upon the Su family. The Su family had no malicious intent. However, major forces often engage in such actions, they would think that the Su family would do the same. After hearing Su Yang's words, many people's expressions changed. Whispers of concern spread through the crowd. Some were worried about their friends and family who had entered the secret realm, while others were skeptical, their eyes flickering. Su Yang could not be bothered by what these people thought, and directly led the Su family back to Qingyuan Fengshe. Upon returning to the Su family residence, the doors were tightly shut, isolating them from the outside noise. In the days to follow, Qingyuan would attract cultivators from all over due to the rumors of the secret realm, and the situation would become unprecedentedly chaotic. This was exactly what Su Yang desired. The murkier the waters of Qingyuan became, the harder it would be for the underworld palace to investigate the cause of Feng Yu's death, and the truth would become increasingly difficult to surface. Once back in the residence, Su Yang summoned Jia and Ji Shulan. This time in the secret realm, my Su family has reaped substantial rewards, obtaining a first-grade spiritual vein. Su Yang got straight to the point, taking out a spiritual vein sealed by layers of formations, exuding rich spiritual energy, and personally handed it to Ji Shulan. I intend to use this spiritual vein as a foundation to find a suitable mountain outside the clan territory and build a Su clan dojo. He scanned the two and earnestly instructed. The dojo is specifically set up to cultivate and encourage the cultivators within the clan. Anyone wishing to enter for cultivation must exchange family contributions for qualification. The specific admission standards and contribution system should be discussed and established by you two, ensuring fairness and reasonableness. Although the Su family's territory contained a second-grade spiritual vein, the spiritual energy was contained within the inner courtyard, and non-core clan members had no right to enter. However, to enhance the overall strength of the family, it was essential to provide a rich spiritual environment for Su family cultivators. This first-grade spiritual vein is just right. Although it has limited benefits for the core members of the Su family, for the vast cultivators of Qingyuan, it is a coveted paradise. Establishing a dojo with this spiritual vein would not only attract cultivators from Qingyuan, but also set a clear goal for Su family cultivators, greatly inspiring their spirits. Ji Shulan accepted the sealed spiritual vein, nodding solemnly, her mind racing to calculate how to set the contribution levels to both motivate the clan members and maintain fairness. After discussing the spiritual vein, Su Yang shifted topics and took out a mineral vein. This is a Yunling iron mineral vein. He handed the mineral vein over, saying, "Find a secure place in the market to secretly install it, and then send reliable servants to mine it. This mineral has excellent quality. It is more than sufficient for crafting third-grade magical tools, and is of extremely high value. Be sure to dispatch capable personnel to guard it closely. It must not be lost." Hearing this, both Jia and Ji Shulan's expressions turned serious, their hearts filled with indescribable shock. They never expected that the clan head would not only bring back a spiritual vein, but also an entire rich mineral vein. Such a bountiful harvest is enough to elevate the foundation of the Su family to a new level. After Dai Jia and Ji Shulan were ordered to retreat, Su Yang turned and walked to the inner courtyard's training ground. At that moment, the air in the training ground was filled with the sound of fists whistling through the air, and the heat was rising. Su Sini and Chu Yabai were practicing intensely, bare-chested, their muscles taut, drenched in sweat. Each strike was powerful, producing a deep, resonant sound of impact. Wei Jing stood by with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp, providing precise critiques and guidance on the techniques and force application of the two. The inner courtyard's training ground was almost exclusively their practice area, occasionally featuring Su Xinya's presence. However, Su Xinyo, newly becoming a father, had recently focused more on his infant son, and his time at the training ground had significantly decreased. In the arena, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, holding nothing back. Each collision of spiritual power and aura emitted a sound akin to a drumbeat, creating visible waves of energy. Both exerted their utmost strength, their bodies bruised and battered. Eventually, they collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, unable to move. At that moment, a warm purple jade stone guided by Wei Jing's spiritual power slowly floated out from Chu Yabai's embrace. The pale purple light cascaded like moonlight enveloping the two, and as the glow shifted, the bruises on their bodies visibly faded and healed. This purple jade stone was the treasure that Chu Yabai had intended to offer to the Su family. Although Su Yang did not accept it, he advised him to share it with Wei Jing and Su Sini. Wei Jing and Su Sini, both possessing a dominant physique and focusing on body refinement, found this treasure capable of rapidly healing injuries and dispelling fatigue to be akin to a divine artifact for body cultivation. Chu Yabai was generous, quickly seeking the two to share it. Now the three not only maintained a harmonious relationship, but also exchanged techniques daily, refining their skills together. Thanks to this, although Chu Yabai remained an ordinary martial artist, his physical strength and martial art mastery had far surpassed that of an average martial arts master, even possessing the confidence to contend with latest-stage chi refining practitioners. As the glow of the purple jade stone faded, the injuries of the two were fully healed, their spirits reinvigorated. Just as they were about to engage in a new round of intense combat, they noticed an unfamiliar figure had appeared in the training ground. Su Yang waved his sleeve, and two walls of icy cold xuanbing crashed down, stirring a cloud of fine dust. The martial arts diagrams and techniques inscribed on the ice walls were crystal clear, with the essence of the Tao flowing through. With a formation seal enhancing them, the ice walls were as solid as a mountain, and there was no need to worry about them melting from high temperatures. These two combat techniques are opportunities one brought back from the Qingyuan secret realm. Su Yang's gaze swept over the two misty ice walls as he calmly stated, "Judging by the situation at the time, it seems that a certain senior who explored the secret realm, trapped in a desperate situation, or foreseeing their inability to survive, could not bear to let their martial legacy be lost to the world, hence inscribed these techniques here." Wei Jing, Su Sini, and Chu Yabai immediately gathered closer. Upon seeing the intricate and flowing diagrams on the ice walls, shock appeared in their eyes simultaneously. The ice walls not only bore diagrams of techniques, but also contained the fighting intent and spear intent infused by that senior cultivator. For those specializing in these two arts, it was akin to an infinite treasure trove. Wei Jing and Su Sini's eyes instantly became clear, falling into a state of enlightenment, their bodies involuntarily practicing their energy, subtly resonating with the icy Tao rhythm. Although Chu Yabai had not entered the path of immortality and could not comprehend the fighting intent within the essence of the techniques, and their force application depicted in the diagrams was enough to deeply move him. Su Yang did not disturb the three, quietly turning to leave. He walked towards the pavilion lake, stepping into the starry space beneath the pavilion, and began to enter solitary cultivation to consolidate his foundation. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The Qingyuan Fang market was bustling with people, a mix of various beings. Besides the cultivators of the Qi power, many from the former Dewei sect had come upon hearing the news. The news of the Qingyuan secret realm had spread widely, even alarming some golden core powers, including the Wanjian sect. The golden core powers within Dewei had all been conscripted to assist Dewei in resisting the Qi. Now that the territory of Luoxian City had fallen, the domain of the Wanjian sect had also fallen into the Qi's hands, yet the Wanjian sect had not faced retribution from the Qi, remaining unscathed, the situation that was intriguing. However, the Wanjian sect cultivators coming to Qingyuan Fang market were primarily foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples, and no golden core experts were seen in attendance. Other golden core powers were similarly cautious, sending their disciples to scout ahead. Without understanding the true nature and opportunities of the secret realm, the golden core cultivators would not leave their sects lightly. Under the coverage of the third-tier formation, Qingyuan Fang market remained orderly despite the influx of cultivators. The formation hovering above served as a silent deterrent to all powers, and no one dared to cause trouble here. The main purpose of everyone's presence was to seek opportunities in the secret realm, not to provoke trouble. Moreover, although this market was not a traditional cultivation market, it had the protection of a third-tier formation already possessing equivalent deterrent power. As the number of people entering the secret realm increased, and time passed, yet no one emerged from the secret realm, various factions began to feel uneasy and started to pay attention. Some recalled the warning left by the Su family a few days ago, which now seemed far from alarmist. The dangers within the secret realm were indeed extraordinary. Due to the unknown opportunities within, the initial fervor in many hearts was being replaced by hesitation. At that moment, the long quiet gate of light to the secret realm flickered back to life, and over a dozen figures were teleported out, instantly stirring discussions and commotion among the crowd. The cultivators who emerged were none other than Zhou Jun and his group. They appeared disheveled with wounds still bleeding, and some were even in a state of unconsciousness carried out by their companions. Every face was shrouded in a layer of silence and fatigue, their eyes vacant, and hollow, showing no trace of joy in their supposed gains. This oppressive and heavy atmosphere rapidly infected the surrounding crowd. For a moment, the whispers quieted significantly. The group, led by Chu Yutong, exuded a faint foundation establishment pressure. They did not relax immediately. Instead, they scanned their surroundings with vigilance, their eyes filled with intense scrutiny and unabashed killing intent, as if startled birds. Only when they recognized the familiar surroundings did the killing intent in their eyes gradually recede, like a tide replaced by the bewilderment of surviving a calamity alongside an indescribable sense of disorientation and doubt. Had they truly emerged? This scene before them, was it not an illusion of the secret realm? Chu Yutong and the others did not immediately leave their spot, but instead formed a defensive formation, maintaining a posture of high alert. Even the colleagues from Zhoujun who had stayed in Qingyuan Fong Market and rushed to support them were treated with distrust. Their gazes were filled with scrutiny and caution. Only after Chu Yutong activated the heavenly mechanism technique to deduce and confirm the authenticity of this place did the tension in their hearts gradually ease. They had truly made it out alive. Under the protection of their colleagues, they quickly entered Qingyuan Fong Market. Chu Yutong's face bore the marks of hardship and fatigue. After exhaling a long breath, he rasped, "Have the people from the Su family come out." The responding cultivator instinctively nodded and uttered a phrase that left Chu Yutong and the others in a state of collective shock. Rest assured, Senior Chu, the Su clan leader, and the others emerged days ago. The bustling scene in Qingyuan Square was unprecedented, with crowds surging through the streets and alleys. Huang Hongfang gazed at the spectacle before him, feeling a wave of disorientation. Decades ago, his son Huang Chun perished near Qingyuan, and the true culprit had yet to be found. Although all signs pointed to demonic cultivators, he followed the clues and traced the possible origin of the demonic cultivator to the Nether Palace, but beyond that he found no further gains, and that demonic cultivator vanished without a trace. Huang Hongfang remained doubtful in his heart. Was he deceived by the Su family back then? Perhaps that demonic cultivator and his son were both killed by the Su family. However, he had sifted through all the clues and could not find any conclusive evidence. He had considered taking forceful action against the Su family to compel them to reveal the truth, but he encountered the century-old grand event of the Wei dynasty instead, where the Su family rose to fame in Luoxian City, gaining the attention of the imperial court. With the attention of the Wei court before him, Huang Hongfang did not dare to act rashly. If he forcibly struck against the Su family, he would surely face retribution from the Wei dynasty afterward. Moreover, he was all too familiar with the character of the sect leader, Huang Lingxiao. To ensure the stability of the Wanjian sect, Huang Lingxiao would undoubtedly hand him over without hesitation to quell the unrest. Huang Hongfang had initially planned to wait for the storm to pass before settling accounts with the Su family, but unexpectedly, he encountered the Wei dynasty's mandatory conscription. Huang Lingxiao intended to take this opportunity to assist the Wei dynasty against the Qi family, thoroughly cleansing the sect of remnants and gaining true control over the Wanjian sect. As a result, Huang Hongfang was dispatched to the front lines far away from the troubles of Qingyuan. By the time he returned from the battlefield covered in blood, he was shocked to discover that the Su family had transformed beyond recognition. They had not only advanced to a foundation establishment family, but had also slain numerous foundation establishment cultivators, their name now infamous. At this point, if Huang Hongfang wanted to take action against the Su family, he would need to present solid evidence, otherwise he could not mobilize the sect's power to force the Su family to comply. The sect leader Huang Lingxiao did not care in the slightest about the life or death of his son, and he certainly would not allow Huang Hongfang to arbitrarily utilize the sect's power for revenge, as that would undermine the sect's authority. All these reasons led him to return to Qingyuan only today. Yet everything before him had changed dramatically. The Su family had become the overlord of Qingyuan Square and had established a third-tier great formation there. Even if a golden core cultivator came in person, breaking through this square would require considerable effort. Moreover, the members of Wanjian sect that Huang Hongfang brought along were merely Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. With such a small force, they did not even have the capital to cause a disturbance, let alone coerce the Su family into revealing the truth of the past. Huang Hongfang's expression darkened like water, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Peak Master, we have uncovered the truth. A disciple of the Wanjian sect who had just returned from gathering information hurried over and reported in a low voice. The second batch of people who emerged from the secret realm appear to be servants of the Su family, but according to our investigation, they seem to have some sort of cooperative relationship with the Su family, and there is another layer of identity. This statement pulled Huang Hongfang back from his chaotic thoughts. What is this other layer of identity? He frowned slightly, pressing further. The disciple displayed a troubled expression, hesitating slightly. I can't confirm the specifics, but it can be confirmed that their ties with the Su family are quite deep. Already several major powers from the Qi family have approached the Su family, wanting to inquire in detail about their experiences in the secret realm. Hearing this, a flicker of unease finally crossed Huang Hongfang's darkened face. He had been troubled about how to create some trouble for the Su family, but unexpectedly, these major powers from the Qi family were cooperating so well. It was just that he did not know how capable these people were. He hoped they wouldn't collectively crash against the iron plate of the Su family and end up bloodied. We will observe the situation. Huang Hongfang suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and spoke lightly. Not long after, a commotion arose from the direction of the Su family. He saw a group of cultivators with ashen faces being ushered out by the Su family. Each of them was fuming, their faces clouded, and they were cursing loudly. This is utterly unreasonable. It's one thing to refuse to disclose details about the secret realm, but they didn't even let us in. Do they really think they can act with impunity just because they have a third-tier formation? I suspect that the various forces that entered the secret realm have likely fallen victim to the Su family's treachery. Look, the two batches that emerged are all connected to the Su family. Could it be that the Su family is truly the chosen ones, and only they can return unscathed? If it is indeed the Su family that massacred our friends and family in the secret realm, what are you all waiting for? Let's kill our way in together and demand an explanation. Among the crowd, a hot-headed youth raised his arm and shouted. The moment these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. The nearby people hurriedly distanced themselves from him, as if avoiding a plague. Although the crowd harbored discontent, they did not forget the imposing third-tier formation hanging above their heads, causing a stir here. Without a golden core, cultivator's protection would be akin to seeking death. The commotion drew attention from the nearby street. Coincidentally, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue, along with their betrothed Cheng Jianzhu and Chu Yebai, were strolling through the square, with 7-year-old Su Xini following closely behind. The square was particularly lively due to the influx of cultivators from various regions, with stalls lining the streets selling exotic goods from afar. They intended to use this opportunity to strengthen their bonds while also getting a taste of the Qi family's products. Unexpectedly, halfway through their stroll, they heard someone openly shouting about storming the Su family. Who could endure such a thing? The expressions of the group immediately darkened as they exchanged glances and headed toward the source of the sound. They were eager to see who had the audacity to be so brazen in Qingyuan Square. Who is here barking like a dog? Su Xinyo's clear voice rang out like a bell amidst the clamor of the square. The onlookers, upon hearing his voice, instinctively parted to make way, creating a path. A group of young men and women with extraordinary demeanor strode forward, led by Su Xinyao, flanked by his sister Su Xinyue, as well as Cheng Jianzhu and Chu Yebai, with Su Xini following closely behind, his face taut. The one who had been shouting suddenly stiffened. Following the sound, he met Su Xinyo's sharp gaze, and his heart tightened immediately. He furrowed his brows, and with a solemn face retorted, "And who might you be?" "The Su family of Qingyuan." Su Xinyao held his head high, his gaze fierce, and a chilling smile curled at the corner of his lips. "You were the one who just said you wanted to storm our Su family." Gong Yu was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. He had not expected that the words he had shouted out in a moment of passion would be heard by the very party involved, and now being questioned publicly, he felt somewhat trapped. His eyes flickered. Then, steeling himself, he attempted to steer the conversation away, raising his voice and putting on a righteous front as he loudly questioned. "So you are indeed members of the Su family. This is just perfect. We wanted to visit the Su family to ask some questions, but you refuse to let anyone in. Who does that imply you're feeling guilty? The various forces cultivators have not returned from the secret realm until now. Have you Su family members laid your hands on them inside?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd that had originally gathered to watch the commotion fell silent, with countless gazes suddenly focused on Su Xinyao and the others. Gong Ye's words instantly captured the attention of everyone around. Compared to his boisterous threats to storm into the Su family, the crowd was more concerned with another question: whether their own cultivators who had entered the Qingyuan secret realm had truly fallen victim to the Su family's schemes. If Su Xinyao were to answer improperly, he could face collective accountability from the various powers of the Qi, potentially inciting public outrage with dire consequences. Su Xinyo's expression darkened with anger at the words, instinctively ready to retort. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Cheng Jianzhu, who seized the initiative. Her voice was calm and gentle, yet each word was like a knife, particularly sharp. "Friend, your accusations lack proof. What are your true intentions in spreading malicious rumors here? Are you trying to incite the various factions to become blades in your hands, testing the strength of our Qingyuan Square's third-tier great formation?" As soon as these words were spoken, Gong Ye's previously smug expression shifted dramatically. He felt the gazes around him filled with malice and even resentment, all directed at him. "What a great tactic of using others to do your dirty work," someone murmured. "No wonder he was the loudest just now. It turns out he wanted to use us as pawns to test the Su family's formation." Only then did everyone realize that what they initially thought was just an impulsive hothead was actually someone with considerable depth. After one attempt to insight failed, he immediately switched tactics. If Cheng Jianzhu hadn't exposed him, everyone might have truly fallen for his scheme. What a treacherous little brat. Su Xinyao, looking astonished, pointed at Gong Yu and shouted, "State your name. I want to see which faction dares to stand against my Su family." Gong Yu's face alternated between blue and red, wanting to argue, but unable to find the words. He had acted impulsively, not expecting the situation to turn so dire. Instead of falling into his trap, they had turned the tables on him, accusing him of ulterior motives. Indeed, the Su family could become the dominant power in Qingyuan, not just through brute force, but also with sharp wits. Gong Yu was secretly shocked. This group of seemingly under 20 youths had such crafty tactics. Damn it. I am Gong Yu, a disciple of the Tianyuan sect. How could I engage in such despicable acts? Gong Yu was filled with shame and anger, his latest stage qi refinement cultivation erupting as he shouted. It is you Su family who continuously evade discussions. This is a clear sign of guilt. What are you waiting for, fellow cultivators? Isn't it time to demand an explanation from the Su family? Since their leaders dare not show themselves, let's take down these few individuals first. Bully those hiding in the mansion of the Su family into facing us. Seeing Gong Yu adopt a stance to strike, Su Xinyao not only showed no fear, but rather a look of it was about time. Compared to verbal sparring, he preferred to express himself directly with his fists. Su Xinyu's delicate face was clouded with frost, her hands silently resting on the sword hilt, a sharp sword aura building up. Gong Yu, seeing this, had also completely given up. He had indeed misspoken and inadvertently become a scapegoat. Since the situation could not be salvaged, it would be better to escalate it completely. After all, the elders of the Tianyuan sect were nearby. The greater the commotion, the more likely they would come to his aid. He calculated that as long as things escalated, other equally anxious factions would take the opportunity to intervene, putting the Su family at a disadvantage. Golden radiance enveloped him as golden runes rose from his feet, the Dao technique about to take shape. In that fleeting moment, a towering black figure appeared before him at an astonishing speed. A massive fist carrying the force to crush mountains was suddenly hurled at Gong Yu's face. Boom. In an instant, the hastily formed wall of golden runes was shattered by this heavy punch, exploding into a dazzling ripple of golden light. Martial arts master. Gong Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he realized the danger. Although latest stage qi refinement cultivators could suppress martial arts masters in close combat, he would also find himself at a severe disadvantage. No sooner had he formed this thought than the punch of Chu Yebai had already ruthlessly descended. Crack! The sound of his nasal bone fracturing was clearly audible. Gong Yu was struck by this immense force, his body leaning back, his head slamming heavily to the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated from his head, spreading outwards. Dust and smoke erupted, obscuring the view. The surrounding crowd was shocked by this violent scene, retreating in panic, their eyes filled with horror and bewilderment. So brutal. This thought simultaneously arose in the minds of all the onlookers. They were not only terrified by Chu Yabai's ruthless decisiveness, but also stunned by the Su family's swift response. In a disagreement they suppressed with thunderous force. Many instinctively rehearsed in their minds whether they could withstand such an earth-shattering punch if it were them. What made them even more incredulous was that among this group of seemingly under 20 youth, there was actually a martial arts master with such overwhelming strength. Gong Yu's eyes rolled back, directly knocked unconscious by this powerful punch. Chu Yabai was no ordinary martial arts master. He had trained alongside Wei Jing and Su Sini to refine his physical body, and as a fellow master, he could take on 10 men alone. While a latest stage qi refinement cultivator can suppress a martial arts master in close combat, they would fall into a position of extreme passivity. Moreover, Chu Yabai was a top-tier master. The weight of his punch was not something an ordinary latest stage qi refinement cultivator could withstand. Seeing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock. The eyes they turned towards Su Xinyao, and the others were filled with apprehension and fear. Gong Shidi. A crisp shout filled with anger suddenly rang out from afar, instantly breaking the silence in the arena. A figure stepping on brilliant golden light shot through the air like lightning. It was a female Foundation establishment cultivator. Judging by her attire, which was similar to Gong Yu's, she was a disciple of the Tianyuan sect. Damn it, you dare to harm my Tianyuan sect disciple. Die. The woman's pretty face was filled with killing intent, and the pressure of her Foundation establishment stage surged like a tidal wave as she raised her hand to strike at Chu Yabai. A furious strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator could turn any martial arts master into mush, and even though Chu Yabai was exceptionally powerful, he would have no chance of survival. Su Xinyao and Su Sinyu's pupils constricted sharply. The two reacted swiftly, hurriedly urging their array tools, while simultaneously drawing their swords to unleash sword energy in an attempt to block. However, the speed of the Foundation establishment cultivator's strike was simply too fast. Without having activated the formation in advance, their hurried counterattack appeared utterly feeble against the overwhelming Foundation establishment's spiritual power. The fierce sword energy they had just unleashed was instantly crushed by the residual force of that palm strike. In that moment, their hearts nearly stopped beating, just as they were on the brink of disaster. Boom! A purple lightning bolt seemingly fell from the heavens, accurately striking the female disciple of the Tianyuan sect. The lightning obliterated her palm strike with overwhelming force. The residual power of the lightning continued violently, crashing into her, scorching her skin black and causing blood to spill from her mouth. Had she not activated her trump card in a critical moment, teleporting several hundred meters away, she would have surely been seriously injured or even killed by this bolt of lightning. Which elder dares to block me? The female cultivator stabilized herself, both surprised and angry, her voice filled with incredulity echoing through the air. Huh. A clear voice tinged with laughter seemed to respond. Following this, the sky erupted once more with a deafening thunder. The crowd looked up in shock to see Su Xuanxiao clad in a purple gold Dao robe stepping on lightning, standing in midair with his hands clasped behind his back, electric snakes dancing around him, flickering. His expression was icy as he looked down at the still shocked female Foundation establishment cultivator. The Foundation establishment female cultivator looked up at Su Xianyao in the sky, her eyes filled with astonishment. Surrounding him, black and white lightning swirled, and amidst the flickering electric snakes, the essence of the 5 elements faintly revealed itself. Why would the 5 elemental attributes be mixed into the lightning technique? To dare to act against members of the Su family in Qingyuan Square is courting death. Su Zuanyo's voice was as cold as frost, leaving no room for idle chatter. He gathered lightning in his palm, the black and white electric light, spiraling in an alternating yin-yang pattern, emanating a chilling aura. At this moment, the Foundation establishment female cultivator could no longer comprehend the person before her was indeed a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Su family. Her complexion changed slightly, completely unprepared for the unfathomable strength of her opponent. Although she was ambushed, the mere exchange had left her severely injured, indicating a significant disparity in strength. Even in a direct confrontation, her chances of winning were extremely low. Seeing Su Xianyao radiating killing intent, seemingly ready to strike again, she suppressed the turbulent spiritual energy within her and hurriedly shouted, "Please hold on, fellow cultivator. Clearly it was your Su family who attacked and injured my junior disciple first. Shouldn't this matter be addressed by your Su family to my Tianyuan sect? Are we the major factions in Qingyuan Square to be coerced by your Su family, allowing you to act with impunity?" Opening with such accusations, she implicated all present. Her rhetoric echoed that of Gong Yu earlier, showcasing the influence of their shared sect. The crowd was astonished not only by Su Zuanyo's overwhelming power, but also by the Tianyuan sect's shamelessness. It was clearly Gong Yu who acted first, only to be swiftly knocked down by the faster Su family. Yet in the female cultivator's words, the truth was inverted, making it seem as if the Su family had struck first. However, a subtle silence fell over the scene. No one spoke to refute her, yet no one echoed her claims either. Though they knew the truth was otherwise, many harbored a layer of unease. If the Su family truly wielded the power of the formation to suppress the various factions, what would be the outcome? Chu Yabai had retreated to the side of Su Xianyao and Su Xinyue. Hearing these words, he immediately furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "This is sheer nonsense. It was clearly your Tianyuan sect disciple who tried to act first, and we merely intervened to stop it. Where does this claim of the Su family acting first come from?" The Foundation establishment female cultivator's lips moved slightly, wanting to argue further. Unexpectedly, Su Xianyao was too lazy to waste words, with her raising his hand to unleash the 9 heavens falling thunder technique. The female cultivator's expression grew increasingly grim. She knew the lightning technique was strange and powerful, and she dared not take it heed, urgently trying to retreat. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared, blocking the female cultivator. They stood with golden runes glowing beneath their feet, manifesting countless illusory artifacts such as heavy shields, giant hammers, flying swords, and magical seals, transforming into a torrent of shimmering golden divine weapons that charged toward the ferocious lightning. The clash of lightning and golden light erupted, creating a wave of turbulent air. As the smoke and dust settled, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators stood side by side, their bodies radiating constant golden light, dressed similarly to the female cultivator, clearly part of the Tianyuan sect. One of the women, with white hair yet youthful features and an ethereal demeanor, stepped forward, exuding the pressure of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Her voice was cold. "Your actions, fellow cultivator, are rather domineering, don't you think? Are we to believe that in Qingyuan Square, anyone who offends your Su family must pay with their lives?" "It's the leader Wang of Tianyuan sect." Immediately, a cultivator from Daqi recognized her and revealed her identity. Su Xianyao did not care how the other party argued. Since he had confirmed that the other party acted first, they were enemies of the Su family, and wasting words on the dead was entirely pointless. He charged forward accompanied by thunder, his palm gathering alternating black and white lightning striking out. The white light and blazing thunder suddenly transformed into a viscous black sea descending upon the three members of the Tianyuan sect. Almost simultaneously, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue activated the formation artifact in their hands. A confinement formation instantly took shape, directly enveloping the three Tianyuan sect foundation establishment cultivators. Surrounding cultivators gasped in surprise, hurriedly retreating to create distance, fearing being swept into this sudden life and death struggle. Damn it! Does your Su family truly wish to engage in a relentless battle with our Tianyuan sect? Wang Ru and the others turned pale, unable to believe that the Su family's methods could be so tyrannical. With a mere disagreement, they activated the formation, intending to eliminate them on the spot. Does the Su family truly not fear the backlash from all sides? Or is it that the Su family acts without regard for the consequences? In response to Wang Ru, Su Xinyao unleashed two jade statues resembling two mountains crashing forward. Outside the formation, Cheng Jianzhu was equally astonished, her lips parted in surprise, her face full of disbelief. She had originally thought this conflict would result in both sides taking a step back and parting ways, but she never imagined that the Su family's response would be so overwhelmingly decisive and ruthless. The Tianyuan sect also possessed profound roots, being a foundation establishment power alongside the Su family. How could they be easily offended, let alone be killed on the spot? A strong sense of anxiety rose within her. Young Master Su, Miss Su, perhaps this matter should be reported to the elders of our clan for further deliberation. Cheng Jianzhu hurriedly approached Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue, her tone tinged with tension. Elders. Su Xinyao was momentarily taken aback, then grinned, showing no sign of fear. The one who acted just now was our fourth uncle. Since he has already made a move, we mere juniors can just assist in the formation. Off. Cheng Jianzhu finally understood. The one who wielded the strange lightning and directly attacked the three foundation establishment cultivators was indeed the Su family's fourth son, Su Xianyao. No wonder his lightning technique was so frightening and his style so bold and unmatched, daring to face three Tianyuan sect foundation establishment cultivators alone. Elder brother, elder sister, how should we deal with this unconscious fellow? Su Xinyi's youthful voice echoed as she pointed to the limp Gongyu on the ground, almost forgetting about him. Brother Chu, could you please handle this? Su Xinyao grinned casually, his tone relaxed. Chu Yebai nodded solemnly. Without further ado, stepped forward, grabbed the unconscious Gongyu, and headed straight toward a nearby dark alley. Su Xinyi instinctively wanted to follow and see what was happening, but Cheng Jianzhu quickly pulled her back. You should return to the Su family and report what happened here to the elders. Don't worry. Su Xinyao waved his hand, smiling. Since fourth uncle has personally come, it means the family has long been aware of the situation here. If Miss Cheng has concerns, she might as well return to report to the Cheng family first. He understood his fourth uncle's temperament best. He usually kept to himself and would not easily show himself unless necessary. For him to personally intervene meant he had received instructions from either their grandfather or grandmother. Cheng Jianzhu could not help but smile wryly and shake her head. She truly did not understand the Su family's way of doing things, nor could she comprehend why offending a rival foundation establishment power appeared so trivial in the eyes of the Su family. Her anxiety deepened and she no longer lingered, hurriedly bidding farewell to the Su siblings and returning to the Cheng family to inform the family head of this matter. In case the Su family encountered trouble, at least they would not be left to fend for themselves. Within the formation, thunder roared deafeningly and various colors of Taoist techniques intertwined. Two jade statues, radiant and imposing like mountains, wielded stone hammer seals and jade swords, relentlessly pursuing the two foundation establishment cultivators without fatigue. Each strike carried immense force, smashing the ground into flying stone shards and scattering spiritual light. These were jade puppets forged by the Tian gang's jade manipulation technique. Although they were at the peak of the qi refining stage, their bodies were made from jade that had fallen from the statues in the secret realm of Wangchuan Valley, far more durable than typical qi refining materials. With the enhancement from the Su family's spirit enhancement techniques combined with the puppets' insensitivity to pain and fear of death, the two foundation establishment cultivators found themselves exhausted and in a dire predicament. Su Xinkong stood within the formation, surrounded by black and white thunder that coiled like dragons and snakes, with his palms alternating between positive and negative lightning and five-colored radiance swirling endlessly. This was the Five Thunder True method he had diligently researched for many years, based on the Five Thunder Tao Foundation he had established, combined with his in-depth study of the lesser five elements technique ultimately comprehended. This method contained the true meaning of the five elements, changing unpredictably, able to adapt to any environment and could be transmitted through all things. Even heavy earth-type spells could not obstruct the thunder. How could Wang Ru ever witness such bizarre lightning? As Su Xuankang's palm lightning struck her repeatedly, she felt her entire body numb and her hair stand on end. As a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator, her cultivation far surpassed Su Xuankang's, and despite facing a formidable opponent of the same realm, she was confident she could suppress him. However, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue were outside assisting Su Xiankang. Under the pressure of the third-tier killing formation, Wang Ru felt as if she was carrying an invisible mountain. Her limbs felt leaden, and her internal spiritual power was continually drained by the formation. In this situation, she felt as if her hands and feet were bound, restricted, in every way unable to exert her full strength. Meanwhile, the two Tianyuan sect foundation establishment cultivators being pursued by the jade puppets were even more beleaguered. The female cultivator was already gravely injured, her strength reduced to nearly nothing, and now, under the formation's suppression, she was relentlessly attacked by the puppets and forced to retreat, facing numerous dangers. The male cultivator seemed somewhat composed, but he too was struggling to cope. At this moment, Wang Ru truly realized the confidence behind the Su family's audacious decision to send only one person and act so aggressively. The power of this third-tier formation was indeed as formidable as rumored. Wang Ru's face turned pale, knowing that if this dragged on, defeat was inevitable. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to unleash her trump card. A blue talisman flew from her sleeve, transforming in the wind into a spectral infant emanating an extreme chill. It opened its small mouth and unleashed a stream of icy crystal air, instantly freezing the movements of the two jade puppets. Seizing this opportunity, the two foundation establishment cultivators broke free from the puppet's entanglement and rushed towards Su Xiankang from either side. At the same time, the spectral infant also suddenly turned its cold gaze, locking onto Su Xuankang, and it opened its mouth to exhale a blast of cold air. Thick ice pillars rose from the ground, like prison bars stabbing towards Su Xiankang. At this moment, Wang Ru unleashed all her cultivation. Golden light surged around her, and countless divine weapon phantoms coalesced and appeared. Then her figure suddenly split into several afterimages, each holding a different divine weapon, transforming into a sharp sword cultivator, a hammer wielder with immense strength, and an ethereal dust-wielding guest, all charging from all directions with distinct momentum and killing moves towards Su Xiankang. Tianyuan Sect's Dao Technique. Tianyuan Divine Weapon. Faced with the overwhelming encirclement from three directions, Su Xuankang's expression remained terrifyingly calm. He did not invoke any complex Dao techniques, nor did he summon talismans or magical artifacts, but simply raised his hand. In his palm, the blazing white of the Yang thunder and the pitch black of the Yin thunder perfectly blended with the five-colored lightning, crazily swirling and condensing, ultimately transforming into a five-colored thunderball. Boom! The five-colored thunderball erupted, transforming into a violent sea of thunder. The incoming ice pillars shattered upon contact with the thunder sea, evaporating into mist. The spectral infant let out a piercing scream. Swallowed by the endless thunder sea, its form rapidly dissolved, reverting to a charred talisman. In the next moment, Su Xuankang's figure seemed like a true lightning bolt, flashing through the swirling Taoist techniques and divine weapon phantoms so fast that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He pierced through the sword-wielding Wang Ru's chest with a single palm, causing that sharp sword energy afterimage to dissipate in response. With a single punch, he shattered the hammer-wielding Wang Ru's heavy hammer, causing the mighty phantom to explode into golden light. A finger penetrated the dust-wielding Wang Ru's coiling spiritual snake, dust causing its Dao rhythm to collapse. His figure did not pause for an instant, flickering like lightning, and swiftly passed by the two foundation establishment cultivators who had taken the opportunity to attack. The pitch-black Yin thunder silently spread like a viscous, deep mire, completely engulfing both of them. No screams, no struggles, the two, along with their protective spiritual light, quietly dissolved in the Yin thunder, ultimately becoming two pools of black liquid, with not even a corpse left behind. Puff! All afterimages shattered, and the divine weapon phantoms vanished. Wang Ru's true form appeared, her face as pale as paper as she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her breath instantly waning to the extreme, collapsing heavily to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained. Sectmaster. As the formation dissipated, over a dozen Tianyuan sect disciples burst from the crowd, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They could never have imagined that upon the formation's removal, they would see their own sect master's corpse. The Su family actually dared to take action, and without mercy directly annihilated the sect leader of the Tianyuan sect. This matter could never end well. In an instant, a commotion erupted around them. What a brutal Su family. A sect leader perished just like that. I recall the cause seemed to be just a joke. A joke? I don't think so. That Tianyuan sect disciple was the first to shout about attacking the Su family. If he had truly instigated them successfully, the one facing annihilation would likely have been the Su family. The problem is that no one responded to him at all. In my opinion, this was ultimately a crime, not deserving of death. Moreover, they killed the other side's sect leader, so now both sides have become enemies for life. Various forces cultivators were filled with uncertainty, discussing fervently. They felt shocked by the Su family's aggressive and ruthless actions, while also harboring a growing sense of wariness and anger. In a tea house, Huang Hongfeng sat quietly by the window, overlooking everything below. The tea in his cup rippled silently in circles. He was certain. The doubts that had oppressed him for years were suddenly split open by the Su family's shocking massacre today like thunder. He had confirmed the true culprit behind his son's death. The Su family's cold, decisive, and ruthless style, where death was evident from the moment they struck, completely matched the image of the murderer he had imagined. One who dared to silence witnesses and erase all traces. The demon cultivator from back then, and my son Huang Chan. Huang Hongfeng's eyes were bloodshot. The accumulated hatred and murderous intent erupted like a volcano, almost spilling from his eyes. It must have been the Su family who killed him. Only the Su family's reckless disregard for consequences, their willingness to annihilate entire families, could dare to crush disciples of the Golden Course sect, like the Wanjian sect, as if they were mere ants. When Chenglan arrived, the street had already been completely surrounded by crowds from various factions. The disciples of the Tianyuan sect gazed at Su Xuandao, who had just landed, their eyes filled with terror, instinctively retreating like frightened birds, even neglecting to collect the body of their fallen leader. Su Xinyao and the others immediately gathered behind Su Xuandao, their sharp gazes sweeping the surroundings, ready to respond to any sudden changes. Fourth uncle, should we kill them? Su Xinyao whispered. According to reason, since the Su family has slain the leader of the Tianyuan sect, it has become a matter of life and death, yet he had heard the discussions in the marketplace clearly. This conflict can be considered a classic example of trouble arising from careless words. The cause was merely that Tianyuan sect disciple Gong Yu spoke without restraint and provoked them wantonly, subsequently taking the first strike against the Su family, suddenly intensifying the conflict. Up to this point, there was still room for a turning point. However, the female cultivator from Tianyuan sect, also a reckless novice, did not inquire into the situation and directly attacked the Su family. When Shu Yabai knocked down Gong Yu, he did not take his life, whereas this female cultivator's first move was a deadly strike, effectively branding the Su family as irreconcilable enemies with no room for retreat. Su Xiandao then forcefully intervened to suppress the situation, turning what was originally a friction among Qi refining juniors into a life-and-death battle of Foundation establishment cultivators in an instant. With the support of a third-tier formation, the Tianyuan sect had no chance of victory, ultimately leading to the demise of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, while the Su family remained unscathed. Those who had attacked were killed justly so, but for the Tianyuan sect disciples who had merely been bystanders, if the Su family were to eliminate them all at this moment, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread criticism, even turning them into targets of public ire. Yet if they were to let the tiger go back to the mountain, it would contradict the Su family's ironclad principle of eradicating threats. Su Xinyao could not think of how to respond to this situation and could only inquire what Su Xuandao's next step should be. Su Xiandao remained silent, not answering immediately. The invisible pressure emanating from him left the Tianyuan sect disciples opposite him, pale beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. The onlookers around watched with undisguised mockery and curiosity, waiting to see how the Su family would conclude this drama. Just as both sides were at an impasse, an elderly figure slowly stepped out from the crowd. Dear friends of the Su family, the old man's voice was hoarse, yet clear. This matter was indeed a fault on the part of the Tianyuan sect. Please do not push us to the brink. His cultivation was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and his attire was unmistakably that of the Tianyuan sect. His appearance left all the onlookers astonished, and a wave of low murmurs erupted in the crowd. What's going on? The Tianyuan sect actually has a foundation establishment cultivator. Earlier, when the fighting was in full swing, this old man, being from the Tianyuan sect, did not intervene, but now he emerges to seek peace. From a distance, Chenglan also displayed a clear look of astonishment. She had assumed that after this battle both sides would certainly become bitter enemies, yet she never expected the situation to develop in such a strange direction. Interesting. Chenglan's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flashed in her eyes. Is this merely a coincidence, or is it a result that the Su family had already plotted? If it were just a coincidence, it could only be said that the Su family had exceptionally good luck. But if everything was within the Su family's expectations, then the schemes and calculations involved were indeed somewhat frightening. Was it a carefully crafted plot, or a profound celestial calculation? Su Xuandao's expression showed no signs of fluctuation, merely casting a cold glance at the old man. The Tianyuan sect disciples seemed to have seized a lifeline, eagerly shouting, Elder Lu. Fourth uncle, what's going on? Is there still a foundation establishment cultivator hidden away? Should we take action now? Su Xinyao asked again in a low voice, his tone filled with confusion. Just as he finished speaking, he received a not too light slap from his younger sister Su Xinyue. Idiot brother Su Xinyu's cold voice rang out, "Shut up and watch quietly." Su Xiandao paid no heed to the younger generation's interruptions, his gaze firmly fixed on Elder Lu, his tone bland, yet unmistakably authoritative. "Since you admit to being at fault, what do you plan to offer as compensation?" As soon as these words were spoken, whispers erupted among the gathered crowd. 3 foundation establishment cultivators and 1 Qi refining disciple from the Tianyuan sect had been killed, yet the Su family actually demanded compensation in return, which was too dismissive of the Tianyuan sect. Elder Lu's expression also stiffened slightly, clearly not expecting the Su family's attitude to be so firm as to propose conditions in return. He steadied himself and asked in a deep voice, "How does the Su family intend to resolve this matter?" This question immediately alarmed the nearby Tianyuan sect disciples. Despite their heavy losses, the Tianyuan sect was still a foundation establishment power. They could not possibly lower themselves to such a degree, allowing themselves to be at the mercy of others. Su Xuando's voice remained icy, clearly ringing in everyone's ears. "All of you must swear with your Dao heart that you will never seek revenge against the Su family for eternity and present all the sect's teachings. If they were to eliminate them completely at this moment, it would not only give others a handle to cling to, but could also allow certain opportunists to gain secretly. Knowing when to stop and putting an end to this farce was the wisest choice. The Su family did not care for the possible future revenge from the Tianyuan sect, but they must reclaim their stature and face at this moment. As for cultivation resources, the Su family had ample background already, and even if the Tianyuan sect poured out everything they had, it wouldn't necessarily yield anything of value. Only their Dao teachings were somewhat worth noting, especially the sect's ultimate technique, Tianyuan divine weapons, which was unpredictable and immensely useful. As for swearing with the Dao heart, to Su Xuando's eyes, it was merely a formal constraint. "This is impossible." A Tianyuan sect disciple shouted hastily, his voice filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Elder Lu grabbed him, taking a deep breath, and said to Su Xiandao in a solemn voice, "The Dao heart oath can be taken, but this technique pertains to the foundation of our sect's inheritance. Your words are rather too unreasonable." As soon as this was said, Su Xuando's expression instantly turned as cold as frost. The lightning around him surged violently, and a low rumble of thunder could be faintly heard. "Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate terms?" His voice was not loud, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. "Not demanding you to pay extra spirit stones and rare materials is already showing great compassion." Elder Lu's face turned slightly pale, and after a brief silence it seemed he made a certain resolution, gritting his teeth and saying, "Fine. I can agree to the Su family's conditions. But the Su family must not spread or sell our sect's techniques. This is our bottom line." "Elder Lu, this is absolutely unacceptable." The Tianyuan sect disciples shouted in resignation once more. "Be quiet." Elder Lu interrupted sternly, his tone bearing an undeniable firmness. He turned to Su Xiandao and cupped his hands, saying, "We will send someone with the techniques. After some time, might we leave now?" The restless lightning on Su Xuando's body gradually subsided. He paused for a moment on Elder Lu's face before finally nodding slightly. The Tianyuan sect group, led forcefully by Elder Lu, took away the bodies of their fallen comrades and turned to leave. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators varied. They all stepped aside to clear a path, countless gazes following the hurried figures as they departed. In an instant, the venue erupted in even more intense low murmurs. At this moment, Su Xianzheng and Wei Yan, hidden in the dark corners of the marketplace, quietly retracted their divine sense. Elder Lu has been present the entire time, watching his comrades being killed, yet unwilling to act. Could it be that he is injured? Su Xianzheng gazed in the direction of the Tianyuan sect's departure, brow furrowed, somewhat puzzled. Wei Yan smiled faintly, her voice as cold as spring water. Comrades do not necessarily mean the same path. In fact, Su Xianxiao was not the only one who rushed to the scene. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan had also quietly arrived at this place, hidden in the shadows, their purpose being to guard against the lurking Elder Lu. The Su family's insight formation recorded every Tianyuan sect cultivator entering the market clearly. They had several foundation establishment cultivators on this trip, which was not a secret to the Su family. The first foundation establishment cultivator to hear the noise and rush to the scene was actually 2 individuals. Elder Lu and the female cultivator who struck out arrived almost simultaneously. However, when Elder Lu saw the female cultivator make her move, he instantly quelled his aura and quietly blended into the crowd of onlookers. Su Xuanheng and his wife were prepared to intercept at any moment, thinking that with the defeat of the female cultivator, Elder Lu would take advantage of the chaos to launch a surprise attack and deal a fatal blow to Su Xianxiao. But who would have thought that this person never revealed himself from beginning to end, merely watching coldly as Su Xianxiao killed 3 fellow Foundation establishment cultivators, and even when their own sect leader fell, he did not make a move. What my wife means is Su Xuanheng suddenly realized a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes, that this Elder Lu is deliberately using this opportunity through the hands of the Su family to eliminate sect leader Wang and others so he can completely seize power over the Tianyuan sect. This old fellow is truly cold-blooded and ruthless, and his luck is so good having stumbled upon this conflict. Our Su family has instead become the sharpest knife in his hands. Wei Yin upon hearing this curled her lips into a cold arc. Cultivators emerging from sects are often filled with such cold-blooded calculations. They may appear harmonious, but in reality, every step is fraught with danger. Moreover, this may not necessarily be luck. She paused slightly, her gaze deepening. Perhaps the fool who clamored to invade the Su family was intentionally sent by Elder Lu himself. This sounded somewhat like conspiracy theory. But upon careful thought, why would someone as foolish and impulsive as Gong Yu be sent to visit the Su family? What if Elder Lu was precisely eyeing this kind of foolishness, wanting him to provoke the Su family, and then using the Su family as a blade to remove the troublesome sect leader and other cultivators? The process might have deviated slightly from Elder Lu's expectations, but the final result was just as he desired. Wei Yin had grown up in the mixed environment of the Wan Sword sect, where she had seen too many similar underhanded schemes. Among fellow cultivators within family clans, and even between masters and disciples, there could be hidden dangers lurking due to interests. After hearing this, Su Xuanheng couldn't help but draw in a cold breath, feeling a chill rise from his spine. This was the most merciless betrayal in the cultivation world. On most days, the facade of camaraderie within sects almost made one forget the inherent coldness of cultivators. It often strikes when you let down your guard and place your trust, as that poison dagger quietly pierces your back, putting you in a fatal position. Since Elder Lu is intentionally using the knife to kill, should we still follow the original plan and go out to root them out? Su Xuanheng asked in a deep voice. The original plan of the Su family did not intend to let the Tianyuan sect go easily, but due to the attention of many eyes, it was inconvenient to slaughter those qi refining disciples in the streets. However, after Wei Yan's analysis, this new power holder of the Tianyuan sect would not hold a grudge against the Su family. On the contrary, he might even feel grateful. Perhaps it was really unnecessary to eradicate them completely. No, we still need to follow and take a look. Wei Yin shook her head, her gaze directed towards the departing Tianyuan sect members, cold and cautious. Elder Lu may not harbor animosity towards the Su family, but those ordinary disciples following him back could become a future problem. They might not be aware of the underlying details filled with anger and seeking revenge, but she did not finish her sentence. For she had a vague premonition that with Elder Lu's deep-seated and sinister nature, it was unlikely he would simply return to the outskirts of Qingyuan Market. The members of the Tianyuan sect rushed along, their atmosphere heavy as if shrouded in a layer of gloom. They had initially come full of vigor to explore the Qingyuan secret realm, but unexpectedly, having encountered misfortunes, they were returning in a panic. They faced the elders left at the gate in silence, uncertain how to explain this day of humiliation. Once they were far from Qingyuan and the outline of the market blurred in their vision, the oppressive silence in the group was finally broken. Elder Lu, are we really going to just leave it at this? Yes, another person immediately echoed, their face intertwined with resentment and humiliation. Are we really going to obediently hand over all the sect's teachings, as the Su family said? How are we supposed to explain this to the other elders upon returning? Fool. Before Elder Lu could respond, an angry voice suddenly rang out, lowering its tone as it scolded. We are going back to gather reinforcements. The Tianyuan sect has many allies who, as long as we join forces to strike back the Su family, must pay in blood for their debts. With this statement, the dim eyes of the disciples suddenly sparkled with light. If they could truly unite multiple forces, a mere Su family, even with a third-grade formation for protection, would amount to nothing. As long as the Su family dared to step out of Qingyuan, they would face their endless pursuit and punishment. The Su family can't just hide in the formation for the rest of their lives, can they? As someone said with hatred. If that were the case, their reputation in the cultivation world would surely plummet, becoming a laughingstock, never able to hold their heads up again. A glimmer of hope reignited in the eyes of these young disciples. Only Elder Lu, walking at the very front, remained silent, his steps steady, making it impossible to discern any expression on his face. Elder Lu, do you think the same? A disciple cautiously asked, trying to gain approval from this remaining elder. At that moment, Elder Lu unexpectedly stopped in a dense shadowy grove, facing away from everyone, his voice calm and devoid of any fluctuation, yet carrying an unsettling chill. Qingyuan Market is far from the Tianyuan sect. Unless the news is deliberately spread, what happened here today will take at least a few months to reach the sect. This news, which is not favorable for my smooth succession as the new sect leader, is better passed on slowly. Elder Lu. The disciple who had spoken earlier frowned tightly, instinctively rebuffing, "This is not the time to discuss this. The urgent matter is. Now the most important thing is revenge. Of becoming the sect leader is not necessarily you, Elder Lu." His words were abruptly cut off as Elder Lu slowly turned around. Those eyes were as cold as if they were looking at a group of dead people. Suddenly this disciple felt the world spin around him. A dull thud echoed in his ears, and as his vision blurred, the last thing he saw was a headless corpse gushing blood like a fountain. Immediately after, darkness enveloped his sight, and his consciousness faded completely. Silence. The sudden outbreak of slaughter plunged the scene into a deathly stillness. Immediately afterward, terrified screams erupted. The remaining disciples of the Tianyuan sect seemed to awaken from a dream, their faces drained of color, like frightened birds and beasts turning to flee in all directions. However, it was all too late. The divine weapon blade forged from runes in Elder Lu's hand instantly transformed into a chilling flash of blade light. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Dozens of icy blade flashes erupted almost simultaneously, accurately, swiftly, and mercilessly slicing through every fleeing figure. Heads were sent flying, tracing brief, yet tragic arcs through the forest. Scalding blood splattered out, staining the fallen leaves and soil beneath as the heavy scent of blood quickly enveloped the area. In just a few breaths, the lives of more than 10 Tianyuan sect disciples fell silently, like harvested weeds in this unknown forest. Only Elder Lu stood silently amidst the pool of blood, his face still devoid of any expression. 2 to 3 months should be enough, he murmured, his voice calm and undisturbed. As long as he became the leader of the Tianyuan sect within these 2 to 3 months, by then everyone in the sect would be his, and even if news of this spread back, no one could shake his position. A fire spell descended, igniting a blazing inferno in the forest, devouring all traces. Just as Elder Lu was about to turn and leave, his calm pupils suddenly constricted and his breathing grew heavy. Before him, in the shadowy depths of the forest, the figures of a man and a woman slowly emerged. The man's expression was indifferent, his arms crossed over a sharp sword, while the woman's lips curled slightly, wearing a playful smile. When did this happen? Elder Lu's heart jolted. He had completely failed to notice the presence of these two. What he thought was a flawless plan turned out to be fully seen through by the other party. "Did you see that, my husband?" Wei Yin spoke softly, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. This is the kind of cultivator from a sect who can mercilessly kill their peers for power and resources without batting an eye. Su Xuanheng snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. His family had made him feel the warmth and support among kin, but the world of cultivators outside was filled with cold, bloody schemes constantly, making him feel a sense of estrangement and absurdity between his family and the outside. The Su family and the world of cultivators seemed to exist in 2 different realms, yet he never believed that the Su family was wrong, rather it was that most cultivators had lost their true hearts. "Why are you two blocking the way?" Elder Lu forced himself to remain calm, and said in a deep voice, "The internal affairs of my sect should have nothing to do with you two, right?" He couldn't discern the specific cultivation levels of the two, as their high-level concealment techniques perfectly hid their auras. However, the sharp sword intent radiating from them made him feel a chill. These were 2 extremely powerful sword cultivators. Su Xuanheng remained silent, merely coldly staring at him. Wei Yin chuckled lightly and said leisurely, "Your Tianyuan sect's internal strife naturally has nothing to do with us. But the grudge between your Tianyuan sect and my Su family cannot be ignored." Su family. Elder Lu's expression changed, and he soon grew grim. "Did the Su family not just promise to let us go? What do you mean by this now?" "We did indeed let you leave Qingyuan Fengshe." Wei Yin maintained her smile, "But this is outside the market." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's body instantly tensed, his spiritual energy secretly circulating. However, Wei Yan's next words eased his taut nerves slightly. "Originally, we intended to eliminate you all before heading to the Tianyuan sect. The Su family has always believed in eradicating roots, leaving no future troubles." She spoke casually. "However, Elder Lu's earlier performance has led us to change our minds." Elder Lu's eyes sparkled with insight, and he immediately clasped his hands. "I would like to hear more." Wei Yin flipped her wrist, and a talisman inscribed with crimson runes floated gently out, hovering before Elder Lu. He cautiously stepped back half a step, and seeing that the talisman showed no signs of disturbance, he hesitantly reached out to take it. "This is a unique forbidden spell talisman of the Su family." Wei Yan's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable tone. "Activating it will plant a forbidden spell within you. This spell can prevent soul possession and soul searching, but from now on your life will be completely in the hands of my Su family." She paused, her gaze seemingly able to see through hearts. "What you did earlier, Elder Lu, if I am not mistaken, was to seek an opportunity to rise and become the new leader of the Tianyuan sect, right? The Su family can spare you and even let the Tianyuan sect off, or even assist you in securing your position as leader. The condition is that from now on the Tianyuan sect becomes a vassal of the Su family, paying 3/10 of its profits each year. This was the second path presented by the Su family. After consulting with Su Yang and Su Xianming within the spiritual sense space, it was decided by the family. Conflicts between cultivation forces usually do not lead to total annihilation, more often resolved through compensation. The deeper the roots and the more tangled the connections of a force, the harder it is to completely eradicate them, often leaving some survivors. Therefore, conflicts between Foundation establishment and Golden Core forces are often resolved to avoid endless retribution. Qingyuan Fanshi is located in a remote area, and the details of various Foundation establishment forces are clear, with relatively simple networks of relationships and limited strength. The Su family knows well the Foundation establishment forces that occupy this area and has the ability to leave no future troubles. However, the Tianyuan sect is far away into Qi, and the Su family knows nothing about the backgrounds of its internal elders and disciples. While it is not difficult to destroy their mountain gate with a single spell, the potential chain reactions and complications that may arise are unpredictable. For a sect that is far and mysterious, rather than risking annihilation, it is better to demand compensation or make them a vassal. Compensation is indeed direct, but only provides momentary benefits. Being a vassal can yield continuous profits, but the downside is the difficulty in control, which is why few forces choose this path. But the Su family is different. With the forbidden spell technique, as long as they support Elder Lu in becoming the sect leader, the Su family can completely control the Tianyuan sect. The long-term value of a vassal sect controlled by the Su family far exceeds a one-time compensation. Elder Lu held the forbidden spell talisman in his hand, remaining silent for a long time, his fingertips trembling slightly. The Tianyuan sect is a 5th-grade Foundation establishment force with a legacy spanning hundreds of years and is considered well-rooted into Qi. Yet now it must bow to a family that seems to be merely at the early Foundation establishment stage in Qingyuan. He found it absurd and hard to believe, feeling a strong sense of humiliation and unwillingness surge within him. But the cold reality lay before him. Whether the Su family had the ability to eliminate the Tianyuan sect was one thing, but his life would surely be forfeited if he refused. Thus the only path before him was clear. "I understand," Elder Lu said. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the air tainted with blood and scorched earth, ultimately letting out a long sigh, filled with fatigue and resignation. He no longer hesitated, slowly infusing spiritual power into the forbidden spell talisman in his hand. The talisman ignited silently, transforming into an eerie blood-red glow that pierced into his brow as a subtle sense of binding rooted deeply within his sea of consciousness. From this moment forth, life and death were no longer in his control. "You made a wise choice." Wei Yan's lips curved into a satisfied arc, her voice cold yet certain. "Trust me, becoming a vassal of the Su family is by no means a shame. In the future, your Tianyuan sect will take pride in this. The fortune brought to the Su family by the Tianyuan sect is indeed more than its destruction." Su Yang's consciousness returned from the realm of divine sense, slowly opening his eyes. He stood by the lakeside, scattering feed refined from spiritual plants onto the shimmering surface of the lake. A large number of colorful treasure fish gathered, competing for the food, their scales reflecting a brilliant array of colors under the sun. The star observation technique requires one to gaze at the celestial phenomena to be performed while the realm of divine sense is shrouded in an eternal night, with stars reflecting the causality of the outside world. This allows Su Yang to deduce fortune even during the day using the stars in this space. Although he could not discern the specific details of events, the general direction had never been wrong. Often knowing the fortune was sufficient to lay plans in advance and turn the tide. Clan leader, someone from the Listening Wind Tower, requests an audience, claiming to have brought heirlooms of the clan leader's old friend. Ji Ya's voice rang out at the entrance of the inner courtyard as he approached, quickly cupping his hands respectfully towards Su Yang. Su Yang's expression froze for a moment. Listening Wind Tower's old friend. Who else could it be but Wang Songyue, whom he had reunited with many years ago in Luoxian City? However, what the other party brought were heirlooms. The joy on Su Yang's face dissipated, completely replaced by an indescribable sense of melancholy. He said little, quickly crossing through the courtyard corridor to arrive at the main hall of the outer courtyard. Inside stood a plain-looking, composed young man in the Qi refinement stage. "Su clan leader." The young man performed a respectful bow, introducing himself as Deng Hui, and then produced an ancient-looking storage ring, presenting it with both hands. "This is the heirloom left by Mr. Wang. He specifically instructed that after his passing, this item must be handed to you." Su Yang reached out to take it. Delving into it with his divine sense, he found a letter and a token engraved with the special patterns of the Listening Wind Tower. Wang Songyue was ultimately just a mortal. Even if he had fortuitously joined a sect like the Listening Wind Tower, he had nothing earth-shattering to offer. Yet these two seemingly ordinary items felt incredibly heavy in Su Yang's hands. He took a deep breath and unfolded the letter. The handwriting in the letter still bore traces of Wang Sanjiu's youthful elegance, though it was now filled with a sense of unfulfilled aspirations and exhaustion. Wang Songwei reminisced in the letter filled with nostalgia. He wrote that the most vibrant and joyful times of his life were spent together managing the drunken Immortal Pavilion in Qingyuan County. Later, after joining the Listening Wind Tower, he gained broader horizons and a greater world, but ultimately, he felt like a stranger in someone else's home. He felt as if he lived like a dog toiling day and night, utterly exhausted. For the continuation of his family, he dared not pause, ultimately failing to heed Su Yang's advice to prioritize his health, leading to a lifetime of illness. In his final moments, he wrote this letter, making an ungrateful request: should Luoxian City ever fall and the Listening Wind Tower withdraw, he wished for his family members to be returned to their homeland in Qingyuan. At that time, he earnestly requested Su Yang to offer some assistance considering their past relationship. He knew that the Listening Wind Tower was an intelligence organization and not a charity. To agree to escort his family back to Qingyuan was already a significant kindness. Among all those he knew, the only one who might be able to fulfill this wish was Su Yang. Yet he understood the rules of the cultivation world even better. Any relationship must be maintained with an equivalent exchange. Thus he left behind this token. This token represented the highest level of intelligence access within the Listening Wind Tower, and it came with a staggering internal discount. This was the most valuable legacy he could obtain from the Listening Wind Tower after pouring his heart and soul into it. Wang Songyue could not produce rare treasures, but perhaps this item would hold some value for the Su family. The intelligence system of the Listening Wind Tower is rigorously tiered, with vastly different information accessible based on permissions. Some secrets cannot be purchased simply with spirit stones. Before Deng Hui, Su Yang took out the token. Deng Hui's expression remained calm, merely smiling and nodding, showing no surprise. Clearly, the transfer of this token to the Su family had received the tacit approval of the Listening Wind Tower's higher-ups. Su clan leader Deng Hui said respectfully, continuing, "The surviving members of the Wang family have been safely escorted to Qingyuan by the Listening Wind Tower. How to arrange their future is entirely up to the Su family." Su Yang nodded expressionlessly. Given the current strength and status of the Su family, assisting a martial artist family was merely a small effort, yet no further assistance would be forthcoming. At this moment, he felt quite melancholic. Another old friend had passed away, and the news still felt so sudden. He couldn't help but recall the days spent wandering outside those rare companions who shared his interests and shared drinks with him, all now separated from him by life and death, just like Wang Songhua. Su Yang slowly regained his senses, realizing he had stood in silence for quite a while, the sudden flood of nostalgia and melancholy causing the usually composed him to forget that there were still guests present. "I apologize for my lapse." He suppressed the turmoil in his heart, restoring his voice to its usual calm while raising his hand to indicate. "Deng Dayo, please take a seat. Your visit must involve more than this matter, correct?" The reason for his certainty was that this heirloom had arrived a full 5 years late. Su Yang was clear in his mind. In truth, Wang Songyue had passed away 5 years ago. At that time, although Luoxian City had not yet fallen, it had long shown signs of impending collapse. If the Listening Wind Tower had indeed intended to fulfill their promise, they could have escorted the Wang family back to Qingyuan long ago. Why wait until the city was breached and chaos ensued? It was not difficult to deduce that the Listening Wind Tower may not have taken this entrusted matter seriously at first. Now they were merely delivering the people as a matter of convenience, akin to offering a flower to a Buddha, fulfilling the old friend's last wish, while also earning a bit of goodwill in the hearts of the Su family. Su Yang saw through these calculations clearly, but chose to remain silent about them. Such exchanges of human sentiments were common in the cultivation world. Deng Hui smiled, still maintaining his decorum. "The reputation of Su clan leader is well-deserved. You indeed see through the situation clearly. The Listening Wind Tower has other matters to discuss with you." He did not take a seat, but continued respectfully. "Firstly, we are here at the behest of Mr. Wang to escort the surviving members of the Wang family back to Qingyuan. Secondly, we have recently heard that the Qingyuan secret realm has emerged, presenting significant opportunities. Thus we have sent people to investigate, and regarding this third matter." He paused briefly, his tone becoming formal. "The Listening Wind Tower intends to establish a presence in Qingyuan, and since the Su family is the dominant force here, it is both a matter of reason and emotion for us to seek your consent first." As a golden core force, the Listening Wind Tower had an unfathomable background and did not need to be so courteous to any Foundation establishment family. However, Qingyuan had its peculiarities. The third-grade grand formation that enveloped the entire city was under the control of the Su family. If the Listening Wind Tower forcibly settled here, it would surely lead to conflicts. Since the Listening Wind Tower was built on information trade, they valued harmony for profit and were most averse to unnecessary conflicts with local powers. Furthermore, many cultivators across the Great Way territory were eager for the Listening Wind Tower to establish a presence for more accessible intelligence, and Qingyuan was no exception. Avoiding unnecessary trouble by taking the initiative to show respect would save countless potential issues. In the main hall, the fragrance of tea wafted gently, creating a serene atmosphere. Su Yang took a small sip from the teacup and said leisurely, "Naturally, Qingyuan Square welcomes Tingfeng Tower's entry, but if you wish to operate within the square, a certain entry fee must be paid. After all, the construction and maintenance of this third-tier grand formation required resources jointly contributed by all families in the square." Deng Hui nodded calmly, clearly well-versed in these rules. "As long as the price is reasonable, Tingfeng Tower is willing to pay according to the rules. I understand that there is no free protection in this world. Rest assured, Taoist Deng." Su Yang smiled warmly, his tone gentle. "My Su family does not lack in resources. We will not take advantage of the situation. It is merely a matter of following the proper procedures." He shifted the topic smoothly, asking, "Since Tingfeng Tower is interested in settling here, I happen to have a few small matters to inquire about, if it's convenient." Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible look of joy crossed Deng Hu's face. Things were progressing even more smoothly than he had anticipated. As rumored outside, the Su family was not a tyrannical force. As long as one did not oppose them, they were quite easy to deal with, making collaboration highly valuable. "Please feel free to ask, Master Su." Deng Hu's attitude became increasingly respectful. "If it's simple information, I can inform you for free. If it involves a bit more intelligence, I will charge according to the discount privileges associated with your token." Given the respect shown, he naturally wanted to reciprocate in kind. Su Yang set down the teacup, his smile warm as though it was just a casual chat. "It's not a major issue. Well, I'm just curious. Tingfeng Tower has not previously settled in Qingyuan, so I wonder how much you know about the past events in this region." Deng Hu's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. He hadn't expected such an apparently ordinary, yet slightly strange question. He pondered for a moment and replied truthfully, "Though Tingfeng Tower has a wide network across the Great Way, even if we have not settled in a certain area, we have heard a bit about the major events there. However, due to Qingyuan's remote location and the lack of information, our records only provide a rough outline regarding Qingyuan County's early development, its subsequent destruction by beast tides, and how Qingyuan Square was established." As he spoke, a hint of awkwardness resembling an apology appeared on his face. "But when it comes to specific details about people and events after the establishment of the square, Tingfeng Tower indeed has limited knowledge. Despite being the leading intelligence organization in the Great Way and even having a presence in the Great Qi, Tingfeng Tower was not omniscient. In a remote place like Qingyuan, if it weren't for the significant disturbances caused by the Qingyuan secret realm, Tingfeng Tower probably wouldn't have made a special trip here, let alone settle down. Without any vested interest, there was naturally no need to expend effort in probing deeply." Though no valuable news was heard, the corners of Su Yang's mouth subtly curled upwards. Not knowing was precisely the point of concern. What he truly feared was that Tingfeng Tower was well aware of Qingyuan's past and could deduce from the slightest hints that the Su family had previously offended certain powers. Just now, he had utilized the insight formation of the third-tier grand formation to capture a glimpse of Huang Hongfang's figure. This individual had been hiding for many years, and as long as he wasn't foolish, he would surely harbor doubts about the events from years past. What Su Yang worried about was that Huang Hongfang would seek out Tingfeng Tower and pay a hefty sum for detailed intelligence on past events. If he were to find solid evidence of the Su family's killing of disciples from the Wanjian sect, it would spell catastrophic disaster. Currently, the Su family had a profound foundation bolstered by the third-tier grand formation as a barrier, but directly opposing a golden core force like the Wanjian sect would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Therefore, the old grievances between the Su family and the Wanjian sect must not leave any traceable evidence. As long as there was no ironclad evidence, no matter how much Huang Hongfang raged and suspected, he would be unable to persuade the higher-ups of the Wanjian sect to mobilize Golden Core cultivators against the Su family. Golden Core forces were renowned, and their every move was observed by cultivators worldwide. Acting recklessly without solid evidence would provide other covetous Golden Core forces with a handle to attack, labeling them as acting like a demon, leading to a collective assault. This is not mere alarmism. The Golden Core forces within the Great Way are few and far between, and competition among them is fierce. Each one wishes to eliminate a rival. Once someone is confirmed to have demonic conduct, the other forces will seize the opportunity to jointly divide their resources. By eliminating a competitor, they would not only avoid public condemnation, but could also use this to showcase their righteous stance, attracting more cultivators to join them. Su Yang lightly rubbed his finger along the rim of the cup. "Speaking of which, how much does Tingfeng Tower know about the Qingyuan secret realm?" Deng Hui looked at him deeply. The Su family was the first to discover the Qingyuan secret realm, and also the first to enter it. If the Su family is willing to provide details about the inner workings of the secret realm, as well as the entire process of its discovery and opening Tingfeng Tower, is willing to pay a handsome price. As for who understands the Qingyuan secret realm best, who could rival your Su family? Yet now your Su family is coming to ask us at Tingfeng Tower. A hint of confusion crossed Deng Hu's mind. He felt that what Su Yang was asking did not seem to align with what he truly wanted to know. Su Yang's face revealed a wry smile, shaking his head. The situations within the secret realm are ever-changing and fraught with danger. It is truly difficult to describe clearly in words. As for how the secret realm opened, he spread his hands, appearing quite helpless. My Su family does not know either. It appeared out of nowhere near the square, coincidentally discovered by my family's servant. He thought to himself that was smooth. Indeed, Tingfeng Tower was ultimately only in the business of collecting intelligence. They were not adept at predicting heavenly secrets or uncovering illusions. This conclusion eased some of the tension in Su Yang's heart. This way the Su family need not worry about investigations from the Wanjian sect and the Yuming Palace. If the Wanjian sect or Yuming Palace truly wished to mobilize golden core cultivators to pressure the Su family at any cost, the Su family was not without their escape routes. With a golden core force like Tingfeng Tower entering Qingyuan Square, they would also step in to mediate. If even Tingfeng Tower could not restrain them, the Su family had one last resort, contacting the Zhou army. At worst, the Su family would directly pledge allegiance to the Zhou army. Having tested the waters twice and obtained the desired results, Su Yang no longer beat around the bush and stated his core objective. Does Tingfeng Tower have detailed intelligence on various forces within the Great Qi? Also, could you provide a list of all external forces currently within Qingyuan Square? This is precisely what the Su family urgently needed. The family's biggest shortcoming was the lack of timely intelligence. The arrival of Tingfeng Tower would perfectly fill this gap. Now, due to the gathering of cultivators from all directions in Qingyuan Square, because of the secret realm, the Su family most needed to ascertain how many forces from the Great Qi had arrived and how many of them were demonic cultivators. Deng Hui let out a sigh of relief. He finally understood. A confident smile appeared on his face as he said in a strong voice, "Of course, we at Tingfeng Tower can provide all this intelligence." Not long after Deng Hui left, the attendant of Listening Wind Tower delivered the information that Su Yang needed to Su Mansion. The information revealed that nearly 60% of the golden core forces within the territory of the Qi are demonic forces, not including those cultivators who maintain the facade of righteous sects while secretly practicing demonic arts. It is said that the royal family of the Qi has long been infiltrated and controlled by demonic cultivators, which means that the royal family is essentially supporting the demonic path. This has led to an increasing number of people joining the demonic path, with many prestigious righteous sects being destroyed by demonic cultivators, resulting in the current rampant state of the demonic path. Among the Qi cultivators flooding into Qingyuan Square, 70% are demonic cultivators. The Tianyuan sect is surprisingly one of the few forces that still adhere to the righteous path. Su Yang quickly skimmed through the contents of the information, skipping over numerous foundation establishment forces, his gaze primarily fixed on a few golden core forces. Currently, the golden core forces mingling in Qingyuan Square include, besides the known Wanjian sect, the Ghost Face Valley from the former Dewei. The golden core forces from Deqi include the Yuming Palace and the Bai family of Deqi. The people of Yuming Palace have actually arrived, Su Yang murmured to himself, his gaze deepening. He could survey the square using the inside array, but could not discern the specific identities of every individual. The value of this information from Listening Wind Tower became evident at this moment. It not only identified the personnel of these golden core forces one by one, but also provided detailed descriptions and portraits showcasing a remarkable level of professionalism. Su Yang immediately ordered his family agents to closely monitor the movements of the golden core cultivators. However, in the following days, it seemed that these golden core forces had little time to spare. Their attention was almost entirely captured by the Qingyuan secret realm, and even Huang Hongfang, who was intent on revenge, temporarily set aside personal grudges and led the disciples of Wanjian sect into the secret realm. Subsequently, Ghost Face Valley and the Bai family of Deqi also entered in succession. The demonic cultivators from Yuming Palace wandered and investigated within the square for a long time, during which they even inquired at Listening Wind Tower for information, but it seemed they could not find any leads, and ultimately had to enter the secret realm to investigate. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. At the entrance of the secret realm, cultivators began to be teleported out one after another. Each exiting cultivator bore a weary and terrified expression, with injuries ranging from light to severe. The various forces waiting outside quickly gathered around, eagerly asking for information about the interior of the secret realm. However, the experiences and dangers faced by each person were completely different. The Qingyuan secret realm is exceptionally perilous with complex rules. Those who do not enter together will be dispersed into different spatial planes, making the chances of encountering one another extremely slim. This fact dispelled the previous suspicions and rumors regarding the Su family. As a result, the Su family finally welcomed a period of peace. During this time, the Su family remained particularly low-key, gradually fading from the discussions of the cultivators. But soon a shocking piece of news stirred waves in the square. Within the jurisdiction of Luoxian City, multiple sects were raided and burned by Dachi cultivators, with some sects even being directly annihilated. The various forces that were originally investigating near the Qingyuan secret realm hurried back to their mountain gates upon hearing the news. In the haste, some clashed with the demonic cultivators of Dachi along the way, resulting in fierce battles. Even within the square, some cultivators, enraged by the harm done to their fellow disciples or homeland, took action against the demonic cultivators of Dachi, engaging in public duels. Fortunately, the Qingyuan forces stationed in the square promptly suppressed the situation, preventing further chaos. Within Yunmeng Square, illuminated by flames, slaughter and plunder unfolded in this cultivator market. Whether righteous or demonic, everyone at this moment has torn off their superficial disguises, using various concealed artifacts or secret methods to obscure their forms, auras, and appearances, transforming into marauders who brazenly burn and pillage like bloodthirsty locusts sweeping through. In front of the Su family's commercial residence, Xiao stood like a mountain surrounded by blazing flames. A marauder who had just entered the Su family territory attempting to rob was smashed in the head by a single punch from Xiao. Blood and shattered bones erupted in the flames, the acrid smell wafting through the air, causing many of the weaker marauders to shudder in fear and retreat. Head of the family, Yunmeng Square is likely doomed. Shouldn't our Su family retreat? And Xiao turned around, urgently calling out to Su Xianming. The apocalyptic scene before him left no room for hesitation. Almost simultaneously, sounds of breaking air and the roars of monsters could be heard from afar. Shunhao was riding a Foundation period giant python with scales as dark as night, charging out from the smoke with lightning speed, his expression grave. Head of the family, the situation is dire. There are too many Foundation establishment cultivators among the marauders. Just recently, the Liang family's Foundation establishment cultivator was killed and the entire family was uprooted. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Baking's figure suddenly appeared, exuding a sharp aura. The Su family's multiple properties are under simultaneous attack, and my subordinates are stretched too thin to protect them all. His tone was heavy. Head of the family, the trend is against us. We should evacuate. There are simply too many marauders. Moreover, what is even more deadly is that a large number of Foundation establishment cultivators are mixed in. They came prepared, using powerful means to destroy the various formations within Yunmeng Square, including the natural concealment formation that had protected the square for centuries, which has been completely destroyed. At this moment, Yunmeng Square has turned into a hell on earth. Smoke billowed into the sky, shrouding even the nearby mundane towns in black smoke. All around were the bright flashes of spell explosions, the clashing sounds of artifacts, and the dying screams. The mingled stench of blood and charred remains weighed heavily on the hearts of every survivor. Su Xianming stood at the entrance of the commercial residence, his face dark as water. He slowly took out an item from his storage ring. It was the Zhou Army Summoning Order. Once activated, it could summon all Zhou Army cultivators nearby for support, and they would obey the commands of the order holder unconditionally. However, is it really worth using the Zhou Army Order to protect this soon to collapse Yunmeng Square? Su Xuanming, having heard his father's words, knew that chaos was about to ensue, so he made some preparations in advance. When the Su family encountered marauders, they quickly reclaimed nearly 80% of their core assets and liquid funds. At this moment, abandoning their residence and fixed assets to retreat meant that the Su family's financial losses were not actually significant. However, the industries in Yunmeng Square had after all been the most stable lifeline for the Su family over the past few decades. While they could bear the losses in the short term, giving up this long-established foundation would undoubtedly be a massive strategic loss in the long term. But what about using the Zhou Army Order? Even if they could repel this wave of marauders, how much power would remain in Yunmeng Square after this ordeal? If this place falls apart completely, how much effort and resources would the Su family need to spend to revive it? And could the returns be expected? The pros and cons intertwine, and the risks are difficult to measure. Su Xianming tightly gripped the cold token, falling into an unprecedented hesitation. He no longer hesitated, his mind sinking into the realm of consciousness. The campfire flickered, casting light on his tightly furrowed brows. Father, do you think I should use this Zhou Army Summoning Order? He looked towards the figure sitting quietly on the stone platform, directly asking. Su Yang sat cross-legged, his demeanor surprisingly relaxed. Of course, this token has 3 opportunities. Given the current development momentum of the Su family, it is likely that it won't even be used 3 times in the future. But Su Xianming hesitated to speak. He was considering not just the number of times the token could be used, but also the future of Yunmeng Square. the Su family's strategic layout here, and the long calculations of investments and returns. Qianming. Su Yang suddenly interrupted his smile, fading his deep eyes seemingly holding an endless sea of stars. His voice was not loud, yet each word struck clearly like a hammer on Su Xuanming's heart. Not everything is worth measuring with the ruler of maximizing benefits. In this world, few matters can be perfect, and completion is often more important than perfection. In the time you have hesitated, you may have missed the perfect opportunity to retreat or use the Zhou army order. Let go and take action. Su Yang's tone returned to calm, yet carried an undeniable strength. This little loss is nothing more than a drop in the bucket for today's Su family. Don't trap yourself in the dead end of profit and loss and lose sight of the true trends and paths ahead. Su Xuanming's body trembled, and he felt as if he had just awakened from a dream. He had been overly focused on maximizing benefits. In simple terms, he was a perfectionist wanting to calculate everything to the best possible outcome. Indeed, such an exquisitely meticulous approach had created astonishing wealth for the family, and over the years mistakes had been nearly non-existent. However, if this continued, it would inevitably lead to falling into the trap of perfectionism. Can everything in the world go as one wishes? If faced with a dilemma that could never be perfectly resolved, then such thinking would no longer be an advantage, but rather a shackle that binds one's hands and feet. Su Yang's words were like the ringing of a morning bell, fully awakening him. Su Qianming self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth, his consciousness returning to reality. Without a trace of hesitation, he focused his thoughts and decisively activated the Zhou Junling. Everyone listen up. Defend all territories of the Su Clan's Commerce Association. Any bandit who dares to intrude will be killed without mercy. His eyes shone brightly as he waved his sleeve, his voice resolute and filled with undeniable determination. This sudden and firm command took Song Baiqing and others by surprise. They did not understand why the clan leader suddenly made such a decision, and even his aura had changed dramatically. Given the current situation, retreating from Yunming ruins and returning to Qingyuan would be the best decision. However, their identities were servants and elders of the Su family. They only had the right to suggest, not to decide. Regardless of the clan leader's resolution, they should comply. Despite their doubts, Song Baiqing and Chun Hao exchanged glances and solemnly responded to Su Xuanming, understood. Like arrows released from their bows, the two rushed toward the surroundings, unhesitatingly attacking those bandits who intruded into the Su family's territory. At that moment, the Yunming ruins were engulfed in flames of war, with smoke billowing everywhere. The vast majority of external forces fled in panic, while only a few local clans with deep roots here were forced to grit their teeth and hold their ground. The Su family had operated in Yunming ruins for many years, and their industry was large and concentrated. The steadfastness of Chun Hao and Song Baiqing, two foundation establishment cultivators, stood out like a lighthouse in the darkness, quickly attracting the attention of the foundation establishment bandits. No wonder this area of shops remains intact. It turns out there are two foundation establishment friends stationed here. A bandit, his figure concealed by spells and his face obscured, hovered in midair, his tone laced with mockery and derision. How foolish, thinking that just two foundation establishment cultivators can change their fate and withstand us. Another bandit scoffed. Don't forget there's also that foundation establishment beast, the Python. To be precise, that's 3 foundation establishment levels of power. Is there a difference? Seeing the foundation establishment cultivators entering the fray, the Qi refinement bandits wisely retreated from the Su family's territory. Meanwhile, in the sky, numerous figures exuding a powerful aura began to appear one after another. Chun Hao and Song Baiqing halted their pursuit, standing side by side, gazing up at the many figures in the sky, their expressions tense to the extreme. In just a few breaths, over 10 foundation establishment bandits had gathered. No matter how outstanding their combat power was, it would be impossible for the two of them to fend off such a quantity of opponents of the same rank. Clan leader. Song Baiqing called out solemnly, his voice carrying a hint of inquiry. Su Qianming understood his meaning. His expression remained unusually calm, even standing with his hands behind his back, facing the bandits in the air with composure, as the Zhou Junling in his palm emitted a warm sensation. It's here, he murmured to himself, a faint smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. Song Baiqing and Chun Hao looked at each other in confusion. The bandits in the sky saw that the Su family members neither fled nor attacked, but instead appeared calm and composed, their sinister smiles growing more pronounced. They took this to mean that the Su family was either aware of their inability to resist and prepared to surrender, or naively wanting to negotiate. Just as their patience wore thin and they prepared to rush in and plunder the Su clan's Commerce Association, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Several beams of light shot in from the distance, revealing themselves without concealment, appearing openly opposite the bandits, subtly forming a wedge against the Su family. In quick succession, the sounds of breaking air rang out continuously, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators arrived, subtly surrounding both the area and the bandits. The bandits' eyes suddenly narrowed, instantly sensing that something was amiss. When did so many Foundation establishment cultivators hide in Yunming ruins? Where did they come from? Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that these helpers were invited by the Sioux Clan's Commerce Association? A leading bandit suppressed his surprise and asked in a deep voice. The newcomers did not respond. They simply stood silently in the air, exuding a unified and murderous aura. Suddenly, at the edge of the sky, 5 beams of light approached at an astonishing speed, penetrating the clouds in an instant, appearing above Yunming ruins. A deep drumbeat resounded, rumbling like thunder, as if 1,000 troops were breaking through the void, charging toward them. Everyone looked up in shock. They saw 5 enormous battleships as massive as mountains, shimmering with spiritual light, forming a combat formation across the sky. Along the side of the ships, dozens of cannons engraved with complex runes flickering with a cold light, all pivoted their icy muzzles, precisely locking onto all the bandits below. A fierce military might, iron-blooded and imposing, descended like a torrent, enveloping the entire battlefield. The bandits' eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by this sudden and immense military presence. The arrogance and greed on their faces instantly froze, replaced by expressions of horror and pallor. "What is this, a warship?" One bandit exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling with astonishment. "Is it the army of Deqi or the army of Dewei?" Panic spread among the bandits like a plague, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on their foreheads. Warships are only possessed by the Imperial Army. They racked their brains, but could not understand why an army would suddenly descend upon Yunming ruins. The shadow of death loomed suddenly. Some reacted quickly, immediately channeling their power and transforming into beams of light, attempting to escape. Several cold-faced Foundation establishment cultivators had long been stationed outside, their spell lights swirling in their palms like swords poised above, directly blocking these individuals. The dozens of cannons on the 5 warships also pivoted in unison, the runes on the cannon muzzles lighting up one by one, emitting a low hum of energy, as if countless ferocious beasts had opened their eyes, firmly locking onto all the bandits below. Amidst this oppressive silence, a Foundation establishment cultivator clad in heavy dark armor, with a resolute expression, flashed like a ghost from the battleship and appeared instantly before Su Xianming. He knelt on one knee, cupping his hands and salute, his voice resonant like a war drum, echoing in all directions. "Zhou Jun is here, ready to follow your command." Looking at the more than 10 Foundation establishment cultivators and the 5 spirit warships, Su Xianming could no longer suppress the smile that spread across his face. He hadn't expected such a large force from the Zhou army to come to his aid. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand and pointed at the astonished bandits in the air, his voice like cold iron. "Kill. Not a single one left." "Understood." The armored soldier replied solemnly, rising abruptly, facing the warships and the Zhou army cultivators, issuing a deafening roar. "All troops, listen up. Kill." The thunderous battle cry erupted from the 5 warships, intermingling with the ear-splitting sound of drums, merging into a tide of iron-blooded fury. In the next moment, dozens of cannons roared simultaneously. Blinding beams of spiritual power rained down like a torrential downpour, crashing toward the Foundation establishment bandits below. In Qingyuan, within the inner courtyard of the Su family, Su Yang sat quietly by the lakeside, holding a warm jade tablet in his hand, as his divine sense immersed itself within, carefully examining the various mysteries of the Tianyuan divine weapon. He had already grasped this spell quite thoroughly. It was indeed extraordinary. Among Foundation establishment spells, it ranked among the top tier, standing on par with the likes of the demon-slaying Golden Body Technique, 9 Heavens Thunder Method, and the Mountain Suppression Seal. The Su family today was no longer the shadow of its past, where spells were scarce. The family's collection of scriptures had been steadily increasing, making it difficult for ordinary spells to catch his eye, while the Tianyuan divine weapon piqued his interest. Perhaps this was an ambitious thought, but Su Yang's genuine interest in this technique stemmed from a much longer-term goal: the crafting of his life-bound magic treasure during the Golden Core stage. He had long been contemplating what kind of artifact should serve as his life-bound treasure in the future. Once a Golden Core cultivator's life-bound treasure was forged, it was nearly impossible to change. The greatest feature of the Tianyuan divine weapon was its ability to transform into countless weapon forms, at will changing endlessly and unrestricted. Su Yang, skilled in various Dao techniques, found it undoubtedly the most compatible with him if his life-bound treasure could also be so versatile. Su Yang shook his head and chuckled, momentarily suppressing these distant thoughts. Cultivation required a grounded approach. Matters of the life-bound treasure should wait until after achieving the Golden Core. He then turned his attention to the spear and fist techniques he had brought back from the Qingyuan secret realm: 9 Sorrows Fist and Flowing Clouds Shattering Spirit Spear. The 2 combat techniques were entirely different in style. One was delicate and unpredictable, while the other was sharp and swift, clearly not crafted by the same hand. Su Yang speculated that perhaps one of the great sages had left one of them in the secret realm, and later treasure seekers inspired by their predecessors inscribed their own adept techniques alongside it, resulting in the two icy walls. Nine Sorrow's fist was clearly superior. It was not only a golden core fist technique, but its principles could also morph into spear techniques with profound depth. In contrast, Flowing Cloud's shattering spirit spear, though slightly inferior, was still a superb foundation establishment spear technique. Its intricacies were sharp and fierce, and if auctioned in an external immortal city, it would undoubtedly attract fierce competition and fetch a handsome price. Su Yang was most intrigued by Nine Sorrow's fist. This fist technique was the opposite of the aggressive styles he had seen before. It was subtle and restrained, specializing in internal damage. It did not emphasize external power, but rather targeted the fundamental vitality of cultivators, destabilizing their Tao foundation and eroding their souls. Even more remarkably, this fist technique did not exist in isolation, but could be integrated as a force, perfectly merging with other aggressive and domineering fist techniques to create a harmonious and deadly strike. Beneath the fierce fist momentum lay the hidden, insidious internal force of Nine Sorrow's fist. With each punch delivered, it appeared to be a clash of strength, but in reality the fist force had quietly infiltrated the opponent's vitality, disrupting their spiritual energy flow silently, eroding their Tao foundation, and gradually wearing down their divine sense and soul. The opponent believed they were engaged in an exhilarating physical battle, unaware that both their body and soul were unknowingly slipping towards the abyss of collapse. If I can incorporate the essence of this fist intent into my sword techniques and spells. A glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes, and a profound smile unconsciously spread across his face. In the future, any enemies that confront the Su family will find their bodies and souls gradually disintegrating in the heat of battle, not even knowing how they met their end. With this thought in mind, his enthusiasm surged. He immediately stood up and took his stance, slowly practicing the introductory moves of Nine Sorrow's fist. At first glance, his movements seemed incredibly slow and gentle, resembling a mundane elder stretching his limbs in a health exercise, lacking any semblance of power. However, to those with keen insight, they could perceive an ineffable smoothness and flow in the motion of his arms and steps, containing a hidden soft and lingering Tao rhythm, repressed, yet unyielding. Su Yang focused, intently directing a punch lightly towards a solid wooden stake in front of him. When his fist made contact with the stake, there was no sound of impact. The surface of the stake bore not a single mark, as if it had merely been brushed by a gentle breeze. He remained calm and unhurried, throwing punch after punch, each still gentle, continuing to strike the same spot on the wooden stake. After dozens of punches, the seemingly intact heavy wooden stake suddenly emitted a faint rustling sound. Following that, the entire stake quietly crumbled from the inside, turning into a fine dust that cascaded down. Only a very thin shell remained, barely retaining the shape of the stake, but the interior had long been eroded clean by the punch force, fragile, as if hollowed out by worms. Su Yang was quite satisfied with the effect of the fist technique. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his studies, a slight thought flickered through his mind as he sensed Su Xianming calling for him in the divine sense space. He did not halt his movements in reality. Instead, he continued to perform Nine Sorrow's fist at a slow pace, while dividing his divine sense into two. In the realm of reality, his consciousness focused intently on controlling every subtle movement of his body, feeling the trajectory and changes of the punch force flowing within. Meanwhile, the other half of his consciousness detached from his body and entered the divine sense space. With the ongoing practice of the Zongyuan divine refinement canon and the increasing strength of his divine sense, Su Yang could now manage to multitask, allowing the two consciousnesses in reality and the divine sense space to proceed simultaneously without interference. However, there were limitations. In this state of divided attention, his divine sense could not withstand the trials within the space. In other words, his current divine sense strength was insufficient to support splitting it into two, while also enduring the baptism of the gale and tides. He had once boldly attempted this, nearly costing him half his life. By the campfire near the star, Su Yang's figure quietly coalesced. He looked at Su Xuanming, who was waiting here, and took the initiative to ask, "How is the situation?" Su Xuanming's complexion was rosy, his spirit exuberant, and a sparkle in his eyes indicated that the matters of the Yunming ruins were proceeding quite smoothly. "The Zhou army has dealt with all the robbers for us. However, many factions still choose to withdraw, fearing that the Dachi cultivators will return. This time, being able to wipe out all the invading robbers does not guarantee the same luck. Next time, once the seed of fear is sown, it is difficult to eradicate. Therefore, even knowing that the present is safe, many factions resolutely chose to leave. For them, it seemed that the only safe haven left in this chaotic world was the Immortal City. The Immortal City is independent of the dynasty's jurisdiction, situated in separate paradises entirely belonging to the city lord. The city lord capable of governing a city possesses a cultivation level of at least late golden core stage, with most being powerful nascent soul experts. However, there is no immortal city located within the territories of Deqi or Dawei. To reach the immortal city, one must embark on a long journey away from Dawei, which is undoubtedly a perilous expedition for the cultivation forces of Yunming ruins. So what are your thoughts? Su Yang asked calmly after hearing this. Su Xuanming's eyes flickered. He lowered his voice, unable to conceal his ambition. I believe this is an unprecedented opportunity for our Su family. I plan to seize this chance to make the Su family the overlord of Yunming ruins. He took a deep breath and laid out his long-considered plan. With our Su family taking the lead, we plan to set up a third-tier great formation in Yunming ruins similar to the Qingyuan marketplace, encompassing not only the marketplace itself, but also the surrounding mortal towns within the formation. From now on, Yunming ruins will no longer be a closed marketplace, only allowing cultivators to enter, but will establish a new order and rules just like the Qingyuan marketplace under the governance of our Su family. Regarding Su Xuanming's plan, Su Yang deemed it feasible. As long as the Su family could set up a third-tier grand formation in Yunmingsu, it would provide sufficient security for the market. Su Yang immediately instructed, the urgent task at hand is to do our utmost to retain those forces that are preparing to withdraw and to inform them honestly that the Su family plans to establish a third-tier grand formation in Yunmingsu. A prosperous market cannot exist without the gathering of numerous forces. The more forces there are in the market, the stronger its overall foundation will be, which for the Su family, who control the third-tier formations, is akin to rising tides lifting all boats, beneficial without any harm. That is exactly my intention, Su Xianming replied with a knowing smile, nodding seriously. With the discussion settled, the action swiftly commenced. Su Yang immediately arranged for Su Xianling and Su Xianxiao to head to Yunmingsu. The two possessed profound skills in formations and had experience in constructing third-tier grand formations, making them fully capable of leading the formation construction in Yunmingsu. Moreover, since Yunmingsu itself gathered numerous formation masters, their assistance meant there would be no shortage of manpower. Upon receiving his father's clear instructions, Su Xianling and Su Xianxiao wasted no time and set off immediately. Soon a figure riding an eagle and a streak of light, flying with a sword, shot up into the sky from the Su family, hastening toward the direction of Yunmingsu, disappearing into the distant horizon. Time flew by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Hongfang, leading the disciples of the Wanjian sect, finally emerged from the secret realm. To the Su family's surprise, Huang Hongfang did not come to stir up trouble. Instead, the disciples showed excitement in their expressions and directly left Qingyuan. The Su family closely monitored the movements of the Wanjian sect and couldn't help but feel puzzled by this unusual behavior. A few days later, the cultivators from Guimian Valley Yuming Palace and the Bai family of the Great Qi also escaped from the secret realm. It must be said that the profound background of the Golden Core forces is indeed extraordinary. While many Foundation establishment forces had suffered heavy losses, the four major Golden Core forces, despite also facing losses, managed to preserve their core strength and exit smoothly. What was even more noteworthy was that the first reaction of these four forces upon leaving the secret realm was identical to that of the Wanjian sect. They all left Qingyuan without hesitation, leaving only a few disciples behind in the market's inn. While the outside world was rife with speculation and gossip, the people from Tingfeng Tower also emerged from the secret realm. Various forces immediately surrounded them to gather information. It was then revealed that a third-tier Golden Core spiritual object had actually appeared within the Qingyuan secret realm. This news immediately caused an uproar. The so-called third-tier Golden Core spiritual object meant that there were at least 3 different types of Golden Core spiritual objects within the secret realm. The ranks of Golden Cores are divided into 1 to 9 tiers, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The rank of the Golden Core directly relates to a cultivator's future foundation and achievements. The higher the rank, the stronger the power within the same realm, and the higher the success rate for transcending to the nascent soul stage in the future. There are claims that a 90-year Golden Core cultivator can crush 10 one-year Golden Core cultivators of the same realm. However, the conditions for condensing a high-tier Golden Core are extremely stringent. For instance, to condense a 90-year Golden Core, one must collect 9 different types of Golden Core spiritual objects, possess the methods to cultivate a 90-year Golden Core, and have a foundation capable of integrating 9 types of spiritual objects. If the cultivation method is insufficient or the foundation cannot bear the 9 types of spiritual objects, but is forced to refine them, the result will not only be a failure to condense the core, but also the risk of death by explosion. Spiritual objects, methods, and foundations are all indispensable. The appearance of Golden Core spiritual objects is irresistibly alluring for any cultivator aspiring to the Tao. Even Huang Lingxiao, the current leader of the Wanjian sect, had only condensed a 5-tier Golden Core in his time. The possibility of 3-tier, or even more golden core spiritual objects existing in the Qingyuan secret realm is enough to drive Foundation Establishment Perfection cultivators and golden core forces into a frenzy. This also explains why the Wanjian sect and other golden core forces left so urgently. They must have immediately returned to their sects, gathering more manpower in preparation to seize this opportunity. The news of the 3rd-tier golden core spiritual objects appearing in the secret realm spread like wildfire, igniting the ambitions and desires of all cultivators. Upon hearing this, Su Xuanheng arrived at Tinggu with a solemn expression, stepping into the Xinghuan space. Su Yang was currently cultivating the Xinghuan secret technique, expanding the boundaries of the Xinghuan space. Upon seeing his father, Su Xuanheng couldn't help but speak urgently. Father, golden core spiritual objects have appeared in the secret realm. Shouldn't our Su family take action in the face of such a shocking opportunity? Su Yang paused slightly in his movements, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily, truly wishing to give his eldest son a slap on the back of the head. Seize? Seize what? Su Yang retorted irritably. We the Su family are merely a Foundation Establishment family. What do we have to compete with the Wanjian sect and Yuming Palace for? He paused, his tone turning serious. Moreover, how perilous is the Qingyuan secret realm? Even golden core cultivators may not survive inside. At present, the best choice is to remain at home and watch the developments. This opportunity is temporarily out of reach for our Su family. However, Su Xuanheng was unwilling to accept this. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with determination. Yet with the Su family's foundation, we will inevitably arrive at the day of condensing golden cores. The family currently has only one type of golden core spiritual object in reserve, which is far from enough. The Su family possesses the supreme technique, the Dao, Yin Hunyuan Jing, with every clan member possessing a perfect foundation. Out of the 3 conditions for a 90-year golden core, the Su family meets 2. As long as we gather 9 different types of golden core spiritual objects, every member of the family will have the chance to condense the legendary 90-year golden core. This is the terrifying foundation of the Su family. For others, the greatest obstacle is the difficulty of finding high-tier techniques and a powerful foundation that can bear multiple spiritual objects. Yet what the Su family worries about is the demand for golden core spiritual objects. Just to supply one person requires 9 types. If 3 members of the family aim for golden core in the future, that would require 27 types of spiritual objects. Layer upon layer of accumulation leads to a staggering amount of resources needed. Unless the Su family is willing to compromise and abandon the legendary 9-year golden core, who would willingly give up such a unique advantage? Thus, in Su Xuanheng's view, regardless of how difficult and perilous the road ahead, maybe the Su family must fight and seize. He hopes every family member can ascend to the pinnacle path of the 90-year golden core. Su Yang certainly understood his eldest son's ambitions, yet he was more acutely aware of the horrors of the Qingyuan secret realm, a place where even golden core cultivators might perish due to a slight misstep. He let out a long sigh, deciding not to hide any longer, and said frankly, Xuanheng, when I learned of the golden core spiritual objects in the secret realm, I was also tempted. To this end, I specifically used the star observation technique to deduce the causal relationships of this event. Su Yang's gaze deepened. The deduction results indicate that if the Su family forcibly intervenes in the contest within the secret realm, it is a sign of great misfortune. Perhaps there have been unknown changes within the secret realm, or there may be golden core cultivators who will act against our Su family within the realm. In any case, this place is not to be entered. He stepped in front of Su Xuanheng, locking eyes with the unquenchable flame in his son's eyes, and solemnly said, though the opportunity is enticing, one must act within one's means. We cultivators indeed must contest against heaven and people, but we must never act blindly and let greed cloud our judgment. Su Yang's tone grew heavier, carrying a warning. The Su family has had smooth sailing in recent years, achieving too many victories. These successes are unknowingly blinding your judgment, causing you to let your guard down against potential dangers, even fostering an illusion that every opportunity will belong to our Su family. This mindset is not an invincible momentum, but rather a precursor to stepping into an abyss from which there is no return. Over the years, Su Yang's meticulous planning and extreme caution have resolved many potential crises for the family, allowing the Su family to flourish increasingly. However, this prolonged success has subtly changed the mindset of some family members, especially the younger generation, gradually fostering a blind confidence that the Su family is invincible and can fear nothing. Among them, Su Xuanheng is the most typical. In his early years, while venturing outside, he encountered numerous dangers. At that time, he maintained a vigilant and thoughtful attitude toward everything, and it was through this caution that he was able to overcome difficulties, turn dangers into opportunities, and seize fortuitous encounters. However, since his cultivation has progressed and he rarely meets rivals among his peers, this caution has begun to quietly fade. He has gradually become more straightforward when facing issues, often charging ahead without much thought. This tendency of his has also influenced Su Xinyao, causing this younger generation to adopt a just-do-it mentality. Courage and fearlessness are indeed commendable, but if one loses the ability to assess situations, they are no different from a reckless fool, and sooner or later, they will face a disastrous downfall. After hearing his father's warning, Su Xuanheng took a deep breath, striving to suppress his obsession and unwillingness regarding the golden core spiritual items. A flush of embarrassment appeared on his face, reminiscent of a youthful mistake. He instinctively touched the back of his head and murmured, "You are right, father. However, there is still one matter that I do not understand." He raised his head, eyes filled with confusion. Golden core spiritual items are inherently rare and precious, and each appearance must attract frenzied competition. Given the vast demand for spiritual items in the Su family, how can we supply the entire clan? Surely we cannot truly let some of our clan members abandon the path of the 9 transformation golden core. As he spoke, Su Xuanheng himself felt that his earlier thoughts were overly naive. To have every member of the family attain the 9 transformation golden core requires an immense amount of resources, which is nearly impossible to accomplish. With this realization, he felt a sense of clarity in his heart, even developing a resolve to sacrifice for the family. If resources are indeed limited and sacrifices must be made, he is willing to be the one to lead the way. Su Yang smiled gently upon hearing this. If we truly face bad luck and cannot find enough spiritual items, settling for second best is not out of the question. There are varying grades of golden cores, but the path is not necessarily cut off. Even if the grade is slightly lower, there is still hope for conception. However, as cultivators seeking the Tao, we must strive to excel. Not competing for this opportunity does not mean giving up, but rather assessing the situation. Firstly, this competition will surely involve golden core cultivators. Given the current strength of the Su family, forcibly participating would bring more harm than benefit. Secondly, the Qingyuan secret realm itself has not been fully explored, its rules are strange, and its dangers unpredictable. To enter blindly would result in unbearable losses. Su Yang spoke with a tone of calculated steadiness. It would be better to allow external forces to explore first to clarify the rules and dangers of the secret realm for us. In the future, when we are adequately prepared, we can re-enter the secret realm at any time, searching with ease. More importantly, the method to open the Qingyuan secret realm is known only to the Su family worldwide. A glimmer flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Based on the previous scenario of opening the secret realm, he already had a conjecture. The opening of the Qingyuan secret realm is not as simple as merely striking. The key lies in using a spirit-infused cannon. Ordinary cannons possess brute force, while a spirit-infused cannon's attack contains unique elemental talisman effects paired with an explosive surge of energy. The combination of these two is the true key to triggering the secret realm. This method of opening seems simple, yet due to the crucial aspect of spirit infusion, it becomes extremely difficult for outsiders to decipher. Su Yang asserted, given the level of danger in the Qingyuan secret realm, it can be concluded that the opportunities within are far beyond what has been revealed so far, so there is no need for anxiety or impatience. I see now I was being thoughtless and too eager. After listening to his father's comprehensive analysis and long-term strategy, the remnants of Su Xuanheng's unwillingness and restlessness completely dissipated, replaced by a sense of clarity and enlightenment. Seeing that his eldest son had resolved his inner turmoil, Su Yang smiled and took out a jade vial, handing it over. This vial contains a strand of clear water sword intent obtained by me from the secret realm. The sword intent encompasses the lifelong insights and swordsmanship legacy of a golden core sword cultivator. Since your entire family are sword cultivators, it is perfect for you to contemplate potentially benefiting you in your own sword path. A legacy of sword intent from a golden core sword cultivator. Su Xuanheng's eyes lit up, his prior calmness instantly replaced by excitement. He hurriedly accepted the jade vial with both hands, too eager to say anything more. With a quick farewell, he turned and left, wanting to share this with his wife and child. Watching his eldest son regain some youthful spirit and leave in a flurry, Su Yang couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He settled his mind and continued to cultivate the Starry Horizon secret technique. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the Su family, the entire cultivation world was tumultuous with drastic changes in the situation. The Dachi army swept through like wildfire, unstoppable, capturing multiple cities in the Great Way in succession, swallowing nearly half of its territory in just a few months. Wherever the smoke of war passed, cities turned to ashes, cultivators fell like rain, and commoners were left homeless. The Cultivation dynasty, though referred to as a court, is actually controlled by a core family managing numerous subsidiary families. A cold consensus spread through the hearts of countless people. The Great Wei dynasty's fate has run its course. This behemoth that has lasted for centuries is now running out of oil and burning out, with only the royal family and a few diehard loyalists struggling desperately and making a final stand. The Cultivation dynasty is merely a community of interests formed by the ruling core family allied with many vassal families. The Great Wei royal family now has no way to retreat. They can either be completely defeated in resistance or hold on until the last moment in search of a slim chance of survival. Just when all onlookers believed that Dachi would undoubtedly swallow the entire Great Wei, next a change occurred. Within Dachi, a rebel army, named Zhou Army, suddenly rose like a comet. They acted swiftly as thunder, using the slogan "Peace for all for the sake of the people," and in a short time launched surprise attacks on several Dachi County cities, capturing them in astonishingly efficient succession. This was just the beginning. Soon after, the Zhou army broke through the defenses of the capital city, successfully seizing the entire jurisdiction of the Hengjiang region. The Hengjiang region is closely adjacent to the Luoxian region, originally separated by the 100 Lotus Mountain Range. However, the 100 Lotus Mountain Range has long been breached by Golden Core cultivators, with hardly any demonic beasts remaining, allowing for smooth passage between the two regions. Those in the know realized that the Zhou army's military might was quietly pointing towards the Luoxian region. This land, recently occupied by Dachi and still in chaos, is highly likely to become the Zhou army's next target. The three forces of Dachi, Great Wei, and the Zhou army were competing fiercely on this vast territory, stirring the situation into a boiling cauldron. Amidst the intense turbulence of the world, 4 Golden Core cultivators from different factions have arrived at Qingyuan. Outside the Qingyuan secret realm, thousands gathered among the mountains. Countless forces and wandering cultivators arrived upon hearing the news, particularly a surge in the number of perfected Foundation establishment cultivators. They dared not aspire to the 3rd transition Golden Core, but any kind of Golden Core spirit object would provide hope for breaking through to the Golden Core path and extend their lifespan by hundreds of years. At this moment, no one was in a hurry to enter the secret realm. All stood still observing. The reason was simple: 4 Golden Core masters from Qingyuan had arrived. With experience from exploring other secret realms, everyone understood one principle: letting the Golden Core cultivators lead the way could eliminate unknown dangers ahead and avoid unnecessary losses and conflicts. Previously, without a Golden Core cultivator leading the way, various forces had no choice but to explore on their own. Now, with a Golden Core powerhouse in front, naturally no one was willing to act as cannon fodder. At this moment, the 4 Golden Core forces, by family of Dachi Yuming Palace, One Sword Sect, and Ghostface Valley, occupied their respective positions, subtly forming a confrontation. The 4 Golden Core cultivators stood at the forefront of their camps, gazing at each other across the distance, with an invisible pressure permeating the air. The cultivators from Ghostface Valley were the most peculiar. Everyone wore masks of bizarre design obscuring their faces, and a special barrier surrounded them, preventing even divine sense from probing their true forms. The Golden Core master from Ghostface Valley was none other than the Valley Master, Yao Yi. His voice was sharp and piercing, laced with unabashed mockery and sarcasm as he initiated the confrontation towards the Wan Sword Sect. "What brings you, old Lu? Where is Huang Lingxiao?" On the Wan Sword Sect's side, the Golden Core master present was not the sect leader Huang Lingxiao, but rather the peak master Lu Duchuan. He maintained a middle-aged appearance with hair interspersed with black and gray and a steady aura, responding coldly to the inquiry. "Our Wan Sword Sect is deeply rooted. Such secret realms do not require the sect leader to take action personally. I, Lu, have come, and the opportunity for the 3rd transition Golden Core will surely be within my grasp." "Heh!" Yao Yi burst into a strange laugh, his voice fluctuating between male and female, making it hard to discern. "Who doesn't know that your Wan Sword Sect is merely several immortal cultivation families, each occupying a peak with none willing to submit to the other? I never expected that your Lu family would ultimately be willing to act as Huang's lapdog." He deliberately elongated the last 2 words. Lu Duchuan's expression suddenly darkened, his aura turning cold as he sternly replied, "Do you dare believe the nonsensical words of the ignorant from the outside world? Our Wan Sword Sect stands united. How could a small sect like yours dare to speculate recklessly?" All right, we are indeed a small sect." Yao Yi's tone suddenly turned icy, his gaze behind the mask like that of a venomous snake. "I hope your life, Lu Duchuan, can be as hard as your mouth." Lu Duchuan's killing intent flashed momentarily in his eyes, but he suppressed it, refraining from further argument. Though both sides were at odds, they maintained their composure at this moment. They all knew that the opportunity in the secret realm was the primary goal. If they fought outside first, it would only benefit the Bai family of Dachi and Yuming Palace, who were watching covetously from the sidelines. Once the atmosphere ahead eased, Huang Hongfang, who had been standing beside Lu Duchuan, finally lowered his voice and said, "Elder Lu, I have a matter I wish to ask for your assistance." Lu Duchuan's expression remained stern. "What is it?" Although both were elders of the Wan Sword Sect, their statuses were worlds apart. Lu Duchuan was a rightful elder due to his golden core cultivation, while Huang Hongfang only held this nominal title due to the influence of the Huang family. Within the sect, Lu Duchuan had to be courteous to members of the Huang family because of their power. However, outside the sect in this arena where power reigned supreme, Huang Hongfang could only lower his head and tread carefully before Lu Duchuan. A flicker of hatred flashed in Huang Hongfang's eyes as he spoke solemnly. My son Huang Chen perished near Qingyuan years ago. I suspect this matter is closely related to the Su family. Upon hearing this, Lu Duchuan's brow furrowed imperceptibly as he instantly understood Huang Hongfang's intentions. He intended to leverage his golden core status to interrogate or even intimidate the Su family. But Huang Chun was not his offspring. He could hardly be bothered with such old grievances. Moreover, the Su family possessed a third-tier great formation for protection. Rashly standing up for them would be a troublesome endeavor that brought no rewards. Just as he was about to refuse, Huang Hongfang seemed to have anticipated this, quickly continuing, Elder Lu, please wait. Do you know that the Su family was the first to discover and enter the Qingyuan secret realm, and all of their members who entered came out unscathed? He paused, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. Think about it. This secret realm is exceptionally dangerous, having claimed so many Foundation establishment forces. How could the Su family, a newly established small family, manage to retreat unscathed, especially as the first ones to enter? Huang Hongfang's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. In my opinion, the Su family must have grasped some special rules within the Qingyuan secret realm or found a safe path. If we could have them serve our Wand Sword sect, wouldn't the pursuit of the chance for the third transition golden core become twice as effective with half the effort? Lu Duchuan, who had been indifferent before, suddenly focused, raising his brow slightly. Huang Hongfang's words had indeed awakened him. Upon reflection, this matter was indeed suspicious. Why was it that so many deep-rooted Foundation establishment forces perished while it was the Su family who entered first that returned safely? This certainly could not be explained by mere luck. Originally disinterested in dealing with the Su family, Lu Duchuan now felt a surge of keen interest. If the Su family truly held key information about the secret realm, then its value would be entirely different. He relaxed his expression slightly and said, what do you wish to do? Huang Hongfang, seeing that he had swayed the other, felt assured and immediately said, I want to know whether they harmed my son. Lu Duchuan pondered for a moment and replied, if they flatly deny it, what will you do? Do you intend to use coercive measures? I still need them to scout ahead. Huang Hongfang immediately understood and respectfully replied, I understand. Everything can wait until after we leave the secret realm. For now, we must prioritize the opportunity within. Lu Duchuan nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. The next moment, his body shimmered with spiritual light. With a flick of his sleeve, he and Huang Hongfang suddenly vanished from their original spot. In an almost instantaneous moment, the two figures, like phantoms, disregarded the usual vigilance outside the market and directly appeared before the Su family's estate within Qingyuan. Su Yang, who had been closely monitoring the movements of the Wand Sword sect through formations within the estate, suddenly turned pale. He hadn't expected the golden core cultivators of the Wand Sword sect to arrive at Qingyuan and not enter the secret realm, but rather head straight to their Su family. They come with ill intent. Su Yang's heart tightened as ominous premonitions surged within him. Yet he hesitated, not quickly adjusting his expression and striding out of the estate. Facing the golden core cultivators for the first time, Su Yang was neither servile nor overbearing. He cupped his hands in a deep bow. I am Su Yang, the clan leader of the Su family in Qingyuan, here to greet the golden core masters of Wand Sword sect, and I acknowledge Elder Huang. I am unaware of the purpose of your esteemed presence. Lu Duchuan did not conceal his own cultivation aura. The overwhelming pressure of a golden core cultivator spread like a tidal wave, causing the air in the Su family residence to seem to solidify. His sudden arrival put the Su family on high alert. Su Xuanheng and several Foundation establishment cultivators almost simultaneously moved closely following Su Yang as they stepped out, their expressions solemn. The other clan members, regardless of their cultivation level, including warrior servants, quickly occupied various positions inside and outside the residence, subtly forming an encirclement. Faced with the terrifying pressure brought by a golden core cultivator, no one showed fear on their faces, only a nearly instinctive unity against a common enemy. Lu Duchuan and Huang Hongfang naturally took note of this scene. Although their expressions betrayed no emotion, they couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Such unity from top to bottom is indeed rare in today's indifferent cultivation world. It was unexpected that a secluded Foundation establishment family could cultivate so many loyal followers. However, this surprise was merely fleeting. In Lu Duchuan's eyes, no matter how many ants gathered together, they would always remain ants. Their numbers might pose a nuisance, but before absolute power, they were just insignificant beings. If he truly harbored murderous intent, a single thought would be enough to turn these figures before him to ashes. His gaze passed over the crowd, landing directly on the leading Su Yang, And he calmly stated, I have heard that the Su family was the first to enter the Qingyuan secret realm and left unharmed. Surely the Su family is well acquainted with the internal conditions of the secret realm. He paused directly, stating his intention, since you are the clan leader, you shall accompany my Wanjian sect for another trip into the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Su family members changed. They knew better than anyone how perilous the Qingyuan secret realm was. The clan leader and others had narrowly escaped, and now this golden core cultivator from Wanjian's sect wanted to force the clan leader to enter that deadly place again. It was one thing for Wanjian's sect to seek their own doom, but to drag their clan leader into it was not an invitation. It was clearly coercion and abduction. In an instant, anger and resentment intertwined in the eyes of the Su family members, all their gazes fixated tightly on Lu Duchuan and Huang Hongfang, the atmosphere tense and hostile. Meeting Lu Duchuan's gaze, Su Yang responded neither arrogantly nor servilely, cupping his hands. You see, clearly our Su family indeed escaped from the Qingyuan secret realm by a stroke of luck, but it was purely fortuitous, and there is little experience to speak of. If we were to enter again, the chances of perishing within are far greater than surviving. His expression sincere, he continued to be honest. The only way our Su family knows to leave the Qingyuan secret realm is to find the light gate within the secret realm and pass through 10 in succession to escape. Behind each light gate lies an unknown world, either a place of opportunity and fortune or a deadly trap with no chance of survival. At that time, our Su family also went through life and death before fortunate enough to find a way out. Aside from that, our Su family has no further understanding of the secret realm. Su Yang's face revealed just the right amount of lingering fear and difficulty. His words were not false. The Su family's ability to leave did indeed rely heavily on luck. After listening to Su Yang's heartfelt explanation, Lu Duchuan's brow furrowed slightly again. The divine sense of a golden core cultivator is exceptionally sharp, possessing an extraordinary insight into the demeanor, aura, and even the fluctuations of lower-tier cultivators' divine senses. In his perception, Su Yang's words did not seem to be deceitful. The emotions he expressed were genuine, showing no signs of deception. If what he said were true, then the Su family would be of no utilitarian value. This thought instantly cooled the interest that had just arisen in Lu Duchuan's heart, and his expression darkened slightly. Could it be that the Su family truly only had a stroke of luck? Yet the Qingyuan secret realm had consumed so many Foundation establishment forces, and even golden core cultivators dared not say they could return unscathed. How could a mere Su family rely solely on luck to emerge unscathed? They naturally knew of the rule requiring multiple light gates to leave the secret realm, and were well aware of the lurking dangers within. Thus, Lu Duchuan absolutely did not believe that they could pass through 10 gates purely by luck. Thoughts flickered in an instant. Lu Duchuan's expression quickly returned to calm, but the scrutiny in his eyes did not dissipate. He no longer entangled himself in the truth of Su Yang's words, directly speaking in a tone that brooked no refusal. Whether it was luck or not, clan leader, Su, you must accompany us and to investigate. The meaning of this is clear. Regardless, you Su Yang must enter the secret realm with us. You. The members of the Su family collectively showed anger upon hearing this. This was clearly an attempt to forcibly abduct their clan leader. Su Yang's brow furrowed slightly, and his heart sank. The situation he feared most had indeed occurred. If a golden core cultivator was determined to forcibly take him, even if the Su family had a third-tier grand array for protection, resistance would still be extremely difficult. The grand array could indeed hold for a time, but if Lu Duchuan was willing to pay any price and led the disciples of Wanjian's sect in a relentless assault, even the most solid formation would eventually exhaust its energy and be forcibly breached. At that time, not only would he be unable to protect himself, but the entire Su family would also face annihilation. I'll go in place of my father, so please spare him. Su Xianxiao suddenly stepped forward, his voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable determination. Oh, Lu Duchuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the children of this small family were so devoted, clearly different from most cultivation families in the outside world. Fourth brother, do not act recklessly. Su Xuanheng stepped forward, his robust figure directly blocking Su Xuanxiao, his sword intent hidden, yet palpable, his gaze burning as he stared at Lu Duchuan. I will go in place of my father. The two brothers vied to step forward. Do not be foolish. Su Yang shouted sternly, you two have never entered the Qingyuan secret realm and know nothing of the terrain and rules. How can you go in my stead? Then let me go in place of my husband. Qin Jiangmai's voice timely rang out as she lightly moved to Su Yang's side. Grandpa and Grandma, do not argue. Su Xinya's voice was urgent as he pushed his way forward from the crowd. This matter should be handled by me. He wanted to say that he was the one who had pointed out the way to leave the secret realm, trying to persuade Lu Duchuan to choose him, but he did not finish his sentence. Shut up. A sharp rebuke filled with anger suddenly erupted from Su Yang's mouth. His face was so dark it seemed as if it could drip water, his gaze sharp as a knife, instantly silencing every clan member. In front of the entire Su family, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was the first time everyone had seen the clan leader so furious. Su Shinyo was startled, his body trembling, and the words he meant to say were swallowed back. He merely clenched his fists instinctively, his nails almost digging into his palms, filled with resentment and indignation towards the Golden Core cultivator's oppressive force. Seeing the scene of the Su family's young and old rushing forward to face danger, Lu Duchuan's lips curled slightly, revealing an elusive arc. He found this rare display of familial affection amusing, but mostly he felt indifference and disdain. Such emotions were merely obstacles on the path to immortality. The Su family's emphasis on the lives of friends and family would inevitably hinder their quest for greatness. Su Yang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions within him, and his expression returned to calm. He cupped his hands again towards Lu Duchuan and said in a steady voice, "Senior, I Su wish to accompany the Wandering Sword sect into the secret realm, but there are urgent matters in my clan that require a moment's arrangement. I hope you can allow us some convenience." Lu Duchuan nodded indifferently, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "All right, but do not keep us waiting too long." Having said that, he no longer glanced at the Su family, and with a flick of his sleeve, he took Huang Hongfang, who had been watching coldly, and transformed into two streaks of light, disappearing in an instant above the Su family mansion. The suffocating pressure of the golden cord dissipated, leaving only a dead silence after the suppression. As soon as the pressure vanished, Su Xuanheng and the others quickly gathered around Su Yang. "Father." Su Zuanheng's tone was filled with anger, his eyes still aflame. "It's just a golden core initial stage cultivator. Our Su family has a third-grade formation to defend. We are not without the strength to fight. If it really comes to that, we can also seek help from Zhou Jun. Why must we endure this humiliation and let him take control? Yes, clan leader. Let's fight them." The surrounding clansmen were furious, their voices rising and falling in agreement. The Su family had been thriving for years. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Seeing that the clan leader was about to be forcibly taken away, the blood surged in everyone's veins, and they all had the heart to fight to the death. Su Yang's gaze slowly swept over each face, filled with unwillingness and worry, and a warm current surged in his heart. He slightly raised his hand and made a downward motion. In an instant, all sounds ceased abruptly. Everyone held their breath and focused their gaze on him. "I understand everyone's sentiments, but this is not the time for reckless bravery." He paused for a moment, his gaze deep. "Your protection of the family is the greatest help you can provide to me." After hearing this, the Su family members still felt anxious, yet they could not think of more comprehensive words to persuade him. In this oppressive silence, a clear, yet slightly immature voice of a young boy broke the stillness. "Grandpa, with the strength of the Wandering Sword sect, it isn't difficult for them to lead their team out of the secret realm, but the crux of the matter is that the Wandering Sword sect has no intention of letting you leave alive." The speaker was 14-year-old Su Xinrui, the youngest son of Su Xuanming, and also the grandchild Su Yang had nurtured the longest. After years of meticulous cultivation, Su Xinrui had long been capable of shouldering responsibilities, fully taking over the family's alchemy duties. He stepped out from the crowd, exuding a scholarly aura, and his bright eyes sparkled with shrewdness beyond his age. Grandson remembers that Grandpa once mentioned the old grievances between the Su family and the Wandering Sword sect. Su Xinrui's voice was clear and orderly. "If I'm not mistaken, the Wandering Sword sect's visit to the Su family this time actually has two purposes. Besides wanting you to lead them, they also aim to take the opportunity to investigate and even settle accounts regarding the matter of Huangqin from years ago. Even if Grandpa miraculously survives and leaves the secret realm, the Wandering Sword sect will never let the Su family off. They have intended to annihilate the entire Su family from the very beginning." Huang Hongfang's presence beside Lu Duchuan has already made everything clear. Su Xinrui's analysis struck like a heavy hammer against the hearts of every Su family member. He was exceptionally clever from a young age, inheriting his father's meticulous thinking. This reasoning was well-founded, exposing the Wandering Sword sect's potential malice in stark terms. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze and a sense of impending storm spread throughout. "Father, since the other side is clearly targeting the Su family, we cannot let you face them alone." Su Zuanheng's face turned ashen, a mix of anger and determination in his eyes. "We understand if you don't want us to replace you, but please let us accompany you. The more people there are, the more we can look out for each other." "That's right, bring us along." Su Xianxiao and the others immediately echoed in unison, their emotions stirred up, all willing to face danger alongside the clan leader. This time Su Yang did not refuse outright as he had before. He fell into a brief silence, his gaze deep, clearly weighing the pros and cons seriously. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "This trip is extremely dangerous. It is not just about numbers. Too many people in the secret realm might rather hinder each other and become a burden." He scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Su Xuanxiao. How about this? Xianxiao will accompany me, and the others will stay behind to guard the family. As soon as this order was given, a stir erupted within the family. Why can only fourth uncle go? Su Xinyue jumped up first, an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. Grandpa, shouldn't you take me along? My intuition has always been very accurate. I can definitely help you avert disaster. Many clansmen felt this statement was reasonable and subconsciously nodded. Su Yang merely shook his head and did not elaborate further. Choosing Su Xianxiao was not a random decision. Su Zhuangxiu's methods were the most complex and varied, and his cautious nature was most similar to his own. In terms of methods and strength, even the current Qin, Jiang Mei, might not be Su Zhuangxiu's match. The internal space of the Qingyuan secret realm is bizarre, the rules unpredictable, and there is a vast operational space and variance. A companion must possess enough self-protection and crisis-breaking capabilities to escape from the hands of golden core cultivators. Looking around the entire family, the one with the most trump cards was Su Xianxiao. Besides the fate bestowed upon him, Su Xianxiao had mastered formations, talismans, puppets, spear techniques, sword techniques, thunder methods, five-element techniques, escape techniques, and more solely through his own abilities. His talent in Dao techniques is nothing short of monstrous. Upon learning that he would accompany his father, Su Zhuangxiu's expression became serious, and his usual carefree demeanor instantly vanished, as if he had transformed into a different person. Rest assured, father. His voice was low, his eyes glimmering. With the two of us working together, even if we can't bring back the opportunity for a third transformation golden core, we will make that golden core old man pay an unexpected price. The clansman couldn't help but exchange glances, feeling both exhilarated and alarmed. Truly, he dared to say anything. Most of them only hoped that the clan leader would return safely, while Su Xianxiao was already contemplating how to counter the golden core true person. After a brief preparation and reminders, Su Yang took Su Xianxiao and stepped out of the Su family mansion under the worried gazes of the entire family, exiting the Qingyuan square market, shrouded by the third-grade formation. Before them floated 4 flying boats of varying designs, quietly suspended in midair. Although these flying boats shimmered with spiritual light, their sides bore no cannon ports, and their defensive functions relied on traditional formations, making them less imposing compared to the Su family's spirit-linked worship. When Su Yang and Su Xianxiao appeared in front of the Wandering Sword Sect's flying boat, the other 3 flying boats almost simultaneously burst with spiritual light, shooting into the light gate one after another like arrows leaving the bow. Lu Duchuan stood at the bow of the Wandering Sword Sect's flying boat, offering no words to the arrival of the father and son from the Su family, merely glancing at them coldly. Once the two boarded and steadied themselves, he waved his sleeve, and the massive flying boat emitted a low humming sound, turning direction and dashing towards the secret realm's light gate without hesitation. The 4 golden core factions have reached a tacit understanding. Each will act independently, relying on their own fortunes. While sweeping through the secret realm together would be prudent, encountering golden core spiritual items would inevitably lead to fierce conflicts among the factions. According to the gathered intelligence, the Qingyuan secret realm contains numerous spatial dimensions with opportunities widely distributed. Rather than crowding together to compete, it is better to disperse and explore, each seeking their own fortuitous encounters. As for unexpected encounters along the way, then let the hands reveal the truth. The flying boat traveled at great speed, swiftly entering the light portal, and a sensation of dizzying transport engulfed them. Before their vision could clearly recover, the flying boat suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a muffled roar as if it had collided with some invisible barrier. The entire vessel rocked violently and plummeted out of control. Gasps of horror erupted on the deck. Once the flying boat came to a complete stop amidst a cacophony of crashes, the glow of the spiritual barrier dimmed, revealing an unprecedented, deathly silence. There was no light from the heavens, no stars or moon, nor even a hint of wind. The flying boat seemed to have plunged deep into the earth, surrounded by the indistinct silhouettes of mountains and trees, the air thick with a chilling coldness. Su Yang steadied himself, his pupils slightly constricting in the darkness. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds, with only a hair-raising stillness spreading around. Standing at the bow, Lu Duchuan furrowed his brow, extending his golden core divine sense in all directions. However, when his divine sense touched the boundary of the surrounding darkness, it was abruptly blocked by an invisible force. He focused his thoughts, trying to control the flying boat to ascend once more, but found it immovable. It's a flight prohibition array. Huang Hongfang beside him whispered, his tone grave. The flight prohibition array is a 4th-tier formation that forbids all flight within its area. Even golden core cultivators without special means or methods to break the formation cannot forcefully escape. Lu Duchuan's expression darkened slightly as he ceased his attempts. With a wave of his sleeve, his voice resonated throughout the flying boat. Everyone disembark immediately, investigate the surroundings, and remain vigilant. The disciples of the Wanjian sect complied and jumped off the flying boat. Many of the younger disciples felt both curiosity and trepidation at the dark scene before them, their whispers echoing particularly clearly in the silence. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao exchanged silent glances, moving closer, without a sound, their spiritual energy quietly circulating, fully on guard against any possible danger lurking in the darkness. Su Yang's brow furrowed slightly, a multitude of doubts swirling in his mind. Just as they passed through the light portal, in a moment of dazed awareness, a radically different scene flashed before his eyes. He seemed to see raging flames burning across the mountains and rivers, the crimson light illuminating half the sky. But that image was as fleeting as a bolt of lightning vanishing instantly into the engulfing darkness. The sensation of such scene changes felt somewhat familiar. At that moment, Lu Duchuan's gaze turned towards Su Yang. "Master Su," his voice revealed no discernible emotion. "What is your perspective on the scene here?" Su Yang displayed just the right amount of bewilderment and respect, cupping his hands in response. "In regards to this, I have no knowledge to offer, esteemed one. The last time the Su family entered the secret realm, they landed in a vast ocean, drifting for several days before fortuitously finding the trace of a light portal. Among the 10 portals they passed through, they had never encountered such a dark and eerie place." This answer evidently did not satisfy Lu Duchuan, as his scrutinizing gaze intensified. However, Su Yang maintained a natural demeanor and sincere tone, making it difficult for Lu Duchuan to discern the truth and determine if he was concealing anything. "Humph." Lu Duchuan ceased his inquiries, snorting coldly as he waved his hand to retract the massive flying boat into his storage ring. "Everyone follow me to investigate, and be cautious of your surroundings." The Wanjian sect team under Lu Duchuan's leadership cautiously explored the dark forest. The ground beneath was uneven and shadows loomed around, as if unknown creatures might leap out at any moment, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. After about half an hour of groping forward, a disciple scouting ahead suddenly let out a low exclamation. The others quickened their pace and saw that in a relatively open area at the foot of the mountain, an ancient staircase paved with rough blue stones had emerged. At the start of the staircase stood a rather imposing but already dilapidated stone gate. Inscribed on the stone plaque of the gate were characters of an ancient script. Among the Wanjian sect disciples present, there were certainly some well-educated individuals. Soon someone recognized the meaning of this script based on ancient texts and softly read it aloud: Qingyuan sect. Qingyuan sect. These 3 words thundered like a shockwave in everyone's hearts. The intricate connections with Qingyuan County were self-evident. Lu Duchuan's gaze turned back to Su Yang. "Master Su, what insights do you have on this matter?" Su Yang understood that if he continued to feign ignorance, he would completely exhaust the patience of this golden core master, putting himself and Su Xianxiao in peril. He needed to demonstrate some value without revealing too much. As his thoughts turned, Su Yang devised a plan. Taking a step forward, he cupped his hands towards Lu Duchuan, once more his voice steady and clear. "Esteemed one, based on my limited understanding, the secret realm is profound and unfathomable, capable of recreating the ancient scenes of heaven and earth. The Qingyuan sect mountain gate before us may very well be the Qingyuan County of ancient times." Lu Duchuan's eyes sparkled. "Are you suggesting that this secret realm is recreating fragments of the past?" "Precisely," Su Yang nodded candidly. "Besides this, is there any other information?" Lu Duchuan pressed his gaze sharp. Su Yang shook his head, a hint of helplessness on his face. "What I know is limited to this. Shall we venture in for a closer look?" Qingyuan County, Qingyuan sect, and Qingshui town, along with the fiery scene that flashed by upon entry, were strikingly similar to what he encountered in Qingshui town. If he was not mistaken, the various spatial dimensions within the entire Qingyuan secret realm presented scenes that likely represented Qingyuan at different times and appearances. The Qingyuan sect before them was likely, like Qingshui town, a manifestation of some lingering obsession. There should be 2 methods to resolve this: either fulfill the desires of the obsession or erase it. However, Su Yang could not divulge all this information to the Wanjian sect. "It seems you have experienced similar situations before, leading you to be so certain." Lu Duchuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a profound smile appearing on his face. Su Yang's expression remained unchanged, his tone still calm. "You flatter me, esteemed one. I merely made a conjecture based on the name Qingyuan sect and the surrounding terrain. As for its validity, further investigation is required." Upon hearing this, Lu Duchuan's smile deepened, though his eyes held no warmth. "In that case, let us ascend the mountain together." He paused, casting his gaze towards the dark and obscure blue stone staircase, his voice carrying an undeniable command. "You take the lead." "Damn." Su Yang cursed inwardly, his expression darkening slightly. This golden core old monster was far more cautious and troublesome than he had anticipated. Su Yang could only obediently walk at the forefront of the group, unable to defy the words of the golden core cultivator. Su Xianxiao cast a silent, mocking glance at the members of the Wan Sword sect, seemingly ridiculing their cowardice, and then stepped forward, walking alongside his father up the stone steps. Ahead lay a pitch-black void, and no one knew where the end of the stairs led. Everyone's spiritual senses were shrouded by an invisible force, as if they were walking in blind darkness, surrounded by uncertainty and unease. A soft glow of spiritual light appeared at Su Yang's fingertips, illuminating the small patch of ground below him as he climbed slowly and cautiously, leaving a faint imprint with each step. The disciples of the Wand Sword sect silently followed behind. After an unknown duration of progress, suddenly a lantern flickered to life in the dense darkness ahead without any warning. Everyone instantly came to a stop, their expressions wary as the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a young man in a plain Taoist robe, holding a white paper lantern, standing quietly in the middle of the steps. The surroundings were dead silent, and this abruptly appearing figure, illuminated by the dim glow, appeared particularly eerie. The young man slowly turned around, and everyone was startled to discover that his eyes were tightly closed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he gently spoke. "Are you here to seek a master on the mountain?" This nonsensical question was bewildering. Su Yang did not respond, merely tilting his head slightly, casting his gaze towards Lu Duchuan behind him. Lu Duchuan pondered for a moment before directly asking, "Who are you? What is the Qingyuan sect?" The young man, still with his eyes closed and a smile on his face, replied, "I am a disciple of the Qingyuan sect. This place is naturally the Qingyuan sect. Since you have climbed this mountain steps, are you not here to seek a master and learn? Who would come to a desolate mountain in the dead of night to seek a master?" Lu Duchuan's eyes flickered slightly as he followed the young man's lead and responded, "Indeed, we are here to seek a master. Please guide us, young friend. Everyone follow me." The young man spoke no further, lifting the lantern and turning to ascend the mountain. The group exchanged glances. Though they were puzzled, they had no other choice but to grit their teeth and follow. Lu Duchuan's thoughts were not hard to guess. It was merely a case of dealing with whatever came their way. In this bewildering secret realm, with no clear direction, it was better to comply with the emerging rules than to recklessly charge ahead. After all, secret realms often contained strange taboos, and reckless actions frequently led to unforeseen consequences. The group moved silently along the long staircase, guided by the lantern's faint glow, the tense atmosphere following closely behind. Not knowing how long they had walked, the path ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a broad area situated halfway up the mountain. A towering and steep stone wall adorned with ancient carvings stood before them, clearly visible in the light of the spiritual glow. Before anyone could ask, the lantern-bearing young man spoke again, his voice particularly clear in the silence. "Since you wish to seek a master, you must undergo an entrance examination limited to the duration of one incense stick to comprehend the methods inscribed on the stone wall. Those who succeed will remain here. Those who do not may continue up the mountain with me." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, filled with doubts. The rules of the examination were oddly peculiar. Wasn't it usually the case that those who passed the examination ascended the mountain? Why reverse the process? Despite the confusion, no one spoke up to question. Lu Duchuan nodded slightly, and everyone sat down on the ground, focusing their attention on the stone wall, attempting to comprehend its methods. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao exchanged glances and immediately sat down in a lotus position. As their minds sank into meditation, the father and son quickly realized the extraordinary nature of this method. The method inscribed on the stone wall was actually a golden core level spell called Purple Mist Divine Light. The content was profound and obscure, far beyond what chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators could grasp in a short time. Looking around, most of the disciples of the Wand Sword sect were frowning, showing signs of distress. Even Lu Duchuan, a golden core cultivator, frowned at this moment, clearly struggling to comprehend it. The time of one incense stick flew by quickly in the silence and tension of their meditation. As the incense burned out, Su Yang and Su Xianxiao simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes meeting silently, instantly understanding that they had both successfully comprehended the Purple Mist Divine Light. "The time is up," the disciple of the Qingyuan sect with closed eyes asked. "Is there anyone among you who has comprehended the method? Just tell me the name of the method." The scene fell into dead silence. The eyes of the Wand Sword sect disciples all turned towards Lu Duchuan. This golden core master had a rather unsightly expression, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a deep voice. "I have not comprehended it." Alas! The Qingyuan sect disciple, upon hearing this, shook his head in disappointment and turned his face towards the others. "What about you? Has anyone comprehended it?" Everyone shook their heads, and no one responded. In that case, the Qingyuan sect disciple sighed, lightly lifted the lantern, and turned. "Then let us all continue up the mountain." Su Yang and Su Xianxiao quickly exchanged a glance, mutually choosing to remain silent. This Qingyuan sect was filled with an eerie atmosphere that defied reason, certainly not a good place. In this unknown situation, staying behind seemed to pass the examination, but in reality, it would place oneself in a perilous unknown. In contrast, following Lu Duchuan, a golden core cultivator, seemed to be the more prudent choice. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up. The mountain path was shrouded in darkness, and as they ascended, the chilling atmosphere around them grew increasingly bone-chilling, as if it seeped into their very bones. Su Yang quietly activated the purple mist divine light. A faint warmth began to circulate within him, dispelling the coldness with each step. He suppressed the fluctuations of the method to a minimum, allowing it to flow silently within him, not leaking a hint of its aura. This attempt caused Su Yang's heart to brighten. The purple mist divine light could counter the eerie chill here. This method would become the key to their survival in the Qingyuan sect. Yet at the same time, a deeper question arose. If the purple mist divine light naturally countered the Qingyuan sect's cold air, then what was the purpose of the Qingyuan sect setting this examination, hoping someone would learn this method? Was it to find someone to help them dispel the sect's coldness? Could it be that the Qingyuan sect was engulfed in this chill, causing the mountain gate to remain shrouded in darkness? And was the obsession that formed this secret realm's space a wish to dispel the mountain gate's chill? We have arrived. To ahead is the main hall of the Qingyuan sect. You may enter on your own. As Su Yang's thoughts churned, the lantern-bearing Qingyuan sect disciple suddenly stopped and spoke. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the mountaintop. A majestic yet ancient hall stood at the summit. On either side of the hall door stood two attendants holding white paper lanterns, their faces pale, as paper eyes tightly closed, their forms rigid, resembling two paper figures stripped of their souls, silently guarding the entrance. Why are you all closing your eyes? Lu Duchuan finally could not restrain himself and asked in a deep voice. He would not recklessly step into this unknown hall until he had thoroughly understood the peculiarities of this place. This place was simply too strange. Closing our eyes. The guiding disciple of the Qingyuan sect displayed confusion and bewilderment. When did we close our eyes? Our eyes have been open all along, haven't they? As he spoke, the lantern blinked. A bone-chilling cold surged up from the base of the spine, racing straight to the top of the head, leaving all the cultivators present feeling a prickling sensation on their scalps. What is this thing? Someone gasped in shock, their voice trembling slightly with fear. The crowd panicked and retreated, various protective spells illuminating as they revealed faces filled with uncertainty. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao quietly stepped back a few paces, creating some distance from the Wan Sword sect group, their spiritual energy subtly circulating, vigilant to every unusual movement around them. The Qingyuan sect disciple holding the lantern looked unfazed by the crowd's reaction, speaking in a peculiarly calm tone. What is the matter with all of you? Now that we have arrived at the main hall, how can we not enter? He kept his eyes closed, wearing a natural expression, as if he was entirely oblivious to the terrifying sight of the lantern's abruptly opened eye. What exactly are you? And what place is this Qingyuan sect? If you do not clarify, do not blame me for taking action. Lu Duchuan's face was as dark as water, the pressure of his golden core cultivation spreading like a tide. He had no intention of feigning civility with this strange entity before him. The Qingyuan sect disciple smirked slightly, a meaningful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, and calmly replied, "The answers you seek are all inside. Even the things you desire on this trip are within." His smile grew more eerie, his voice chilling to the bone, sending shivers down spines. Now that you have reached the mountain summit, even if you wish to leave, you shall not be able to. Before his words could settle, a sudden change occurred. The two door attendants, standing like sculptures by the side of the hall doors, abruptly opened their eyes. Their eye sockets were pitch black, and an invisible energy surged like divine sense, crashing into the minds of all the cultivators present. In an instant, the eyes of all Wan Sword sect cultivators were shrouded in the same pitch blackness, their gazes losing focus, becoming hollow and numb, like marionettes involuntarily taking stiff steps toward the crumbling hall ahead. Only Su Yang continued to silently circulate, the Zixia divine light, warm currents naturally flowing within him, barely resisting the invasive force striking at his soul. His eyes sharpened, reacting swiftly, he slapped his palm against Su Zhuangxiu's back, transferring the warm flow of Zixia divine light into his body. Awaken! Su Xianxiao trembled all over the blackness, and his eyes quickly fading, restoring clarity. He looked around in shock, seeing the Wan Sword sect cultivators moving like zombies, slowly advancing toward the Great Hall. At the forefront, Lu Duchuan's steps faltered, his eyes struggling as one foot was about to step over the threshold. In that critical moment, a fierce glint suddenly erupted in his eyes. Which malevolent spirit dares to play tricks here? With a furious roar, the power of his golden core cultivation erupted. A violent surge of spiritual energy swept outward from him, the heavy hall doors being the first to bear the brunt of this overwhelming force, shattering into countless fragments. Almost simultaneously, the young man who had been leading with the lantern, claiming to be a disciple of the Qingyuan sect, suddenly had his aura surge up to the golden core level. The eerie smile on his face vanished, replaced by a chilling indifference. Boom. The two figures exchanged no words, colliding like two falling stars. The entire mountain peak trembled violently, a terrifying shockwave sweeping across the area like a tsunami. Rocks crumbled, ancient trees snapped, and a corner of the once majestic hall collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. This surge of spiritual power capable of shaking mountains finally awakened the Wand Sword sect cultivators whose minds had been controlled. They shook their heads, their eyes regaining clarity, yet they hadn't the time to understand the situation. The two door attendants' forms shattered like torn paper, transforming into countless pale paper figures, silent, yet exuding an icy chill like a white ghost tide sweeping toward the still dazed Wand Sword sect cultivators. The chilling aura spread swiftly, and the nearest Wand Sword sect cultivators felt their limbs and bones instantly stiffen, their spiritual energy operating sluggishly. More terrifying was that the white paper lanterns held by those paper figures began to emit a ghostly green light, radiating an eerie attraction aimed at the soul. A weaker disciple of the Wand Sword sect took the brunt of it. His soul was forcibly torn from his body, emitting a shrill, inhuman scream, transforming into a hazy shadow that was sucked into the lantern. His body collapsed to the ground, breathless. Junior brother, what evil magic is this? This scene caused the expressions of all the living to change dramatically, a chill rising in their hearts. Slay them. Huang Hongfang's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted fiercely. In an instant, sword lights cascaded like a waterfall. The Wand Sword sect cultivators were filled with anger and fear, unleashing various sword energies, spells, and talismans, cutting down the paper figures into countless fragments. However, when the lantern that absorbed their companion was shattered by the sword energy, the soul of the previously absorbed Wand Sword sect disciple emerged as a paper figure floating out from within the lantern. This paper figure moved with incredible speed, wielding a long sword made of shredded paper, executing the Wand Sword sect's sword techniques, and its power was even threefold stronger than in life. It not only attacked the nearest fellow disciple, but also instantaneously split into several identical paper figures, each pouncing towards different Wand Sword sect cultivators. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Su Yang grabbed Su Xuanxiao, their figures retreating like phantoms. The Night Walker technique was pushed to its limits, their forms blending into the darkness, their breaths almost completely hidden. The crazed attacking paper figures seemed to have truly overlooked them, straightaway charging towards the conspicuous crowd of the Wand Sword sect. Activate the Zixia Divine Light to dispel the chilling invasion within. Do not let this place's eeriness affect your heart and mind. Su Yang's voice transmitted through spiritual energy, clearly reaching Su Zhuangxiao's ears. Without hesitation, Su Xianxiao immediately urged the Zixia Divine Light. A warm current rose from his dantian, circulating through his limbs and bones, dissipating the uncomfortable chill within him like melting ice and snow. Father, what is happening? Where should we retreat to? Su Xianxiao asked in a low voice, his expression grave. Su Yang furrowed his brow, trying to probe outward with his divine sense, yet he was still blocked by an invisible force. Looking around, the surroundings were engulfed in an inky blackness, the main hall of the Qingyuan sect being the only source of light, yet it also represented the most dangerous core. As Su Yang pondered on a way to escape, Su Xianxiao beside him suddenly expressed a low gasp of surprise. Father, there seems to be fluctuations of golden core spiritual objects deep within that hall. But I cannot tell if it's true or false. He fixed his gaze on the deep entrance of the dilapidated hall, his tone laced with uncertainty. Discovering treasures inside the hall at such a time felt like a trap. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao exchanged glances, their thoughts aligned, reaching a consensus in an instant. With an opportunity before them, how could they completely ignore it? Use puppets to scout ahead. Su Yang communicated, his voice short and decisive. The two of them subtly moved their sleeves, and two puppets resembling their own appearances slid out from their storage rings, landing on the ground. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao performed the night travel technique, vanishing into the darkness, their breaths nearly completely dissipated. Two puppets identical in appearance to them silently emerged from the shadows, bypassing the surrounding skirmish of the Wanjian sect cultivators and the paper figures, directly entering the dilapidated hall. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Su Yang and Su Xianxiao keenly detected a sneaky figure. In the midst of a fierce battle, Huang Hongfang suddenly abandoned his fellow disciples, changing direction and stealthily following behind their puppets, slipping into the hall. Clearly, Huang Hongfang had also sensed the faint fluctuations of a golden core spiritual object within the hall. In order to monopolize the opportunity, he unhesitatingly abandoned the disciples who were struggling outside, allowing them to fight against the eerie paper figures while he planned to enter the hall to seize treasures. His stealth skills were remarkable. If it weren't for Su Yang and his son's real bodies observing from outside, it would have been difficult to detect his presence given the restrictions on spiritual sense in this place. The interior of the hall appeared even more sinister than the outside. The decor was equally dilapidated as if forgotten for millions of years, with the air thick with deathly silence, and an extreme cold that pierced the soul colder than the mountain paths outside. Fortunately, Su Yang and his companion entered as puppets, allowing them to directly ignore this chill. When the two puppets reached the deepest part of the hall, they saw a figure sitting quietly on a mat with its back turned to them. "There are treasures here that you desire. Why not come in person?" The figure, still with its back turned, spoke softly, its tone plain, yet it revealed that Su Yang and his son were not their true selves. Huang Hongfang, who was following closely behind, was immediately taken aback by this statement. He had not expected the other party to be so cautious, actually using a clone or puppet to scout. He couldn't help but curse himself for being reckless, having entered so easily. At this moment, the puppet controlled by Su Yang responded, "Since the senior is willing to hand over the treasures in the hall to us, does it really matter if our true bodies come in? Unless the senior never intended to give the treasures to us." The figure, still facing away, let out a light laugh. "Is there any treasure in this world that comes without cost? If you both wish for the opportunities here, you naturally must pay the corresponding price." He paused slightly, as if seeing through everything in the hall, and continued, "However, the young friend behind can come forward and choose one item to take away." "What a—" Huang Hongfang's face changed dramatically in an instant. He never expected the other party to directly expose his presence. He initially thought Su Yang and his son would immediately attack him, but found that the two showed no reaction, as if they didn't regard him at all. "Since there is a price to pay, I shall no longer covet the treasures of this hall. I take my leave." Huang Hongfang, sensing danger, turned around without hesitation. Suddenly, with a dull sound, the hall's door automatically closed, completely sealing off the only escape route. Huang Hongfang was also a decisive and ruthless person. He drew his sword in response, gathering all his spiritual energy, and a fierce sword aura slashed violently at the door. A thunderous sound echoed, the spiritual energy surged, yet that seemingly decayed hall door remained unmoved, leaving not even a scratch. "Damn it! Why is the senior forcibly keeping me here? What is your intention?" Huang Hongfang's expression turned extremely ugly as he abruptly turned, glaring at the figure that had remained turned away from him. At that moment, as he turned, the seated figure slowly turned around. When Huang Hongfang and Su Yang's son saw the face that turned towards them, both were jolted emotionally. The person had no facial features, their entire face was smooth as if covered by a layer of pale cloth. What was even more unsettling was that the featureless face was gradually becoming clear, with contours and details rapidly emerging. It astonishingly transformed into Huang Hongfang's appearance. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao instinctively turned to look at the real Huang Hongfang. They saw his face becoming increasingly blurry and flat at a visible speed, as if an invisible force was erasing his features. Initially unaware of his own transformation, Huang Hongfang was only shocked at why the other party had taken on his face, but when he caught a glimpse of Su family's astonished gazes, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He hurriedly reached out to touch his face. The contours of his features remained, but the sensation had become strangely soft and slippery, as if melting away. An overwhelming fear seized his heart in an instant. "Help me! Help me break out!" Huang Hongfang erupted in a near-death scream, turning around and frantically attacking the hall door again, his sword aura pouring down like a torrential rain, yet the door remained steadfast, not even a single shard falling off. Su Yang and Su Zhuangxiu's true bodies outside naturally made no movement. Su Zhuangxiu's voice was filled with doubt. "Father, can you tell what is happening here?" Su Yang's gaze was grave. Although he had not faced the peril directly, he still felt a chill run down his spine. He replied in a deep voice, "This seems to be a form of soul possession. Once Huang Hongfang's face is completely taken, he will likely be replaced by that faceless person." Hearing this, Su Xianxiao was horrified and grateful that he had followed his father's arrangements, avoiding personal danger. The Qingyuan sect truly was fraught with lethal traps, uniquely bizarre. "Quickly help me. Otherwise my Wanjian sect will surely slaughter your entire Su family." The fear of death drove Huang Hongfang to lose his rationality, directly threatening the observing father and son. Seeing that the Su family father and son showed no response, he furiously turned his anger towards them, slashing fiercely with his sword. More strangely, the faceless person in the midst of the soul possession mirrored Huang Hongfang's movements, unleashing a fierce attack towards Su Yang and his son. "Seize the spiritual object." Su Yang made a decisive move. The sword aura transformed into a rainbow, swiftly slashing out, forcing the faceless person back half a step. The spiritual patterns on the puppet glowed brightly, its speed suddenly increased, turning into a flash of lightning rushing straight towards the treasure platform at the deepest part of the hall. The treasures on the stone platform were piled high like mountains radiating spiritual light. Not only were there enticing golden core spiritual objects, but also various spirit fruits, jade bottles containing pills, diverse magical artifacts, and numerous rare, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. Nearby lay dozens of bulging storage bags with several magical artifacts, even stained with dark blood. Clearly these treasures were not originally from the Qingyuan sect, but rather spoils taken from other cultivators. On the other side, the puppet controlled by Su Xianxiao roared with thunder clashing against Huang Hongfang's furious sword strike. The puppet was pushed back repeatedly by the sword aura, yet Su Xianxiao used this force to glide like a leaf propelled by a fierce wind, drifting closer to the treasure platform. Ultimately, the two puppets only possessed the cultivation of perfected qi refinement. Even with the extraordinary material from the Tiangang Yinyu puppet technique and enhanced spiritual techniques, they could only barely withstand the fierce assault of a foundation establishment cultivator for a short while. Fine cracks began to appear on the puppet's body, its spiritual light flickering uncertainly, clearly unable to last much longer. "Father, the puppet is about to give way," Su Xianxiao exclaimed. Su Yang's mind raced. Through observing the faceless person, he vaguely guessed the limitations or rules surrounding the soul possession. Risk and opportunity clashed fiercely in his mind, and a bold and crazy idea instantly took shape. "Let's take a gamble." Su Yang's gaze sharpened, decisively stating, "We will enter with our true bodies, grab the items, and run." "Can this be done?" Su Xianxiao was shocked by his father's insane suggestion. "Aren't we afraid of being possessed as well?" Although the Faceless One's method of possession is eerie, it is not as simple and brutal as ordinary possession methods. This is precisely its weakness. As Su Yang rushed towards the entrance of the Great Hall, he quickly transmitted his explanation. "If I'm not mistaken, the Faceless One's possession does not occur simply by being in the hall, but requires a mimicking process. Only with a perfect imitation can it take over." The Faceless One copied Huang Hongfang's face, but did not complete the possession instantly. Instead, it began to mimic his every action. This indicates that imitation is the crucial step for possession. If it could possess directly without imitation, why would it need to mimic Huang Hongfang's attacks and quietly wait, instead of simply sitting still? Su Yang suspected that the Faceless One needed to imitate all details such as appearance, expression, and language to fully possess. Perhaps if they could obscure their faces, they could directly interrupt the possession process. Seeing his father analyze the situation with confidence, Su Xianxiao felt reassured and no longer hesitated. The two figures converged outside the hall, and without hesitation exerted their strength to push open the dilapidated hall door. From the perspective of the puppet inside the hall, the door was clearly shut tight. Good. If you help me out, I will no longer hold the Su family accountable for matters regarding Chainer." Ha! As Huang Hongfang crazily attacked the puppet, he was momentarily stunned to see the real Su father and son suddenly burst in, and then he erupted with uncontrollable joy, laughing out loud, as if he had clutched a lifeline. He suddenly turned around and struck at the Faceless One, who looked exactly like him, while shouting loudly, "I ask for the assistance of the two Su Dao friends to together slay this monster." In an instant, Huang Hongfang and the Faceless One engaged in a fierce battle, with sword energy intertwining within the hall. Once he calmed down, he realized that to survive merely fleeing was useless. He must kill the Faceless One that was currently attempting to possess him. Hearing Huang Hongfang's promise of setting aside grievances, Su Yang's expression remained cold and unfazed. As expected, Huang Hongfang had long since deemed Huang Chen's death to be connected to the Su family, and this time he had brought Lu Duchuan here to annihilate the Su family. However, the Su family still had temporary value, so he did not act immediately. Su Yang would not trust a single word of Huang Hongfang's promise. From Huang Hongfang's actions of abandoning his sect, one could see that the moment you saved him from peril, the next second, he would definitely strike you down. Therefore, Su Yang and the others turned a deaf ear to Huang Hongfang's words, letting him continue to battle with the Faceless One. The two figures instantly blurred, blending into the darkness of the hall, their breaths completely concealed like two enchanting shadows rapidly darting towards the mountain of treasure platforms. "You bastards! The Su family is simply seeking death." Huang Hongfang, seeing this, turned red with anger, cursing loudly. Just as his words fell, he crazily unleashed a torrent of sword energy towards the direction where Su Yang and the others had vanished. "You bastards! The Su family is simply seeking death." The Faceless One mimicked Huang Hongfang's movements, demeanor, and sword techniques, even echoing his curses verbatim, synchronously hurling insults, as if two Huang Hongfangs were coordinating from afar. The dense sword energy intertwined to form a vast net within the dilapidated hall, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, the figures of Su Yang and the others had completely merged into the darkness, leaving not a trace of breath or evidence. Unable to capture the two figures, Huang Hongfang's sword energy struck the empty space. His gaze instinctively turned towards the direction of the treasure platform. Clearly there was nothing ahead, yet his arm uncontrollably lifted, and the spiritual energy within him began to operate on its own, unleashing a brilliant sword technique of the 10,000 Sword Sect. What? Huang Hongfang's pupils constricted in horror. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of the one launching this attack, the Faceless One. His body began to lose control. It was no longer the Faceless One imitating him, but rather he was now mimicking the Faceless One. Huang Hongfang could not sense the positions of Su Yang and the others, but the Faceless One perceived everything within the hall, forcibly manipulating Huang Hongfang with a murderous intent, charging towards Su Yang and Su Xianxiao. No, stop now! Huang Hongfang screamed in horror. Though he wished to slaughter Su Yang and his son, the feeling of losing control over his body and the separation of his will filled him with a chilling fear, making his back feel icy. No, stop now! The Faceless One synchronized its mimicry of his scream, its voice tone, and even terrified expression identical. It not only imitated but also forcibly guided Huang Hongfang's body, making him like a puppet on strings, compelled to synchronize his actions with the Faceless One charging towards Su Yang and Su Xianxiao. I will block him. Su Xianxiao no longer concealed his figure, stepping directly out of the shadows. Thunder interwoven in black and white danced like dragons and snakes, roaring explosively, the blinding electric light instantly illuminating his stern face. He waved his hand, sending forth a mass of thick ink-like heavy shadow lightning. Meanwhile, Su Yang's actions were even more decisive. He entrusted his back to his son, his figure unwavering, heading straight for the deepest part of the hall, the treasure platform. Faced with the mountain of treasures, he did not even have time to examine them closely. His divine sense and sleeves moved in unison, sweeping away all spiritual items, magical artifacts, pills, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, storage bags, and more from the platform, gathering them into the starry space. Just as he collected the last treasure, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Young friend, taking things from the Qingyuan sect comes at a price. Su Yang's hair stood on end, his scalp tingling. Without a moment's hesitation, he countered with the two suns returning to the void slashed towards his side. Boom. The intermingling sword energy erupted explosively, the red flames and cold currents instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness, illuminating the entire great hall. However, the sight that met his eyes was chilling. In the deep darkness of the hall, indistinctly stood countless Faceless Ones. They were densely packed like a forest filled with specters, silently surrounding the living beings within the hall. Among them, one Faceless One bore the unmistakable visage of Su Yang. At the moment Su Yang unleashed the two suns returning to the void, the Faceless One simultaneously raised its hand, condensing identical red flames and cold currents, executing the two suns returning to the void with perfect precision. Boom. A figure entwined with black and white thunder descended like a meteorite, crashing down towards Su Xianxiao with tremendous force. Su Xianxiao reacted swiftly, directly employing the demon subduing golden body technique, revealing a magnificent golden body avatar with 3 heads and 6 arms radiating brilliant golden light like the blazing sun, simultaneously resisting the attacks from Huang Hongfang and the Faceless Ones. In the light, it was clear that the figure entwined with thunder bore an identical face to Su Xianxiao. At this moment, both father and son were being mimicked in appearance and techniques by the Faceless Ones within the hall. Within the grand hall, the intertwining of the flowing laws of the Tao and shadows painted a heart-pounding scene. Su Yang, Su Xianxiao, and Huang Hongfang stood in confrontation with the Faceless Ones, who mirrored their faces, resembling a mirrored image. Ha! You have all fallen victim to the Faceless One's possession. At this point, if you do not join forces with me, do you wish to perish here? Huang Hongfang's face contorted as he let out a shrill roar. Su Xianxiao coldly snorted, his voice icy. The Su family never allies with enemies. You should pray for your own fortune. Before he could finish speaking, golden light surged around him as the 6-armed golden body of demon suppression moved in unison. One hand projected forward, condensing the Towning Mountain seal, while the other formed a seal to summon the 5 thunder laws. The two powers merged into one and crashed down upon the Faceless One that imitated him. The entire hall was instantly filled with blinding lightning and golden radiance. The Faceless One reacted swiftly, simultaneously manifesting the golden body of demon suppression, also condensing the Towning Mountain seal and the 5 thunder laws. It even let out a similar cold snort, casting a mocking glance at Huang Hongfang. Every action, expression, and fluctuation of the Tao was perfectly synchronized. Boom. The 2 mountain-like seals wrapped in 5-colored lightning collided with a thunderous crash. The explosive sound was deafening, and the violent wave of spiritual energy swept outwards, turning many nearby Faceless Ones to ashes. Su Zhuangxiu's pupils suddenly constricted, and a storm surged within his heart. The opponent's ability was far from mere imitation. They could even cast the 5 thunder laws he had created, and not a single flaw could be detected by him, the very originator. How is this possible? Su Zhuangxiu's expression turned gravely serious. Meanwhile, Su Yang found himself in a deadlock. He unleashed successive sword chi arcs, and the dual suns returning to the void technique, with the intertwining cold and hot sword chi forming a tremendous sword force, tearing a rift among the faceless ones. Yet the faceless one opposite him also executed the exact same sword technique and sword force. The sword chi crisscrossed, and every clash made the ancient hall tremble violently, dust falling in swathes. Even so, the battered ceiling and walls of the hall remained unscathed. Su Yang's thoughts raced. If this continued with the opponent's imitation, he and Su Xianxiao would inevitably meet the same fate as Huang Hongfang. Since you are so adept at imitation, Su Yang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his voice suddenly turning cold. Then let's see how you handle this move. As he spoke, a scorching pure yang aura erupted explosively from within him. A dazzling and resplendent radiant will suddenly rose behind him. The purple mist divine light. In an instant, the blazing light akin to the sun rising illuminated every corner of the hall, and the pure yang power contained within seemed capable of incinerating all malevolence. Where the light reached, the surrounding faceless ones screamed in piercing agony, as if their icy forms were being burned by the scorching sun. The faceless one imitating Su Yang was the first to be affected, its face instantly revealing a look of terror, for the first time exhibiting a non-imitative action as it quickly retreated. The purple mist divine light shone like a beam. This time the faceless one finally did not imitate the same spell. It clumsily dodged, its expression hard to control, facial features gradually becoming blurred. In contrast, Su Yang's face grew clearer. He raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a knowing smile. His conjecture had proven correct. The bizarre existence of the Qingyuan sect could not replicate the purple mist divine light. If they understood this technique, there would be no need to expect outsiders to learn the purple mist divine light from the stone wall. Moreover, this technique could counteract all bizarre phenomena of the Qingyuan sect. Therefore, no matter how formidable the imitation ability of the faceless ones was, they could never mimic the purple mist divine light. The purple mist divine light. How is that possible? The faceless one exclaimed in horror, its tone filled with disbelief. They had only spent a mere incense stick's time in front of the stone wall, and now they could directly employ it. And it had led them into the hall, completely inviting a wolf into the house. Seeing this scene, Su Xianxiao also revealed a cold, cruel smile. With a thought, he activated the spiritual energy within him. A blazing sun rose magnificently behind him. The refined purple mist divine light erupted forth, sweeping away the faceless ones that surrounded him, forcing them to retreat. Even the chaotic sword chi from Huang Hongfang's side was extinguished by this divine light. How come you can too? The faceless one was utterly horrified, as if witnessing an unbelievable prodigy. In just a stick of incense's time for one person to comprehend and utilize the purple mist divine light is already a rare prodigy, yet now two had appeared at once. This is truly unbelievable. Are there really so many extraordinary talents in the current cultivation world? Its suspicious gaze instinctively glanced at Huang Hongfang, the only one in the arena who had not cast the purple mist divine light, and seeing him equally shocked and bewildered, it barely suppressed the turmoil in its heart. At this moment, Huang Hongfang's heart was in turmoil. Though he did not know exactly what the purple mist divine light was, it was not hard to guess from the faceless one's words. The spell that Su Yang and his son had just cast was precisely the Tao laws on the stone wall. Even their golden core elder of the Wanjian sect had failed to comprehend it, yet this father and son not only understood it, but also applied it in combat. What kind of terrifying Tao talent is this? Keep imitating. Aren't you trying to possess us? Come on. Su Xuanxiao, riding the wave of victory, had the blazing sun behind him shine even brighter. The purple mist divine light, like countless sharp swords, constantly refracted and swept through the faceless ones. Wherever it shone, a faceless figure would emit a scream, swiftly dissolving like a piece of ignited paper. Su Yang was the same. He did not respond to any words, but relentlessly urged the purple mist divine light, like a deity, wielding the blazing sun, mercilessly purifying the faceless ones in the hall. He pursued the faceless one that imitated his face, crushing and pushing through. His swift mastery and application of the purple mist divine light were due to years of studying various Tao laws, his experience shining through. With a high vantage point, he naturally made connections to other concepts. Su Xianxiao could achieve this purely due to his exceptional talent in Tao laws. In an instant, the situation in the hall was dramatically reversed. The purple mist divine light of Su Yang and Su Xianxiao flowed brilliantly, the radiant, while hanging in the air like a blazing sun, the pure yang energy sweeping across all directions. Wherever the divine light pointed, the faceless ones cried out and scattered. Huang Hongfang and his faceless one charged toward the two, only to be treated like a wild dog on the roadside. As the divine light shone the sword chi they unleashed shattered like rotten wood, both of them spitting blood simultaneously, their bodies flung away like rag dolls caught in a gale. Huang Hongfang never expected that the gap between him and the Su family's foundation establishment would be so vast, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. He realized he had completely lost control of his body. Under the influence of the Faceless Ones, his movements became increasingly smooth and natural. It felt as though he was watching himself from a third-person perspective. No, please don't. Huang Hongfang let out a desperate howl, struggling to lift his blurred gaze. He cast aside all dignity, schemes, and hatred, using his last bit of strength, his voice filled with pleading and tremors. I beg you, fellow Taoists, save me. I am willing to swear by my Tao heart never to oppose the Su family. I am willing to be bound by a slave seal just to spare my life. In a desperate bid for survival, this elder of the Wanjian sect completely tore off his last veneer. At this moment, Huang Hongfang, who had schemed tirelessly to annihilate the Su family, was now begging for mercy from the Su father and son, even offering to become their slave to save his own life. How ugly, Elder Huang! Su Xianxiao scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with mockery. Do you really think our Su family would be foolish enough to believe your nonsense? Su Zhuangxiu's sarcasm struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the last glimmer of hope in Huang Hongfang. He let out a desperate scream, yet his body moved uncontrollably, lunging at Su Yang and his son in sync with the Faceless Man. This was not his own will, but rather the Faceless Man forcibly controlling his body. Even though he had no desire to oppose the Su family at this moment, he found himself utterly powerless. His consciousness rapidly dissipated like a candle flickering in the wind as his soul and body were gradually consumed and replaced by the Faceless Man. When Su Yang and Su Xianxiao successfully killed the Faceless Man, imitating them with the divine light of Zixia, Huang Hongfang's face completely vanished, replaced by a layer of pale fabric, smooth and featureless, and he became just another member of the Faceless Men. In contrast, the original Faceless Man was now fully adorned with Huang Hongfang's visage. Huang Hongfang had been successfully possessed. The father and son observed this scene with cold indifference, their hearts unperturbed. After killing their respective Faceless Men, they noticed the tightly shut doors of the hall swinging open on their own. It was evident that the rules here were not entirely controlled by the Faceless Men. The way to leave the hall was to slay the Faceless Man that imitated oneself. However, even knowing the rules, leaving was far from easy. Given Huang Hongfang another chance, he still could not kill his own Faceless Man for the true key to achieving that was the divine light of Zixia. Without hesitation, Su Yang and Su Xianxiao dashed out of the hall. They had come to seize treasures, and with all the treasures inside the hall now in their possession, they had no reason to linger. The Faceless Man who successfully possessed Huang Hongfang led a throng of Faceless Men, following closely behind the two, like a relentless tide, coincidentally colliding with the paper lantern figure still engaged in fierce combat with the disciples of the Wanjian sect. Elder Huang, a disciple of the Wanjian sect, seeing Huang Hongfang burst from the hall, involuntarily froze and called out instinctively. But soon they sensed something was amiss. Huang Hongfang wore an unusually cold expression, and more chillingly, a large group of Faceless Men with blank faces resembling ghostly shadows followed him, as if this eerie army was obeying his commands. Before they could voice their suspicions, a more horrifying scene unfolded. The Faceless Men began to rapidly merge into Huang Hongfang, as if returning to their nest. With each merging, his cultivation soared dramatically like a volcano erupting. From early foundation establishment to mid, then late, reaching full completion until he broke through the boundary and ascended to the Golden Core stage. Is that Elder Huang? What's happening? Elder Huang's cultivation. Golden Core stage. What is going on? What are those Faceless Men? The disciples of the Wanjian sect, witnessing this, collectively recoiled in horror. The Huang Hongfang before them, like the disciples of the Qingyuan sect, exuded an unsettling eeriness, and they immediately realized that something grave was afoot. Retreat. At that moment, the paper lantern figure spoke in unison, its tone icy, giving orders to Huang Hongfang to return to the hall, as if the Faceless Men had invaded their territory, their succinct words dripping with hostility. However, Huang Hongfang turned a deaf ear to this, his hollow and indifferent gaze fixed firmly on Su Yang and Su Xuanxiao, who were rapidly fleeing into the darkness, coldly stating they possessed the divine light of Zixia. As soon as he spoke, it seemed to trigger some alarm. Whoosh! All the paper lantern figures turned in unison, their eyes swirling, their cold gazes instantly locking onto the direction where the Su father and son had disappeared. In the next second, countless paper figures surged like a white tide, collectively pouncing toward them. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao reacted swiftly, activating the Night Wanderer technique to its utmost, blending into the darkness, concealing their presence, and swiftly fleeing toward the mountain gate. The paper army and the Faceless Men simultaneously pursued the direction from which they fled. However, once they left the hall's range, the Faceless Men could no longer accurately locate the two. Cascades of white paper figures flew out from the lanterns like ghost money scattered by the wind, spreading in all directions to search, forming a tsunami of paper figures that rolled and surged, threatening to engulf everything. The slaughter was not limited to the Sioux father and son. The paper figures and the faceless men also pounced upon the remaining cultivators of the Wanjian sect. Screams, wails, and cries echoed in succession. Some had their souls forcibly drawn into the lanterns, transformed into new paper figures that flew out from within. Others were dragged toward the hall by the faceless men, successfully possessed by them, emerging in a new form. Former comrades turned into vengeful paper figures or numb, faceless men launching attacks on the living. This scene was witnessed by Lu Duchuan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Golden Core disciples of the Qingyuan sect. Damn, what on earth is happening? What do you intend to achieve? Lu Duchuan couldn't help but roar in a mix of shock and anger, questioning once more. His fury was not just over the fall of his fellow disciples, but the fact that they had yet to find a single treasure and were already on the brink of annihilation. The danger level of the Qingyuan secret realm far exceeded his expectations. Previously, he had focused on the need to pass through 10 light gates to leave the realm, severely underestimating the peril of the realm itself. At this moment, forget about seizing the Golden Core spiritual object. The very question of whether they could escape alive had become a pressing concern. No more delays. Lu Duchuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his sword intent soaring into the sky. Solid sword shadows began to manifest behind him, swirling rapidly in a circular formation, emitting a low hum. All swords returned to their origin. He boldly unleashed the Wanjian sect's inherited technique. A single sword strike was accompanied by myriad shadows. In an instant, endless darkness was torn apart by this brilliant sword light, creating a slender crack. A beam of blinding sunlight from the outside world refracted in. The Golden Core disciple from the Qingyuan sect, caught off guard, had his arms severed and his lantern flew out of his hand. He seemed to be extremely fearful of this incoming light, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opening wide, revealing pitch black orbs emanating invisible waves of Dao Law. The crack that had been cleaved began to close rapidly. At this moment, the Qingyuan sect disciple fully committed, engaging Lu Duchuan in a life-and-death struggle. The two Golden Core figures transformed into streaks of light, wildly colliding and slaughtering within the dark mountain gate. Each clash produced thunderous roars akin to mountain quakes, causing the surrounding peaks to collapse, massive rocks to shatter, and dust to soar into the sky. Below, Su Yang and Su Xianxiao were fleeing with all their might. Behind them was a terrifying wave formed by the faceless men and paper figures, led by Huang Hongfang, a white tsunami that threatened to engulf everything, wildly sweeping over the entire Qingyuan sect mountain gate. Though the Night Wanderer technique allowed them to hide in the darkness, avoiding detection by the faceless men and paper figures, this overwhelming search felt like they were trapped in a rapidly tightening net. The faceless beings spread across the mountains, gathering like a tide, gradually covering the entire entrance of the Qingyuan sect with pale lantern paper figures. Countless ghostly green paper lanterns flickered like ghost fires, illuminating the landscape with an eerie glow. Su Yang and Su Xiankong found their space of movement rapidly compressed, surrounded by an impenetrable and eerie encirclement. Most crucially, they could not find the way to escape Qingyuan sect. Father, what should we do now? Su Zuankong's expression was grave as he instinctively relied on his father. Su Yang looked up, his gaze directed at the sky that had been cleaved open by Lu Duchuan's sword, pondering. We can only wait. Su Xiankong was momentarily stunned by his words. As soon as his voice fell, his father's hand rested on his shoulder. In the next moment, the figures of the two vanished like ink erased by an eraser, completely disappearing from the thick darkness, leaving not even a trace of breath behind. The scene before their eyes underwent a sudden transformation. A mountain of treasures appeared, various spiritual lights shimmering in harmony, and not far away was a deep pool emanating a rich star energy. It was the Star Huan secret realm. Su Xiankong instantly recognized the place, and the tightly wound nerves finally relaxed a bit. He had forgotten that their family had a Star Huan secret realm, but only Su Yang had cultivated this secret technique. Not only was this secret technique extremely difficult, but it also consumed vast resources. The star energy in the family could only support one person in cultivating this technique, and relying solely on plundering the star energy from heaven and earth would take an eternity to take shape. Over time, Su Xiankong had forgotten that his father possessed such a powerful means of survival. Let's wait until Lu Duchuan kills that Golden Core cultivator and breaks through this space before we find an opportunity to leave. After saying this, Su Yang calmly walked towards the pile of treasures, beginning to count the spoils of war. His father's relaxed demeanor left Su Xiankong speechless, as if they were unaffected by the turmoil and had safely escaped. However, the Star Huan secret realm was indeed a safe zone. Even the divine sense of a Golden Core cultivator could not perceive its existence, let alone the restrictions on divine sense here. But we can't just wait like this. What if Lu Duchuan fails to kill that golden core cultivator? Wouldn't we be trapped here forever? Su Yang smiled calmly, continuing his actions of counting. If he fails, we will think of another way. Don't underestimate the foundation of the Wanjian sect. Even if Lu Duchuan cannot kill the opponent, he will do everything possible to break through this space and choose to flee. At that time, we can kill our way out through the path he has broken. Hearing his father's logical analysis, Su Xiankong accepted reality, suppressing his unease, and began to count the spoils together. There are actually 3 types of golden core spiritual items here. Su Xiankong couldn't help but exclaim. He had thought there would be at most 1 type of golden core spiritual item in the temple, but unexpectedly, he had directly harvested 3. It seemed that the reserves of golden core spiritual items in the Qingyuan secret realm were far richer than the outside world had speculated. Not only that, Su Yang added with a smile, a satisfied look flashing in his eyes, there are also many precious inheritances of cultivation arts, and a vast amount of cultivation resources here, roughly estimated to be enough to support our whole family in cultivating to the late foundation establishment stage. As he spoke, he divided half of his consciousness into the divine sense space to report safety to his family and briefly explain their current situation. Su Xiankong quickly followed suit and entered. As soon as his divine sense avatar appeared, he couldn't help but complain to his family. That faceless golden core being outside, who has possessed Huang Hongfang, is like a mad dog relentlessly chasing us. If it weren't for my father's Star Huan's secret realm protecting us, we would still be hunted down by him. Far away in the Yunmeng ruins, Su Xianing also entered the divine sense space. After listening to the duo's narration, he did not respond immediately, but wore a contemplative expression, seemingly rapidly integrating the information. Xianing, have you thought of something? Su Yang noticed the demeanor of his second son and casually asked. Su Xianing rubbed his temples, clearly overwhelmed with information. How should I put it? This Qingyuan sect should indeed be similar to what father speculated, a manifestation of a strong obsession. The core of this obsession is very likely related to the purple mist divine light, but it's not entirely correct. His reasoning gradually became clear as he quickly analyzed. These bizarre existences set up tests hoping someone can learn the purple mist divine light, while simultaneously fearing this technique. These 2 points are inherently contradictory. What's even stranger, Su Xianing's tone grew heavier, is that the faceless beings know that my father and 4th brother can cast the purple mist divine light, which can restrain them, yet they still relentlessly pursue us like moths to a flame. What is the reason behind this? His words left most of the clan members in the divine sense space bewildered. To be both fearful and madly pursuing was indeed illogical. Only a few individuals furrowed their brows as if grasping some key point, yet it remained shrouded in a thin veil. A flash of brilliance appeared in Su Yang's eyes as he spoke solemnly. The purpose of the faceless beings has never changed. It is to possess me and Xiankong. The reason they relentlessly pursue us is precisely because we possess the purple mist divine light. Their true targets for possession are the cultivators who can wield the purple mist divine light. Su Xianing's eyes widened suddenly. Could it be that by possessing the cultivator who wields the purple mist divine light, they can inherit this ability and no longer fear the purple mist divine light? But aren't they just a facade formed by an obsession? Su Xiankong instinctively asked, what can they do after possessing? As soon as he spoke, both Su Yang and Su Xianing's expressions grew increasingly grave. A terrifying hypothesis surfaced simultaneously in the minds of the father and son. Su Yang's voice was low as he spoke slowly. Although the Qingyuan secret realm is manifesting past illusions, the products created during the manifestation process are real. For example, the spiritual wine we drank in Qingshui town and the Qingshui sword intent we brought back to the family. Su Xianing immediately followed up, his speed of speech quickening. So although the faceless beings now are manifestations of obsession, they truly exist. If they can successfully possess a cultivator's body, even if this place's obsession dissipates, they can continue to survive with the possessed body, or even leave the Qingyuan secret realm. Su Yang's tone grew increasingly serious, revealing the final piece of the puzzle. But all beings in the Qingyuan sect fear sunlight. Even if they possess a disciple of the Wanjian sect, their bodies cannot survive in the sunlight. Therefore, they need to possess cultivators who can wield the purple mist divine light. Once possession is successful, they can use this to overcome sunlight. The 2 of them exchanged words, peeling back layers to gradually deduce a horrifying truth. This was not merely a test of a secret realm or a bizarre massacre. This was an obsession that spanned the river of time, a mad plunder of new life aimed at returning to the real world. In an instant, the divine sense space fell into silence. All the clan members were shocked by this deduced truth, falling into a long silence. The reason why the Qingyuan sect has fallen into eternal darkness is that the master of the obsession fears the sunlight rather than the darkness eroding the Qingyuan sect, which has led to this place being shrouded in pitch blackness. So this person's obsession is the purple mist divine light. He wants to use this method to overcome the sunlight, yet he still intends to resurrect himself at this moment. Su Zuanheng's voice broke the silence. Though he was not versed in the complex intricacies, he grasped the crux of the matter, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart. The person from the past revived by the secret realm actually intends to resurrect in this world. However, I am still a bit curious. Su Xingyo asked, is the master of this obsession the Golden Core cultivator currently battling Lu Duchuan, or the faceless man in the Golden Core stage? Su Yang's response this time showed no hesitation. It is Lu Duchuan's opponent. Whether it's the Lantern Paper Man or the Faceless Man, they are merely his Dao avatars. The Paper Man binds souls while the Faceless One seizes bodies. Perhaps in the entire Qingyuan sect, he is the only living person, the true disciple of the Qingyuan sect and the master of the obsession. Are the Faceless Man and the Paper Man both his Dao? Su Zhuangxiu's expression turned grave, but after he seized Huang Hongfang, he gained an additional Golden Core avatar. This Dao seems exceedingly against the heavens, doesn't it? Or is the Golden Core stage simply a part of his true cultivation? He recalled how Huang Hongfang ascended from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core achieved through the continuous merging with the Faceless Man. Upon realizing this, he suddenly understood. The true cultivation of that Qingyuan sect disciple likely far exceeded the initial Golden Core stage, possibly reaching mid or even late Golden Core. Each Paper Man and Faceless Man he split off has taken a portion of his cultivation. Thus, when the Faceless Man merges, his strength will gradually increase. If that's truly the case, wouldn't Lu Duchuan be destined to fail? Su Xianxiao said with a furrowed brow. Su Yang, however, remained exceptionally calm. Regardless of victory or defeat, he will certainly attempt to break through this realm and escape. Be prepared, the time is approaching. Upon hearing this, Su Zhuangxiu's consciousness immediately withdrew from the spiritual sense space, peering through the starry secret realm at the outside world. The battle between the two Golden Core cultivators had reached a fever pitch. Lu Duchuan and the Qingyuan sect Golden Core cultivator were originally evenly matched, locked in an intense battle. However, the seized Huang Hongfang, unable to locate Su's father and son, turned his spear around and joined the fray. Two Golden Core cultivators surrounded Lu Duchuan alone. No matter how splendid and unparalleled Lu Duchuan's myriad sword shadows were under the Dao attacks of the two same-stage cultivators, he could only retreat step by step, his sword techniques becoming increasingly chaotic with countless sword shadows shattering. Damn it! How could Huang Hongfang become a Golden Core cultivator after being seized? Lu Duchuan was filled with both shock and anger as the last thread of hope in his heart was crushed by reality. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The disciples of the Wandering Sword sect were almost all dead, and there was no trace of Su's father and son left. Remaining here was utterly meaningless. There was only one way out: death. Flee. All swords returned to the sect break. Lu Duchuan gritted his teeth, unleashing the sword intent of his lifetime. A brilliant silver-white sword aura like a shooting star instantly tore through the heavens, resembling the creation of the world once again, ripping open a huge crack in the endless dark sky. Outside, the blazing sunlight poured in like a golden waterfall. Sizzle, where the sunlight shone, the nearby faceless men and paper men caught unawares ignited like burnt paper in a howl so mournful it hardly resembled a human voice. They turned to ash. Lu Duchuan transformed into sword light, no longer willing to linger in battle, and rushed towards the crack, where the light surged in. Almost at the same moment the crack appeared, Su Yang and Su Zhuangxiu's figures also emerged from the darkness. They were still far from the exit, but this moment of exposure was immediately locked onto by the Golden Core cultivators of the Qingyuan sect. So you were hiding here. The seized Huang Hongfang grinned sinisterly, his figure ghostly, abandoning Lu Duchuan and directly pouncing towards the two. How could Su Yang and his son be foolish enough to confront him hidden? The two once again utilized the Nightwalker technique, their figures blending into the darkness like ink drops in water, instantly fleeing towards the direction of the crack. However, ahead lay a vast army of faceless men and paper men surging towards them like a white tide. Kill your way out. Su Yang's voice was icy cold. In the next moment, a breath entirely different from Taoist clarity erupted violently from within him, filled with a savage and violent spiritual power. Black and red viscous liquid surged out of his pores, quickly covering his entire body, then solidifying and shaping into a grotesque armor resembling a demon god's dark shell. The demonic body. In an instant, Su Yang's aura skyrocketed and his speed surged. Su Xianxiao beside him also completed the transformation, simultaneously clad in black and red armor, their figures straightened like guns, agile as dragons. Hurry! Several talismans transformed into flowing light, wrapping around them as their speed increased again. Facing the strange army surging like a tide, the father and son simultaneously formed thunder seals. 9 heavens thunder. Boom. Countless purple heavenly thunders like divine punishment gathered from the void, crazily pouring down upon the pale white ghost tide. The lightning intertwined into a net wherever it passed. Paper men turned to ash. Faceless beings were obliterated, forcefully blasting a scorched passage through the boundless and bizarre army. The two transformed into lightning, rapidly traversing amidst the countless shrill screams and disintegrating ashes. The golden core, Huang Hongfang, closely pursued behind. Though he was not afraid of thunder techniques, he could not precisely lock onto the two's positions. The Nightwalker technique was among the top escape techniques in such a dark environment. He could only furiously unleash a torrent of sword energy, executing a carpet-style coverage / attempting to force the two out of the darkness. Stop! You can't leave. Everyone halt. Amidst his furious roar, Huang Hongfang's figure suddenly blurred, crossing the nine heavens. Thunder, with incredible speed, flashing to the edge of that light crack. However, he did not dare to truly block the exit. The sunlight pouring down was a lethal poison to him, burning him upon contact. Clearly the path to survival was within reach, yet he could not obstruct it, only madly swinging his sword energy, bombarding the area illuminated by the light, attempting to use erratic strikes to halt Su Yang and his son. As long as they hesitated for the slightest moment, revealing even a trace of a clue, relying on his golden core cultivation to suppress them, he could instantaneously imprison them, dragging them back into eternal darkness, completing the final possession. In that fleeting moment of life and death, under the pressure of the storm of sword energy, the two figures finally revealed a flaw from the darkness, their movements showing a slight stumble. Got you, Huang Hongfang exclaimed joyfully, unleashing his golden core cultivation without reservation, erupting with power. At the same time, the main body of the Qingyuan sect golden core cultivator also instantly appeared, flanking Huang Hongfang, sealing off both sides of the sunlight crack. Their speed reached its peak, giving Su Yang and Su Xianxiao no chance to react. The binding Dao method fell instantaneously like invisible shackles, freezing the exposed father and son in place. Ha! The two simultaneously let out mad laughter, enduring the intense pain and sizzling smoke from the sunlight burning their arms, and without hesitation, they reached out, firmly gripping Su Yang and Su Zhuangxiu's shoulders. With a powerful tug, they shot back into the darkness at an astonishing speed. The two eagerly rushed towards the palace, their speed so swift that even spiritual senses struggled to capture them. Just as they were about to burst through the palace doors, their faces filled with ecstatic joy at that moment. Their smiles suddenly froze, for two familiar black and red figures appeared at the closing sunlight crack. It was Su Yang and Su Xianxiao in their demonic body state. Yet the Su family, father and son, they were gripping, showed no trace of fear on their faces. Instead, the corners of their mouths slowly curled upwards, revealing a mocking arc. The mountains rose one after another, shrouded in mist. The long-awaited sunlight broke through the clouds, cascading upon Su Yang and Su Xianxiao, bringing a comforting warmth. The fresh air, warm sunlight, and the much denser spiritual energy than that within Qingyuan's sect allowed the two to finally relax their taut nerves, their black and red armor quickly shedding, revealing their true forms. As they felt the genuine sunlight, it was as if they had just broken free from a long and oppressive nightmare, experiencing a rebirth. We are finally out. Su Xianxiao fell back onto the soft lawn, gasping for breath. This exhaustion did not stem from the depletion of spiritual power, but from the backlash of the puppet death substitution technique, leaving him mentally drained. The figures captured by the disciples of Qingyuan sect were actually the puppets of Su Yang and Su Xianxiao. To deceive their opponents, they had even employed the puppet death substitution technique, transferring their souls into the puppets. Now that the enemy had realized they were deceived while the true bodies successfully escaped, they vented their rage upon the puppets. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao experienced the terrifying sensation of being crushed by a golden core cultivator's power. My meticulously crafted puppet. Just like that, it was destroyed by that vile creature. Su Xianxiao lamented with a pained expression. Su Yang chuckled lightly. Don't play coy after gaining an advantage. What could be more worthwhile than exchanging two puppets for our lives? Xianxiao grinned and stood up to survey the surroundings. The scenery around them finally bore a hint of familiarity, resembling the terrain surrounding Qingyuan County, where they had lived for decades. It seems that the history of Qingyuan sect is not too distant from our Qingyuan County. No wonder the names are so similar. Hearing his son's words, Su Yang nodded slightly and said perhaps the name of Qingyuan County originated from this Qingyuan sect. However, this history may be buried very deep, as I have never found any records of Qingyuan sect in all the ancient texts I have consulted. Just as the father and son pondered their next destination, a voice suddenly broke through. You two are actually still alive. A figure reeking of blood appeared, accompanied by a hoarse voice. The two tensed up instantly. The newcomer was Lu Duchuan. He was covered in blood, his breath slightly chaotic, and his face was filled with surprise and suspicion. He had brought so many elite disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect, yet they were almost completely wiped out. Yet this family, which he originally viewed as mere ants, had both survived. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Su Yang reacted extremely quickly, almost instantaneously sensing that hint of danger, and without hesitation summoned a flying boat, pulling Su Xianxiao aboard as they soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of rainbow racing towards the horizon. Interesting, Lu Duchuan's voice was calm, yet his figure moved so swiftly that it left several afterimages as he relentlessly pursued the warship. This small Su family actually possesses a military warship. It seems you all are indeed hiding a great secret. Did the opportunities within Qingyuan's sect also fall into your hands? Though he had not seen the treasures of Qingyuan's sect, he could ascertain that in such a dangerous place treasures must certainly be hidden. The fact that the father and son emerged unscathed might very well imply that they had obtained some kind of ultimate treasure to escape. Old man, I've long been displeased with you, Su Xianxiao said bluntly, directly activating the ship's side cannons, unleashing several beams of scorching light towards Lu Duchuan in a continuous barrage. Lu Duchuan initially paid it no mind, but as the beams drew nearer, surprise washed over his eyes, and he abruptly turned to evade, which was a drastic change from his previous intentions to take it heed in. He discovered that the power of these cannons far exceeded those of the official military cannons, with each beam containing unique magical fluctuations and astonishing destructive power. The foundation of this Su family is far from that of an ordinary foundation establishment family. Lu Duchuan was shaken, his regard for them suddenly escalating. He noticed that not only the cannons, but even the warship was engraved with similar talismanic runes. Could it be that these warships and cannons have been enhanced with spirit binding? Lu Duchuan recalled that Huang Hongfang and others had mentioned that the Su family mastered a technique of spirit binding. At the time he had not taken it seriously, but now witnessing it firsthand, he realized the extraordinary nature of this technique. Although the second-tier cannons were still insufficient to severely injure him, the cannons enhanced with spirit binding rained down like a torrential downpour, and even with his golden core cultivation, he dared not recklessly withstand them. What troubled him even more was that the speed of the warship after being enhanced with spirit binding was astonishingly fast. Lu Duchuan awkwardly realized that he was having difficulty keeping up. I truly underestimated your Su family. A cold smile crept onto Lu Duchuan's lips, his voice carried far through spiritual power. But even if you manage to escape, now how long can you last? Once you leave this place, all the secrets of your Su family will be unearthed by me. With that, he also summoned his own flying boat, leaping aboard and giving chase. The two sides engaged in a high-altitude pursuit over the vast mountains and rivers. Lu Duchuan, relying on his profound spiritual power at the Golden Core stage, forcefully propelled his flying boat, increasing its speed significantly. However, whenever his boat showed signs of closing in, it was met with a barrage of cannons from Su Xianxiao. The violent impact of spiritual power forced Lu Duchuan to either dodge or block, causing his speed to falter, and the distance between them once again widened. This back-and-forth tug-of-war continued, crossing countless mountains and rivers. Lu Duchuan's intention was clear. He aimed to use his total spiritual power at the Golden Core stage to engage in a war of attrition, hoping to exhaust the spiritual power of the Su father and son. We can't drag this out any longer. Su Yang's expression darkened slightly. Just then his gaze suddenly sharpened. In the distance, two familiar light gates stood prominently on the plain. The left gate was crimson like fire, exuding a scorching and violent aura. The right gate was a deep blue, seemingly connecting to the boundless ocean. Upon seeing these two gates, Su Yang realized that this was their only hope of escaping Lu Duchuan. But which one should they choose? In mere moments of weighing his options, a resolute glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes as he unhesitatingly charged towards the right blue gate. If he wasn't mistaken, the right gate likely led to the endless ocean. Want to escape? Lu Duchuan, seeing this, showed no hesitation and likewise urged his flying boat into the light gate. In an instant, the world spun and the scenery changed dramatically. The cold, briny air of the deep sea crashed into him like a sledgehammer. Countless waves instantly swallowed the flying boat, and immense pressure surrounded him from all sides. Lu Duchuan reacted swiftly, casting a spell to erect a solid shield around the flying boat. Even so, a significant amount of seawater flooded into the cabin. As he regained his footing and took in the surrounding scene, his pupils contracted sharply. A massive black rock wall covered in jagged patterns and stretching endlessly loomed ahead, filling his entire field of vision, emanating a life aura that sent shivers down his very soul. This was no mere rock wall, but a colossal ocean beast sleeping in the depths of the sea. And in the midst of this suffocating silence, Lu Duchuan was horrified to see the cannons on the side of the Su family's warship suddenly glow with spiritual light. Stop! Are you all insane? Lu Duchuan dared not make any sound, nor did he risk releasing any fluctuations of spiritual power, and could only transmit his voice through qi, shouting in rage towards Su Yang and his son. A cruel smile appeared on Su Zhuangxiu's face as he unhesitatingly activated the ship's magical cannon. Several beams of blinding light simultaneously struck the slumbering sea giant. Boom! The magical cannon's light struck fiercely against the beast's mountainous body, creating a powerful impact that stirred up turbulent waves in the deep sea. Lu Duchuan was horrified to find that the creature showed no reaction, as if it were still asleep. Before he could feel relieved, he saw the Su family's ship's magical cannon continuing unabated firing in a relentless downpour, bombarding the giant beast. Boom! Endless explosions echoed in the deep sea, creating ripples of dark currents. Damn it! Stop it now! Lu Duchuan could no longer hold back. He yelled in anger, swinging his sword to unleash a fierce strike, intending to bury both Su Yang and his son along with the ship deep in the sea. All defensive formations and spiritual runes aboard the ship suddenly lit up. A solid and heavy shield of spiritual power abruptly unfolded, absorbing most of the might of his furious strike. Although the ship trembled violently and showed clear signs of damage, Su Yang and Su Xianxiao merely turned pale, suffering no severe harm. Just as Lu Duchuan was about to swing his sword again, an unexpected event occurred. The slumbering sea giant awakened. A massive eye resembling a mountain suddenly opened in the endless darkness. It was as if the abyss itself was directly before the ship, making the entire vessel appear as a mere speck of dust. An ancient aura terrifying enough to freeze one's soul swept through the entire deep sea. Just a single hasty breath from it sent the frigid sea water into a frenzy, forming a gigantic whirlpool of dark currents. Woo! A roar akin to the long cry of a giant whale reverberated in the deep sea, its voice carrying an overwhelming fury from being awakened, creating a shockwave that swept everything away. The three individuals present nearly had their souls shattered by this roar. Lu Duchuan, relying on his golden core cultivation, barely withstood it, but his face turned ashen. Su Yang and Su Xuanxiao, on the other hand, relied on the spiritual enhancements and formations of the ship to barely resist this wave of soul-shattering impact. In this life-and-death moment, both sides hesitated not and chose to escape at once. Instinctively, Lu Duchuan fled upwards towards the ocean, burning all his spiritual power with a secret technique, unleashing the fastest speed of his life. However, he had not gone far before the whirlpool stirred by the beast's roar yanked him back. No! Lu Duchuan let out a desperate and unwilling scream, completely losing control of his body, swept away by the violent dark current, rapidly drawn back towards the abyss-like center of the whirlpool. In contrast, Su Yang did not flee upwards, but instead drove the ship at full speed towards the deepest part of the sea. At the moment the ship's bottom touched the seabed mud. Splash! It sounded as if space itself had ruptured. The boundless sea around them vanished without a trace in an instant. In its place came a wave of dry heat, along with countless grains of hot sand crashing down on the two. Su Xianxiao was still in a state of shock, his face pale. Su Yang looked at the vast golden desert before him, scanning the familiar outlines of ruins in the distance, his face breaking into a relieved smile. The familiar desert, the familiar Qing Shui town. Everything before him was exactly the same as the scene he experienced during his last entry into the secret realm. Dad, is this the Qing Shui town you visited last time? Su Xianxiao gradually came to his senses, looking at the desert and immediately recalling his father's account after returning last time. Exactly, this is the place I visited last time, and the dilapidated town ahead is Qing Shui town. Su Yang laughed, his tone filled with an unprecedented lightness. The method of entering the desert from the deep sea and the position they appeared in the desert were completely identical. Thus the location of the light gate in the desert must not have changed. As such, as long as they followed the path of the light gate from last time, they could safely exit the Qingyuan secret realm. A gleam of brilliance flickered in his eyes. This indicates that the space of the Qingyuan secret realm is fixed. As long as they can ascertain all the routes within the secret realm, it is an inexhaustible treasure trove of resources. So we can return safely. Su Zhuangxiu's face immediately filled with ecstasy. Su Yang smiled and nodded. The two waited in place for a moment, but Lu Duchuan's figure did not appear in the desert. It was almost certain that this golden core true practitioner of the 10,000 Swords sect had perished in the mouth of the terrifying sea giant. Although Lu Duchuan has golden core cultivation before such ancient beings, he is no more than an ant. Su Yang mused to himself, simultaneously confirming his own conjecture. Ordinary cultivators without a spiritual flying vessel and unaware of how to leave the deep sea would face nearly certain death if they fell into that endless ocean. After a brief rest, Su Yang took Su Xianxiao to take a look at the ruins of Qing Shui town. The dry well still stood, but the expected scene did not reappear. The entire town was silent and desolate. Su Yang gained further understanding of the secret realm. The scenes that reappear in the secret realm due to obsession will dissipate once the obsession fades, returning to a state of tranquility. The two no longer dawdled and traversed the vast desert, finding the hidden passage they had previously opened and successfully locating the light gate. They stepped into the light gate and journeyed through. The scenes of glaciers, valleys, and magma they encountered were exactly the same as the route Su Yang took when he last left. The only thing that puzzled Su Yang slightly was that the massive white python attacks he had encountered while crossing the glacier had not appeared this time. Could it be that they were scared off by us last time? Su Yang muttered to himself, then tossed aside this trivial question. Days later, the father and son successfully left the Qingyuan secret realm. They underwent a disguise and pretended to be ordinary loose cultivators quietly departing from the Qingyuan territory. After confirming that all pursuers had been shaken off, they turned back and returned to the Su family of Qingyuan. This expedition into the secret realm yielded far more than the last, with a mountain of Taoist teachings and cultivation resources accumulated, roughly estimated to be enough to sustain the entire family for 20 to 30 years. As soon as Su Yang returned to the family, he immediately instructed all clan members to keep their mouths shut and not reveal the news of his and Su Zhuangxio's return. The four Golden Core forces had yet to emerge. If the outside world learned that the father and son were able to escape first, it would surely invite suspicion and targeting from all sides, creating countless troubles. After giving his instructions, Su Yang did not delay further, his figure flashing as he entered the Starry Horizon secret realm, beginning to take stock and organize the spoils. The harvest within the Qingyuan sect was exceedingly bountiful. It took Su Yang several days to roughly tally the spoils. Thus, various treasures within the temple lay unguarded on the treasure platform, ultimately all collected by Su Yang. With the addition of what I obtained from the Wangchuan Valley, the Su family now possesses 4 types of Golden Core spiritual items. I still have a long way to go to reach the perfection of foundation establishment, but gathering 9 types of Golden Core spiritual items during this period should not pose a problem. If the war could come to an end, perhaps I could even bid for Golden Core spiritual items at the auctions of various cultivation markets. Currently, the Su family is not short of money. What we lack is a channel to purchase resources. In this chaotic world, the trade routes between many markets and celestial cities have been completely severed, leading to a scarcity of resources everywhere. The Su family's current situation is such that even with money, there is nowhere to spend it. I can only hope the war ends soon. Su Yang sighed inwardly, yet he felt no assurance. The Dawei dynasty's fortunes have run out, but the emerging Zhou army has only just begun. It is estimated they will need to struggle with the Daqi for many years before a resolution appears. He meticulously categorized and organized the spoils he had gathered. The 4 great arts of cultivation had several complete sets of third-tier inheritances, all stored in the family's library. Additionally, there were many alchemy and crafting materials sourced from the storage bags of unknown cultivators. However, many of these materials had lost their spiritual essence due to age and could only be treated as waste. There were countless types of spells and secret techniques, particularly many for the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. There were 2 texts of Dao methods for the Golden Core stage. One was a technique that Su Yang directly overlooked, while the other pleasantly surprised him. It was a musical Dao method for the Golden Core stage, the Yao Hui Ding Hunjun. This method was singularly effective and domineering, aimed at freezing the opponent's soul. If the target forcibly broke free, it would lead to the separation of body and soul. The execution of this technique was divided into 3 stages. During the initial performance, the opponent's movements would become sluggish, allowing for a chance to escape. In the mid-stage, only special secret methods could resolve it, and if the spellcaster completed the entire piece, unless their cultivation was significantly higher than the opponent's, the soul would remain trapped forever. This method is quite suitable for Jiang Mei and Xianling Yi. Both of them have a profound affinity for this path. Su Yang chuckled lightly as he carefully stored the jade slip. The remaining spoils mostly consisted of various cultivation resources, including some rare third-tier spiritual plant seeds, along with numerous magical artifacts left behind by cultivators. The spiritual plant seeds could be kept for cultivation, while those magical artifacts would all be handed over to the Su Merchant Association for sale. What a pity I wasn't able to acquire Lu Duchuan's storage ring. Su Yang felt a hint of regret. That would have been the entire fortune of a Golden Core cultivator, but the situation at the time was perilous, and he truly did not dare to risk it. Moreover, Lu Duchuan may not have carried all his wealth. Only if the sect master of the Wanjian sect came in person would it be worth the gamble. Once he finished his tally, Su Yang then entered a closed-door cultivation to consolidate what he had gained from this endeavor. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. News from the outside world arrived that the people from the Ghost Face Valley and the Underworld Palace had finally emerged from the secret realm. It seemed that the 2 Golden Core cultivators had developed a grudge within the secret realm, and upon encountering each other upon exit, immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The clash of golden cores sent shockwaves, causing many onlooking cultivators to suffer collateral damage and die on the spot, prompting everyone to flee into the Qingyuan market seeking refuge. Ultimately, this conflict ended with both sides negotiating, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the silent wrath of the friends and family of the fallen, yet no one dared to seek an explanation from the golden core powers. Another month passed, and a shocking rumor began to circulate within the market. The Wanjian sect and the Bai family of Daki had yet to emerge from the secret realm. Even the golden core powers have fallen inside. In an instant, many cultivators who had previously harbored fantasies about the Qingyuan secret realm were frightened away. If the golden core cultivators remain uncertain about their fates, wouldn't those Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators be walking into a trap? As discussions about this surged within the market, the entrance to the Qingyuan secret realm suddenly erupted with dazzling light, accompanied by a low hum as the light gates slowly closed, ultimately disappearing. The secret realm was sealed. This outcome left all onlookers in an uproar. In this case, whether the Wanjian sect and the Bai family of Daki had perished or were trapped inside, they had now lost all chance of leaving. Didn't those golden core powers send foundation establishment disciples to scout? How did they come out safely? Perhaps unknown anomalies occurred within the secret realm, increasing the dangers manifold. I suspect those golden core masters, overestimating their abilities, recklessly ventured deep into the unknown dangers, resulting in their downfall. Within the market, opinions were divided. No one knew when the Qingyuan secret realm would open again, nor did anyone understand its opening rules, leading to those who had not emerged to basically be doomed. With the disappearance of the entrance to the secret realm, this turmoil that swept across all factions gradually came to a close. The major powers began to withdraw, and the Qingyuan market slowly returned to its former tranquility. However, today, an unexpected guest arrived. Although the visitor concealed their cultivation, the trace of golden core pressure that inadvertently leaked still triggered the market's array alarm. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. His first reaction was to think that someone from the Wanjian sect or the Bai family of Daki had come to investigate. He immediately activated the observation array in his residence, revealing the visitor's face to be none other than Zhou Xuanji of the Zhou army. The last time they met, she was still at the perfection of foundation establishment, but now she had already become a golden core cultivator. Su Yang did not dare to be negligent. Not to mention the respect due to her golden core cultivation. The close cooperation with the Zhou army over the years had brought the Su family a vast amount of funds and resources, enough to warrant a warm welcome. So it is Senior Zhou visiting. A smile of just the right amount appeared on Su Yang's face as he proactively walked out of the door to greet her. Why didn't you inform the brothers of the Zhou army in advance of your visit? I could have prepared accordingly. Zhou Xuanji walked gracefully, her demeanor elegant, yet there was an inherent domineering aura about her, her presence subtly radiating an imperial bearing that looked down upon the masses. A thought flickered through Su Yang's mind in an instant. This person was likely not an ordinary leader of the Zhou army. She could very well be the true sovereign of the Zhou army, the one destined to rule the world. The path of the national teacher that Shu Yutong was pursuing might very well be to assist this person before him. As if to verify his conjecture, Shu Yutong hurried over with several Zhou army cultivators not far away. Clearly, they had just learned of Zhou Xuanji's arrival. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Shu Yutong stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. In respect, Lord Zhou, your arrival here, why didn't you inform us in advance? Zhou Xuanji smiled lightly, the corners of her lips lifting, revealing a trace of gentle amusement. I intended to discuss important matters with clan leader Su before seeking you out, but I didn't expect you to come first. Turning her gaze towards Su Yang, her eyes were calm, yet carried an imposing aura, directly stating her purpose. I have come today to discuss a matter. The Zhou army will soon officially settle at the Guangling frontier and begin the reconstruction of Guangling County, which is strategically located between the Yunming ruins and the Qingyuan market. I came to ask clan leader Su if the Su family would be interested in joining the development of Guangling County. Guangling. Upon hearing this name, Su Yang felt a jolt in his heart. The name of this county, which was nearly fading from his memory, was unexpectedly mentioned again, and the intention behind it seemed to suggest a reconstruction. More critically, Zhou Xuanji's words clearly revealed the intent of the Zhou army to march into the Luo Xian City territory. If the Luo Xian City territory could indeed be controlled by the Zhou army, this place would surely be much more stable than before, which would undoubtedly be a significant boon for the Su family's commercial development. However, from Zhou Xuanji's implied meaning, it seemed that she wanted the Su family to invest in the joint reconstruction of Guangling County. Su Yang did not let the esteemed guests stand outside for long, but instead invited everyone into the main hall of the mansion, personally brewing high-quality spiritual tea to entertain them. Rebuilding the county is no small matter. Relying solely on my Su family to settle here may not be enough, Su Yang said softly as he set down the teapot. Zhou Xuanji picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip, her beautiful eyes brightening as her jade fingers lightly tapped the rim, clearly satisfied with the tea. She then stated, "With the current influence of the Su family, as long as you are willing to settle in Guangling County and jointly build this city with my Zhou army, naturally more people and forces will gradually follow suit. This is something the Su clan leader need not worry about. My Zhou army will also provide full support, and the families of soldiers will move to Guangling to reside. Once Guangling County rises, my Zhou army can also assist in revitalizing Qingyuan Square, turning it into a proper county again. Sending people from the Su family to Guangling County is not out of the question," Su Yang mused after hearing this. "But I have one condition. I need the Zhou army to station personnel long-term in Qingyuan, Guangling, and Yunmeng Su to ensure the safety of my Su family's industries and personnel. To this end, my Su family is willing to invest in building a third-tier protective formation in Guangling County. Building a third-tier formation would require the Zhou army to assist in defense." Zhou Xuanji immediately saw through Su Yang's plan, realizing he wanted the Zhou army to act as the county's guardians. She smiled charmingly and nodded slightly, saying, "That can be arranged. The Luoxian territory will eventually belong to the Zhou army. It is only right to protect the citizens within." The conversation between the two sides proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, quickly establishing a framework for the cooperation to rebuild Guangling County. Meanwhile, Chu Yutong did not interject at all. He looked at Su Yang, a fleeting, almost imperceptible awkwardness crossing his face. Such a slightly embarrassed expression was rarely seen on his usually gentle and calm face. Back in the Qingyuan secret realm, he had deduced a path to survival, while Su Yang chose to trust the baseless intuition of his descendants, leading his entire family into a completely different light. At that time, he shook his head, inwardly feeling that the Su clan leader was being too reckless, completely toying with the lives of his clan members, and parting ways was a last resort. Who would have thought that in the end it would be the Su family father and son who escaped first? Now, listening to Su Yang and Zhou Xuanji calmly finalize the grand plan for the reconstruction of Guangling County, Chu Yutong felt a mix of emotions. In retrospect, the Su family was not acting recklessly at all. They clearly had a well-thought-out plan and chose a more efficient and secure path. His earlier self-righteous judgment and choice now felt somewhat embarrassing to recall. The Zhou army will gradually recover the surrounding counties, and the supplies consumed during this period will need to be guaranteed by the Su family, Zhou Xuanji reminded before departing. Su Yang smiled and nodded respectfully, escorting the golden core cultivator to the door, while Chu Yutong bowed to Su Yang and then followed Zhou Xuanji out. Time flowed quietly like a stream, and in the following years, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue also welcomed their respective weddings. Chu Yebai entered the Su family as a son-in-law and married Su Xinyue. Cheng Jianzhu then glamorously married into the Su mansion, becoming Su Xinyo's wife. At the wedding banquet, Cheng Lan smiled broadly, her eyes sparkling with pride. The relationship between the Cheng family and the Su family was rather plain in the early years, even having some unpleasantness due to probing. Fortunately, Cheng Lan acted with restraint and did not cross the Su family's bottom line, which led to today's marriage opportunity. Now the Su family was in its prime in Qingyuan Square, undeniably the #1 family, and the Cheng family's alliance with them meant they had firmly secured the second position, their status as solid as a rock. Seeing the Cheng family seize the opportunity, Su Heian from the Bihai Association could no longer sit idly by. He visited multiple times, conveying a strong willingness for an alliance aiming directly at the soon-to-be 16-year-old talented Su Xinrui. To this, Su Yang still maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "Matters of marriage should be allowed to unfold naturally. Moreover, Su Xinrui's marriage should be handled by his parents, Su Xianming and Ruan Ning. As a grandfather, I am happy to be leisurely." The joy of marriage seemed to ignite the thriving vitality within the Su family bloodline. In the following years, the Su family experienced a population explosion, with the inner courtyard filled with the sounds of infants crying, bursting with vibrant life. First, Su Xinyo and Ji Shulan welcomed another son, named Su Jingyan, signifying abundant descendants and the continuation of the family lineage. Next, Su Xinyao and Cheng Jianzhu had a daughter named Su Zhengxian. When Su Yang saw the fate of this newborn in the family genealogy, even with his composure, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and he widened his eyes in shock. A destiny of Star Thief. Star Thief can steal the remnants of star cores from fallen stars or star fragments to enhance one's spiritual roots. This fate is truly against the heavens. Su Yang's heart was shaken. This meant Su Zhengshuan's spiritual root aptitude could continually improve. Although fate is capricious, granting this child a starting point, without a spiritual root it simultaneously endowed her with such an extraordinary destiny. For the Su family, which possessed the Hunyuan Ningtian method, this was precisely the most perfect combination. First, using Tao techniques to refine her true spiritual root, then leveraging the power of Star Thief to continuously break through the Su family would welcome its first peerless genius with a heavenly spiritual root. Good news came one after another. Su Xinyue and Chu Yabai's son was born named Su Zhenglan. This child was naturally endowed with a water spiritual body perfectly corresponding with the Black Emperor Water Monarch fate in the genealogy. Su Yang unhesitatingly bestowed this fate upon his great-grandson. Meanwhile, under the arrangements of his father Su Xuanming, Su Xinrui also happily married a girl from the Qian family of Yunmeng Su. The girl was Qian Yao, the granddaughter of Qian Che, and they soon had a son named Su Jingyi. In just a few years, the Su family's Zheng generation offspring sprouted up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The entire inner courtyard was filled with the tender sounds of children, joyful laughter, and the occasional outburst of inexplicable quarrels and crying. Child figures were everywhere, either stumbling and learning to walk in the corridor, curiously peeking at the flower beds, or chasing and playing under the guidance of their older siblings. The 12-year-old Chu Yunshu, along with the somewhat worn-out Xiao Mei, became the most indispensable guardians in this little world. Their figures tirelessly followed a group of endlessly energetic little tails. Chu Yunshu moved swiftly, full of youthful vitality, always managing to catch the stumbling little ones in time. Xiao Mei, experienced and wise, could both comfort the fussy children with gentle words and swiftly tidy up the scattered toys. Often by the end of the day, both would be exhausted and panting with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, yet when they looked at the group of laughing and running children, their faces were always adorned with gentle and satisfied smiles. In the inner courtyard of the Su family at the Pavilion Lake, Su Yang moved the heavenly spirit fruit tree into the starry secret realm, planting numerous rare spiritual plants around it. Nurtured by the rich vitality of the heavenly spirit fruit tree, the flowers, grasses, and trees within the secret realm appeared exceptionally exquisite and vibrant. A delicate courtyard stood tall in the secret realm, encompassing both the heavenly spirit fruit tree and the starry deep pool. At this moment, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei sat in the courtyard of the starry secret realm, completely aware of everything happening inside and outside the Su family through a subtle connection with the inner courtyard. Looking at the tranquil and peaceful scene of the inner courtyard, the couple couldn't help but display faint smiles on their faces. However, the smiles did not last long before they gradually faded. Su Yang sighed softly, breaking the tranquility. Xiao Mei has truly aged, as she may not last for many more years. Although Xiao Mei maintained her youthful appearance with a beauty pill, the weariness in her demeanor could not be concealed. This was unavoidable. Xiao Mei was ultimately just a mortal. What practitioners cultivate is not just a long lifespan, but also a Dao heart that can withstand the erosion of time. Although Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei were of advanced age, the existence of their Dao hearts allowed their mindset, temperament, and thoughts to retain the vitality of their youth. Without the support of a Dao heart, the marks of time were particularly evident on Xiao Mei. Hearing her husband's words, a trace of uncontainable loneliness and sadness flickered in Qin Jiangmei's beautiful eyes. Xiao Mei had accompanied her since childhood and followed her as a maid to the Su family, making her one of her closest companions throughout her life. Now for the first time, she felt the ruthlessness of the years spent in cultivation. Yet she understood that this was beyond her control. Xiao Mei had never possessed the heart to pursue the Dao. During her years in the Su family, she had encountered many family secrets. If she truly yearned for the immortal path, the Su family would not hesitate to provide resources if she merely spoke up. But she had never mentioned it. Perhaps for her, a stable and mundane life was the greatest satisfaction. What Xiao Mei possessed was a simple and content mortal heart. Husband, Qin Jiangmei's voice was soft, carrying a subtle plea. If Xiao Mei passes away in the future, may she be buried in the Su family ancestral land. Of course, Su Yang nodded without hesitation, gently holding his wife's hand and speaking softly. Xiao Mei has long been an indispensable part of the Su family. It is only natural for her to be buried in the ancestral land. Moments later, the shadows outside the pavilion stirred slightly. Su Xianling entered gracefully, first bowing respectfully to her parents before taking a seat beside them. Recovering from her melancholy, Qin Jiangmei looked at her daughter's increasingly exquisite and beautiful face and gently asked, "How is it? What did he say?" Su Xianling shook her head helplessly. He is unwilling, saying he wants to focus on pursuing the Dao and that it is not suitable to marry too early. I don't know if it's influenced by his third aunt. Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. This has nothing to do with your third sister. It's purely that this kid has his mind full of muscles. He knew his grandson's temperament too well. Su Xin had inherited Wei Jing's powerful physique, spending all day either sparring or training with Chu Yabai. With his mind occupied by cultivation and combat, there was little room left for romantic feelings. Qin Jiangmei couldn't help but glare reproachfully at her husband. Xin is your own grandson. How can you speak of him like that? Su Yang laughed heartily and did not refute. Though the words were rough, they were not untrue. Su Xianling nodded in agreement. What father said is correct. The two of them, along with Chu Yabai, were just discussing setting out to the 10,000 Great Mountains for some training. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiangmai's eyebrows furrowed slightly. It's fine that Xn isn't married yet, but Wei Jing and Chu Yebai are also causing trouble. I should go speak to them. As she said this, she prepared to stand up. Su Yang raised his hand to gently stop her. Let them be. Xine had indeed reached the age to go out and experience the world. This was a step that every descendant of the Su family must undergo. Moreover, the materials for the third-tier teleportation array have been prepared and Xianxiao is stationed in Guangling County. You should go with Wei Jing and the others to Yunming Ruins to oversee the construction and arrangement of the teleportation array there. The teleportation array is an immense expenditure, and the range of a third-tier array is limited, usually only set up within major immortal cities for rapid transit between core areas. The Su family spared no effort and resources for this purpose, aiming to connect the economic lifelines of Qingyuan Yunming Ruins and Guangling County and build a stable internal transportation network. Such teleportation arrays would gradually cover the entire Luoxian city domain in the future. If the Zhou army can indeed succeed in seizing the territories of Deqi and Dawei, given the close cooperation between the Su family and the Zhou army, it is highly likely that the Luoxian city domain will be entrusted to the Su family for management. After all, every territory requires a reliable local force to settle, and the Su family is undoubtedly the best candidate. Receiving his father's clear instructions, Su Xianling immediately took the order with seriousness. As soon as she left the small courtyard of the Starry Secret Realm, Su Xianming hurriedly walked in. As the head of the family, Su Xianming had returned to the Su family to oversee the overall situation. The affairs of the Yunming Ruins were handled by Ji Shulan and Su Xinyo, while the construction of Guangling County was entrusted to Su Xinrui and his wife Qian Yaoying. Su Zuanming's face bore a rare seriousness as he handed a report to Su Yang. Father, this is the latest intelligence from Dawei that we just received. Su Yang felt a stir in his heart, something that could make his son look this serious warranted attention. He took the report and unfolded it to take a look. A line of clear writing came into view. The Dai Weiss Demon Suppression General has defected to Deqi, aiding the Qi army in breaching the Dawei Imperial City. The Dawei dynasty has collapsed, and the royal family members have scattered in flight. This sudden news stirred even Su Yang, who was accustomed to the winds and waves, causing ripples in his heart. Dawei has fallen. A colossal entity that had existed for hundreds of years has now crumbled. This abrupt change meant that the war had completely transformed from a tripartite stalemate to a duel between two powers. Could the Zhou army truly withstand the full force of Deqi's assault without the constraints and attrition of Dawei? In recent years, the Zhou army's rise indeed resembled a wildfire spreading across the land. Not only had they quickly brought the Luoxian domain under their control, but they also demonstrated an audacity far surpassing that of typical warlords. They did not allow demon cultivators to run rampant. Instead, they took the initiative to dispatch troops to cleanse numerous demon dens within the domain, allowing this war-torn land to regain a rare breath of peace. With the people's hearts and morale thus consolidated, the Zhou army used this as a springboard to continue advancing into neighboring domains. Their banners and actions attracted numerous local cultivators and warriors weary of war and yearning for order, causing their power to grow like a snowball. However, the final struggle of a dynasty's transition has never been merely a comparison of territory and population, but rather a life-and-death struggle of top-level forces. Su Yang was unclear about how many trump cards the Zhou army had hidden, nor could he gauge the full strength of Deqi, especially the number of golden core cultivators, which would significantly impact the battlefield. I never expected that the Great Way would perish like this. Qin Jiangmei gently leaned against Su Yang, glancing at the open intelligence report, and whispered, "Fortunately, the Luoxian prefecture is still relatively peaceful. No matter how fiercely the two armies battle, it won't affect Qingyuan. From now on, whether the Luoxian prefecture belongs to the Qi or the Zhou family will depend entirely on the strength of the two armies." However, Su Yang still favored the Zhou army slightly. Although the divination of the stargazing technique cannot provide a clear timeline or process, the outcome pointed to the Zhou army as the ultimate victor. "By the way, Father Mother, there's one more thing," Su Xianming added. "The Zhou army has captured the Sword Tower and granted our Su family several quotas for entering the Sword Tower for training." The Sword Tower. Su Yang responded, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. Is it the inheritance Sword Tower on Sword Lake? He remembered clearly that this tower was initially monopolized by the Great Wei royal family, but as the Great Wei weakened, it fell into the hands of the Great Qi. Now it has been reclaimed by the Zhou army. However, the Zhou army did not open the Sword Tower to all cultivators, but established a quota system. Only those qualified by the Zhou army can enter the Sword Tower. As a longtime close ally of the Zhou army, the Su family naturally received this privilege. Not only could all Su family members enter for free, but they were also granted additional quotas that the Su family could distribute at their discretion. This means that the Su family could even sell these quotas externally. It is not just a resource, but also a display of status. Other forces covet this precious opportunity, yet the Su family not only possesses it, but also holds the power to allocate it. This intangible privilege is a more sophisticated means of garnering support than directly gifting spirit stones or treasures, allowing one to grow accustomed to standing on the advantages of the rules and enjoying the admiration of others. However, the Zhou army can grant privileges, which also means they can revoke them at any time. Su Yang and Su Xianming understood the intricacies, but did not mind, because the heights that the Su family aims to climb in the future far exceed this. Once the Su family gives birth to a golden core cultivator, they will no longer need any privileges. However, since there is an opportunity at hand, it would naturally be unwise to let it go to waste. Then let Xuanheng and the others go, Su Yang said softly. They have been cooped up at home for these years, it's time for them to venture out. Su Xianming nodded in agreement. Su Zuanheng's family were all sword cultivators, and training in the sword tower was undoubtedly the best choice for them. Looking at her sons about to leave home again, Qin Jiangmei couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. The children have all grown up, they are all starting to fly away. Among the Su family, Su Xuanheng would take his wife and children to the sword tower for training. Su Xianxiao would remain in Guangling County, and Su Xianling would go to Yunmengsu. Only Su Xuanming, busy with family affairs, and Su Xuanjing, who stayed at home researching spirit attachments, remained. None of the children had the time to chat with her. Don't worry. Su Yang grinned, wrapping an arm around his wife's shoulders. I will always be with you. Qin Jiangmei, hearing this, shot him a sidelong glance full of charm, her lips curling slightly. Who wants you, old man, to accompany me? Hey. Su Yang feigned anger immediately. How am I old? With this appearance, this figure, how many young girls would take a second look at me? Qin Jiangmei covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her gaze filled with tender teasing. Beside them, Su Xianming was left speechless, watching his parents' banter, feeling awkward, as if he was being force-fed dog food. He sighed inwardly, quietly turned around, and discreetly exited the Starry Horizon's secret realm. His parents truly are youthful in spirit despite their age. At their age, their enthusiasm even surpasses that of the young, turning their bickering into daily amusement, making them feel like mere accessories to their parents' enjoyment. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qingyuan, Guangling, and Yunmengsu were closely connected through the teleportation array, forming an economic network, and the scene was far more prosperous than before. This momentum even radiated to the surrounding areas. Under the governance of the Zhou army, Lanshui County and Xi'an County gradually regained vitality. Local cultivators heard about the convenience and wealth of the 3 Qingyuan regions and were envious, sending representatives to the Su family to request cooperation in establishing teleportation arrays. After detailed discussions, a plan was finally finalized. Each faction would jointly fund the project, while the Su family would provide manpower and take charge of constructing and maintaining the formation. During this time, Su Xuanxiao, Cheng Ningxiang, and Zhao Wani also began to consider the marriage prospects of their children and privately looked for suitable partners. However, their proposal was met with unanimous rejection from the children. Su Xinqi and Su Xinqing spoke in unison, firmly stating, "The path is long, it is unwise to be bound by marriage too early. It must be that little Sinny led them astray. He's corrupted the younger siblings." Su Xianxiao said with a darkened face, clearly displeased. He always felt that it was Su Sinny's muscle-bound, battle-crazed demeanor that had influenced the next generation. His daughter Su Xinqi's current demeanor gave him a headache. She seemed to have become a version of Su Sinny, filled with enthusiasm for battle, her character straightforward and decisive, exhibiting an unmistakable vigor and decisiveness reminiscent of a young man. In contrast, his son Su Xinqing had completely taken the opposite extreme. Although he was born with a thunderous spirit body which should make him domineering and flamboyant, he was actually timid and cautious, even reluctant to go out. The only fortunate thing was that this timid son happened to be particularly afraid of his sister. With her authority, Su Xinqi forcibly dragged Su Xinqing out of the house to train in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Cheng Ningxiang and Zhao Wani looked at their husband's gloomy expression, both feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Coming from cultivation families, their perspectives were broader, and they actually felt that the 2 children were still quite young. Cultivators have long lifespans. Considering marriage in their 30s or 40s is still quite early. Su Xinqi and Su Xinqing are only 18 this year, so there's no need to rush. Husband is accustomed to our Su family's tradition of early marriage and the ordinary age for marriage, which is why he feels unhappy about the children's resistance. Cheng Ningxiang softly analyzed. I agree with Ningxiang. These 2 children have such personalities. One is reckless and daring while the other is timid and fearful. Their temperaments are not yet stable. Even if they were to marry with their current disposition's husband, can you really feel at ease? Upon hearing this, Su Xianxiao couldn't help but envision a variety of chaotic scenes, instantly feeling a headache. This statement seemed to be quite accurate. Seeing his expression soften, Zhao Wani laughed and added, It's just right that they went to the 10,000 Great Mountains. It will help temper their characters with the beasts there, let them see the world and experience some storms. Perhaps after their training, both of them will improve. Indeed, Cheng Mingxiang nodded slightly. In the vast and towering mountains, layers upon layers of peaks rise, and the boundless forest stretches endlessly. In the deep valley, the occasional chilling roar of beasts echoes through the silent woods. Swoosh! A fierce streak of light cut through the sky, striking down a massive lion demon with 3 grotesque heads, causing it to crash to the ground, blood gushing forth as its vitality swiftly faded. Just as everyone thought the battle was over, a thunderous boom followed. A thick bolt of lightning descended, accurately striking the lion demon's body, turning it completely to char and extinguishing its final breath. As the smoke cleared, 5 young figures, 4 men and 1 woman, appeared. Why are you still attacking when it's already dead? A girl with short hair and a spirited demeanor placed her hands on her hips, frowning at the young man behind her. Su Xinshan replied seriously, "Father and grandfather have said that one must remain vigilant at all times. Even if the opponent seems dead, one must deliver the finishing blow. But it is completely dead." Su Xinxia expressed her confusion. "What if it is just feigning death? Sister, you cannot be so careless, otherwise it will surely lead to disaster someday." Su Xinshan spoke earnestly, his mature demeanor contrasting sharply with his still youthful face. Su Xinxia pouted, uninterested in arguing with him. During this period of training, Su Xinshan had indeed grown bolder, but his overly cautious nature had not changed at all. In fact, it had intensified. After a moment's thought, she decided that being cautious was ultimately a good thing and stopped worrying. In the midst of the siblings bickering, Chu Yebai and Su Sini had already skillfully dissected the valuable parts of the beast and stored them in their storage rings. This lion demon has exceptionally rich blood and qi, which is greatly beneficial for body refining. Su Sini weighed a piece of beast bone that glimmered with a bloody sheen, his eyes sparkling. Chu Yebai nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it seems we can finish early today." Over the years following the Su family on their training outings and experiencing numerous challenges, Chu Yebai finally earned the family's recognition and was granted the Hunyuan Ningxin method by the family head Su Xuanming, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. He chose a more arduous path of dual cultivation of body and mind, requiring more effort than others. At this moment, Wei Jing, who had been vigilant of his surroundings, suddenly spoke up, pointing to the depths of the forest. "There is a patch of spiritual plants ahead. It's quite large. I think we should go take a look." "Spiritual plants?" Su Xinxia questioned. "Isn't this something our family has no shortage of?" "The more the better. It won't hurt to take a look," Chu Yebai replied with a smile. Wei Jing explained, "I haven't seen this kind of spiritual plant in the family. It might have some use, or it could just be a common variety, but since we've encountered it, we should confirm its nature." Hearing this, no one objected. Their understanding of spiritual plants was not deep, but since Wei Jing mentioned that it had never been seen in the family, it might indeed be something rare. When they arrived at the area Wei Jing indicated, they saw a patch of vibrant and peculiar spiritual grass growing in a shaded hollow, emitting a faint aura of spiritual energy. As Su Sini and the others looked at these uniquely shaped plants, confusion crossed their faces. Only Su Xinshan, after careful identification, instinctively took a deep breath and said excitedly, "It's earth spirit grass." "Brother, do you recognize this?" Su Xinxia turned in surprise, not expecting her usually reclusive brother to understand spiritual plants. Su Xinshan nodded solemnly, first cautiously scanning the surroundings to confirm there were no hidden dangers, before quickly stepping forward, carefully beginning to collect the plants while speaking faster. "Hurry. Collect all of it. This is one of the auxiliary materials for refining the Jiajinden." Jiajinden. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily stunned, and then their faces lit up with surprise. The Jiajinden is a third-tier pill, its effects similar to the Foundation Establishment pill, but at a higher level, serving as a precious aid for cultivators to break through to the golden core stage. Its value is beyond words. To think that such an unexpected harvest could be found deep within the vast mountains. The group spoke little more, immediately taking action with excitement radiating from their faces. "Wait, someone is coming." Just as they were busy collecting, Wei Jing suddenly whispered, his expression turning vigilant. The Su family members reacted swiftly. Almost as soon as Wei Jing's words fell, they halted their movements, quickly gathering together and taking a defensive stance. Not far away, a group of men and women in black and white robes holding dusters were walking over slowly, each displaying a demeanor of indifference, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Their gazes first fell upon the dense patch of earth spirit grass before revealing unabashed surprise and greed. Then they turned their eyes towards the cautiously prepared Su family members. The middle-aged man at the forefront had a profound aura, clearly a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He scanned the Su family and spoke in a calm tone, carrying a hint of undeniable authority. "We are disciples of the Daoxian sect. May I ask which force you all hail from? Do not let it be said that a flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple." Su Zinshan's lips moved instinctively, wanting to fabricate a false identity, but beside him Wei Jing had already spoken directly. We come from the Qingyuan Su clan and have no enmity with the Daoxian Palace. This patch of earth spirit grass was discovered by us first, so we kindly ask that you leave this place. Upon hearing this, Su Xinshan swallowed the words that had reached his lips. He thought to himself that the Su family had some renown in the Luo Xian domain now, and since they had not disguised themselves, even if they lied at this moment, the other party could easily find out the truth later. By revealing their identity so directly, Wei Jing could leverage the current reputation of the Su family to exert a certain level of deterrence. After all, this place was not too far from the Yunmeng ruins where the Su family also had Foundation establishment cultivators stationed. Hearing the name Qingyuan Su clan, the middle-aged Taoist's brow furrowed imperceptibly, then relaxed as he said lightly, "This place was indeed discovered first by the Su family friends, but according to the rules of the cultivation world, those who see it share in its benefits. Since we of the Daoxian Palace have encountered it, it seems reasonable to have a share." Wei Jing exchanged a glance with Chu Yabai beside him. According to common logic, the one who discovers a resource first owns it entirely and is not obligated to share at all. However, since the other party was from the Golden Core Force Daoxian Palace, it was not wise to offend them lightly. Following the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Wei Jing replied solemnly, "We can share 30% with you." Wei Jing stated, "We can share 30% with the Daoxian sect." Unexpectedly, the middle-aged Taoist readily agreed, nodding. "Very well, 30% it is." After saying this, he turned back and gestured, and the Daoxian Palace disciples behind him immediately moved forward to start collecting the earth spirit grass. The Su family members watched this, feeling somewhat displeased in their hearts, but they could only continue to collect what remained on their side. However, just as both parties were halfway through their collection, an unexpected event occurred. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the middle-aged Taoist's eyes as he suddenly flicked his duster with no warning. The soft hairs on the duster, like a venomous snake ready to strike, instantly stiffened, radiating a piercing sharpness, and shot towards Wei Jing, who was unaware and had his back turned. Faced with the premeditated surprise attack of a Foundation establishment cultivator, any Qi refinement cultivator would undoubtedly meet their demise. The disciples of the Daoxian sect wore indifferent expressions, their lips curling into a smirk that betrayed their mockery and disdain. In their eyes, the members of the Su family were simply overestimating their capabilities, daring to compete with the Daoxian sect for opportunities while remaining utterly defenseless against them, a naivety that was laughable and deserving of death. But just as the whisk was about to pierce Wei Jing's heart from behind, he seemed to sense danger and suddenly turned around. Golden patterns appeared on his exposed skin, shimmering like flowing lava. He let out a low growl, standing firm, without dodging, and unleashed a powerful punch. The fist collided with the whisk, erupting in a deafening clang akin to metal striking metal. The spiritual power of the Foundation establishment stage knocked Wei Jing back several steps, yet his golden glowing fist remained completely unharmed. "My!" The middle-aged Taoist was suddenly startled. A Foundation establishment cultivator's sneak attack on a Qi refinement cultivator not only failed, but the opponent also withstood the blow without any damage. The resources of the Su family were indeed not to be underestimated. "What do you mean, friend? Are you intending to become enemies with the Su family?" Wei Jing shook his slightly numb wrist, his voice cold and heavy. The members of the Su family quickly gathered around him, each glaring angrily, tension palpable in the air. From the very beginning, the Su family had never relaxed their vigilance against the people of the Daoxian sect. They had no trust that their opponents would be satisfied with just 30% of the earth spirit grass. Sure enough, the other side could not suppress their greed and made a move. Though surprised by the failed ambush, the middle-aged Taoist did not overly concern himself. A group of Qi refinement cultivators might have some life-saving methods bestowed by their families, but in the end they were merely like a mantis trying to block a cart. His tone was indifferent, carrying a condescending coldness. "You do have some skills, no wonder you dare to compete with my Daoxian sect for opportunities. But it ends here. Do any of you have last words?" Despicable and shameless. Su Xianqi's eyebrows shot up in anger as she scolded. A dignified Foundation establishment cultivator actually resorts to ambushing a Qi refinement cultivator. Is this the way of the Daoxian sect? Su Xianshun immediately chimed in, attempting to intimidate. "We have already informed our family through secret methods. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Su family will arrive soon. If you do not wish to die here, I advise you to leave immediately." "Ha ha ha." A Daoxian sect disciple laughed contemptuously. "Do you really think we are 3-year-old children? This place is so far from Yunmeng ruins. How can you notify anyone?" "What a joke." The middle-aged Taoist's eyes flashed with killing intent. No need to waste time with them, attack. The moment his words fell, the Daoxian sect disciples moved in unison. The whisk in his hand swung fiercely, and countless fine dust threads instantly hardened, transforming into a rain of sharp spikes that descended upon the members of the Su family like a torrential downpour. "You all go first. I will hold them off with Yi Bai," Wei Jing shouted loudly, his body radiating with brilliant golden patterns, and the full force of his chi refinement cultivation erupted, accompanied by a layer of martial arts aura manifesting around him. His fists moved like giant drums crashing against the torrential rain of spikes. The collision of fists and spikes erupted in a series of rapid ding-ding sounds, sparks flying. Chu Yibai also let out a long roar, stepping forward. He was originally a martial arts master, and now he had embarked on the path of dual cultivation of martial arts and body. The combination of physical blood martial arts aura and chi refinement spiritual energy made his might no less than Wei Jing's. He roared, his fist wind vigorous and unmatched, charging alongside Wei Jing directly at the middle-aged Taoist. The two had a clear objective, willing to do anything to hold off this foundation establishment cultivator for Su Xian Yi and the others, buying time for their escape. As for those Daoxian sect disciples in the Qi refinement stage, Su Xian Yi, Su Xian Che, and Su Xian Shun had the strength to deal with them. The members of the Su family did not hesitate at all. The moment Wei Jing and Chu Yibai engaged the enemy, they decisively withdrew. Their cultivation was still shallow, and staying would only become a burden. While gathering earth spirit grass earlier, Su Xian Shun had already transmitted their encounter back to the family through his divine sense. Their only task now was to buy time for the family elders who were on their way. The other Daoxian sect disciples, seeing this, wore mocking smiles and urged their movements, chasing after the direction in which the Su family was fleeing. An ant trying to shake a tree. The middle-aged Taoist coldly scoffed at the combined attack of the two. With a gentle wave of his whisk, countless tiny hairs detached from the handle, floating and swirling around him. They appeared soft, but formed an impenetrable barrier. Bang! Bang! Wei Jing and Chu Yibei's mighty fists struck against this barrier of fluff, feeling as if they were pounding against an unyielding mountain. A tremendous recoil surged through them, and both let out muffled groans, their bodies uncontrollably knocked back. The middle-aged Taoist's eyes glimmered with cold light, and he waved his whisk again. From the void on either side of his body, dozens of sharp spikes flashing with metallic cold light coalesced, each containing a fierce sharpness. With a flick of his whisk, they shot toward Wei Jing and Chu Yibai like a torrential rain. Wei Jing showed no fear, letting out a low growl. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, his fists dancing to create a storm of golden fist shadows surging toward the rain of spikes. The middle-aged Taoist's lips curled into a cold smile. The power of a foundation establishment cultivator's spells was not something mere chi refinement ants could withstand with their bodies. However, just as his cold smile was about to fully unfold, the spikes of the spell collided with the golden fist shadows. The expected scene of devastation did not occur. Those sharp spikes shattered like fragile glass, striking a steel wall under the impact of the golden fist shadows, emitting a series of crisp kacha sounds, instantly exploding into countless fine points of light, vanishing into nothingness. The smile on the middle-aged Taoist's face abruptly froze, his pupils constricting. Reacting swiftly, he hastily waved his whisk, causing the floating hairs around him to gather once more, forming a barrier again. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Jing closed in his golden patterns, shining brilliantly, converging on his right fist. With a thunderous roar, he poured all his strength into a single punch, smashing fiercely against the barrier. Kacha! A clear sound of shattering echoed as the spell barrier, condensed from foundation establishment spiritual power, was struck by this punch, creating a prominent crack. What a... The middle-aged Taoist's pupils shook violently, a storm of shock surging within him. He could not comprehend how a chi refinement cultivator at the 7th layer could shake a foundation establishment spiritual barrier. Did he truly think the spiritual power of a foundation establishment cultivator was merely for show? Bang! The crack spread at an astonishing speed, like a spiderweb cracking on ice, rapidly covering the entire barrier. In the next moment, the barrier could no longer hold, shattering with a crash into a shower of spiritual light. At the instant the barrier broke, Chu Yibei's figure sliced in from the side like a ghost. His fists surged with martial aura, blood boiling like a furnace, pouring all his strength into a single strike, a 9 sorrows punch, striking solidly against the middle-aged Taoist's face. Puff! The middle-aged Taoist's head snapped back violently, pain and bitterness coursing through his nose, and blood gushed forth in an instant. He steadied himself, his face twisted in pain and fury, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the close Chu Yibai, the gaze filled with incredulous, killing intent. He had actually withstood this punch, capable of opening stone tablets and shattering rocks, relying solely on the immense spiritual power of his foundation establishment stage. Chu Yibei's heart trembled as he first directly felt the strength of the foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual power far beyond that of the chi refinement stage. Good. Very good. The middle-aged Taoist's voice seemed to be forced through clenched teeth filled with piercing coldness and overwhelming anger. I underestimated you, Su family. As soon as the words fell, the floating hairs beneath his feet suddenly lifted his body, and he soared into the air, looking down from above at Wei Jing and Chu Yi by the terrifying pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator descending without reservation. A series of continuous explosions erupted across the mountains and rivers. Su Xinyi radiated golden light, his towering figure standing resolutely like an iron tower. With a fierce punch, he shattered the head of a Dao Xian sect disciple into pieces on the spot. Blood mist mixed with bone fragments splattered everywhere, and a terrifying sense of oppression spread, causing the surrounding Dao Xian sect disciples to retreat, in unison, their eyes filled with horror. What's wrong with this guy? How can he so easily break our Dao techniques? There's something strange about him. The Dao Xian sect disciples looked grave, staring intently at the golden light flowing from Su Xinyi, unable to discern what technique. It was only knowing that this person's fists were so brutal that all spells were shattered by those iron fists. Not only that, but the other two were quite formidable as well. Su Xinxia moved gracefully, her Tianyuan divine weapon shifting seamlessly in her hands, at times a sharp sword, at times a sky-splitting spear, her transitions flowing like clouds without any hesitation. The continuous Dao techniques unleashed by her whisk swept in like a tide, yet she could always accurately capture the fleeting flaws, the gleaming sword or spear striking out, dismantling the attacks effortlessly with skill. What was most chilling, however, was Su Xinxia, who appeared the most harmless. The purple clouds of divine thunder surged violently around her, shaking the very stones of the mountains. Purple lightning fell like a calamity, carpeting the area with devastating strikes. Many Dao Xian sect disciples had no time to escape and were turned into charred human-shaped charcoal. Even after they had died, she continued to strike down additional bolts of lightning, as if she had a penchant for tormenting the dead. In just a moment, the tide of battle turned. What was initially thought to be a game of cat and mouse unexpectedly faced three ferocious tigers. The formation of Dao Xian sect disciples was brutally breached by Su Xinyi and the others. Boom! A loud sound suddenly echoed from the distant sky, and Su Xinyi caught a glimpse of dark clouds gathering in the sky, lightning cascading like a waterfall, with countless bolts striking down on a figure suspended in midair. Second-tier lightning talisman. Su Xinyi's heart sank. Father and brother-in-law have activated the talismans. Following the lightning talismans, various second-tier talismans of different attributes were unleashed without hesitation. In an instant, the world was filled with radiant colors, sword energy crisscrossing like a rainbow, towering trees rising from the ground, fiery seas engulfing the heavens, and star-like spells crashing down one after another. Such extravagant talisman bombardment left the remaining Dao Xian sect disciples dumbfounded. Seizing the moment when their opponent was shaken, Su Xinxia's eyes turned cold as she moved again. Blade light and sword shadows danced, spears struck like dragons. The transitions were so smooth that they left one breathless. Several Dao Xian sect disciples didn't even have time to scream before falling under the sharp edge of the divine weapon. Su Xinxi's purple clouds of thunder followed closely, mercilessly cleansing the battlefield. Su Xinyi reacted just as swiftly, almost simultaneously striking out, with his iron fists crushing heads like watermelons. The spells aimed at the three of them were all shattered by those golden fists in the most violent manner. The Dao techniques did not even brush against their clothing. When the last enemy fell, the deafening explosions finally ceased, and only the sound of the wind blowing over the scorched earth remained, mingled with the thick stench of blood. Only then did the three of them let out a sigh of relief, their taut nerves relaxing slightly. "Ego, the battle over there isn't finished yet. Should we go back to help?" Su Xinxia looked towards the direction of Wei Jing and Chu Yebai, softly asking. Knowing full well that Foundation establishment cultivators were beyond their capability to contend with, yet it was hard for her to feel at ease watching her kin struggle. Su Xinyi's gaze deepened. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze darting like a hawk towards the nearby forest, and shouted sternly, "Who's there? Come out." His voice echoed through the valley. A shadow slowly stepped out from the shadows of the trees. The newcomer was a handsome young man, his face bearing an unhealthy pallor, his eyes hollow and lifeless, as if indifferent to everything around him, exuding a sense of morbid numbness. "You are from the Su family, right?" The young man spoke, his voice low and hoarse, lacking strength, yet carrying an inexplicable chill. The three of them instantly tensed, quickly forming a defensive stance. This person's origins were unknown, his attire unrelated to the Dao Xian sect, yet he directly pointed at the Su family, making it hard to discern friend from foe. "What does it have to do with you? Fellow Daoist, what brings you here?" Su Xinxia, being the most cautious, did not respond directly. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, this seemed to touch a nerve in the young man. His facial muscles twitched unnaturally a few times, his aura suddenly turned gloomy, and his voice rose, tinged with a sharp edge. I ask you whether you are from the Su family. Answer me. The sound wave transformed into a tangible force sweeping towards them with the pressure of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. The three felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, groaning in response, their feet cracking the ground beneath them, instantly forming a web-like pattern. The answer was self-evident. The newcomer was not friendly and had a grudge against the Su family. Su Xinqi's mind raced quickly, searching his memory for any possible enemies, yet he found himself at a loss. What grievance do you have with the Su family? He asked directly. The young man's face darkened to the point of almost dripping water, each word cold and deliberate. The Shao family was destroyed by you, right? The Shao family. Hearing this, the three of them were taken aback. The destruction of the Shao family was an old story from many years ago. Could it be that a fish that slipped through the net back, then had come back for revenge? It seems the information I gathered was not wrong. The young man confirmed from their reactions, his face filled with murderous intent. If so, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, an obscure and profound aura of Tao emanated from his body, silently, overwhelming, yet heavy as a mountain, descending upon the three of them. Su Xinqi roared, stepping forward. Without hesitation, the golden patterns on his body shining brightly, intending to withstand this intangible Tao pressure with his formidable body. Upon contact, Su Xinqi's expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The overwhelming Tao energy far exceeded his expectations, instantly surpassing the limits of what his body could endure, sending him flying backward, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Good. Su Xinxia and Su Xinxia exclaimed in unison. Su Xinxia bit her silver teeth, her delicate figure flashing forward to shield him. Su Xinxia reacted even faster, catching the flying Su Xinqi with one hand while the other hand had already clutched several talismans, slapping them onto the three of them in a flash. Run! He shouted hoarsely, ready to activate the escape technique. Where do you think you're going? The young man revealed a cruel smile. He raised his hand to press down, and the ground within 1,000 meters suddenly distorted and changed. A massive black and white taiji pattern was imprinted upon the earth, slowly spinning, completely enveloping the three of them. An irresistible force of confinement suddenly descended, as if time had frozen, trapping Su Xinxia and the others like insects in amber, unable to move even a finger. The young man stepped forward, his figure instantly blurring. When it became clear again, he was right in front of the three, close enough to touch. That pale and slender hand, devoid of any warmth, yet harboring a chilling intent to kill, gently pressed down in the desperate gazes of Su Xinqi and the others. Confronted by the hand looming so near, Su Xinxia and the others found themselves immobilized by the taiji diagram, the suffocating sense of oppression bearing down upon them. Although they could not see the formless Tao rhythm force, they could clearly sense that death was rapidly approaching. Once it descends, the three will be crushed into paste. At this critical moment, a sharp sword cry piercing enough to rupture eardrums rushed in with lightning speed from afar, as the azure sword light, like a startled swan, suddenly swept between the young man and Su Xinxia and the others. The impending formless Tao rhythm was forcibly cleaved open by this fierce and unmatched sword energy. Song Baiqing followed the sword. His figure moved like lightning, carrying the azure sword, intent akin to a violent tempest, charging straight at the shadowy young man. The young man retreated hurriedly, the Tao rhythm that originally pressed towards Su Xinxia and the others swiftly shifted direction, like an invisible torrent crashing towards Song Baiqing. Song Baiqing snorted coldly, facing the assault of this Tao rhythm without flinching, and with a flick of his long sword, he unleashed the azure sword intent. The sword intent collided violently with the Tao rhythm. The shockwave of the Tao energy exploded instantly, reducing the mountains and trees within Tianzhong to dust under the clash of the two forces. Seeing this, the young man's pupils contracted slightly, and with one hand he swiftly formed an intricate seal. Swish, swish, swish. His figure flickered several times, fast enough to leave behind numerous afterimages, ultimately vanishing without a trace before Song Baiqing. Is this the Wuji teleportation technique of the Taishang Palace? Song Baiqing stood with his sword, his eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, a hint of seriousness appearing on his face. Meanwhile, at another battlefield, Shunhao stood atop the head of a Foundation establishment giant python, its massive body swiftly moving through the forest like black lightning, charging directly towards the battle group of Wei Jing and Chu Yabai. One man and one python, both at Foundation establishment level. Once they joined the fray, the situation reversed in an instant. Under the joint assault of Chun Hao and the giant python, the middle-aged Taoist was forced to retreat step by step, facing grave dangers. At almost the same moment, dozens of eagles pierced through the air, their wings creating a shrill cry that approached from afar. The reinforcements of the Su family had arrived. Su Xianling sat cross-legged on the broad back of the giant azure beast, her hands lightly pressing the strings of her guqin, her gaze coldly sweeping over the battlefield below, only to find that the fighting here was nearing its end. That middle-aged Taoist was like a dead dog bound tightly by Chun Hao's giant python, unable to move as he was thrown to the ground, his face as pale as paper, filled with terror and unwillingness. Mother Elder Chen, Elder Song, you have finally arrived. Su Xinyi gritted through the intense pain in his internal organs, struggling to rise, grinning with a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. Su Xianling frowned slightly, her tone laced with reproach and lingering fear. Are you still able to smile? I told you not to venture too deep into the 10,000 great mountains, yet you insisted on running into such perilous grounds. If we hadn't arrived in time, you would have. She cast a glance at Wei Jing and Chu Yebai in the distance. Even your father, who clearly doesn't understand this principle, will need to reflect on it at home for a while. Su Xinyi scratched his head awkwardly, not daring to retort, hurriedly swallowing a healing pill to stabilize the chaotic spiritual power within him. At this moment, Wei Jing and Chu Yebai approached, dragging the bound middle-aged Taoist closer. Chen Hao cupped his hands and inquired, Miss Xuanling, shall we kill him or spare him? Su Xuanling's cold gaze fell upon the middle-aged Taoist. The Taoist trembled all over, terrified as he realized that all the disciples he had brought from the Daoxian sect had been completely annihilated, leaving only him to survive, an overwhelming sense of regret surging within him. But he truly couldn't comprehend how the people of the Su family could arrive so quickly. Clearly he had not seen any distress signal sent out. It turns out that Su Xinyi's previous warning was not a bluff. The Su family indeed possessed such mysterious communication methods. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The middle-aged Taoist grasped at the last straw, speaking urgently, I swear by my Tao heart that I will not reveal a word of what transpired today. I can still help you cover up the investigation from the Daoxian sect, just spare my life. Upon hearing this, Su Xinshi snorted coldly, his tone icy. This person must not be spared. The Su family always cuts the grass and roots. Moreover, how can we easily trust the promises of sect disciples? He had long recognized the indifference and hypocrisy of these major sect disciples. Su Xianxie surprisingly agreed with his brother's view, nodding. However, Su Xianling did not make an immediate decision. She was not indecisive, but was considering that the disciples of the Daoxian sect had life lanterns left within the sect. If this matter was not handled properly, it would lead to endless troubles. She focused her thoughts, delving into her spiritual sense space, to consult her second brother and sister-in-law on how to decide. Wan Ning, as a former disciple of the Daoxian sect, was extremely familiar with the sect's rules and conduct. Perhaps he could provide a better countermeasure. In the spiritual sense space, light and shadow shifted. After hearing Su Xuanling's narrative, Su Xianming and Wan Ning quickly exchanged opinions. Wan Ning said softly, the Taoist proposal could be considered a path, but we cannot rely solely on his oath of Tao heart. We must place a forbidden spell of the Su family upon him to ensure safety. Su Xianling expressed some concern. The means of Golden Core forces are unpredictable. I worry that the family's forbidden spells may be broken. Wan Ning shook his head, his tone firm. As far as I know, the Daoxian sect is not adept at breaking such soul restrictions. Moreover, and more importantly, the members of the Daoxian sect are emotionally detached. Despite the death of so many disciples, the Taoist probably feels no waves in his heart. He only wants to survive. As long as he can return, the lives and deaths of his fellow disciples matter little to him. Su Xianming nodded in agreement. What you said is indeed correct. The key is to let him return to cover for us and avoid the Daoxian sect's high-level investigation, but whether the forbidden spell is absolutely secure requires further consideration. Su Xianling pondered for a moment and said, actually, there is another method. Xian Rue has made significant advancements in alchemy over the years and has independently developed a peculiar pill called the Slave Life Blood Contract Pill. This pill must be regularly taken with the blood of a Su family member as its antidote to suppress it, otherwise death is certain. Even Golden Core cultivators would be helpless against this poison. Golden Core cultivators have yet to master supernatural powers, so their Tao abilities remain within the understandable range. However, if it were a nascent soul cultivator who had mastered supernatural powers, this poison pill might be ineffective. Upon hearing this, Su Xuanming's eyes brightened. There indeed exists such a pill in the family's apothecary, which had been nearly forgotten due to the existence of the forbidden spell. Su Xianming immediately made a decision. In that case, let's take both approaches, using the forbidden spell and the pill together. Returning to reality, Su Xuanling's gaze turned cold as she looked at the middle-aged Taoist, whose face was ashen. If you want to live, then open your mind. After speaking, she gently plucked the strings of her guqin, and the forbidden sound array was implanted into the middle-aged Taoist's body, despite his slight resistance. This is a specially crafted poison pill from the Su family. No one but us can resolve it. Moreover, a restriction has already been placed within you. If you attempt any tricks upon returning, you know what will happen. Su Xuanling's voice was cold, her gaze as icy as the winter chill. You better come up with a good explanation for the deaths of those Daoxian sect disciples. Remember, you must absolutely prevent anyone from the Daoxian sect from investigating. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. The middle-aged Taoist's face turned ashen. A dignified foundation establishment cultivator had fallen to such a state, leaving him feeling hopeless about the future. Yet deep down he still harbored a glimmer of hope. He didn't believe that the Su family possessed such means with their curses and poison pills. Once he returned to the sect, he would search the scripture pavilion for related content. There must be a method to break the curse. Let's go. Su Xianling couldn't even be bothered to ask his name, waving her hand to urge him on. The restraints on the middle-aged Taoist were released with a sound. He struggled to his feet, awkwardly cupping his hands to the crowd before vanishing in a flash of light, fleeing in panic. At this moment, Song Baiqing stepped forward, quickly reporting in a solemn tone, "Miss Xuanling, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, I just fought against displayed extraordinary escape techniques, likely originating from the Taishang Palace. He had set an escape mark in advance, and my subordinate was unable to capture him." Su Xinshan immediately added, "And that person seems to be here for revenge against the Shao family of Yunmengsu. When Grandpa eradicated the Shao family back, then could there have been a survivor?" Taishang Palace. Shao family of Yunmengsu. Su Xianling was momentarily taken aback, then recalled an old matter from many years ago. The destruction of the Shao family indeed had connections to the Taishang Palace. But father had clearly said that it was merely a mortal woman from the Shao family taken as a concubine by a cultivator from the Taishang Palace. The relationship between the Taishang Palace and the Shao family had long been settled. The so-called backing of the Taishang Palace was merely the Shao family's bravado. How could someone from the Taishang Palace come looking for revenge after so many years? Could that Foundation Establishment cultivator be the disciple of the Taishang Palace who married the Shao family woman back then? But the Taishang Palace and the Daoxian sect had similar principles. Could there truly be such a loyal person among them? And all for the sake of a mere mortal woman's family. This matter is significant. We should return to the clan to discuss it further. Su Xuanling's expression grew serious. This issue was too entangled, and it was necessary to report to her father for a decision. The group quickly returned to Yunmengsu. Su Xianling once again entered the spiritual sense space, detailing the matter of the Taishang Palace and the Shao family to Su Yang and Su Xianming. Su Xianming immediately utilized the intelligence network of the Listening Wind Tower to ascertain the identity of that young man and his connection to the Shao family. "I didn't expect that the mortal woman taken as a concubine by the cultivator from the Taishang Palace years ago would give birth to a remarkable son." Looking at the information in hand, Su Yang showed a look of surprise. The one seeking revenge for the Shao family was not that woman nor the cultivator from the Taishang Palace, but their son, Peng Shao. This was truly unexpected. "Xuanming, what do you think of this matter?" Su Yang turned to look at Su Xianming. "Is father testing me?" "Testing? Nonsense, I simply want to hear your opinion." Su Xianming chuckled, shaking his head. He initially thought it was his father's old habit of testing him, only to realize he was overthinking it. Having been the head of the family for so many years, he had already been tested on all matters. There were no longer many tests left. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "In my opinion, we could use the connections of the Listening Wind Tower to send a message to that cultivator from the Taishang Palace attempting to resolve this grudge." Su Yang did not immediately refute, asking, "Do you think a Golden Core elder from the Taishang Palace will heed the proposals of our Foundation Establishment family?" According to the information from the Listening Wind Tower, the cultivator from the Taishang Palace, who passed through Yunmengsu back then, was actually Elder Peng from the Taishang Palace. The Shao family, however, was unaware of his identity, mistakenly believing him to be an ordinary disciple, missing a great opportunity. "I cannot be certain," Su Xianming replied candidly, "but it's worth a try. If it doesn't work, we can seek other methods." He was inclined toward reconciliation because there was no deep-seated hatred between the Taishang Palace and the Su family. With the Taishang Palace's consistent philosophy of cultivation, they wouldn't harbor much affection for the family of a mortal concubine. That young man Peng Shao did not grow up in the Shao family. His desire for revenge was likely rooted in his obsession with his mother. Su Xianming originally planned to prepare some compensation after all the Shao family was indeed destroyed by the Su family, and offering some recompense to the last descendant of the Shao family was entirely out of respect for the elder from the Taishang Palace. But since Peng Shao had already taken action against the Su family, the notion of compensation was naturally dismissed. After hearing this, Su Yang nodded slightly. "I will leave this matter entirely in your hands. The Taishang Palace is quite far from the Luoxian prefecture. Even if both sides truly bore grudges, it would be difficult to escalate the conflict. The real challenge lies with Peng Shao, who lurks in the shadows. This Foundation Establishment cultivator who could strike at any moment against the Su family must be dealt with quickly. If that elder from the Taishang Palace ignores our message of reconciliation, the Su family would have no choice but to take action and suppress Peng Shao completely." Su Xianming took a deep breath, standing still. His lips moved a few times, but ultimately he did not speak. Su Yang noticed his unusual expression and could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say to me?" Su Xianming was usually decisive and acted swiftly, but Su Yang had never seen him in such a hesitant state. Father Su Xuanming's hands involuntarily clenched tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white, and a rare hint of deep-seated melancholy appeared on his face. Ninger has already completed her qi refinement and is preparing for foundation establishment, yet she always says she is not ready. Hearing this, Su Yang, who had been a father for decades, instantly understood what his son was truly trying to say. Ruan Ning was about to establish her foundation, while Su Xuanming, now 51 years old, was still stuck at the 6th level of qi refinement. The transition from the 6th level to the 7th level is certainly a hurdle, but for the descendants of the Su family with true spiritual roots, it should not be an insurmountable obstacle. Yet Su Xianming had poured too much effort into the complexities of family affairs day after day, year after year, and he had become stuck at this threshold, unable to break through. Looking at the current generation of the Su family, even younger siblings like Su Xianjing and Su Xianxiao had already become foundation establishment cultivators. Even the youngest sister, Su Xuanling, had now reached the 8th level of qi refinement. At this moment, Su Xuanming's melancholy stemmed not only from his stagnation in cultivation and the bleak outlook on his lifespan, but also from deep guilt towards his wife. Was Ruan Ning truly delaying her foundation establishment because she felt not ready? Absolutely not. She was afraid. Afraid that once she successfully established her foundation, her lifespan would significantly increase, which would unconsciously place immense pressure on her husband, who was struggling on his path, and she was more afraid of watching the one she loved gradually grow old in the long future ahead. Father. Su Xianming struggled to suppress the choking in his voice. The figure that bore the majesty of the Su family had appeared somewhat thin and powerless at this moment. The halo and demeanor belonging to the family had seemed to fade in an instant, transforming him back into the bewildered boy from decades ago, who had learned of his lack of spiritual roots. He raised his head, his eyes carrying a glimmer of hope and fear he could hardly voice, tremblingly asking, "Do you think my dream of longevity still has hope?" In the small courtyard of the starry secret realm, the figures of two individuals elongated, a previously unseen heaviness permeating the air. Su Yang let out a long sigh, his voice deep and solemn. "For these years, I have been reminding you to practice diligently. Have you truly taken it to heart?" Su Xianming lowered his head, his face shrouded in shadows, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I have indeed been putting in effort for some time, but I have always been delayed by family matters." His words trailed off, leaving him silent. To put it bluntly, it was like fishing for 3 days and drying the nets for 2. He knew all too well that it was his own slackness that had led to today's predicament, and his heart was filled with regret. By expressing these thoughts today, he was effectively contemplating retreat. He wished to pass on the position of family head and fully dedicate himself to cultivation in the remaining years, making one last push. Once a cultivator reaches 60, their vitality declines, making foundation establishment nearly impossible. Therefore, he must ascend from the 6th level of qi refinement to its peak within 9 years, and then strive for foundation establishment. The difficulty of this task is self-evident. For the vast majority of cultivators, it is akin to a fantasy, especially for someone like Su Xuanming, who possesses abundant family resources, yet has remained stuck at the 6th level of qi refinement for decades. In the eyes of outsiders, his potential had long been exhausted. Su Yang's gaze was piercing as he carefully examined every subtle change in his son's expression. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. "How about this?" Su Yang's tone seemed casual, but carried an undeniable authority. "In the coming years, find someone to temporarily take on your role as family head. Once you break through to foundation establishment, you can reclaim your power." These plain words seemed infused with a magical power, instantly dispelling the regret and unease that had accumulated in Su Xuanming's heart. "Father, do you mean?" Su Xianming abruptly raised his head, frozen in place, disbelief etched in his eyes. I still have hope for foundation establishment, but I only have 9 years left. Can I truly achieve foundation establishment before I turn 60? Su Yang's smile turned profound as he slowly replied, "Of course not. 9 years is too short for you." He shifted his tone, "But you can achieve foundation establishment after you turn 60. But after 60. Su Xianming instinctively wanted to argue. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Yang raising his hand. "Your path lies after 60, not before. Thus, if you can awaken before 60, that itself is success. Now that you have awakened, and even 9 years earlier than I expected." He fixed his gaze on his son, his tone becoming serious. "If you trust your father, then from this moment on, focus your mind and spirit. No more fishing for 3 days and drying the nets for 2. Practice diligently. When you reach the peak of qi refinement at 60, that will be your time to attempt foundation establishment." Su Xuanming's fate is that of greatness achieved late, taking the path of accumulating strength over time, which is why Su Yang has never truly worried about Su Xuanming's future. Fortunately, he bestowed upon him the fate of greatness achieved late, otherwise today would have likely been a heart-wrenching and oppressive conversation. The entire Su family's descendants firmly believed in Su Yang's words. Though Su Xianming found it hard to accept, an inexplicable force within him whispered what his father said was unequivocally true. His father sincerely believed that he could succeed in foundation establishment after 60. I understand, father. Su Xianming's gaze shifted from confusion and hesitation to determination and confidence, the demeanor and majesty of the Su family head returning to him. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. In that case, who do you think should temporarily take on the position of family head? Surely you wouldn't want this old man to step back into the fray. Naturally, I shall not disturb your peace, father. Su Xianming's face broke into a faint smile, clearly having a candidate in mind. I plan to let Xian Rui take on the responsibilities of family head. Xian Rui, you say? Su Yang pondered for a moment. That lad is steady and composed, indeed a promising talent. However, compared to you, he is still somewhat inexperienced in handling family affairs. I will focus primarily on cultivation. If Xian Rui encounters matters he cannot handle, I will guide him from the sidelines, Su Xianming replied. Currently among the second generation of the Su family, the most reliable and composed is undoubtedly Su Xian Rui, who has inherited some of Su Xianming's abilities. The other descendants tend to shine more in their fighting talents and have not shown the traits of managing the family. However, Su Xian Rui's talents are more focused on alchemy, and his experience and finesse in managing the complex family affairs are still lacking. Currently, apart from Su Xuanjing, all the descendants of the Su family have branched out, and it seems they have no immediate plans for further offspring. Thus, the scale of the second generation of Su family descendants is essentially set. This also means that the true candidates to inherit the position of family head from Su Xianming will likely only emerge once the third generation of the Su family has grown. After his heartfelt conversation with his father, Su Xianming felt the clouds of gloom lift. He immediately sought out Su Xian Rui to discuss the matter of temporarily taking on the family head's responsibilities, then went to see his wife, Wan Ning. Seeing her husband shake off his earlier despondency, a renewed determination and fighting spirit ignited in Wan Ning's eyes, and she finally felt at ease. No longer hesitating, she chose to enter seclusion and strive for foundation establishment. After seeing off his son, Su Yang did not remain in the secret realm, but instead strolled to the inner courtyard's pavilion by the lake. The waters were still clear, and the large black cow continued to enjoy soaking in the water. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, its intelligence had blossomed. Upon sensing Su Yang's departure from the secret realm, it affectionately let out a moo to greet him. Su Yang approached with a smile, gently stroking its massive, gentle head, and then turned his gaze to a short distance away. 3 small figures were earnestly practicing basic spells. Among them a young pair, and at the forefront a tall and handsome boy was none other than Su Zhongjuan, the eldest son of Su Xinyo and Ji Shulan. According to the rules set by the Su family for the third generation, whether those without spiritual roots embark on the path of immortality is a personal choice, with 2 chances, once at 12 and once at 20. This year Su Zhongjun happened to turn 12. He was determined to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors and embark on the path of cultivation. The family aided his training in the primordial condensation method, and upon success, he successfully condensed a true spiritual root. The other 2 children practicing beside him were Su Jingshuan, the daughter of Su Xinyao and Cheng Jianzhu, and Su Jinglan, the son of Su Xinyue and Chu Yabai. Su Jinglan was born with a water spiritual body possessing a singular water spiritual root. Initially, his qualification was merely that of a mixed spiritual root, but through the refinement of the primordial condensation method, he successfully upgraded to a true spiritual root. Su Jingshuan, on the other hand, had a somewhat unique situation, as she was originally an ordinary person without any spiritual roots and was supposed to wait until she was 12 to make a decision. However, she bore a special fate of star thief with potential regarded as extraordinary. For this reason, Su Yang selfishly did not give her the opportunity to choose, forcibly guiding her onto the path of immortality. Su Yang's gentle gaze swept over his 3 great-grandchildren. Among the third generation of the Su family, he undoubtedly valued Su Zhongxian and Su Jinglan the most. As for the eldest son of the third generation, Su Jingjuan, he would occasionally pay attention, but had not invested too much thought. After all 3 generations had passed, though the blood ties were close, the affection and concern derived from the first-generation ancestor could not be evenly distributed to every child. Yet Su Yang was well aware that these children would never lack for care and love from their grandparents, parents, uncles, and other elders. However, here with the family patriarch, that unique favoritism could never be evenly bestowed. Hello, grandfather, clan leader. Upon seeing Su Yang approach, the 3 little ones practicing their spells immediately stopped and greeted in unison. Su Yang nodded kindly, his gaze sweeping over their youthful faces as he gently asked, "In your practice of Dao arts, have you encountered any difficulties that you need me to clarify?" Su Jingjun shook his head. He had only recently begun to draw in qi, and all his Dao arts were still at a foundational stage. If he had any questions, his parents and uncles at home could answer them. However, Su Zhengxian raised her little face, a hint of confusion in her voice as she spoke. Grandfather clan leader, there are too many Dao arts passed down in our family, and I don't know which one I should specialize in. Upon hearing this, Su Yang smiled slightly. He had heard this question more than once. Many people experience this confusion when they first begin. Since you don't know how to choose, you might as well make a rough acquaintance with all the Dao arts you currently have, feel them out, and see which one suits you best. Later on, you can delve deeper in that direction. However, he paused slightly, his gaze settling on Su Zhengxian, his tone becoming more guiding. I can give you a suggestion. It would be beneficial for you to explore spells related to the stars, as you possess a unique talent in the star path. Regardless of whether you make it your main focus in the future, it will greatly benefit you. The Star Thief can refine the essence of star cores and enhance spiritual root quality. However, refining the essence of star cores requires mastery of star-related Dao arts. Otherwise, one can only seek out ready-made materials for absorption. But where in the world are there so many ready-made star core essences? Therefore, practicing Dao arts related to the stars is the most reliable way to enhance one's qualifications. Su Zhengxian seemed to understand a little, but still nodded obediently. At this time, Su Zhenglan, who was beside her, could not wait to shout, "Grandfather clan leader, what about me? What Dao arts am I suited for?" Su Yang looked at him, his eyes holding an understanding smile. The answer was already clear. You should naturally specialize in water attribute Dao arts. You are a born water spiritual body with a single water spiritual root, making this path exceptionally favorable for you. Your talent in water spells is outstanding, and your future path could not be more clear. Upon hearing this, Su Zhenglan's little face immediately showed a look of realization and excitement. Su Zhengjun hesitated for a moment, and also quietly asked, "Grandfather clan leader, which Dao arts do you think I am suited to practice?" Su Yang's tone remained gentle, filled with encouragement. Like Xingxuan, you should first try to engage with all the various Dao arts available in our family. See which one you prefer and which one suits you better. The path of cultivation sometimes requires you to explore and discover for yourself. Su Zhengjun did not possess any special fate or physique like his younger siblings. The greatest reliance for this child on his path to immortality would be the true spiritual root refined with the family's assistance and the increasingly rich Dao arts heritage of the Su family. If he were to show particular interest and talent in a certain path in the future, coincidentally aligning with an idle fate in the family tree, Su Yang would naturally provide support. If he did not have such opportunities, then his path would depend on his own fortune. Days later, at the Daoxian sect in the scripture pavilion, rows of bookshelves were piled high with jade slips and ancient texts permeated with the scent of old ink and sealed spiritual essence. A middle-aged Taoist priest was curled up at a wooden table cluttered with ancient books, his hands trembling, hair disheveled, and his expression nearly frantic as he frantically searched through a pile of open scrolls. The collection of the Golden Core sect was vast as the sea, yet no matter how he searched, he could not find any records related to the restrictions within his body or concerning that poisonous pill. How can there be no clues at all? He squeezed out a hoarse murmur from his throat, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. Could it be that this restriction and that poisonous pill were both created by the Su family? This thought nearly drove his already taut nerves to the brink of collapse. What has happened to Junior Brother's son? He has been buried in books day and night since he returned. Why not talk to me about it? I can help you look too. A voice tinged with amusement suddenly echoed in the silent scripture pavilion. The middle-aged Taoist trembled violently, and an ancient book fell with a loud bang onto the table. He stiffly turned his head, and the moment he saw the face of the newcomer, his expression froze instantly, forcing out a very strained smile as he spoke hoarsely. It turns out to be the young sect master. I was merely distressed for those fallen fellow disciples, reflecting on the pain and wishing to enhance my strength, and thus came to seek some Dao arts for reference. Distressed. The young sect master's lips curled into an unabashedly mocking smile. You are distressed for the fallen disciples. Doesn't that sound ridiculous coming from you? The middle-aged Taoist forced a laugh, unsure how to respond, but beads of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. The young sect master casually picked up an ancient book on the analysis of medicinal herbs from the table, his tone leisurely, yet each word pierced the middle-aged Taoist's heart like an ice pick. Let me guess, the truth behind the deaths of our sect's disciples is probably not what you reported, right? The middle-aged Taoist's body completely stiffened, even his breathing momentarily halted. The young sect master continued slowly. You returned and immediately rushed to search for these obscure ancient texts. It seems it is not simply to enhance your strength, but rather because this matter concerns your own life, correct? You have encountered some kind of incomprehensible Dao arts restriction or a bizarre poison and are eager to find a solution, am I right? He shook the ancient book in his hand, a more pronounced disdain on his face. However, judging by your appearance, it is evident that you have not found anything. Speak. How exactly did our sect's disciples die? What exactly has happened to you? At this moment, the middle-aged Taoist was pale, his breathing erratic. He had said nothing, yet the young sect master had guessed nearly everything. Could it be that his recent anxious and restless behavior had given it away? The young sect master has misunderstood. There is no such thing, the middle-aged Taoist replied with a pained expression. The restrictions planted by the Su family were like maggots in the bone. Any thought attempting to reveal the truth would trigger violent warnings and tearing pain deep within his soul. Your expression does not look like someone who is saying there is a misunderstanding. The young sect master's eyes turned cold, the last remnants of patience evaporating. Since you cannot speak, I will personally take a look. Before his words had even faded, his figure had flashed like a ghost in front of the middle-aged Taoist, giving him no chance to react or plead for mercy, and his palm directly pressed onto the Taoist's crown. Soul-searching technique. Off. The middle-aged Taoist let out a piercing scream, his eyes rolling back, his whole body convulsing violently. The young sect master's divine sense rudely invaded the other's sea of consciousness. Yet the expected scenes of memory did not appear. All he saw were fragments of broken, chaotic, and unconnectable memories, and these fragments completely matched the statements reported by the middle-aged Taoist earlier. How is this possible? The young sect master displayed a look of astonishment for the first time. Just as he was bewildered, a loud bang resonated. The middle-aged Taoist's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. The young sect master let out a grunt, suddenly taken aback by the backlash, staggering back a few steps, his face slightly pale. He waved away the filth that had splattered onto his sleeve, staring at the headless corpse on the ground with a terrible expression. It truly was a restriction. Moreover, it is a restriction that can prevent soul searching. He slowly wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, a chill rising in his heart. What I just saw was all an elaborate ruse fabricated by the restriction. He directed his gaze towards the window of the scripture pavilion, as if trying to pierce through the layers of mountains to see the distant direction of Qingyuan. Could it be that there is a golden core force secretly targeting our Daoxian sect?